Chapter 1. Ever since Luffy's gum-gum fruit transformed into the sun god Nika, Liyue has found himself engaging in fervent discussions on pirate forums whenever he has the time. Like most fans of a series, he feels somewhat disillusioned after years of following the journey of this animated protagonist. The abruptness of this development has shattered his previously favorable impression of the manga's creator. He never anticipated that the male leads of shonen manga would triumph over their adversaries through notions of bloodline. The three major shonen series, One Piece, Naruto, and Dragon Ball, have all seemingly veered down this path. It appears that the manga artists, aside from their reliance on bloodline theories, possess a rather narrow vision and limited ambition. The early character development of Whitebeard, Ace, and the Three Admirals was nothing short of spectacular, yet cannot redeem the abysmal narrative of the Wano arc. It truly is a case of a single rotten apple spoiling the barrel. One can only hope that the manga does not end poorly. Having watched the latest episodes of One Piece, Liyue finds Kaido's character to be exceedingly constrained, to the point that he feels compelled to traverse through time and space. Awakening in the world of pirates, this transition feels rather lackluster. I've arrived too early. Luffy must have just set sail, without even a bounty on his head. What fortuitous timing. Without a bounty, the protagonist can only make rough estimates. Luffy has yet to defeat Arlong, and his first bounty of 30 million berries was indeed orchestrated by Captain Mouse. Gazing at the tiny print on the newspaper indicating the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, Liyue realizes that this timeline is just perfect. The events of the future have yet to unfold. Having followed One Piece for over a decade, he retains a general awareness of the plot and characters. However, he has no desire to become a pirate, nor to join the Navy, and certainly not to serve the world government. As a lackey, Liyue aspires to be an unbound free spirit. More precisely, he wishes to be a jester, injecting some amusement into this decaying pirate world. Ding! The Big Talker system is online. This system delights in hosting individuals like you, who revel in the chaos around them. Every character in this world can provide a form of deception value, and you may fabricate lies at will to amass substantial amounts of it. This value can be exchanged for treasures, including the recruitment of heroes and the generation of devil fruits. Please make good use of it. What a fortuitous boon. Liyue, inhabiting the body of an ordinary man devoid of any means of self-defense, finds himself on a small island that has never appeared in the One Piece manga, one that could easily fall victim to pirates. These brutes are only interested in plundering, viewing human lives merely as stepping stones. System, you have an uncanny ability to pinpoint the situation, but how exactly am I supposed to spread these lies? Should I start publishing newspapers? The original owner of this body was a fisherman, and his entire wealth barely amounts to less than 100,000 berries. With no money, one can achieve nothing in the vast ocean. Who would recognize Liyue? His words would carry little weight, and no one would believe his fabrications. One of the dark kings of the underworld, Morgans, has established a monopoly on newspapers in the pirate world. He has offended many, including the world government, the Navy, and pirates alike, and later became a notorious sycophant. Competing with such a formidable figure for business is beyond Liyue's capabilities. Establishing a newspaper is simply out of the question. Even if he were to amass wealth in the future, running a newspaper would be a thankless endeavor. Fear not, dear host, I will assist you with the sky canvas. This canvas will allow everyone in this world to see your fabrications, complemented by text and visuals of your imagination, as long as your lies are not too far-fetched. Harvesting deception value will be a breeze. The sky canvas. That simplifies matters greatly. I have read my fair share of One Piece novels, and I believe I can navigate this path. Before Liyue, a virtual screen materializes, showcasing a store provided by the system, where items can only be purchased using deception value. However, the prices are exorbitant, devoid of any beginner's benefits or discounts. A standard animal-type devil fruit costs 5 million deception value, and it is a random blind box, meaning one cannot predict what animal might be drawn. With so many possibilities, one could end up with something as lackluster as a small lobster fruit, which would undermine his abilities on land and lead to his demise at sea. A truly worthless devil fruit. A superhuman-type devil fruit demands 20 million deception value, while a natural-type devil fruit costs a staggering 100 million. Both are similarly blind boxes, with a high likelihood of yielding nothing of worth. Basic armament hockey requires 5 million deception value, while basic observation hockey costs 10 million, and basic conquerors hockey command a price of 100 million. As for the advanced techniques associated with hockey, the prices are simply outrageous, prompting Li Wei to ignore them entirely. One can also purchase renowned swords with deception value, many of which do not belong to this world, and could potentially be gifted to famous swordsmen in the future. They cherish their blades dearly, and perhaps such gifts could yield significant returns. Are you certain you haven't misprinted the cost for the hero recruitment unit? The hero summoning pool requires a staggering 100 million deception value per attempt. The system truly is brazen, and it doesn't specify which heroes are available. They are likely characters from other worlds, with varying strengths ranging from the likes of Goku from Dragon Ball to King from One Punch Man, two extremes of power. Rest assured, the heroes summoned from this pool will possess at least the strength of a vice admiral. Those summoned can further enhance their abilities through subsequent training. The system guarantees quality. The vice admiral level of strength corresponds to that of the white-beard pirates Marco the Phoenix. While his record in the anime may be lacking, Li Wei finds himself in a tangible world where no powerful figure should be underestimated. System, I have only just crossed over. Is there no beginner's gift? At the very least, grant me a means of self-defense. Although the East Blue is often labeled as the weakest sea, with no pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million berries, there are still those with bounties in the millions, and countless lesser pirates abound. This world is exceedingly unkind to ordinary folk. The land beneath his feet is called Fuguang Island, home to just over 1,000 residents who subsist primarily through fishing, bartering their catches for goods from passing ships, while also attempting to cultivate crops to sustain their meager existence. Is a place of abject poverty. There are no navy bases in the nearby waters, leaving them devoid of any protection. This desolate, unremarkable locale attracts little attention, save for the occasional visit from pirates. Recently, the waters have been tranquil, with only merchant ships passing through. Li Wei boarded a vessel and purchased a bag of inferior salt for nearly 1,000 berries. The hero pool offers you a benefit: one free summoning opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Hold on a moment. I need to wash my face and hands. I must cleanse myself of any ill fortune before this momentous occasion. Without delay, Li Wei crouches by the shore, gathering seawater to wash himself, hoping that the waters of the East Blue will bestow upon him good fortune. After all, this is the birthplace of the protagonist, and surely it holds some auspicious energy. He had always engaged in such superstitions while playing gacha games in his previous life. System, let us begin. I am eager to see which hero will be summoned. As the hero pool initiates the summoning, a golden-haired maiden clad in silver armor materializes before him, kneeling gracefully. My master, the hero heeds your call. Artoria Pendragon, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Report, Admiral. We have received identical reports from around the world. The sky canvas above us is not an isolated phenomenon. It is visible across the four seas and the Grand Line. The current Marine Admiral, Sengoku, listens to his subordinate's report, feeling a headache brewing, initially believing it to be the prank of some devil fruit user. The situation proves to be more complex than he had anticipated. Haha, Sengoku, look at you now. You really should have remained a vice admiral. Life was much simpler than the only one bold enough to mock the Marine Admiral is his old friend, the Marine hero, Garp, a man known for his penchant for mischief and snacking on sweets. Garp, you've pilfered my snacks again. Just where do you spend the salary provided by the Marine? Sengoku strides over to his friend, snatching the sweets from Garp's grasp and devouring them. He had purchased them with his own earnings, and sharing them is less appealing than indulging himself. That meager salary of a vice admiral hardly suffices for my needs. Why not send a report to the higher-ups and request a little extra allowance? As if that would work, Sengoku muses, managing to keep Garp's current position secure, but having to navigate the treacherous waters with the celestial dragons and the five elders for quite some time, with his revolutionary son causing chaos. Simply keeping Garp's title intact feels like a small mercy. After a few exchanges of friendly banter, the conversation shifts back to the sky canvas. This canvas is a wild card. Everyone in the world can converse upon it, and the discussions are quite lively. Even the four Emperor's crews have taken part. Garp, the Marine hero, tests the hardness of the sky canvas with his iron fist, only to find that even his strongest haki cannot penetrate his attacks, simply pass through, dealing no harm whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Akainu attempts to strike the canvas with molten magma. Receiving results similar to Garp's, the sky canvas appears to be impervious to any damage. Perhaps even more advanced than a devil fruit, an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, burst into the room. It was Vice Admiral Tsuru. She forcefully dropped a stack of documents onto Sengoku's desk. The majority of the messages on the sky screen consist of a bunch of tedious pirates engaging in nonsensical chatter recording. These conversations is utterly pointless, Sengoku. You should delegate this trivial matter to someone else. The sky screen had materialized across the globe in an instant, and 10 days had elapsed since then. Tsuru complied with Sengoku's orders to document the characteristics of this new phenomenon, while simultaneously attempting to glean insights into the movements of the pirates. The Marine Admiral sought to acquire additional intelligence through this endeavor. Leading her staff, Tsuru meticulously analyzed the various attributes of the sky screen. Firstly, speaking on the sky screen requires the use of the speaker's real name. Secondly, the content of the speech must be truthful. As the Marines had conducted tests in this regard, falsehoods would not be recorded by the sky screen. Thirdly, there were no spatial restrictions. Messages could be left on the sky screen regardless of one's location. Due to this third characteristic, the content on the sky screen was exceedingly diverse, ranging from individuals searching for lost loved ones to pirates seeking to reunite with their crews, and even to foolish pirates who, in a flurry of trash talk, inadvertently revealed their positions and were subsequently apprehended by the Marines. With this newfound avenue for free expression, grievances against the Tenryubito, denunciations of brutal governance, and expos of certain pirate crews proliferated in the sky screen's chat content. Consequently, the global perception of the Tenryubito deteriorated further, which explained the Elder Star's stern directive for the Marines to investigate this matter thoroughly. Ideally, they wished to shut down the sky screen altogether to avoid the discomfort of constant online harassment. In summary, what may have seemed like minor issues were, in fact, substantial. The Marines were already understaffed, and now they had to divert personnel to monitor the sky screen. As a Marine officer, Tsuru could only helplessly protest to her old friend, requesting that Admiral Sengoku rescind the order. "Tsuru, I understand your predicament. Please endure for a few more days. If nothing changes after that, we won't need to assign so many personnel to monitor it," Sengoku replied politely to his old friend, his tone markedly different from his often brusque demeanor towards Garp. Tsuru's contributions to the Marines were no less significant than those of the famed Marine hero, and she had never caused a mess, unlike certain other officers. As lunchtime approached, Sengoku and his companions agreed to head to the mess hall together. After all, dining on government provisions required no expenditure. Every meal was a gain, as the funds were ultimately provided by the world government. "Look, the sky screen has changed," Tsuru exclaimed, capturing the attention of Sengoku and Garp. The sky screen, once filled with a myriad of chat messages, had now been completely cleared, rendering all users unable to speak. The background turned pitch black, contrasting sharply with a line of blood-red text that read, "In one day, we will assess the Devil Fruit users whose abilities will profoundly influence the future of the world. Each of them is a pinnacle of existence upon the seas." The sky screen transcends time, offering commentary on their life stories, highlighting hidden strengths, evaluating their ambitions, and narrating their significant impact on the future. While showcasing pivotal battle scenes, we invite the entire world to anticipate this. Is such a thing truly feasible? To know events that will transpire in the future? "Alas, I'm not a devil fruit user," Garp mused. Even he, with his carefree nature, could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. No one could predict the future, and for the Marines, their generation struggled to hold the fort. The system of the Shichibukai was a slap in the face, an affront to his sense of justice. "Sengoku, do you know of such a devil fruit?" Tsuru, having aged, held little hope for herself. However, her heart was heavy with concern for the future of the Marines and her granddaughter. Konpeki, some matters were slipping beyond the Marines' control. If the sky screen were to reveal horrific visions of the future, how would the current Marines contend with it? Such a bothersome affair. Even wanting to have a meal is disrupted. "Tsuru, please notify the vice admirals at headquarters and call for a meeting." Sengoku sighed, rubbing his temples even with the wisdom inherited from the Buddha through his devil fruit. The impending events were beyond anything he had ever encountered, leaving him uncertain of what future awaited the Marines. Not only were the Marines anxious about their fate, but the elder stars of the world government were equally vigilant. They remained ever wary of Joy Boy's prophecy, having not relaxed their vigilance even after 800 years. Could this sky screen be connected to Joy Boy, that ever-looming specter? Upon receiving news of the developments, pirate crews of all sizes momentarily set aside their bloodshed to prepare for the impending revelry, each hosting grand feasts to celebrate what might come to be acknowledged by the sky screen and listed would be an immense honor. A chance to gain renown among the global populace. The allure it held for pirates was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army, hidden within various kingdoms, temporarily ceased their subversive activities, awaiting the future as foretold by the sky screen under the command of their supreme leader, Dragon. "Nami, you are my comrade," Luffy proclaimed from atop the ruins of the paradise, as Nami, clad in her straw hat, wept openly in joy. He had truly accomplished it. This remarkable individual had defeated Arlong and liberated the village. Each day unfolds in a repetitive rhythm, yet at least a respite of 2 days each week remains. Suddenly, the snowflakes swirl down, blanketing the ground in a pristine layer of white. Uchiha Yamashita, in a flurry of urgency, bursts through the door, calling out loudly as he runs. In the courtyard, a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, gently sweeps the accumulated snow with a broom, clearing a path. Noticing Yamashita's hurried approach, she sets down her broom and greets him with a warm smile. "Ah, Yamashita has arrived. Good morning, Aunt Yun." Yamashita responds, halting abruptly, standing with earnestness as he bends deeply to acknowledge the woman before him. "After finally getting 2 days off, why aren't you resting at home? Why venture out so early?" Aunt Yun steps closer, lightly brushing the snow from Yamashita's shoulders. "I came to find Kai. You know, Aunt Yun, I can now condense chakra. I can truly condense chakra." Yamashita exclaims, his excitement palpable. "How remarkable. With such splendid news, I am sure little Kai will celebrate heartily today. However, he is still asleep, so do not disturb him just yet. I shall procure some delightful treats, and we can enjoy a fine meal together at noon. Please invite him to join us as well." Aunt Yun maintains her gentle smile, exhibiting no excessive surprise. After all, it is not unusual for a child to begin mastering chakra at the age of 7, which is considered a late start for a ninja. Indeed, Kai is quite particular, allowing no one into his room. Yamashita pouts slightly, momentarily tempering his enthusiasm. He quickly steps back, bowing once more to Aunt Yun. "I sincerely appreciate your ongoing kindness. Aunt Yun, thank you for caring for Ring. Soon, I shall become a ninja, and when that day comes, I will earn money to buy you an abundance of treats. That is something to look forward to." Aunt Yun affectionately ruffles Yamashita's hair. Although merely a servant of the Uchiha clan, brought in by Uchiha Kai, she has come to be regarded as family by both Kai and Yamashita's siblings. Having no children of her own and losing her husband in the Third Shinobi World War, she embraces their affairs as if they were her own. Inside the house, Uchiha Kai is currently suspended upside down from a beam, his feet resting upon it while his body dangles downward, arms wrapped around the beam. The floor is strewn with sheets of white paper, each densely inscribed with meticulous writing. Everything is laid out before him, and he hangs there to admire his creations. Something feels slightly off, but I cannot pinpoint the issue," he murmurs to himself, then withdraws the chakra from his feet, plummeting towards the ground. Just as his body nears the floor, he gently supports himself with his right hand, executing a smooth aerial spin to land soundlessly on the ground. Grabbing a sheet from the floor, he sits down, studying the content intently. The 12 hand signs for ninjutsu creation have already been organized according to the ABC grouping method. Even the techniques from the sealing book have been deconstructed in a programming manner. So why is it that I cannot create what I desire? Kai sat upon the ground, inhaling deeply, his eyes closed in contemplation of the issues plaguing him. Indeed, as he had mentioned, the Book of Seals was something he had encountered years prior. This artifact could be classified as one of the most confidential secrets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, 3 years ago, at the tender age of 4, Kai had stealthily ventured into the Hokage's office to peruse its contents. As a transmigrator, he was not devoid of any advantages. Upon his arrival in this world, he had initially been bewildered, but once he discerned that it was no mere dream, he was overwhelmed by shock. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, while others might unlock a single tomo at a time, even the prodigies among them often began with a double tomo. However, for Uchiha Kai, Such processes seemed unnecessary and cumbersome. Astonishingly, at merely 2 months old, he manifested the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. This occurrence was so extraordinary that not even his deceased parents had ever been aware of it. Furthermore, by the age of 1, he had already recognized his chakra, which was typically scarce among the Uchiha clan. From the perspective of the entire shinobi world, his chakra quantity was deemed below average. However, the moment he became cognizant of the chakra energy within him, it astonished even himself. Despite the absence of a systematic guide, for such things existed only in fictional narratives, he had at least come to comprehend his own circumstances. He possessed immense mental prowess. Although his physical age was merely 7, his soul was decades old. Thus, in terms of mental strength, he constituted an extraordinarily formidable presence. This was the reason he could attain the realm of the Meijiki in one fell swoop. At 4 years of age, chaos engulfed the Hidden Leaf Village with the emergence of the Nine Tails, coinciding with the birth of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Sensing the turmoil that had befallen the village and the concentration of all defenses against the Nine Tails, Kai effortlessly infiltrated the Hokage's office. Despite the considerable presence of Umbu guarding the Uchiha clan, perhaps the higher-ups of the village scarcely believed anyone would dare to steal the Book of Seals. Yet such a notion was not entirely secure. It was unimaginable that the Book of Seals contained actual seals. Had Kai not been exceedingly cautious before opening it, he would have been unable to evade the ensuing attacks released from within. After hastily surveying the contents, he quickly closed the book. Yet the means of countering the attacks unleashed from it could not be reassembled. Moreover, aside from the initial 2 entries he had glimpsed, the rest remained sealed and entirely inaccessible. Nevertheless, this incident marked the sole flaw he had left in his life. The Uchiha clan may have been lacking in various aspects, but one area stood out, a repository of knowledge akin to a library. This space housed a vast collection of books and even openly displayed numerous ninjutsu scrolls, accessible to any member of the Uchiha clan without restriction. Even children lacking in power were free to peruse its contents, with no one to deter them. Naturally, the majority of those present were of C rank or lower. Having absorbed so much knowledge, the remaining time was devoted to studying and dissecting ninjutsu, meticulously arranging all hand signs in alphabetical order to uncover distinct elements within. Yet, he pondered, creating such grandiose offensive techniques without practical experience left him uncertain of where the flaws lay. Kai slowly placed the paper in his hand onto the ground. Following that, he abruptly stood up and rushed to the door, flinging it open, only to be met by a gust of fierce wind. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the scattered manuscripts within the room were swept away in an instant. Upon glimpsing the scene outside, Kai swiftly slammed the door shut once more. What? It's snowing. A shiver coursed through him as he turned to the bedside and donned his thick cotton coat, wrapping a scarf around his neck, and picking up a white mask from the bed. However, this time he chose not to open the door. Instead, he secured the bolt and leaped out of the window, vanishing from the spot. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white, and within just one night, the entirety of Konoha, including the surrounding areas, had been enveloped by the heavy snowfall. Every tree was clad in silver, some branches bowed under the weight of the snow. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. The only evidence of a presence was the faint footprints in the snow, while the rest of the area remained untouched. Yet, it was not long before the footprints were obscured by the relentless wind and snow. Shadow clone technique. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Uchiha Kai raised his right hand and called out. In an instant, a plume of white smoke enveloped him, and several identical figures appeared in the blink of an eye, scattering in various directions. Transformation technique. The original continued onward while one of the clones remained behind, cautiously surveying the surroundings before perching on a branch, forming a seal with its hands and transforming into a bird perched atop the treetops. The Death Forest. This was the largest forest adjacent to Konoha. Yet it was also the area with the weakest defenses. The forest resembled an immense labyrinth, and under normal circumstances, few would venture within its depths. Of course, there were still members of the Umbu guarding the areas connecting the Death Forest to the village. Fortunately, being a member of the Uchiha clan, which occupied the outermost regions of the village, there were no guards stationed at the point where the Death Forest met their territory. After all, the Uchiha clan, with its formidable power, had long since dismissed the notion that anyone would dare to assault their clan from the direction of the Death Forest. This provided Kai with a natural barrier. Actions that would typically draw attention could be carried out within the depths of the Death Forest without arousing suspicion, as long as he kept the noise to a minimum. With light footsteps and remarkable speed, He traversed through the forest until he arrived at a small stream. The flowing water had not frozen, but the puddles nearby were completely encased in ice. The snow on the ground was relatively sparse, shielded by the towering trees above. In the denser areas, the ground remained largely undisturbed, untouched by the white blanket. Standing on a tree branch, Kai, aware that no one would come to this place, still took a moment to scan the surroundings cautiously. Once assured of his solitude, he gracefully leaped to the ground. Let us give it a try. He raised his hands and, with incredible speed, began forming seals, his hands moving rapidly before his chest. Water style, infinite surge. Suddenly, a water sphere approximately 20 centimeters in diameter materialized before him, and with a swift thrust of his right hand, the sphere erupted, sending a barrage of droplets hurtling towards the distance. The water droplets shot forth like bullets, piercing through a distant tree and creating a substantial hole in an instant. Impressive power. He continued, forming seals once more to conjure another water sphere, meticulously inspecting every detail. After several attempts, he finally paused. The trees before him bore the marks of his assault. One had even toppled but was held aloft by another tree. This technique allowed for fixed-point attacks, unable to move. With a fan-shaped attack direction covering a radius of 50 meters, capable of targeting both single and multiple enemies. Its advantages lay in its rapid attack speed, significant power, and extensive range, while its drawbacks included immobility, excessive sealing time, and the multitude of seals required. After analyzing the concept of this newly created ninjutsu, Kai let out a resigned sigh, ultimately deeming it a subpar technique. Suddenly, he felt a constricting grip around his neck, inducing a powerful sensation of suffocation. The overwhelming pressure made him contemplate activating his Manjiki Sharingan to eliminate his captor. Yet, he understood that if he unleashed that power without swiftly dispatching both assailants, he would undoubtedly perish. Suppressing his rage, the confidence he typically exuded was replaced by an inability to speak. Jisue, this individual should belong to our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Itachi's slow approach, Uchiha Jisue eased his vigilance, releasing his grip on Kai's throat. Cough. Cough. As he relaxed, Kai gasped for air. The coughing fits racking his body. If memory serves me correctly, you should be from the civilian district, right? What brings you here? Itachi inquired, looking down at Kai from his elevated position. I merely took a wrong turn and inadvertently arrived here. I mean no harm, get away from here. If you dare approach this place again, I will kill you. Uchiha Jisue interjected coldly, not allowing Kai to finish his sentence. The chilling tone he used could not be attributed merely to a fellow clan member. It was a sentiment that would likely extend to any outsider as well. The fact that he was addressing someone who could very well be a distant relative only added to the sting of disdain. To his surprise, he was met with such disdain from his own kin. Jisue, brother, I am not your brother. Do not address me as such. Despite enduring such humiliation, Kai nonetheless rose to his feet and called out with a hopeful expression. Yet, before he could finish his words, Uchiha Shursui interrupted him once more. His brow furrowed in distaste as he remarked, if I recall correctly, your name is Uchiha Kai, is it not? Indeed. You were granted the opportunity to study within our clan's grounds, yet you chose instead to pay your own way to the Ninja Academy. Astonishingly, after spending over half a year there, you have not even managed to grasp the fundamentals of chakra. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a worthless individual? Uchiha Itachi spoke with a similarly harsh tone, his disdain appearing even more pronounced than that of Uchiha Shursui. Kai feigned a sense of despondency, lowering his head in silence, choosing not to entangle himself further in the matter, and turned away, striding towards the road not far ahead. What a waste! Uchiha Shursui scoffed disdainfully, even as the figure departed. Within the Uchiha clan, the two of them were undoubtedly figures of immense prominence, held in high esteem. One was the youngest and most renowned member of the Uchiha clan, while the other was the son of the clan leader. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy in his first year, his Sharingan awakening boasting two tomo, they epitomized the quintessential victors of life. It was rather understandable that they looked down upon those in the lower echelons, whose highest achievement was merely attaining the rank of Nin. Kai did not dwell excessively on the matter. Watching the two individuals turn and continue their journey towards the training grounds, he rolled his eyes slightly, pursed his lips, and let out a faint sigh. A thought crossed his mind. No wonder that rascal met his end so early. Although such thoughts surfaced, he soon found solace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, returning to their previous location, atop the treetops, a black crow perched majestically at the pinnacle of a grand tree. Notably, the crow had activated its Tutomo Sharingan, quietly observing the events unfolding in the training area. Uchiha Shursui repeatedly demonstrated his body flicker technique, tirelessly explaining it to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, the crow was keenly aware of all that transpired. With a sudden bang, the crow transformed into a plume of white smoke. However, during its disappearance, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi directed their gazes towards the treetop. "Did you sense something?" Uchiha Shursui inquired. "It seems there was a chakra presence over there." Uchiha Itachi responded, his expression grave. "Do you think it was that little rascal from earlier?" "Impossible. I specifically checked with my Sharingan. Although he does possess chakra, it is exceedingly weak, nearly negligible." Uchiha Itachi replied. After all, from the moment he first detected Kai, he had been using his Sharingan to ascertain whether the individual was employing a transformation technique to approach them. Ultimately, the result revealed that while there was chakra within the individual, it was pitifully faint. Little did they know the immense effort Kai had exerted to alter this very situation. Having dispelled his shadow clone, Kai now strolled leisurely along a path blanketed in silvery white snow. Each breath exhaled formed visible wisps of vapor, especially pronounced in the stillness of the air. The surrounding colors had coalesced into a uniform hue, and the dazzling reflections compelled Kai to squint slightly as he walked. As the shadow clone returned, two sets of memories converged seamlessly. His mind vividly recalled Uchiha Shursui instructing Uchiha Itachi on the application of the body flicker technique. "This fellow is remarkably clever," Kai mused, for he had conceived the idea of utilizing shadow clones while enabling his true self to swiftly traverse between each clone, thereby creating a seamless connection among all the clones through the body flicker technique. This method, under normal circumstances, should traverse through the chakra domains he had created. It seemed akin to the flying thunder god technique, did it not? Kai Weiwei pondered for a moment, her mind inevitably beginning to contemplate the specifics of this method. The ability to swiftly traverse to a location marked by one's chakra certainly qualifies as a form of rapid short-distance movement. That bastard Uchiha Itachi probably wouldn't be able to master it either. Kai offered a light-hearted mockery, suggesting that such a skill requires formidable competitiveness and exceptionally meticulous chakra control. In terms of chakra mastery, Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly ranks among the most adept. However, at this moment, he certainly does not possess that level of mental acuity. It might be worthwhile to explore this further, as it indeed presents an extraordinary method of evasion. With a grin, Kai continued to stroll leisurely with his hands tucked into his pockets. As for the response of the chakra within his own body, he had mastered a particular technique by the age of 4. When the wife of the 4th Hokage, Kushina, was still alive, he often received various items from her, and eventually gleaned some knowledge of sealing techniques. He then tailored certain seals to his own circumstances, with the straightforward aim of concealing his chakra. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan are prevalent throughout the village of Konoha. Should his modest abilities be discovered, it is likely that he would be seized by the Umbu for human experimentation. As the Uchiha clan made their way toward Konoha, Kai ambled along, contemplating various thoughts when he noticed a group of children surrounding a young girl crouched on the ground, relentlessly mocking her with raucous laughter. Not far off, another young lad was ambling towards the scene. Was it the boy with yellow hair? Or perhaps the girl with black hair? The real concern was that she was being ridiculed as the Byakugan monster by the others. Kai could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Although he was aware of the circumstances, he never anticipated encountering such a situation himself. It was utterly absurd, truly ridiculous, despite the incredulity of it all. He wondered why the other party would appear on this road. Nevertheless, a smile crept onto his face as he quickened his pace. Approaching the group of taunting children, he shouted, "What are you little rascals up to?" They appeared to be no older than 3 or 4 years, and he towered over them considerably. In any case, confronting 3 young ones should pose no significant challenge. "Who are you? Why are you meddling?" One of the children immediately retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Oh." Kai smiled faintly as he approached the young lad, deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor, and whispered into his ear, "I am of the Uchiha clan." The moment the name registered, the boy visibly panicked. For the majority of ordinary villagers in the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan was akin to a nightmare. Especially after they had assumed roles in the security forces, the actions of the Uchiha clan had incited public wrath. They frequently apprehended individuals for minor infractions, subjecting them to torment before their eventual release. This likely sowed the seeds for the clan's eventual downfall. Thus, upon hearing the name, the boy was overtaken by fear and immediately beckoned his 2 companions to hastily flee the scene. "Are you all right?" Kai gently crouched down, offering a reassuring smile as he lightly patted the shoulder of the young girl before him. "I am fine. as she lifted her gaze. The tears on her face were still quite evident. He had encountered members of the Hyuga clan a few times. The Byakugan, no matter how many times one observed it, always felt somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, the girl was indeed quite adorable, with her black hair framing her delicate visage, and the tears on her face evoked an irresistible urge to comfort her. What a charming little girl you are. But you must be of the Hyuga clan. Am I right? What brings you here? Kai inquired. The girl seemed at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Kai found himself greatly intrigued by her presence. She was none other than Hinata Hyuga, the grand princess of the Hyuga clan and the future heroine in many hearts. Haha, you are truly delightful. How about you become my wife? Kai suddenly blurted out this unexpected proposition. Hinata's previous fear dissipated momentarily, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. At her tender age, she likely did not fully comprehend the concept of marriage, yet she must have had some inkling. You scoundrel! What are you doing? The blonde-haired boy, who had been standing a short distance away, initially stood in shock upon hearing this, but quickly rushed over, standing beside her and demanding to know, "Who are you?" Kaming knowingly asked the little one, "My dear, I am Uzumaki Naruto. What do you intend to do by bullying such a small girl?" Naruto exclaimed. Kai smiled calmly and then reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily massive creature suddenly opened its eyes in a dimly lit space, exuding an aura of terror. Upon sensing the situation outside, it became evident that this was indeed a formidable entity. At this moment, even if it were offered 8 times the courage, one would not dare confront the being before them. After all, it was all too easy to imagine the multitude of eyes observing this scene from all around. So, your name is Naruto Uzumaki. Quite an impressive little fellow. Kai grinned, not overly concerned. He had no desire to stir up trouble or to be scrutinized by others, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Well, never mind. I'm off to find something to eat. Just as he uttered the words about food, a resounding growl erupted from Naruto's stomach, causing him to awkwardly lower his head in embarrassment. Ah, well, fate has brought us together. Let us go. I'll treat you to some ramen. Really? Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What do you mean, really? Help him up, and let us go grab a bite to eat. Then we can take him back. It's clear he must have wandered here by mistake. Kai gestured towards Hinata Hyuga, who was still crouching on the ground, and, with a hint of resignation, addressed Naruto Uzumaki. Leave it to me. I am quite familiar with this village, so I can ensure she gets home safely. Naruto responded with unwavering confidence. After a moment of hesitation, he contemplated personally escorting her, if only to gain some goodwill. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. He had no desire to engage with the members of the Hyuga clan. After all, in a few short years, he would need to find a way to leave this village swiftly. If the night of the clan's annihilation were to arrive, it would be too late to act. Very well, I shall leave the rest in your capable hands. Kairu gave a slight nod before turning around, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He continued walking towards the direction of Konoha. Hinata suddenly spoke up, her shyness evident, yet at least Kyra shifted his gaze towards her. The little girl, after standing up, bent down and, in a soft voice, expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. There's no need for thanks. Hurry up, we're off to eat ramen. Ramen. As they walked along, Naruto, with his hands shoved into his pants pockets, lifted his head high and strode forward, all the while chattering incessantly. Should we intervene? Kai led the 2 little ones, swaying gently as they made their way into the heart of the village. Due to the heavy snowfall, many shop doors were currently shut tight. Kaido walked in the lead, with Naruto Uzumaki striding alongside him, while the shy Hinata followed closely behind. However, in the shadows, a group of masked individuals, unmistakably members of the Konoha, lingered atop a rooftop. One of them, adorned with a fox mask, turned to his companion and inquired aloud. What is there to report about this? We can simply summarize our observations during the evening debriefing. After all, these are merely children. And reporting or not reporting makes little difference, remarked a figure wearing a tiger mask. But that one is from the Uchiha clan. Another interjected. I am aware. A first-year student from the Ninja Academy, who has yet to even gather chakra, a mere waste from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, we need only to observe. There is no need for such seriousness. Understood. After this exchange, apart from one individual who intently scrutinized the trio's every move, the rest merely remained, engaged in trivial chatter. Ichiraku Ramen. This location could be deemed the most advantageous spot in all of Konoha. It sat at the intersection of 2 prominent T-shaped thoroughfares, making it highly visible from afar and undeniably prominent. Adjacent to this establishment, there were no competing shops, thus ensuring a complete absence of competitive pressure. Regrettably, it was merely a small stall, but the awning extending outward provided some shelter from the elements. Overall, patrons sat on high stools, leaning against an area that jutted out from the counter to dine. There were 5 seats available in total, allowing for a limited number of diners at one time. Order whatever you desire. Today, I shall treat you, Kaido proclaimed generously as he gazed at the menu hanging on the wall. Really? Then I would like a large serving of ramen, and could you add some squid rolls, please? Naruto Uzumaki cautiously asked. And what about you? Kai gazed at Hinata and inquired. I can do it. Her response remained as bashful and soft-spoken as ever. With a silent sigh, Kai leaned against the counter. At his current height, he was nearly level with the counter, needing to slightly rise onto his toes to glimpse what lay within. Ah, welcome. What a delightful surprise to have a young guest. May I ask what you would like to eat? Behind the counter stood a man who appeared kind and approachable, likely in his mid-30s, with a smile that radiated warmth. Hello, boss. Could we please have 3 large bowls of ramen, and kindly add all the accompaniments? Thank you. Kai leaned directly against the counter and inquired, 3 servings? The owner of Ichiraka Ramen was somewhat taken aback. He peeked over the counter, only to discover 2 even shorter individuals below. Oh, Naruto is here too. The owner clearly recognized Uzumaki Naruto. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a smile, he seemed to consider that the 2 little ones might struggle to reach the counter if they were both leaning on it. Therefore, he promptly fetched a small dining table from a side shelf in the back room, along with several petite stools specifically for them. Please wait a moment. You can sit over here for now, the owner said with a smile before hurrying back to the kitchen. Before long, 3 large bowls of ramen were placed before each individual, each containing the same generous portion. However, the accompanying ingredients nearly piled the bowls high with a delightful peak. A discerning eye could easily spot various meats, squid, and an assortment of meatballs among the abundant toppings, which appeared truly plentiful. How sumptuous. I've never eaten anything like this before, exclaimed Naruto, unexpectedly filled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Let's dig in quickly. On such a cold day. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Kai, with unpretentious enthusiasm, was the first to grasp the chopsticks, diving into the meal with great gusto. Hinata, though still enveloped in shyness, delicately picked up her chopsticks and began to savor her food. I'm so full, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, having polished off an entire bowl, rubbing his belly in satisfaction while letting out a contented burp. It was quite surprising that the lady from the Hyuga clan managed to consume every last morsel of her generously filled bowl. As for Kai, a considerable portion of his bowl remained untouched. His appetite was not as robust. After all, at such a young age, finishing an entire bowl would likely be overwhelming. By the way, big brother, I haven't yet asked your name. Naruto suddenly recalled this question and curiously inquired of Kai. My name? I am Uchiha Kai. Though I doubt we shall meet again in the near future, this occasion seems to be our fate. Therefore, allow me to treat you both this time. And should our paths cross again, I would be more than willing to invite you once more. With a simple smile. He then stood up to ask the shopkeeper of Ichiraka Ramen about the total cost. Certainly, young patron, that will be 1,200 ryo. What? How can it be so expensive? That's enough for my living expenses for an entire month. Upon hearing such a staggering sum, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Here are 2,000 ryo, keep the change. Little Naruto, you are familiar with, so consider it as me treating him to 2 more meals. Kai casually handed over 2 banknotes to the owner of Ichiraka Ramen, expressing a nonchalant demeanor. No problem. You can come by whenever you wish, the owner responded, pleasantly surprised by the generosity of his young guest. As luck would have it, we are currently running a promotion. Here are 3 discount vouchers for you. We hope to see you again soon. With that, the owner retrieved 3 cards from behind the counter and handed them to Kai. However, upon merely glancing at them, Kai tossed the vouchers directly in front of the celebrity, stating, I have no need for these. You can take them next time. Oh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback but silently tucked the vouchers into his pocket. My name is Hinata. Thank you very much for your hospitality today, Kai-kun. Having already exited Ichiraka Ramen, Hinata politely inclined her body slightly towards Kai, her voice tinged with shyness. After expressing her gratitude, she did not wait for a response from the 2 and swiftly turned to run towards her approaching clan members. Kai gazed upon the scene before him, his heart betraying no emotion. He regarded this as merely a playful outing, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of his existence. Little one, I must take my leave. He patted Naruto on the shoulder and uttered a casual farewell before turning on his heel and departing. Naruto stood rooted in place, yearning to call out, yet he raised his hand, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, he could only watch the receding figure, silently remaining where he was, speechless. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, the teacher, Ebisu, was passionately elucidating the fundamental principles of ninjutsu from the podium. His fervent discourse bordered on the incessant. However, when he turned to survey the attentive crowd, he spotted one individual, sprawled across his desk, fast asleep, frustrated by the sight of scribbles covering the blackboard. Ebisu seized a piece of chalk and hurled it forcefully towards the student seated at the back. Uchiha Kai, if you wish to sleep, why not do so at home? Why must you come to the Ninja Academy? Since your arrival, you have slumbered through every class. Tell me, what have you learned? You still cannot even master chakra. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel you. Ebisu's voice resonated with anger. The classmates, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into merciless laughter. As for Uchiha Kai, he blinked groggily, rubbing the spot where the chalk had struck. Faced with the situation, Ebisu felt speechless, his frustration barely contained. Taking a deep breath, he slammed a book upon the desk and commanded, "Silence. We shall continue with the lesson." Turning back to the blackboard, he couldn't help but inwardly lament the presence of such an unremarkable individual within the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the ridicule from his peers, Kai remained impervious, displaying no extraneous emotions. Indifferent to their opinions, he continued to recline on the desk, surrendering to slumber once more. He was of the same age as Uchiha Deus-han. Both having entered the academy simultaneously, yet they had been assigned to different classes. The reason for his daytime drowsiness lay in his nocturnal nature. Akin to an owl, vibrant at night but lethargic during the day. As night fell, he would swiftly secure the door and stealthily slip out through the window. With the winter snow now melted, the weather was not particularly warm yet far from the chill of a snow-laden day. Within the depths of the Death Forest, Kai employed the same tactics as before to enter, dispatching shadow clones that transformed into various animals, soaring into the distance. All clones, including his own chakra, were concealed, ensuring that their energy remained undetectable. In the ninja world, creatures infused with chakra were abundant, and a faint trace of chakra was deemed quite normal. Albeit most individuals did not deign to employ such methods. After all, few clans possessed the ability to discern such nuances, with the Hyuga clan being Kai's greatest concern. Lightly equipped, the sky was devoid of clouds, and a full moon illuminated the ground, casting a unique charm over the familiar terrain. The banks of the stream had transformed into a small clearing. Though modest in size, it provided ample secrecy for various endeavors. All right, let us review previous concepts and see if this new creation yields results. Placing his small backpack on the ground, Kai stretched briefly before pressing his hands together, his eyes shifting to the mesmerizing pattern of the Sharingan. However, he was astute enough not to exhaust his ocular prowess in this location. Such actions would only diminish his vision. The purpose of activating the Manjiki Sharingan was to meticulously scrutinize the deficiencies in his newly devised ninjutsu. Tiger, boar, snake, rat, monkey. Following the hand seals inscribed on paper, he found himself somewhat clumsy, yet the sequence was completed within 2 seconds, thanks to its brevity. Once the seals were concluded, Kai directed his gaze to the distance, swiftly crossing his hands and intoning, "Ninjutsu. Fire release, firefly explosion." As the technique was unleashed, Kai, through the clarity of his Manjiki Sharingan, beheld a breathtaking spectacle. A web-like formation enveloped the area, with chakra points appearing every few centimeters, interconnected. The coverage could expand based on the amount of chakra he infused, and he could even manipulate the distribution of these chakra points according to his will. Explode. He forcefully brought his hands together, and in an instant, the densely packed chakra points detonated. The amount of chakra he invested was minuscule, resulting in a rather subdued explosion. Kai's objective was straightforward: to test the practicality and efficacy of his ninjutsu. The explosive power and range were already established. Not bad, he mused, feeling somewhat satisfied. For large-scale assaults, this technique seemed viable, yet he had yet to witness its impact upon reaching the ground. Within the confines of Konoha, such an attack would hardly have an opportunity to land. Nonetheless, preparing in advance would prevent him from squandering years of training. Boom. Just as he reveled in his success, a clone in the distance suddenly detonated, transmitting all it had observed back to Kai's mind. Closing his eyes, he absorbed the images seen through the clone's perspective, revealing an individual wearing a mask, yet unmistakably adorned with a forehead protector from the hidden cloud village. However, the real intrigue lay in the fact that this person seemed to be cradling a child. Was this truly the case? Why had they ventured to this place? Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. He was aware that Yun Hidden Village had come to the lumberyard. as this arrangement had been made over a month ago, finalized only during the day. However, he was taken aback that this situation had already arisen by nightfall. What perplexed him further was why the other party had ventured into the Death Forest and was advancing deeper within. Shouldn't such matters have been resolved by the Hyuga clan? Nevertheless, he pondered, what concern was it of his? Swiftly gathering his backpack from the ground, he conducted a meticulous inspection, confirming that no traces remained at the scene. He hastily slung the backpack over his shoulder and was about to turn away from the location when a sudden thought occurred to him. His gaze shifted towards the direction where the figure from Yun Hidden Village had departed, and in an instant, he dashed towards that way. However, as he ran, the individual from Yun Hidden Village glanced back, seemingly fleeing from something. Navigating through the forest, each step landed securely on the branches, indicating that this person was likely at least a chunin, exhibiting notable vigilance, though their awareness was lacking. With a sudden crash, seizing the opportunity while the individual turned back, a powerful kick struck them squarely in the face. The immense force sent the previously swift-moving figure hurtling backward, plummeting downwards. The child they had been holding slipped from their grasp, and just as the child was about to meet the ground, Kai swiftly maneuvered around a large tree and, at that precise moment, yanked the child upwards before leaping to the safety of an adjacent tree. Kai, big brother. The voice was faint. Yet the suddenness of it sent a chill down Uchiha Kai's spine. He was astonished that the little girl had recognized him. In the next moment, Kai immediately employed a transformation technique, altering his appearance, confident that the individual from Yun Hidden Village had not yet seen him. You have mistaken me for someone else. Kai wore an expression of exasperation, hastily concocting an excuse to brush it off. However, the ninja from Yunin Village, who had just fallen to the ground, had already regained his footing and discerned the presence of the two of them. Yet, this individual seemed disinclined to engage in battle, upon realizing the existence of others. He sought to make a swift exit. Still wish to flee? Kai wrapped one arm around Hinata Hyuga and, in the blink of an eye, positioned himself before her. With a swift motion, he formed a single-handed seal, and as lightning surged in his grasp, he shouted, "Lightning release." Chidori sharp spear. Almost instantaneously, a blade of lightning, approximately 10 meters in length, pierced through the opponent's right arm. As Kai slightly raised his hand, the opponent's arm fell to the ground. In a flash, he reappeared before his adversary and delivered a powerful kick to the chest. The force of the impact, combined with the injury to the arm, rendered the foe motionless on the ground. Hinata. Just a moment had passed when a voice echoed through the air. A figure rushed toward them with remarkable speed, launching an immediate attack on Kai. However, Kai had no intention of engaging in combat. With a sudden retreat, he raised his hand to halt the assault, stating, "Don't misunderstand. I merely saved her. The one you should apprehend is that individual." With that, he gently placed Hinata on the ground and leaped back several meters. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, hurried over to assess Hinata's condition. Upon confirming her safety, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to be consumed by a wave of rage as he glanced at the figure lying in a pool of blood from the Hidden Cloud Village. "Don't kill him." Bang. The words had barely escaped his lips when it was already too late. Hayashi rushed forward and, without hesitation, pierced a hole through the opponent's chest. Sigh. Kai helplessly shook his head. "Who are you?" After resolving the situation with the visitors from Yunin Village, Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brows and inquired towards Kai. "I saved your daughter. Is this truly the attitude you choose to adopt? The conduct of the Hyuga clan is indeed disappointing. I apologize. I acted impulsively just now. I hope you can forgive me." Hyuga Hazashi lowered his head while cradling his daughter. What was said earlier was indeed correct, regardless of the circumstances. It was the other party who saved his daughter, and addressing them with such demeanor was certainly inappropriate. "Who I am is of little consequence. But it appears you are embroiled in a significant dilemma. The Umbu will likely arrive here in approximately 3 minutes. I suggest you consider how to manage the situation at hand. If a reasonable course of action is not taken, your Hyuga clan will undoubtedly face repercussions." Kai was reluctant to involve himself in such matters, merely offering a brief warning. "Hold on." As Kai prepared to leave, Hinata hastily intervened, promptly inquiring about the meaning behind his words. Indeed, if an agreement could be forged with the Hinata clan, then on the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, he could lead the Uchiha siblings, Mountain, and his sister to safety. Was this not an opportunity? Kai paused, contemplating the situation, and promptly turned back. He leaped to a distance of approximately 10 meters from Hinata Hazashi and, with a faint smile, remarked that there were about 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining until the arrival of the Umbu. "I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. However, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" "In the future, I mean, in the event that the Uchiha clan faces annihilation. I need you to ensure the escape of 2 children from the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. But you need not worry, there is nothing for you to do, as I will personally bring the children to you. They are merely from the civilian district, thus posing no threat to the village. What do you think of this condition? The Uchiha clan may be annihilated? I am merely speaking hypothetically. Very well, I accept your condition, considering it as a favor for saving my daughter. However, you mentioned that our Hyuga clan might attract trouble. What do you mean by that? Hinata Hazashi had acted impulsively moments ago, but upon regaining his composure, he immediately contemplated the implications, eager to discern the response of the individual before him. This person hailed from the Hidden Cloud village, and the 2 villages were currently negotiating a collaboration. Their intention should be evidently clear. Abducting Hinata was solely for her Byakugan, given that lives had been lost. It was inevitable that the Hidden Cloud village would seize upon this incident as a pretext for hostility. It was likely they never intended to forge an alliance with Konoha. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen, would it not? Ko leisurely inquired, sensing that there was still ample time, even if the moment of departure had already arrived. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hazashi could somewhat speculate on the intentions behind the visit from the Hidden Cloud village. However, he questioned, you mentioned that killing him would pose a problem for my Hyuga clan. What kind of problem? Kai was indeed at a loss for words, yet at this moment, he yearned to depart from this place, wishing to remain uninvolved in these affairs. Ultimately, however, he spoke up, expressing that in the days to come, Union Village would undoubtedly use the pretext of war to demand that your Hyuga clan deliver the life of the one who took his life. And that individual was none other than you. Presently, escaping is futile. The Umbu have already infiltrated this forest of death. You may evade death yourself, but your brother's fate is far less certain. Nevertheless, solutions to such dilemmas do exist. It all hinges upon what price your Hyuga clan's leader is willing to pay. A price? I shall assist you in resolving this issue, provided your Hyuga clan can furnish me with cells from Senja Hashirama. How can that be possible? Where would our Hyuga clan procure such a thing? Hinata Hazashi inquired, his brows furrowed. At this moment, he was increasingly curious about the identity of the individual before him and had already discerned that the person was employing a transformation technique. Moreover, judging by the chakra exhibited, this person should be extraordinarily powerful. Why then would they opt for such a ruse? Your Hyuga clan has connections within Root. That scoundrel Danzo possesses an abundance of such materials. Find a way to retrieve them, and there's no rush to utilize them immediately. Simply procure them. When time permits, I shall pay you a visit. As Kai calmly spoke, he followed up with urgency, announcing that the members of the Dark Division would arrive in 30 seconds. All right. I promise you that I will do my utmost to assist you in this matter. Hyuga Hazashi, acutely aware of the impending arrival, understood the gravity of the situation. Spiral sphere. He skillfully formed a sphere with one hand, utilizing a technique devoid of hand seals. In a swift motion, he approached the lifeless body of a ninja from the Hidden Cloud village. He pressed the sphere directly onto the grievous wound that Hazashi had inflicted moments ago. In an instant, the once sharp incision transformed into a gaping hole. You came here merely for a stroll, as long as you deny any involvement. They from the Hidden Cloud village would not dare assert that they sent someone to capture Hinata. The evidence bears no relation to your Hyuga clan. All that is required is a refusal to confess. Until we meet again, let us anticipate our next encounter. As Kai spoke, in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The risk he undertook was immense. If he did not hasten his departure before being detected, escape would become exceedingly difficult. What significance did his formidable strength hold in such a scenario? It would not be long before such events inevitably attracted the attention of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he must return at once, ensuring that no mistakes were made and no evidence left behind. Indeed, as soon as Kai's heels left the ground, within mere seconds, a dozen individuals swiftly materialized at the scene, each clad in ninja battle attire and masked. Hinata Hazashi chose not to retreat. Instead, he stood quietly, embracing Hinata Hanabi. When the members of the Umbu arrived and beheld the fallen ninja from the Cloud Village, they momentarily hesitated. It was then that the leader, upon noticing only Hinata Hazashi standing there, approached with a tone laced with inquiry, asking if the Hinata clan should not provide an explanation regarding the incident. Preposterous. What explanation do I owe you? This affair has no bearing on our Hinata clan. Do your eyes not see? The wounds upon him were not inflicted by us. I merely happened to bring my daughter here and chanced upon the battle between 2 individuals. Before I knew it, they had departed hastily, and you arrived almost immediately thereafter. Surely, You do not believe that this matter concerns our Hinata clan? Hisashi furrowed his brow, retorting with indignation. Even in the current era, the Uchiha clan had not yet vanished, and in terms of numbers and strength, the Hinata family, boasting the largest population among all clans, remained formidable. The activation of the Byakugan was far simpler than that of the Sharingan, and the long-standing system of main and branch families within the Hinata clan meant that they largely adhered to the commands of Hisashi, the clan leader. My apologies. Upon our arrival, we found only you present. Thus, we naturally directed our inquiries towards you, overlooking other possibilities. I hope the Hinata clan leader can understand. If possible, we would appreciate your cooperation in our investigation. The leader, adorned with a canine mask, politely addressed Hisashi. Very well. I did not anticipate encountering such a situation during a simple outing. It is quite discomforting, Hisashi remarked, turning to leave. Yet, such words might have been disbelieved even by a dog. Who could accept that the leader of the Hinata clan would wander into the depths of the Forest of Death, located several kilometers from the village, without a clear path, merely for a stroll? However, in the absence of substantial evidence, none dared to obstruct the leader of the Hinata clan. Retrieve the body and conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the circumstances, the leader commanded loudly, struggling to see how the murder had transpired in the dim surroundings. Third Hokage, should you not provide an explanation to our Cloud Village? We approached your Leaf Village in good faith to forge an alliance, and now, one of our own has met his demise here. If this matter is not addressed, it seems our only recourse will be war. A robust figure, whose strength remained uncertain, leaned menacingly over the Hokage's desk, glaring at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, the third Hokage remained silent, puffing on his pipe, enveloping the room in a haze of smoke. He was not alone. 3 elder statesmen sat beside him, their gazes fixed intently on the furious representative from the Cloud Village. In response to the Cloud Village's aggressive demeanor, the third Hokage replied calmly, "We shall provide an explanation to the Cloud Village. However, we have yet to clarify the details. Once our investigation is complete, we will inform you. In the meantime, I suggest you take the opportunity to rest. What is there to investigate? It is evident that Hisashi is the culprit. You must present his body to us, or we shall declare war," shouted Danzo, unable to contain his anger, as he rose forcefully, pointing at the envoy from the Cloud Village. From a position of firmness, Danzo undoubtedly appeared more resolute than the third Hokage, who was preoccupied with internal conflicts. The Hokage was a figure of diplomacy, while Danzo often acted impulsively, leading to the current precarious state of the Leaf Village. "Is this your Leaf Village's stance?" inquired the Cloud Village ninja. Danzo remained seated. The third Hokage scolded, before taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling slowly, reiterating, "We will certainly provide an explanation. However, no evidence currently links Hisashi to the act of murder. Therefore, we must await a conclusion. Should your Cloud Village find it intolerable, war may indeed ensue. However, might I inquire why your men were deep within our Forest of Death? Should you not also provide an explanation for that?" The third Hokage's question rendered the Cloud Village envoy momentarily speechless. They could not possibly claim they were there to seek the Hinata clan's young princess, could they? "We shall await your response," the envoy ultimately declared, clenching his fists in a fit of rage as he stormed out of the Hokage's office. The audacity of the Cloud Village was staggering. They dared to act so brazenly within the Hokage's office, and a confrontation was warranted to teach them a lesson. Even the prospect of igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War seemed plausible to Danzo, who sprang to his feet in fury after the Cloud envoy had departed. "The Third Great Ninja War has only just concluded, and we have yet to recover. How can we wage another?" The third Hokage lamented, exhaling in resignation. "How do you suggest we handle this matter? Should this situation remain unresolved, it would indeed invite significant trouble. The outcome now hinged on the autopsy results. If it were confirmed that Hisashi was responsible, the burden of resolution would fall upon the Hinata clan, freeing the Leaf Village from involvement in the matter. The subsequent handling of the issue would rest solely with the Hinata family." One of the elders, who had been quietly seated, leisurely expressed this opinion to the third Hokage. "I concur, however, if the autopsy reveals no ties to the Hinata clan, the situation may prove more complex than anticipated," remarked Kotetsu, another elder. These individuals were high-ranking advisors to the Hokage, and most decisions were made collectively by the 4 of them before being enacted. After weighing the counsel of his advisors, the third Hokage sighed in resignation. Just then, a knock echoed through the Hokage's office, and before he could respond, Danzo barked, "Enter." The figure who entered was a member of the Dark Faction, his face concealed by a mask, an unmistakable emblem of his identity. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee, clutching a document in his hand. "Has the examination result of the corpse been concluded?" inquired the third Hokage. "Indeed, Lord Third. The current findings reveal no traces of injuries related to the Hyuga clan on the surface of the body, nor any manifestation of Hinata's chakra. However, the nature of these wounds is peculiar. The force exerted was remarkably precise. There are 2 wounds in total, one of which severed the entire arm. Yet, there are also burn marks present, indicating that the damage was inflicted by lightning release. Thus far, it appears that no known ninjutsu in the entirety of Konoha corresponds to this, though it bears a resemblance to Kakashi's Raikiri, albeit with significant alterations in its nature. The lightning scars did not extend to the surrounding area, which leaves us quite perplexed. The other wound is a massive hole in the chest. Only a technique as potent as the 4th Hokage's Rasengan could inflict such damage. The residual chakra is distinctly evident. Yet we have yet to identify anyone whose chakra aligns with this type. The individual reported earnestly, having conducted a thorough examination. Yet, the technique responsible for such wounds piqued the curiosity of even those adept in assassination. After all, they had never encountered such an innovative application of ninjutsu. Unless Kakashi had indeed advanced his Raikiri to a new tier, which seemed unlikely given his consistent presence in the dark faction. "Are you certain?" Danzo asked, his brow furrowed in tone grave. "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Very well. Leave the documents behind and return for now," the third Hokage said, calmly tapping the ash from his pipe. "Understood." With those words, the individual hastily exited the Hokage's office. As the door closed behind him, a flicker of confusion crossed the otherwise composed face of the third Hokage. "What shall we do next?" Danzo inquired. "What do you mean by what to do?" "I believe we ought to place the blame squarely on the Hyuga clan," Midogate-in boldly proposed, without a moment's hesitation. "That is unacceptable. The Hyuga clan is currently the largest family in all of Konoha. If we unjustly attribute this incident to them, the repercussions could rival those of the Uchiha clan's troubles. It would be wiser to find a scapegoat," T-Rune Koharu interjected, standing up to voice his dissent against Mido's proposal. "Unless we can definitively prove that Hinata was responsible, we cannot cast such accusations upon the Hyuga clan," he continued, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "Doing so could lead to even greater calamities. These few individuals might jeopardize the hard-won peace we have achieved, leading to the potential disintegration of our village. With the Uchiha clan already a source of unrest, any further discord involving the Hyuga clan could severely diminish our village's strength. Let us proceed with a superficial investigation and select someone from the prison to take the fall for this incident. We can deliberate on the subsequent inquiries later." The third Hokage concluded, deeming it the most reasonable course of action after weighing the pros and cons. Danzo had no significant opposition to this decision, as his objectives were clear. The importance of this matter, regardless of its implications for the Hyuga clan, was not as critical as it appeared, especially in light of the absence of evidence against Hinata. "Are you awake? You may rest today, but tomorrow you must resume your training." In his room, Hinata Hyuga sat quietly, turning his gaze towards the sound emanating from the bed, where Hinata Hyuga, her eyes wide open, was staring at him. Noticing the little girl's silence, Hinata could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Do you know who that person was last night?" "I don't know," Hinata replied without hesitation. Hinata had no desire to pursue the matter further and turned to leave her room. As Hinata lay on her bed, she closed her eyes but could still vividly recall the events of the previous night, Uchiha Kai's face etched in her memory. Yet, she knew these memories would remain locked away, never to be revealed to anyone. Time passed swiftly in their tranquil lives, and before they knew it, 2 years had elapsed, seemingly without significant change. Life at the Ninja Academy was both monotonous and tedious, compounded by the relentless mockery of others. Yet, for Kai, this was of little consequence. Despite being labeled as the bottom of the class, he exhibited no outward sign of concern. He endeavored to remain inconspicuous, often dozing off in class. Even in the 3rd year of the ninja program, he had only managed to master the basics of chakra manipulation, remaining utterly ignorant of techniques like the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, or substitution technique. "Ah, you're back." Before dawn, on a narrow path, Uchiha Kai was jogging steadily, beads of sweat on his forehead indicating he had already covered a considerable distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, accompanied by a fleeting shadow. Spotting Kai, the figure halted mid-run, and upon Kai's approach, they matched their pace together. With a thumbs-up gesture towards Kai, the individual exclaimed, "You know, our names are quite similar." Might Guy, the fitness enthusiast of Konoha, was indeed among the finest. Good morning, Kai-senpai. You're up early, Uchiha Kai greeted with a smile. Hey, it seems you've been here even earlier than I. I thought you might give up after a day or two, but you've persisted for over a month. Truly commendable. Might Guy responded, appearing composed and unfazed. For Uchiha Kai, ninjutsu and chakra were not significant challenges, even without special enhancements. His sharp intellect and photographic memory allowed him to perform remarkably well. Yet, he struggled with physical techniques. This endeavor serves as the foundation for all motivation. Although one may possess the assistance of chakra, the pursuit of speed becomes futile if one's fundamental physical constitution fails to keep pace. Initially, when I contemplated the idea of physical training, I never anticipated crossing paths with Might Guy. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, our paths intertwined. Senior Kai, my stamina is running low. Perhaps you should continue without me. Uchiha Kai gasped, his footsteps gradually slowing. Conversely, Might Guy, displaying an unusual tenacity, maintained his pace alongside Uchiha Kai, even running backward, observing the young lad of 8 or 9 years. With his right hand thoughtfully resting on his chin, he inquired with a serious curiosity, "How long have you been running around the village?" "Since departing from the Uchiha clan, this should be my 3rd lap." "Damn, am I becoming too complacent? I've resolved to rise earlier in the future and exert more effort in my training. However, your spirit is truly commendable. I've been meaning to ask why you are so determined to push yourself." Might Guy expressed a mixture of regret and self-reproach, before swiftly shifting his demeanor to inquire curiously about Uchiha Kai. "I possess chakra, yet I have never been able to master ninjutsu. Even the most fundamental techniques elude me, relegating me to the bottom of my class. Thus, I aspire to keep pace with my peers. I've heard that you, Senior Guy, have become a ninja relying solely on physical prowess, and I wish to emulate you," Uchiha Kai said earnestly, swallowing hard, unexpectedly moved by these words. Might Guy reminisced about his own past, recalling his time as the underdog in his class. Although he possessed a modicum of chakra, it proved utterly ineffectual. Unable to learn the ninjutsu utilized by others, he relied solely on his own diligence to reach this point. Indeed, that is a commendable ambition. As long as you are willing, I shall guide you in your training. Really? Uchiha Kai exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Might Guy's sudden declaration. He then paused, bending slightly while catching his breath before asking, "I will need your assistance moving forward. Do not overthink it. Training is arduous, particularly in the realm of physical techniques." Might Guy flashed his characteristic wide grin. As they resumed their run, he pondered for a moment and finally said, "Since I've decided to teach you, I will also present you with a gift. Tomorrow, your first goal is to run 10 laps around the village, and we shall meet in the woods in front of the village." Might Guy was indifferent to Uchiha Kai's clan affiliation. To him, the young boy bore a striking resemblance to his own childhood, especially considering his remarkable determination. 2 months of training had already revealed Uchiha Kai's resilience and perseverance. During this time, Might Guy had also taken the initiative to inquire about Uchiha Kai's background at the Ninja Academy, driven by curiosity about his journey. The information he gathered reflected Uchiha Kai's own words. He was indeed at the bottom of his class, almost to an extreme degree. Were it not for his Uchiha lineage, one might mistake him for an ordinary civilian ninja. Kai was momentarily taken aback, but as he continued to run, a smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "Then I shall trouble you with this, Teacher Kai. Tomorrow, I will run 10 laps around the village, ensuring not a single one is missed." Oh, this is what youth is all about. Let us ignite the flames of our youth and celebrate by running 20 laps tomorrow. Might Guy grinned widely, his enthusiasm palpable. A striking contrast existed between the towering Might Guy, now in his early 20s, and the petite Uchiha Kai, merely 9 years old. Their names bore a striking resemblance, which could easily perplex any onlookers. After all, such an endeavor was not something one could keep hidden. It was a blatant display of running around the entirety of Konoha. Might Guy had long since established himself as an elite jonin of the village and a formidable figure in the realm of taijutsu. If one were to speak solely of martial prowess, it is unlikely that anyone could rival him in the entire world, though this method of training might seem daunting. For Uchiha Kai, the current stage of his development was not conducive to further exploration of ninjutsu or chakra cultivation. The primary reason for his prior lack of focus on this aspect was that his body was still in a phase of growth. The absorption and exertion required for training could impose significant strain on his developing physique. However, at this age, such concerns began to wane. With a vast reservoir of chakra within him, and supplemented by nutritious training methods, his physical condition was poised for a remarkable transformation in a remarkably short time. The following day, Teacher Kai, may we take a moment to rest? At the break of dawn, while the majority of the populace still lingered in slumber, the duo, a towering figure and a small child, struggled along the road. Uchiha Kai, in particular, appeared as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, he had deliberately sealed away most of his chakra prior to their run. Yet, the sheer physical exertion nearly caused him to lose control and unleash his Sharingan. "Ah, this is youth, little Kai?" Might Guy seemed unfazed, merely breathing heavily. Upon hearing Uchiha Kai's plea, he waved enthusiastically, offering a thumbs up. Uchiha Kai felt as though he could not take another step. After all, Might Guy had bound 20-pound weights to each of his arms and legs. Given the situation, even running 10 laps unencumbered would have likely drained the very life from him. With such burdens, the prospect of completing 10 laps seemed utterly implausible. "Keep pushing, little Kai. I believe in you. After all, you are stepping boldly into the realm of youth." Despite the encouragement, Uchiha Kai struggled to keep pace with Might Guy. Each step felt overwhelmingly heavy, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, amidst the struggle, Uchiha Kai discovered something remarkable. Through relentless physical exertion, he could not only surpass his limits but also stimulate a significant enhancement in his mental acuity. Throughout the run, he found himself on the brink of uncontrollably activating his Sharingan multiple times. While chakra could be sealed, the Sharingan could not. Just a couple more steps. Just a couple more steps, he urged himself, despite the immense weight of each stride. Ultimately, he clung to the belief that he could push through, repeating the mantra to take 2 more steps. With this resolve bolstering him, he reached a point where his body seemed to operate on autopilot, devoid of thought. Eyes closed. Leaning forward, his legs moved instinctively. A single lap around Konoha spanned nearly 30 kilometers. To think of completing 10 laps under such conditions, sealed chakra and burdened with 80 kilograms, was an extraordinary feat. Kai, have you made your decision? Do you truly wish to take him on as a student? Perched atop Hokage Rock, Might Guy had already completed his 20 laps and sat alongside his old friend Kakashi, both sipping from bottles of drink. Kakashi had set his mask aside, having noticed the remarkable tenacity of Uchiha Kai in his physical training, reminiscent of Might Guy's own youthful days. "I have indeed made my decision. I announced it yesterday. If he can run 10 laps around the village, I shall become his mentor. However, this morning, I increased the difficulty by adding the 80-kilogram weights. Now you see, the strength of one's will to persist is the most vital quality. Never bow to the challenges of youth. Moreover, did you notice the attire he wears?" Might Guy inquired with a grin. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned to one of exasperation. After all, it was unlikely that any rational individual would choose to don the skin-tight garments favored by Might Guy. Yet, Kakashi understood that wearing such attire during weighted runs was indeed optimal for the body. "But are you not concerned about his Uchiha heritage?" Kakashi inquired calmly once more. "And why should I? In Konoha, you are of noble lineage, while I am but a commoner, yet we share a strong bond. Therefore, I have no qualms regarding his origins," Might Guy replied, still smiling. However, Kakashi had never witnessed his friend exhibiting such seriousness before. Realizing the depth of Might Guy's conviction, Kakashi sighed softly, took a hearty swig from his drink, and stood up. "I must take my leave. There is much to attend to in the village. If you find yourself with nothing to do, lend a hand," he said. "Oh," Kai offered a simple response, remaining utterly still as he observed Kakashi leaping down from the Hokage Rock, his heart devoid of any tumult. Surely, it was about time, wasn't it? Suddenly recalling the little Uchiha Kai, Might Guy smiled faintly before rising and leisurely making his way toward the small grove at the village's edge. Presently, Uchiha Kai could hardly be considered running. He was merely advancing with painstaking steps. It was uncertain when he had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. But the mechanical motions of his body propelled him onward. In front of the grove, Might Guy had presumably drawn a white line before setting off, and he stood there, awaiting the arrival of the figure gradually approaching him from the distance. This process was even slower than walking, the figure swaying precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, as the shadow drew closer, Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Uchiha Kai was enveloped in white steam, his head bowed, his body moving autonomously. With each step, he left a distinct footprint on the ground, although the path was not paved with stones. Its hardness was formidable enough to create such evident impressions with each stride, instilling a sense of dread. On the very first day of intensive training, he had already unlocked the 8 gates, and I had yet to begin instructing him. Might Guy gasped in astonishment, recalling that it had taken him 2 to 3 months of rigorous training to achieve the first gate. He vaguely remembered his father's initial training during his childhood, which involved running 10 laps around the village with added weight. Bang! Just a mere 10 meters from the finish line, perhaps his body could no longer endure the exertion, and he fell heavily to the ground. Might Guy instinctively prepared to rush over to assist him, but to his surprise, Uchiha Kai managed to stagger to his feet once more, taking a few faltering steps forward before collapsing again. Yet the finish line was tantalizingly close. He attempted to rise twice, ultimately in vain, before resorting to crawling toward the finish. Witnessing this, Might Guy gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, a surge of emotion prompting him to take a deep breath and shout, "Little Kai, youth is right before you. The finish line is within reach. Keep going." He refrained from rushing forward to assist, instead positioning himself at the finish line, his body trembling with excitement as he called out to Uchiha Kai. Whether it was instinct or the resonance of his voice, Uchiha Kai gripped the ground fiercely, inching forward even as blood trickled from his fingers. Yet, his indomitable will sustained his progress. Ultimately, the moment his right hand brushed against the white line, his body could bear no more, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, Might Guy swiftly crouched down, unhesitatingly hoisting Uchiha Kai onto his back, and hastily traversed the grove toward an uncertain destination. Upon awakening, Uchiha Kai jolted upright, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming pain that engulfed every nerve in his body, prompting an involuntary scream. "Brother Kai, you're awake," Uchiha Hinata exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy upon seeing him conscious. She hurriedly fetched a glass of water and personally brought it to him. "How did I get back?" Kai once again reclined, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Was this not his own room? Even the slightest turn of his head sent sharp pangs through the muscles of his neck. Curiously, he inquired of Ing, "Your brother brought you back, and it seems that Teacher Kai has already arranged for your leave." Ing replied in a sweet, childlike voice, "Oh, how long have I been asleep?" 2 days. It has indeed been 2 days. Kai now experiences an overwhelming sensation of immobility throughout his entire body. The intense pain radiating from within renders even the act of breathing a source of discomfort in his chest muscles. "Ing, please go out and play for a while. I need to rest a bit longer." Kai took a deep breath and spoke to Ing. "All right, Brother Kai, if you need anything, just call me." With that, he invoked the sealing technique, reversing the seal. Enduring the excruciating pain, he raised his hand, channeling chakra into his right palm before slamming it against his chest. Instantly, his chakra was released, providing a fleeting relief from the intense muscular agony. Furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the bed. Earth release, subterranean voyage. With the incantation, his right hand pressed firmly against the ground, which transformed from solid earth into quicksand in an instant, causing him to disappear beneath the surface. Below, in the vast underground chamber, the space was surprisingly large, comparable in size to his room, equipped with various facilities, yet devoid of windows, resembling a completely sealed environment. The surroundings were inscribed with various crude runes, all belonging to the realm of sealing techniques. As he descended, Kai couldn't help but let out a pained cry. He staggered to a bed fashioned from earth, inhaled deeply, and lay back, forming hand seals for lightning release. In the next moment, his body was enveloped in flickering lightning. The intense stimulation compelled him to scream, yet in this secluded space, no one outside could perceive his actions. No matter how loud he cried out, the sound would not escape this underground sanctuary. Most importantly, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan rarely cast their gaze toward the Uchiha clan, lest they provoke a misunderstanding. Thus, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, the Hyuga clan would refrain from such scrutiny. Therefore, Kai's stay in this hidden subterranean space was exceedingly secure. The lightning chakra could invigorate the cells, facilitating rapid relaxation. Though this process carried inherent risks, precise control over the chakra's release was paramount. Otherwise, he might risk severe injury. This method was inspired by his recollections of the situation in the hidden cloud village, designed to cultivate an environment more conducive to his training. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he lacked the protagonist's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, so alternative training methods were essential. "Little Kai, it seems you are recovering quite swiftly. Let us continue to harness the fiery spirit of youth. Today's goal remains 80 kilograms of weight, followed by 10 laps around the village before we proceed to other training." The next day, Uchiha Kai appeared as though he had completely recovered. With no obligation to attend the ninja academy, he dashed to Might Guy's side. The familiar white starting line he had drawn days prior was still clearly visible. "Oh, It is indeed time to embody youth, so I shall commence. Uchiha Kai grinned, took a deep breath, and then propelled himself forward in a swift motion. Might Guy, witnessing this, paused for a moment before swiftly matching Kai's pace. This time, compared to their previous session, his stamina had significantly improved. What once required an entire day to complete 10 laps was now accomplished in a mere fraction of that time. Remarkably, after just 3 days of rest, Uchiha Kai completed 5 laps without even breaking a sweat. His speed remained consistent, displaying an extraordinary aptitude for physical training that seemed almost innate. Might Guy's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated such a rapid improvement. After finishing the 10 laps, despite feeling utterly exhausted, he had completed the task at least 3 hours faster than the previous day. Although drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he still retained a spirited demeanor. In a small grove, following a couple of days of rest, Might Guy leaped into action, having somehow procured several colossal tree stumps. With one hand, he hoisted them, leaping into the air to drive the stumps into the ground. Each stump measured at least 50 centimeters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in length. Once embedded, they stood just over a meter tall. The next phase of training involved striking the stumps 2,000 times. If he failed to achieve this, he would have to complete 1,000 push-ups. This is the essence of youth, so let us begin, Might Guy exclaimed, revealing his bright smile. No problem, Uchiha Kai replied, springing to his feet, clenching his fists, and attacking the stumps with remarkable speed. As dusk approached, he continued to persevere with push-ups, even as exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. It was astonishing that the Uchiha clan had produced a fool who could not utilize chakra, yet here was a prodigy in physical arts. Observers in the vicinity noted their rigorous training, particularly given that Might Guy's prowess was well known throughout Konoha. Despite his inability to wield ninjutsu, no one in the village dared to underestimate him. Such formidable training, however, required immense dedication. Few could endure it. Yet, this was not their concern. The Uchiha clan was set to convene a clan meeting the following day, a crucial event, as whispers of rebellion were circulating among the clan members. We must focus on our own tasks, a man in a fox mask remarked to his companion before they vanished into the woods. Ah, what bliss! Beneath the night sky, Uchiha Kai reclined on a large rock, gazing at the myriad stars and listening to the gentle flow of nearby water. This serene moment was profoundly comforting. His body sprawled in a relaxed posture. He reveled in the cool breeze and the soothing sounds of the river cascading below the cliff. The fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate in an instant. 9 years have passed. Only 2 more years until that fateful day? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sat upright. 2 years? Tomorrow, the Uchiha clan would hold their meeting. Could it be that the intended target might perish today, and right here by this river? The realization surged within him, yet he remained uncertain about the precise timing of the event. More importantly, he questioned the specific location along the southern riverbank. Rising to his feet, he gazed through the moonlight towards the river ahead. The area behind him was already part of the Uchiha clan, while the expanse before him connected to the outskirts of Konoha, traversing the entire death forest. This implied that the area likely wasn't too vast. As for the Uchiha clan's gathering, it had little to do with him, Uchiha Kai. The summoned individuals were all of nin rank or higher. After all, the genin and ordinary folks from the civilian districts were beneath their notice. Shadow clone technique. Having pinpointed his target and direction, Kai instantaneously conjured a clone. The moment the clone materialized, it transformed into crows and other birds, each taking flight along the banks of the river, pausing at intervals. The ultimate evolution of the Byakugan required the amalgamation of all eyes, suggesting the extraction of the ocular power from each individual. What would happen if the ocular powers from all users of the Sharingan were combined? Having completed the earlier task, Uchiha Kai now simply needed to patiently await a catch. Without the necessity of constant vigilance, he reclined there, devising plans for the Uchiha clan's annihilation 2 years hence, contemplating how he might procure some Sharingan for himself. As for the scattered clones, he was particularly concerned about this matter because the original narrative had begun to shift slightly, revealing elements in reality that instilled fear within him. The Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, Kodo Amitsukami. This ability could erase all his memories and forcibly alter his thoughts, a concept that was profoundly terrifying and insurmountable for Kai. However, a simple solution presented itself. He could preemptively remove his own eyes, could he not? At this thought, Kai couldn't help but break into a grin. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. To experience such an atmosphere within the ninja world was indeed a rare luxury. Taking a deep breath, he extended his arms once more, feeling as though he were enveloped in a unique realm. An hour later, the birds formed from his clones were beginning to grow drowsy. Although utilizing lightning release could invigorate cellular activity, mitigating fatigue, the exhaustion from the day still lingered within his body. As midnight approached, it was only natural for them to feel sleepy. Even in their avian forms, their eyelids struggled to remain open, teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet, just as they were about to close their eyes, a sudden noise jolted them awake. Instantly alert, the bird's head turned towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a shadowy figure staggered along the southern riverbank. The person swayed, clearly indicating that they had sustained serious injuries. Perhaps their body could no longer bear its weight, for they collapsed against a large rock and began to cough violently. Uchiha Itachi? Meanwhile, another clone sensed someone rapidly emerging from the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Itachi had swiftly departed from the Uchiha compound, demonstrating remarkable speed. Kai, positioned in the middle, deduced without hesitation that the two had likely arranged this meeting beforehand. With a minute and a half to spare, it appeared to be ample time. Having calculated the likely encounter time, the clone instantly enveloped itself in a cloud of smoke, transmitting everything it observed back to the original's mind. Lying there, Uchiha Kai was nearly asleep when he received the incoming information. Upon processing it, he sprang to his feet with remarkable speed and vanished from his position, moving towards Uchiha Shursui. As he approached, maintaining a safe distance, Kai halted, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely along the riverbank. Upon hearing the cough, he rushed over, feigning surprise as he inquired, "Who is it?" gradually closing the distance. He was taken aback when he recognized the face before him, exclaiming, "Brother Shursui, what has happened to you?" With that, Kai hurried towards Uchiha Shursui. Even in his current state, upon seeing Uchiha Kai, Shursui still wore a disdainful expression. However, weakened by his injuries, he could hardly move. Leaning against the rock as he weakly asked, "What are you doing here at this hour?" "That's not important right now. I must get you back to the clan," Kai insisted urgently. The two were now merely 2 or 3 meters apart. Fully aware that Shursui was in no condition to fight, he noticed that Shursui's eyes still bore the state of the Manjiki Sharingan, indicating he had taken ample precautions. "Get lost. Don't linger here," Shursui coldly retorted, pushing himself to stand despite his weakened state. "Brother Shursui, let me call for help," Kai exclaimed, his face a mask of concern. In his haste, he turned, inadvertently tripping over the stone, and fell to the ground. However, sensing that Uchiha Itachi would arrive within a minute, he vanished at that very moment. Initially, Uchiha Shursui had not paid much mind to Kai, but when he saw him suddenly disappear, he was momentarily taken aback. Just as he began to react, a piercing sound reached his ears. Thud! A bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. Uchiha Shursui was known for his quick reflexes, yet the severity of his injuries and his lack of wariness towards Uchiha Kai left him vulnerable. "You bastard! 7 or 8 encounters, and you've scolded me 6 times. Since you're bound to die, I might as well send you off myself." Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned close to Uchiha Shursui's ear, whispering softly. The latter's mouth fell agape, a visage of disbelief etched across his face. Yet, even in the face of impending death, he swiftly unleashed the formidable power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Having reached this critical juncture, how could one allow this individual to escape? Turning around, my right hand brushed past the opponent's face, and Uchiha Shursui fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Such a pity. Only one, but that suffices. The technique I employed was derived from Kakashi's Chidori. While it possesses many merits, its noise is undeniably excessive. Spatial movement. The Manjiki Sharingan abruptly manifested, followed by the activation of the power from my right eye. Instantly, the eye radiated a central red hue, with 4 sides whirling around its periphery. As the power of the right eye surged forth, I vanished from my original position in the blink of an eye. Had this individual not belonged to the Uchiha clan, I would have likely obliterated all traces of his consciousness. However, due to his identity as Uchiha Shursui, no one would be able to probe into the memories of this corpse. Even if the information were to reach Danzo of Konoha, he would never allow such an investigation. Just as I departed, Uchiha Itachi arrived, drawn by the sound. Upon witnessing Shursui lying in a pool of blood, his face smeared with crimson, he appeared as if time had frozen for him. A look of disbelief and denial enveloped him, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably before he sank to his knees. After a prolonged moment, he hurriedly lifted Shursui into his arms, his mouth agape yet unable to produce a sound, tears cascading down his cheeks. Gazing at the gaping wound in Shursui's chest, His eyes widened in horror, his hand clutching Shirsue's clothing with all his strength. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, the color of his once three-tomo Sharingan began to shift, transforming into the Manjiki in an instant. Should I have witnessed this scene, I would have been unable to suppress a torrent of blood from my mouth, realizing that I had altered almost nothing in the original narrative, aside from acquiring an eye. Everything else unfolded as it was meant to, utilizing the powers of my right eye. I returned home in the blink of an eye to the underground space beneath my dwelling. Upon my return, I instinctively closed my eyes and pressed my palm against my right eye, unable to suppress the agony. Damn, it hurts. Kai expressed his frustration, remarking that it would be prudent to minimize its use in the future. Otherwise, what if it were to result in permanent damage to his eyesight? Kai murmured to himself, reflecting on the power of those eyes, which he had thoroughly studied years ago. The right eye commanded the ability to manipulate space, essentially granting him the capacity for escape. It was akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, yet fundamentally distinct. With his current strength, he could instantaneously move approximately 2 kilometers without a target. But when there was no specific destination, he merely needed to ascertain the direction of his departure, and in the blink of an eye, he could vanish from his original location. For Kai, this ability was solely a means of evasion. Thus, he felt no urgency to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. Whenever he wished, he could depart from this wretched place. As for the power of his left eye, it was indeed a unique enhancement bestowed by the Uchiha clan. In contrast, the left eye governed the power of time, enabling him to foresee events occurring within the next minute, while also allowing him to reverse his personal experiences by up to a minute. This ability was truly a boon. Even if he were to be suddenly ambushed and stabbed in the heart, as long as he could reverse the outcome in time, he would continue to live. With the foresight of his opponent's abilities, he could activate his Sharingan during combat, instantly discerning the situation of the next moment, regardless of the nature of the attack. Naturally, as he had yet to reach the eternal stage, Kai preferred not to exhaust his abilities unnecessarily, for he feared that one day he might lose his sight, rendering the risk not worth the potential gain. Slightly calming himself, Kai extended his right hand to observe the bloodied object within it, his entire hand drenched in crimson. The sight was indeed somewhat nauseating. Was this the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the heavenly god? It appeared rather unremarkable. With a faint smile, he raised his left hand and performed a single-handed seal, Earth-style, underground navigation. He returned to his room and retrieved a scroll from beneath his pillow. He placed the eyeball at the center of the scroll's circle of runes, concentrating his chakra in his right hand and pressing down as he exclaimed, "Seal." In an instant, the eyeball vanished, replaced by a prominent seal on the scroll. He closed the scroll and quickly found something to wipe his hands. Despite the excitement within, he could not withstand the fatigue of his body, and within less than a minute of collapsing onto his bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Uchiha Yamashita hurriedly rushed over. At that moment, the three were enjoying breakfast, and upon seeing the sudden arrival of Yamashita, Kai curiously inquired about his frantic demeanor, suggesting he had not yet eaten and inviting him to join them. Oh, Yamashita did not decline, pulling over a chair to sit down and taking a large bite of a pastry. As he chewed, he exclaimed, "You won't believe it. Something monumental has occurred. Brother, please don't speak while eating. You're splattering crumbs everywhere." Uchiha Hikari looked at her brother with exasperation. Noticing his sister's disdain, Uchiha Yamashita quickly covered his mouth. "Eat slowly. Don't rush. What has got you in such a tizzy?" Auntie Yun maintained her gentle smile as she rose from the kitchen, pouring a glass of milk and placing it in front of him. "Drink some milk first, and once you've finished eating, you can explain." Yamashita quickly swallowed his food, eyes wide with caution as he whispered, "It's a grave matter. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shirsue, died last night." "What?" Auntie Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting utter shock. While outwardly she appeared to be just an ordinary caretaker, she was, in fact, a ninja of modest skill. Unfortunately, her rank was low, making her somewhat powerless. A staunch supporter of the Uchiha clan's resistance against the village, she harbored immense resentment towards the village, especially since her husband had been sent into battle as cannon fodder during the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, what could she do with her limited power? Although she could not participate in clan meetings, she was well aware of their intentions. However, with Shirsue's demise, all hope would likely dissipate like mist. How unfortunate. Kai offered a simple response. Whether Uchiha Shirsue was alive or dead held no significance for him. He continued to eat and drink with indifference, completely disregarding such occurrences. "Kai, are you not astonished?" Daxian inquired. Of course I am surprised, but what does surprise amount to? Kai replied. Brother Shui is undoubtedly a formidable figure within our clan. Renowned on the battlefield as instantaneous Shui. If even he has perished, then the forces behind this must be far more powerful than we can imagine. What can we possibly achieve with our limited strength? Kai spoke with a calm demeanor as he lifted the cup of milk to his lips, draining its contents in one swift motion. He then gently placed the cup down, rising to his feet and declaring, well, it's time to commence another arduous day of training. Despite residing in the commoner district of the Uchiha clan, the route to school invariably took him past the periphery of the clan's territory. Today, the atmosphere among the Uchiha was particularly somber. As if each member had been struck by a profound loss, countless individuals walked with their heads bowed in silence. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, clenched his fists as he confronted the third Hokage. Sir, I wonder if you might provide clarity today regarding the circumstances of Shirsui's demise? Surely you must have some conclusions to share. It was quite peculiar that Danzo was present on this occasion, especially since Shirsui had only passed away the previous night. And Danzo was already bandaged as if he had sustained injuries. What brings you here today, Fugaku? Everyone mourns Shirsui's death, but why direct your inquiries at the third Hokage? Danzo furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. He had merely wounded Shirsui, and it seemed implausible that the latter could have perished. Danzo had come early to ascertain the situation's progression. If Shirsui had survived and divulged the truth to Fugaku, chaos would surely ensue. However, to Danzo's surprise, Shirsui had indeed passed away, prompting a heavy sigh of relief from him. The fatal wound on Shirsui was inflicted by Kakashi's Chidori. I doubt anyone else in the village could replicate such an attack, Fugaku remarked icily, aware of the distinctive nature of Chidori, which caused extensive damage. The ninjutsu renowned throughout Konoha was limited, making it easy to identify the source of the injury. Impossible. Kakashi was on duty at the Hokage Tower last night, surrounded by many others who can attest to his whereabouts. He could not possibly have killed Shirsui, and given Kakashi's prowess, he would not have been a match for Shirsui. The third Hokage, while cognizant of Shirsui's death, was uncertain of the means by which it occurred. Nevertheless, the grim expression on Fugaku's face suggested that the circumstances pointed to a Chidori-related demise. If there is a dispute regarding the facts, let Kakashi come forth to clarify. Fugaku insisted, unwilling to engage in further discourse. While summoning Kakashi poses no issue, are you certain that the wounds on Shirsui unequivocally stem from Chidori? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, grappling with the enigma of the situation. Kakashi's presence at the Hokage Tower was indisputable, yet questions lingered as to the origin of the injuries. This is no longer a matter of doubt. The marks left by Chidori are unmistakable. Are you questioning the judgment of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku's anger was palpable, his tone sharp and commanding. Tomorrow, I will ensure that everyone gathers to confront this matter. We, too, grieve for Shirsui's passing, but we demand answers. For now, return home. And we shall reconvene once we have gathered more information. The third Hokage slowly rose, temporarily placating the situation. I hope the Hokage can provide us with a satisfactory resolution. The threat in Fugaku's words lingered as he exited. Left in the office were the third Hokage and Danzo, who calmly turned to Danzo, addressing him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Surely, you have a role in this matter, Danzo? What does it matter to me? Danzo replied, accustomed to the nuances of their long-standing relationship. Regardless of our history, I prefer to remain uninvolved. I trust you to assess the Uchiha situation on your own. So I suggest you maintain your distance for a while. The third Hokage, fully aware of Danzo's character, chose to remain composed, despite suspecting a connection to the incident. He refrained from discussing potential repercussions. Meanwhile, on the Hokage Rock, Mato Guy and Kakashi sat together. Guy, having arrived later, tossed a beverage to Kakashi and inquired, "You seem rather unwell today. You've heard about Shirsui's death, haven't you?" Kakashi replied, "Indeed, I am aware. The third Hokage summoned me to confirm that Shirsui's demise was attributed to my Chidori." "How can this be possible?" Guy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You've never taught it to anyone. If someone killed Shirsui and escaped, their abilities must be extraordinary. Who could wield Chidori and possess such swift movement?" Kakashi mentally reviewed the elite shinobi of Konoha, finding no one who matched the description. It is indeed perplexing. The combination of speed and mastery over Chidori is rare. Almost as if it describes you, Kakashi, Guy remarked, casting a knowing glance. Itachi has provided insight. Having witnessed the use of Chidori, Kakashi pondered, the weight of the situation heavy upon them. In a mere span of seconds, as time elapsed, Not only did he fail to catch sight of the opponent's figure, but he also did not perceive even a trace of their chakra. This indicated that the opponent's speed had undoubtedly reached a level akin to teleportation. Do you truly believe I possess such swiftness? Kakashi rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. The crux of the matter lay in the current circumstances. Although the Uchiha clan chose not to pursue the issue, and Konoha village also refrained from inquiry, it was evident that the majority would ultimately attribute the blame to Kakashi himself. It felt as though a foul burden had been cast upon him. Even if he were to rid himself of it, the lingering stench might forever remain. This was fundamentally what plagued Kakashi's mind. Observing his dear friend's discomfort, Kai found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with a hint of seriousness, sensing the impending storm. You surprise me with such remarks, Kakashi quipped in response. Following this, as if struck by a sudden thought, he curiously inquired about the Uchiha Kai. It's too soon to say. However, he is indeed an exceptional individual, possessing great perseverance and the ability to endure. Who knows, he might even surpass me in the future. Oh, to receive such high praise from you is remarkable. You shall see for yourself in due time. With a smile gracing his lips, Kai reflected on the curious coincidence that two individuals, sharing the same final character in their names, had unexpectedly found themselves together. Might Kai seemed to have never experienced such a feeling before. Whenever the name Uchiha Kai was mentioned, an undeniable joy surged within him. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there was an elite jonin willing to take on the role of a mentor. As long as the student coordinated with the school, daily attendance was unnecessary. A sporadic visit to attend fundamental classes sufficed. Presently, Uchiha Kai embodied this arrangement. Even when Might Guy was on a mission, he dedicated himself to rigorous physical training and self-discipline. This not only honed his physique, but also nurtured his mental fortitude, vital for the Uchiha clan. Setting a daily goal of running 10 laps around the village was no longer a mere basic task. Initially, the first few months were exceedingly arduous, yet after a year, adapting to this routine rendered those 10 laps a mere warm-up exercise. The weight he bore, which began at 80 kilograms, had nearly multiplied tenfold. Nevertheless, running 10 laps around the village now took merely 2 or 3 hours. His speed was so remarkable that the dust kicked up behind him danced in the air. 5,000 punches. In the forest, countless wooden stumps lay shattered. The force behind his strikes was so swift that the shadows of his fists could be discerned, accompanied by a series of resounding impacts against the stumps. Completing 5,000 punches took merely 2 minutes, yet the stump he targeted was left with a massive gaping hole. Truly, he was an intimidating force. Though Might Guy was aware that Uchiha Kai would not slacken in his training during missions, he nevertheless entrusted Kakashi with overseeing matters before his departure. Throughout, Kakashi remained concealed, meticulously observing the now 11-year-old boy. He had grown taller, but more significantly, his physical prowess had escalated to a terrifying degree. Brother Kai, a youthful voice called out. Subsequently, a figure gradually approached from the periphery, glancing back as if wary of being discovered. Hinata Hyuga? What brings her here? Kakashi murmured to himself, perplexed as he perched in the tree. Ah, my little wife has arrived. Kai paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he greeted the others. In that instant, Hinata Hyuga's face flushed a deep crimson, and even Kakashi, seated at a distance, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was utterly perplexing how the younger generation could engage in such antics. Was this something one could casually express? If the old man Hisashi Hyuga were to find out, he would surely be furious. Here was a grown man in his 20s who had yet to find a girlfriend, while this young lad had already mastered the art of wooing women to such an impressive degree. It was too embarrassing to continue observing. He closed the book in his hands and swiftly leaped away. Kai, I brought you something to eat, Hinata said, her gaze cast downwards, her demeanor radiating shyness as she bashfully presented her lunchbox. Truly, it was a gesture to be appreciated. Kai did not exhibit excessive politeness as he reached out to accept the item. He then remarked, I am not particularly hungry at the moment. Why don't you take a seat for a while? Wait for me a few minutes while I complete my 5,000 leg kicks, and then I shall come over to chat with you. Hinata replied with a gentle smile. Kai placed the food box on a nearby wooden stump and promptly moved to the largest stump beside him. The speed of his leg kicks was not as swift as his punches, yet it was still remarkably fast. Each kick against the massive stump sent vibrations rippling through it, accompanied by a faint, almost explosive sound. Hinata sat quietly, observing him, her arms resting on her legs with her chin supported by her hands. Brother Kai, I am quite curious about something. Why do you possess such formidable strength, yet choose not to display it? This question had long lingered in her mind, though she had never found the right moment to voice it, even though she had been in a semi-conscious state back then. The sights she had witnessed were enough to leave her in awe. At the tender age of 3, she may not have fully grasped the significance, but as she matured, her curiosity about such matters only deepened. Despite his immense power, he consistently refrained from revealing it. "Oh, you are asking about that?" Kai smiled gently, simultaneously tapping the surface of the wooden post. In an instant, a surge of chakra began to radiate outward. The earth released ninjutsu, in essence, utilizes the vibrations of the ground to ascertain whether there are any individuals in the vicinity. Once it was confirmed that no one was present, she proceeded to speak. "There are many things you might not comprehend, but when you consider the strength of an individual, what do you perceive as true power? Should it not resemble that of the Hokage? To put it bluntly, he may very well appear as nothing more than refuse in the eyes of genuine warriors. My aspiration is to emulate the first Hokage. Perhaps only by attaining such a level can one truly be deemed powerful. The concept of strength transcends mere physical prowess. It encompasses the ability to protect those one cherishes and to safeguard what is dear. Such individuals are indeed formidable, whether through sheer strength or unwavering resolve. Both facets contribute to true power. Hinata, I believe you will grow to be a considerable force in the future, and with your impending enrollment in just a few months. Do you have any plans for what lies ahead?" As Kai munched on his meal, he inquired about the culinary offerings of the Hyuga clan, suggesting that they were likely far superior in taste compared to those of the Uchiha clan. Hinata hesitated for a moment before responding. "I seem to lack any significant aspirations." It was indeed a valid point. Discussing such matters felt rather premature at this juncture. "What about you, Brother Kai?" she asked, her large, innocent eyes wide with curiosity. "Me? I simply wish to live well, without any grand ambitions. Perhaps such dreams are merely fanciful desires. I yearn to accumulate wealth, and subsequently, to indulge in the world's exquisite cuisines." At this juncture, Kai paused, setting down his bento box with earnestness. "Perhaps what I truly seek is freedom. A life unbound, where I can follow my own whims, engage in pursuits that delight me, witness sights I have never encountered, and experience landscapes I have yet to behold. This may well be the deepest yearning of my heart." "Freedom, is it? That is indeed a commendable ideal," Hinata remarked, her mind wandering back to the rigorous training imposed by her father, particularly the relentless indoctrination regarding family obligations. There was a time when she had never contemplated the essence of freedom. Yet, envisioning the scenario Kai described, where all actions align with one's own desires, didn't that resonate with her own aspirations? A life devoid of shackles, unencumbered, and able to cast aside all constraints. But does one truly understand the cost of attaining freedom? Kai rose and inquired. Hinata did not respond, merely shaking her head slightly. As a child of merely 6 or 7, she could hardly comprehend the price of so-called freedom. Meanwhile, Kai wore a serious expression, stepping forward with utmost gravitas. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight, only to reappear with a forceful kick that shattered the training post he had just used. With a resounding crash, the massive tree stump splintered into pieces. The price of freedom is the relentless pursuit of training when one cannot yet grasp it. It demands the sacrifice of time in exchange for future liberty, using one's strength to carve out opportunities. Power reigns supreme. Everything must be resolved through might. Otherwise, what freedom exists in this world? I understand now. I shall strive even harder from this moment forth." Hinata stood, smiling as she raised her hand and clenched her fist. A silent declaration of her resolve. "Ah, but what do you truly understand? What freedom do you seek? In the future, become my beloved wife. I will protect you. And in that way, you too shall attain freedom, unbound by any limitations. With that, your struggle would be unnecessary." Kai was just in a serious demeanor. Yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into this state. "Without further ado, I must return to my training." Hinata pouted. Every time she came here, Kai almost always uttered such words. It seemed this little girl had grown accustomed to these occurrences. Over the course of more than a year of training, Hinata had lost count of how many times she had visited, with intervals ranging from once every half-month to as frequently as 2 or 3 days apart. In the earlier instances, Mike Guy had been quite curious, but eventually, he became desensitized to it. It has been less than a year. Observing the petite figure retreating with a lunchbox yesterday, weaving through the woods, indeed instilled a sense of insecurity. With several months remaining until the commencement of their academic year, It also indicated that it had been less than a year since the Uchiha clan's demise. By calculation, there should be around 8 months left. Regardless, the specific date looms ahead, and unless unforeseen complications arise, this timeline should remain unchanged. Kai felt no sense of panic. It had been 2 or 3 months since he had last attended the Ninja Academy. Such matters merely required a simple application to the higher authorities. As for whether he would continue afterward, it truly mattered little. He seemed to lack the motivation to train further, and upon reaching a large tree, he plopped down beneath it, leaning against the trunk with his hands resting behind his head. Gazing at the fluffy clouds drifting across the sky, he gradually closed his eyes. Brother Kai, is it really all right for me to wear this outfit? In the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, even as she stood at the doorstep, Uchiha Hinata hesitated, casting a glance at her attire before shyly inquiring. Yes, it looks splendid. Today marks your first day of school, so you must strive to perform well. Kai surveyed the surroundings with a keen eye, then affectionately ruffled Ying's hair, chuckling as he remarked, "This is truly excessive. Why did you not inquire of me?" Deshawn, appearing somewhat envious in his role as Ying's elder brother, queried with a hint of jealousy. "If you won't ask, then I shan't," she retorted, making a playful face and pouting slightly. "All right, enough of this nonsense. The school term is about to commence, and we have little time left. Let us set off at once." Kai placed his hands in his pockets and gently patted the shoulder of Dajan. At least from his perspective, today promised to be a lively day. After all, it marked the beginning of a new school year, inevitably drawing forth unexpected individuals. As they approached the school gates, the area indeed buzzed with unprecedented activity. Those seldom seen had all gathered here today. From a distance, he could already spot the leader of the Uchiha clan, alongside the formidable Itachi Uchiha, who was now considered the strongest among the younger generation of their clan. Beside them was a younger lad, almost the same age as Ing. Yet his haughty demeanor was rather off-putting. The members of the Uchiha clan, perched high on their pedestals, rarely chose to look down upon others. They seemed to regard the world through their nostrils. Brother Kai, before they even reached the school entrance, a small boy with blonde hair sprinted towards them upon noticing their group. Beaming with a broad smile, he stood before them, tilting his head upwards to address Kai. "Naruto, it's been quite a while. I presume you're about to embark on your own school journey today?" Kai tilted his head and scrutinized the other person, inquiring, "The Hokage personally summoned me, so today marks the beginning of my studies here. This individual, who may very well become your classmate, is named Ing. Henceforth, you should lend each other assistance, as it is quite possible that you both will be in the same class. Regardless, you will undoubtedly be fellow students of the same cohort." Kai placed his hand gently on Ying's head and amiably introduced himself to Naruto Uzumaki. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage in the future, and I am delighted to be your classmate." Naruto grinned broadly and politely bent his body in a slight bow. Although he had not been formally taught etiquette, he seemed to have absorbed it from somewhere. And while it may not have been entirely proper, it was certainly commendable. "I am equally pleased to meet you," Ing responded warmly, bowing slightly in return. "This is not the time for lengthy conversations. Let us hurry along, as the proceedings may commence shortly. There will be no lessons today, after we introduce ourselves. The day's activities should conclude. Please go and check the class assignment situation." Kai gazed towards the entrance of the school, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. After all, the little lady he cherished was now following in her father's footsteps, arriving at this very place. From a distance, she began to wave gently, as if fearing that Kai might overlook her presence. "We'll head over first, but remember to pick me up at noon," Ing called out as she hurried a few steps ahead, then turned to address Kai and Dashin. "Rest assured, I shall come to collect you," Dashin replied earnestly. However, all the students had already entered, for today marked the commencement of the first grade at the Ninja Academy, while the other classes would not commence for several more days. Despite the students having gone inside, the parents lingering outside were in no hurry to depart. Just as Kai and Dashin were about to turn back, a voice suddenly halted him in his tracks. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a figure approaching Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, he seemed to have departed long ago. Upon facing the approaching Uchiha Itachi, Kai offered a slight smile and inquired, "What brings the esteemed young master of the Uchiha clan to seek my audience?" The moment those words left his lips, Itachi appeared momentarily displeased, furrowing his brow slightly. Though he did not overtly display his irritation. "I wish to have a word with you. Might you have a moment?" Itachi asked. "Of course," Kai readily replied, turning to pat Dashin on the shoulder. "You head back first. Today, Ing has finally begun her schooling. Please ask Aunt Yun to prepare something delicious for lunch. Oh, all right. Dashin responded, a look of bewilderment on his face. Although Itachi was indeed of the same clan, it was rather unexpected for someone of his high standing. The heir of the clan leader, to approach individuals like them. Well then, Lord Itachi, what is it that you wish to discuss? Kai inquired without turning back to look at Dashin's receding figure. Shall we walk and talk? Itachi suggested, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure that, while not overtly arrogant, carried an unmistakable sense of superiority. Kai followed closely behind him, curious to discover the purpose of this unexpected visit. Having spent many years within the Uchiha clan, their exchanges had scarcely reached a mere 10 sentences. What value did such sentiments hold for communication? As they journeyed back to the Uchiha compound, the usually taciturn Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke up. Your current reputation is quite commendable. Although you cannot fully utilize chakra for ninjutsu, you have been hailed as a genius in taijutsu. Even your teacher, Might Guy, acknowledges your considerable talent. It seems that in just a few years, you may even reach his level. Such a development is indeed surprising for our Uchiha clan. Should I feel elated or honored by such praise? What do you mean by that? Itachi paused, turning to Kai with a questioning gaze. I am at a loss, as I too wish to wield ninjutsu. I yearn to awaken the Sharingan and prove my worth as a member of the Uchiha clan. The crux of the matter is my inability to do so. Consequently, I must seek alternative paths to survive in these chaotic times, do I not? This is not talent. Taijutsu hinges on relentless training, an unwavering determination to transcend one's limits. There has never been any talk of talent. Forgive me. Itachi unexpectedly offered an apology, perhaps feeling chastened by the younger Kai, who was 2 years his junior. Yet, he quickly followed up with a question, what are your thoughts on the will of fire? Wherever the leaves drift, the will of fire ignites. But will this fire, or the leaves, ever reach the Uchiha clan? Kai responded calmly. What do you mean? I aspire to become Hokage. It is my dream and my ideal. Do you think, Itachi, that this is mere folly? I deeply wish to protect this village, but with my current lack of strength, can I truly fulfill this desire? As long as your heart is devoted to the village, everything is possible, including becoming Hokage. According to Might Guy, your current strength is already comparable to that of a genin. Therefore, I have come to discuss the possibility of you concluding your studies at the Ninja Academy and officially becoming a ninja whenever you wish. What do you think? Itachi inquired. Is there truly such an opportunity? Kai instantly felt intrigued. He never anticipated that such matters would not be conveyed by Might Guy himself, but rather by that fellow, Uchiha Itachi. This revelation was indeed rather surprising. So, do you find yourself inclined or disinclined? Perhaps by the end of the year, at least for now. It is not feasible. Once I become a ninja, I will be obligated to undertake missions, and there are numerous skills I have yet to master. When I have learned everything I need from Teacher Kai, I will naturally choose to become a ninja. At that point, I will contribute my strength to this village. However, I am quite aware of my current situation. Kai spoke bluntly, stating that since a decision had already been made, there was little more to discuss. Itachi Uchiha sighed, quickening his pace until he soon vanished from Kai's side. Throughout this exchange, Kai remained perplexed by Itachi's intentions or what he truly wished to convey. Nevertheless, the inevitable conclusion to all matters would soon unfold. It was early in the morning, and as usual, the first order of business was to run around the entire village of Konoha. Upon completing a circuit around the Uchiha clan's territory and arriving near the training grove of Might Guy, Kai unexpectedly encountered another young fellow. Even from a distance, Kai felt a sense of disbelief at the sight before him. The outfits worn by the two individuals today were indeed puzzling. While form-fitting attire was not unusual, their particular style elicited a sense of bemusement. Good morning, little Kai, Might Guy called out, waving his large hand energetically at the approaching Uchiha Kai. Good morning, Teacher Kai. Uchiha Kai stopped in front of them, gazing at the individual who shared both hairstyle and clothing with Might Guy. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in curiosity and ask if this was Guy's son. Oh, that can't be said. I don't even have a wife. So how could I have a son? His name is Rock Lee, and he will be your junior from now on. Might Guy grinned widely, giving a thumbs up, and promptly introduced Lee. Since you've chosen to follow me, it's time for you to buckle down and keep up with your studies. Rest assured, Teacher Kai, I will train as swiftly as possible, Rock Lee declared loudly. Indeed, the similarities in personality between him and Might Guy were striking. It seemed plausible that they were father and son. The future 12 little powerhouses had already been set with their respective destinies, and though this young man appeared somewhat eccentric, one could not deny that his spirit bore the essence of a potential champion. Teacher Kai, unless there is anything else, I'll start my run now, and we can discuss everything afterward. Uchiha Kai grinned, feeling indifferent towards Rock Lee. In truth, they might not cross paths significantly in the future, so the notion of familiarity seemed irrelevant. Let us take a break today. There is no rush for training. I'd like to assess your progress with the 8 gates technique, and then we can spar a bit to give Lee a proper experience. Might Guy exclaimed, flashing his signature smile and declaring, this is youth. In the grove, Might Guy asked, little Kai, let me see how far you've progressed with your training. First gate, the open gate. Open. As he unlocked the first barrier, there was little change in him, though the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Second gate, the rest gate. Open. Instantly, whirlwinds formed around him, and immense strength began to radiate outward. Third gate, the life gate. Open. Fifth gate, the limit gate. Open. Upon reaching the fifth gate, blue steam began to emanate from Uchiha Kai, as tremendous power gradually surged forth, reaching a crescendo. Already at the fifth gate, Might Guy expressed genuine astonishment, only to quickly reclaim his composure and smile. Fifth gate, the limit gate. Open. Mimicking Uchiha Kai, Might Guy also unsealed the fifth gate, unleashing blue steam from his own body. Meanwhile, Rock Lee had retreated to a safe distance, watching in awe. Come on, little Kai. Show me how your training has progressed over these 2 years. Might Guy beckoned, encouraging Uchiha Kai to make his move. Here I come, Teacher Kai. With that, Uchiha Kai surged forward at blinding speed, leaping into the air and executing a powerful downward kick. Might Guy swiftly dodged to the side. But when Uchiha Kai's strike met the ground, it created a massive crater that spanned several meters. Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the attack. This guy, his strength is comparable to monstrous power, Might Guy thought, equally taken aback by the destructive force of such a simple strike. Teacher Kai, you're distracted. Uchiha Kai seized the moment, launching another assault with a swift kick aimed at Might Guy's head. With no time to evade, Might Guy raised his arm to shield himself, eager to gauge Uchiha Kai's current strength. Boom. The impact resonated as their powers clashed, causing the ground beneath Might Guy to crumble under the immense pressure. He was propelled backward, yet for a martial artist of his caliber, such impact was merely a fleeting inconvenience. Regaining his footing, Uchiha Kai pressed the attack without granting his opponent a moment's respite. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the sounds of their strikes echoing through the grove as trees, already small, began to topple in waves. Some trees were even cleaved in half by the ferocity of their battle. This display of overwhelming power sent Rock Lee's heart racing with exhilaration as he watched the spectacle unfold. Stop. After several minutes of relentless combat, the once pristine training ground lay in ruins, marked by deep craters and fallen trees. The commotion had attracted the attention of numerous AMBU members, who feared a catastrophe had occurred. Among them was Kakashi, who, despite being on a mission, could not tear himself away from his book. Upon confirming that the disturbance was merely a sparring match between Might Guy and Uchiha Kai, he relaxed slightly. Although deeply intrigued, I found myself unable to tear my gaze away from the intense duel unfolding before me. I was equally astonished by the remarkable prowess of Uchiha Kai, a young lad who, in a mere 2 years, had made terrifying strides in his physical skills. As the battle reached its climax, Might Guy suddenly shouted, and both combatants landed gracefully on the ground. In comparison to Might Guy, Uchiha Kai still had a considerable distance to cover. Despite exhibiting similar levels of ability, Might Guy showed no signs of fatigue, while Uchiha Kai, panting heavily from his rapid movements, clearly felt the strain. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. I still fall woefully short compared to you, Uchiha Kai said, lowering his head in shame. Upon hearing this, a twitch of amusement appeared at the corner of Might Guy's mouth. Oh, come now. You haven't even shed your weights yet, and yet your progress is indeed astonishing. He waved his hands dismissively, attempting to maintain an air of calm as a teacher, even as he felt a swell of pride. It was hard not to reflect on the swift growth observed within just 2 years. How formidable would he become with another decade of training? Are you joking? Remarked a member of the Umbu station beside Kakashi, disbelief etched on his face. Can you imagine that this fellow was once the underachiever of his class? No. He could likely overpower the entire grade with his physical prowess. While they marveled at Uchiha Kai's development, for Might Guy, this was an exhilarating moment. This was a student he had nurtured, one who might one day surpass him. A profound sense of pride swelled within him. You know, I feel like there is little left for me to teach you. I've imparted to you the techniques for the remaining 3 gates. The extent of your mastery depends solely on your determination and perseverance. I have faith that you will excel. Seated atop a fallen tree. The three of them, Might Guy in the center, flanked by Uchiha Kai and Rock Lee, shared a moment of camaraderie. Might Guy gazed at Uchiha Kai, his heart brimming with emotion after 2 years of mentorship. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved this level of success. If I ever have the chance, I shall repay your kindness. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kai stood before Might Guy, bending deeply in a gesture of respect. Oh, why say such things? Might Guy exclaimed, genuinely touched. I've done nothing. It's all your hard work. He scratched his head awkwardly, but as the sentiment sank in, tears welled in his eyes. Teacher Kai, little Kai's words are so heartfelt. Indeed, the two shared a similar outfit. Yet it was astonishing how a single statement could lead to such emotional expressions. While they understood little, they knew today was a moment to cherish. How about I treat everyone to lunch? Let us celebrate with some barbecue in honor of Rock Lee's arrival. What do you desire? Order freely, don't hold back. Aren't you training today? Might Guy inquired curiously. Every endeavor requires a balance of work and rest. Today, I wish to enjoy this place and converse with you all. Feel free to invite Teacher Kakashi. The more, the merrier. Absolutely. We must indulge ourselves today. But you need not worry about the bill. I've earned a fair amount myself. Might Guy grinned, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, they remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Uchiha Kai's expression. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Teacher Kakashi for joining our gathering. Although our interactions have been limited, you have guided me greatly. Perhaps if I weren't of the Uchiha clan, we might have connected even better. Again, I truly appreciate Teacher Kai's teachings and welcome Rock Lee wholeheartedly. Holding a drink, Uchiha Kai sat beside Kakashi, while Might Guy and Rock Lee occupied the opposite side. Their similar attire, hairstyles, and overall images created a delightful atmosphere. After sharing his sentiments, Uchiha Kai turned to Rock Lee, expressing, I'm so pleased you chose such an excellent teacher. Although Might Guy can be a bit carefree, he is a man filled with passion and ideals. He enjoys spicy curry rice and udon, but must avoid cold food due to his sensitive stomach. Remember this, if I were to ever be gone, you'd have to take care of Teacher Kai. The simplicity of his words belied the emotional turmoil of the two seated opposite him, tears streaming down their faces. Soaking the table, Kakashi could only shake his head in disbelief at their display, glancing at Uchiha Kai, feeling as though he were witnessing a farewell speech. Little Kai? Brother Kai? The two were overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing uncontrollably, leaving Kakashi bemused. Come now, we're in a restaurant, and many eyes are upon us. Kakashi gently reminded them, as their display of emotion drew curious glances from other patrons. Though it posed no real threat, the embarrassment made enjoying their meal seem nearly impossible. Enough of this, let us begin our feast. Uchiha Kai swiftly drained his beverage and, seated there, picked up his chopsticks to deftly select a piece of meat from the grill, dipping it into the sauce before him. After all these years residing in this village, a flicker of sentiment lingered for this place. He had experienced both warmth and coldness, and had felt the chill of indifference. Yet, in any corner of this world, the outcomes of life are likely to be similar, regardless of location. Here, a mere meal of barbecued meat could evoke a plethora of laughter and joy. Among the residents of Konoha, he was acquainted with few, but in this new world, everyone he had come to know was present. Leaving this place meant venturing into the unknown, a reality he understood yet felt powerless to change. There exists no realm devoid of darkness, such as the nature of reality, a truth that all must confront. Kai, what is the matter? Why have you summoned us so early? School hasn't even ended yet. The teacher might have something to say about this. Indeed, Brother Kai, what is happening? At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kai sat on a swing beneath a grand tree, watching as Uchiha Daisuke and Uchiha Hikari hurriedly emerged, their curiosity evident in their inquiries. Particularly, Uchiha Daisuke frequently glanced back at the academy, anxious that a delay might lead to repercussions from their instructor. Of course, I have something important to discuss with you. Follow me. Kai stood up from the swing with a calm demeanor and, equally composed, uttered a few words before turning away and leading them in another direction. Although Uchiha Yamashita was not as remarkable as one might expect, even at the 5th grade level of a ninja academy, he could hardly be considered the lowest in his class, yet he certainly did not stand out as exceptional. He could be regarded as a rather mediocre and conventional ninja. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to envision that after 6 years at the ninja school, he would naturally ascend to the rank of a genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. The two, filled with curiosity, followed Uchiha Kai, who had already begun to depart. Without uttering a word, what is this place? Why have we come here? They arrived at a seemingly remote wooden house, modest in size, with an interior that appeared rather cramped. The dust that had settled within suggested it had been long abandoned. Apart from a solitary bed, there was little of significance. The windows were in a state of disrepair, and the cobwebs on the ceiling had likely existed for many years. Upon entering, the footprints left on the floor were starkly visible against the dust, especially as the door was pushed open. It felt as though a little more force could send the entire door crashing down, with the wooden floor creaking beneath their weight. Sealing technique. Isolation seal. He formed hand signs and then pressed firmly onto the ground. In the next moment, a transparent barrier enveloped the room. Even with Byakugan, one outside could not perceive any happenings within this house. Although the place was dilapidated, it was situated in a relatively bustling area of the Leaf Village, albeit towards the back. Perhaps the ninja family that once resided here had long since vanished. The prolonged vacancy had rendered the place in ruins. It was likely that in a few years, natural decay would cause this wooden structure to collapse. While the identity of any future occupants remained a mystery, it was undeniably a highly secluded area, located in a busy district, yet no one seemed to notice its existence. "Kaikuin," Akari exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, finding Uchiha Kai somewhat unfamiliar at that moment. "Now let me explain why I have brought you here. In about an hour, the ninja school will dismiss. Therefore, you must pay close attention to what I am about to say. Under no circumstances are you to leave this room until tomorrow, when, barring any unforeseen events, I shall return to escort you personally. So I wish to inquire if you would be willing to leave the Leaf Village and embark on a new life outside." Uchiha Kai posed the question, eager to know their responses. In a certain sense, Uchiha Yamashita had a decent rapport with him. However, if they expressed a desire to remain in the Leaf Village, he would return them to the Uchiha clan. With their fates all but sealed, a prospect that did not concern Kai. "What is happening?" Uchiha Yamashita inquired. "Tonight, the Uchiha clan will face annihilation, which means that no one from our clan will survive. Hence, I ask if you wish to stay with the Uchiha or accompany me out of the Leaf Village." "What nonsense!" Uchiha Yamashita exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Such an event was inconceivable to him. The Uchiha clan was a formidable family. How could it simply be extinguished? Who possessed such power? Belief in this matter rests with you. If you trust me, remain here until tomorrow morning for the relevant news. Even within this room, you should be able to hear it. If nothing transpires, consider it my error, and I would be glad for that outcome. But does reality truly align with our desires? If it comes to pass, the entire Leaf Village will no longer accommodate any Uchiha, and all we can do is find a way to escape. Seeing Uchiha Kai's earnest expression, Uchiha Yamashita, who had never doubted him, felt a shift in his demeanor. Yet, he firmly grasped Kai's arm, his expression grave, and said, "I believe you. I have always trusted whatever you have said. However, you must at least explain how you came to know such things. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you." Kai Weiwei smiled softly and sighed, then gradually closed her eyes. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan before the two little ones. "Is this the Sharingan?" Uchiha Daishin widened his eyes in disbelief, even taking a step back in astonishment. He swallowed hard, while Uchiha-ing, who had remained silent beside him, covered her mouth in shock. This is known as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a manifestation of the Uchiha clan's eyes. How many are aware of the extent to which it can ultimately evolve? This is merely one of its forms, and I will gradually reveal more to you. As for the Sharingan with 1 to 3 tomo that you are familiar with, that is simply the basic evolutionary stage. If survival permits, I shall also devise ways for you to awaken it in the future. These eyes grant me the ability to perceive a multitude of things, which is why I have brought you to this place. You need only to stay for one night, and you will come to understand the events that are about to unfold." Kai spoke earnestly, taking a step forward and gently patting Uchiha Yamashita's shoulder. Both Yamashita and Uchiha Hikari, who had been standing silently by, were at a loss for words, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yamashita, in particular, was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. This moment was something he had never anticipated, nor dared to consider. His understanding of the Sharingan had thus far been limited to the basic 3-tomo variant. As for the kaleidoscope, he had never even heard a whisper of it before. Kai's lips trembled as he stared, and Yamashita, unsure of where to place his hands, felt utterly bewildered. "As long as you remain here, I assure you that nothing will happen to you. Remember my words, no matter what transpires tonight, you must not venture outside. Do you understand?" Kai once again prompted the inquiry. Uchiha Yamashita seemed oblivious to whether he had truly absorbed the information, yet he mechanically nodded in response. "Even now, He remained ensnared in a web of bewildering thoughts, unable to articulate the tumult swirling within him. As Kai turned his gaze toward Hikari, the young girl nodded energetically, akin to a pestle pounding garlic. She harbored no doubts about the earlier statements, irrespective of whether the Uchiha clan faced annihilation. The present circumstances compelled them to trust in Kai's words. I shall return for you tomorrow. Provisions have already been prepared. With that, Kai produced a small scroll from within his garments. Despite the dust lingering on the ground, as he unfurled the scroll, a grand seal was prominently inscribed in its center. Squatting down, he directly infused it with chakra. Instantly, a multitude of items appeared before them, including clothing, blankets, and even 2 boxed meals. Remember, under no circumstances should you leave this room. Otherwise, no one may be able to save you. He reiterated, as their fates now lay in this room. And he could not remain with them indefinitely. If they could not adhere to this simple directive, it would only signify that their destinies had been sealed. As the door swung open and he stepped outside, he raised his right hand, summoning 2 shadow clones. The moment he crossed the threshold, the clones seamlessly transformed into their likenesses. Thus, they boldly strode into the streets, making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. As the door to the dilapidated room closed behind them, the 2 within paid no heed to the filthy floor, immediately plopping down. Uchiha Yamashita sat in stunned silence for several minutes, lost in thought. Hikari, on the other hand, seemed less affected by the ordeal. Her astonishment primarily stemming from the notion that the Uchiha clan could actually be exterminated. She paid little mind to Kai's peculiarities. Suddenly, an idea struck Yamashita, prompting him to rise, only to halt abruptly. Gazing at the door mere steps away, he retreated, obediently sitting back down. Despite the provisions laid out before them, he felt no appetite. Even the prospect of hunger for a day held no allure. His primary desire was to await nightfall, peering through the door's crack to see if Kai's words would indeed ring true. Would the Uchiha clan be erased? Brother, what's wrong? Hikari queried, observing Yamashita's fidgeting between standing and sitting in a daze. Nothing. Remember what Kai said. If the Uchiha clan is truly to be extinguished tonight, then our lives may not last much longer either. For now, we must remain silent and sit here without venturing out. Do you understand? Yamashita reiterated Kai's warnings, fearful that his young sister might act impulsively and wander off. Yes, I understand. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay right here with you, Hikari responded, shifting onto the blanket, awaiting the arrival of dusk. The stillness of the room was punctuated only by their breathing. Yet there remained nearly an hour and a half until nightfall. For them, this waiting felt suffocating, each fearing to utter a word lest they disturb those outside. However, this tranquility did not endure long. As darkness fell, the distinct sound of rapid footsteps echoed from above. It was evident that ninjas were swiftly converging, and their numbers were significant. Yamashita lifted his head, acutely aware of the situation. Sensing Hikari's potential fear, he rose and moved beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. In a secluded corner of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi's face was grim, his eyes stained with blood tears, his demeanor desolate. Before him stood a masked figure, revealing only one eye, with hands clasped behind his back, draped in a dark cloak adorned with red clouds, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Oh, no problem. It should be over swiftly, the masked man replied with an unsettling calm, as if addressing a mere trifle. If that is the case, let us commence, Itachi replied coldly. Departing the scene, reappearing in the civilian district. The majority of the Uchiha clan resided in this area, with nearly 900 members in total, of which around 500 inhabited this vicinity. Although many among them had not awakened their Sharingan, most possessing only 2 Tomo, Itachi's mission was clear, none were to be spared. Armed with a long blade, he moved swiftly, initially greeted with smiles from those he encountered. Although puzzled by his armed presence, they bore no significant apprehension. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was regarded as the most formidable among the younger generation, with many speculating about his potential ascent to the position of the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Yet today, they were met not by the hero of their fantasies, but by a figure embodying pure malevolence. Young Master Itachi, you have arrived. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man who, upon recognizing Itachi, displayed an eager demeanor. Just as he extended his hand to invite him inside, Itachi suddenly vanished and reappeared in the courtyard. The old man clutched his throat as blood gushed forth between his fingers, collapsing to the ground in confusion over Itachi's actions. Grandfather, a young child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, playing in the courtyard, prepared to rush over, only to be pierced by a kunai through the chest. Itachi, have you lost your mind? A man wrapped in a scarf emerged to investigate the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered utterly speechless. His eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Uchiha Itachi slay his own son. Letting out a furious roar, he prepared to charge forward with a kitchen knife in hand. Yet such meager strength was laughably insufficient against Uchiha Itachi. Shadow clone technique. With a cold, indifferent gesture, two clones materialized at once, each wielding a knife and swiftly dispersing to the surrounding areas. Within mere minutes, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the civilian district, the pungent scent of blood soon saturating the entire vicinity. What sheer ruthlessness! To unleash such brutality upon his own kin, the seemingly inert infants were not spared, marking him as a truly terrifying presence. At the pinnacle of the rooftop, a bird transformed from Uchiha Kai's clone observed the unfolding carnage with quiet contemplation. It was as though everything transpired before his very eyes. The crows were not solitary. Dozens now swarmed above the Uchiha clan, bearing witness to the grisly slaughter laid bare before him. The Uchiha clan's territory. In stark contrast to the civilian district, this was where the true chaos reigned. Though aware of the precise timing of the clan's extermination and the identities of those involved, he had always been intrigued by how they managed to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan within a mere half hour. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The masked figure before him required no personal involvement in the carnage. For those Uchiha of slightly lesser strength, the pure white entities surged forth from the ground, infiltrating their very beings, compelling them to take their own lives with their own hands. What astonishing speed! It was time to confront this matter. Uchiha Kai exhaled deeply, rising slowly to his feet. Yet, before him lay three lifeless bodies, arranged side by side, starkly displayed. These were the fruits of Uchiha Itachi's handiwork. Merely utilizing his clones to stealthily procure three corpses of similar age and stature amidst the ongoing massacre. With no one else around, Antyin would inevitably return home by nightfall. While a sense of regret lingered, there was nothing to be done. This woman excelled in many aspects, yet her heart harbored an overwhelming hatred. To harbor such a situation nearby, or to rescue her would pose an insurmountable risk. Kai need not engage in such perilous endeavors, for the so-called emotions are hardly substantial. Upon entering the courtyard, he glanced back at the place he had resided in for over a decade, letting out a sigh, his face betraying a faint bitter smile. Uchiha Itachi, that fellow, would arrive here in no more than a minute. Thus, as Kai leaped forward, the house erupted in a tremendous blaze. At that moment, a masked man from the Uchiha clan had already dispatched all present, leaving a gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the ground, a veritable river of blood. The individuals, most likely in the midst of a clan meeting, numbered at least in the hundreds in this very area. Yet, conspicuously absent among them was Uchiha Fugaku. After the masked man had finished his grim task, he placed his hand upon one of the corpse's eyes, just as Uchiha Itachi appeared, his expression icy and devoid of warmth. "Ah, you have already resolved matters on your end?" The masked man inquired with a hint of amusement, halting his actions and regarding Itachi. "Not yet. It will take a few more minutes. However, you must not disturb anything here. I have other uses for their eyes. If you truly desire them, I can spare you 5 pairs. Itachi replied, stepping forward with an unwavering coldness in his tone. Perhaps motivated by other reasons, the masked man chuckled softly and took a step back, conceding, "Very well." In such a tense moment, he remained wary of any sudden incursions from the other inhabitants of Konoha, his mental state focused on the periphery. If he had been more perceptive, he might have sensed the ominous aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi. As the masked man retreated, Itachi surveyed the multitude of corpses before him. Although he understood the cruelty of this world, the pungent scent of blood stirred his stomach for the first time. Yet, he suppressed his nausea, inhaling deeply, and approached the first body in grim silence. With a delicate wave of his right hand, he wiped across the face, revealing a pair of eyes that he held in his palm. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's timing was impeccable. After all, his clone was still stationed elsewhere. The massacre of his entire clan would weigh heavily on anyone with a semblance of conscience, and thus, it was likely that he would hesitate for nearly a minute before arriving here. This implied that his clone had a maximum of 5 minutes to collect such a multitude of eyes. On the other end, as Itachi claimed the last life, he could no longer contain his emotions, collapsing to the ground in tears. Despite the sensation of being watched throughout, he had no inclination to discern the observer's identity. Having personally slain so many of his kin, even Uchiha Itachi found it difficult to bear the weight of his guilt. Overcome by despair, he knelt, a mirror to Kai's initial thoughts. After merely a minute, He wiped his tears with his sleeve, gradually rising to restore his icy demeanor. At that moment, the entirety of Konoha was in disarray. Even the ordinary folk had taken notice of the commotion surrounding the Uchiha clan. After all, Kai had set his home ablaze, the towering flames illuminating half the village, despite the Uchiha's considerable distance from it. The Hyuga clan, situated to the east, was far removed from the Uchiha. Yet, many members stood upon rooftops, employing their Byakugan to peer into the chaos. Hinata's father, Hayashi, furrowed his brow, though he refrained from activating his Byakugan, merely gazing towards the Uchiha's direction. The rising flames, coupled with the rapid approach of ANBU ninjas, signaled that something grave had transpired. "Chief, shall we not involve ourselves?" inquired one of Hayashi's companions. "When the Uchiha clan is annihilated, I demand the safe exit of 2 children from Konoha." Hayashi's thoughts drifted back to a conversation from years past. Though time had passed, the dialogue remained vivid in his mind. Safe passage for 2 children. The Uchiha clan's demise. Years ago, someone had foreseen this outcome, yet Hayashi pondered the identity of that individual. He had questioned his daughter many times, but each response had been a denial, indicating that Hinata had never revealed who had come to her aid. "Chief," the companion urged again, noting Hayashi's silence. "Unnecessary. Today's affairs do not concern the Hyuga clan. Everyone return. Rest well. Tonight, the Hyuga clan shall undertake no tasks, even if the Hokage himself commands it. All members shall rest," Hayashi declared gravely. "But chief, might this not provoke the Hokage's discontent? If indeed the Uchiha clan is being exterminated, do you wish to witness the Hyuga clan reap such a fate?" Hayashi's companion questioned, drawing a chilling glance from the clan leader. The overwhelming aura compelled the man to step back, inhaling deeply before bowing respectfully. "Understood. How much longer must you linger? I have not harmed your parents. I merely restrained them. Will you not act?" The masked man, observing Itachi's clone as it rapidly continued to gather the Uchiha clan's eyes, could no longer suppress his impatience, though his tone remained amicable. "My true self will handle the rest. My task is to gather these items. Do you have an objection?" With that, the clone lifted its gaze, halting its actions, its expression cold as it regarded the masked man. No. This matter has nothing to do with me. Since your true self will manage it, then I have no further involvement. However, I wish to expedite our departure from this wretched place." The masked man waved his hands dismissively. "Leave first. I shall conclude matters here, and then seek you out," Itachi's clone replied. "Very well, since you insist, what more can I say?" The masked man responded casually, observing that the scene had been largely dealt with. The air was thick with the scent of blood, which had flowed from the Uchiha clan, pooling in the square and draining into the sewers beyond. As he turned, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared before him, and in the next instant, he vanished within it. Confirming that the individual had departed, Itachi's clone continued to collect the eyes, as there were not many left on the scene. Yet, he sensed that the real Itachi would arrive shortly. After a brief pause, he transformed into the likeness of the masked man, assuring himself that there was nothing to worry about. Smiling, he bent down and placed his hand over the eyes of the fallen individual, effortlessly extracting both eyeballs. He opened a scroll, placed them inside, and pressed down, causing the eyes to vanish instantly. The most logical means of preservation was indeed within a sealing scroll. Even after a decade, the contents would emerge unchanged. "What are you doing?" Itachi arrived promptly after concluding the massacre in the civilian district, taking in the sight of numerous corpses sprawled about. His expression darkened with anger, especially upon witnessing the masked man's actions. What is there to be concerned about? Regardless, someone will take them eventually, so why fret over who claims these objects? Mimicking the masked man's tone, the clone portrayed an unmistakable air of lewdness. As he raised his head, the kaleidoscope Sharingan glimmered in his eyes, momentarily blinding Itachi's discernment. No matter how meticulous he typically was, the overwhelming stress in such a situation would render anyone less attentive to the presence of another's clone. "Your parents are inside the house, already under control. The rest is up to you. My true self has departed. I hope you can wrap things up here swiftly, perhaps having collected the final item." The clone within the inner circle reminded Itachi. At that moment, Itachi's expression darkened significantly. Ignoring further matters, he turned and began walking toward his family's residence. Having gathered so much, he decided against taking Fugaku's eyes, fearing that continuing might lead to exposure. With a smile, the clone patted the scroll behind him before vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in the outer region of the Uchiha area, Uchiha Kai quietly observed the situation from a distance. The masked man's clone suddenly appeared, respectfully handing over a scroll to Kai before dissipating in a cloud of smoke. From start to finish, whether in the guise of Itachi or the masked man, the clone had always been Uchiha Kai himself. Next, the true Kai raised his hand, instantly transforming into a more unfamiliar visage. Producing a pure white mask, he sighed, gazing toward the Uchiha clan's direction, lamenting that there would likely be no Uchiha clan left in the future. After donning the mask, he leaped away at remarkable speed, heading in another direction. The members of the Hyuga clan had received orders. Despite their curiosity about the unfolding events, the command was mandatory, and one by one, they returned home to rest. Each individual harbored questions about what had transpired, yet they were barred from involvement. In truth, it was not solely the Hyuga clan that remained uninvolved. Nearly all prominent families in Konoha received similar directives, abstaining from the Uchiha clan's affairs and refraining from engaging in any village matters that night. Even if the village were to be annihilated, it bore no consequence for these families. Isolated from everyone, Hyuga Hayashi sat alone in the hall. A cup of tea beside him, his expression remarkably calm, as if awaiting someone. Stretching his neck, Hayashi, as the clan leader, was oblivious to the specifics of the unfolding events. However, he could surmise that something monumental had transpired within the Uchiha clan that night. This was a concern shared by every prominent family. Would the impending calamity descend upon them? How would their clan respond when that day arrived? Lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Wearing a mask and exuding a foreign aura, Hayashi was not overly startled. Rather, he inquired earnestly, "You have arrived." It seemed that the Hyuga clan leader still remembered their agreement from years past. Uchiha Kai responded with equal composure, "Indeed, Your Grace, I recall how you saved my daughter. I am grateful for your timely warning. Otherwise, my clan would have certainly faced grave losses." As Hayashi spoke, he gradually stood and approached the masked Kai. As the largest clan in Konoha, he was acutely aware of the discussions held between the Hokage, Danzo, and the envoy from the Cloud Village. Had there been sufficient evidence? The outcome would have been no different. Indeed, the Hyuga clan had suffered losses, albeit delayed by nearly a year. This indicated that while some things remained unalterable, others could be reshaped. My purpose for coming today should be clear to you. As previously stated, I only wish to take 2 inconsequential children. I trust this will not pose a significant challenge for your esteemed Hyuga clan. I wonder if the Hyuga leader is still willing to honor our previous agreement? Kai inquired with an air of nonchalance. That is indeed the case. However, I am quite curious about one thing. How did you foresee the annihilation of the Uchiha clan several years ago? And who, may I ask, is your true identity? This matter is of little importance. As for my identity, that is even less significant. The sky is vast and the roads are long. The Uchiha clan will no longer exist in the future. If no major issues arise, my dealings here will not intersect with Konoha. I have come merely to remind the Hyuga clan leader to adhere to the agreement made years ago. As for those 2 children, they're already on the periphery. Tomorrow, I will instruct them to proceed directly to the gates of Konoha. The Hyuga clan need only escort them beyond the surveillance of the Umbu. As for the rest, I shall personally guide them away from this place of turmoil. Kai spoke, expressing his belief that the Hyuga clan would uphold its commitments, as the clan leader would weigh the pros and cons before breaking their word. Beyond this, he posed a question. How do you envision Konoha addressing our Hyuga clan in the future? Hinata Hayashi was taken aback that such a topic would be broached with an outsider. If others were to find out, the astonishment would be beyond measure. Since the conversation had ventured this far, I do not mind elaborating further. With the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Hyuga clan naturally ascends to become the largest family in Konoha and indeed the world. Such power inevitably breeds apprehension among others. The third Hokage is not as benevolent as you might imagine. Where the green leaves flutter, it may not reflect my will, but rather the withered branches. To ensure the Hyuga clan remains unscathed, it is imperative to refrain from taking over Konoha security forces. Should the third Hokage insist on entrusting you with this contentious responsibility, delegate the matter to the ordinary shinobi, with the authority reverting directly to the Hokage. If the orders are issued under duress, consider proposing the withdrawal of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. At that juncture, all major clans, motivated by self-preservation, would likely respond in kind. With the Uchiha clan eradicated this evening, you might seize this opportunity to eliminate the root organization. This is my counsel to you, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. Kai's assertion is rooted in the original narrative progression. It is essential to recognize that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan serves as a pivotal factor leading to the eventual demise of the third Hokage. In the wake of such turmoil, all clans were engulfed in apprehension. Under these circumstances, How could they genuinely pledge their allegiance to the Hidden Leaf Village? Each individual harbors an internal scale of judgment, and their passive stance towards the Uchiha clan's downfall stems from the profound indignation aroused by the clan's actions. Perhaps this arrangement is perceived as the most favorable outcome for everyone involved. However, it simultaneously represents the most significant catalyst for the fragmentation of loyalty among the clans towards the village. In response to Kai's elucidation, Hinata Hisashi had already contemplated this notion. After all, his prolonged presence here has been devoted to devising strategies for the forthcoming challenges. The manner in which Kai spoke was, in fact, almost perfectly aligned with his innermost thoughts. This led Hinata Hisashi to become increasingly curious about the true identity of the masked man before him. What could explain his profound knowledge of the situation? Thank you for your response. Henceforth, the Hinata clan shall adhere to our agreement and will ensure the safe passage of the two entrusted individuals beyond the surveillance perimeter of Konoha. However, how do you intend to leave? Hisashi inquired. There is no need for concern, esteemed clan leader. I possess my own means of departing this place. Tomorrow, I shall await the Hinata clan's response at a location 10 miles beyond the boundaries of Konoha, so I shall not intrude further this evening. Kai nodded and, in a fleeting moment, vanished from sight. Who could this person be? Hinata Hisashi stood still, pondering the situation, possessing formidable strength. This individual seemed to be acutely aware of all matters, with actions that appeared remarkably ahead of their time. It felt as though he had personally experienced the events that were to unfold. Such a person exuded an air of uncanny mystery. As dawn broke the following day, the village of Konoha erupted in chaos. The news had spread like wildfire. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving only Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, as the sole survivor. In the span of a single night, nearly 900 members of the clan had been extinguished. Aside from this young boy, no one had been spared. Within a dilapidated room, two young souls huddled together, having spent the night in each other's company. Fatigue was etched across their faces, dark circles forming around their eyes. It was likely that no one could find solace in sleep. The cacophony of the day as unrest reached their ears, albeit faintly. The Uchiha clan had truly been eradicated, down to the last person. Ah, it seems you two did not fare well yesterday. A sudden voice pierced the tense atmosphere. And in an instant, Kai Uchiha materialized within the room. The weight of their anxiety dissipated in an instant. Rin sat on the ground, momentarily stunned. Before springing to her feet, tears cascading down her cheeks, she leaped into Kai's embrace. You scoundrel! We were genuinely worried you might have perished as well. Although Deshaun did not weep as openly as Rin, tears glistened in his eyes, silently falling. The night of worry had yielded no calamity, yet as Kai appeared, a shift occurred in Deshaun's demeanor. Kai and I am so relieved you are safe. Rin exclaimed through her tears, then looked up at Kai, questioning whether it was true that the Uchiha clan had been eradicated. Indeed, they were annihilated, executed by Itachi Uchiha and another accomplice, leaving no one alive, save for Itachi's own younger brother. Kai did not conceal his words. Aunt Yun has also passed away, leaving only a few of us from the Uchiha clan. In a moment, I will seal the chakra responses within both of your bodies, particularly you. Try not to exhibit excessive emotional fluctuations. Take a good look at your current situation. Kai spoke as he picked up a dusty mirror from the table, blowing on it lightly before directing it towards Yamashita. The moment Yamashita caught sight of his own eyes, he widened them in astonishment. A unique Sharingan. Hikari was momentarily taken aback as well. However, she soon began to contemplate the pressing issue of their escape from this place. Brother Kai, we cannot remain here. Staying in this village would lead to our demise. Therefore, I will seal the chakra signatures within both of your bodies. Today, everyone's attention is fixated on the obliterated Uchiha clan, and their vigilance regarding external matters will be significantly relaxed. Thus, you must make your way to the entrance of Konoha. The Hyuga clan will escort you out. Once we are beyond the village's surveillance, I will guide you to another location. The Hyuga clan? Yamashita found it hard to believe. He could understand other clans, but why would the Hyuga family assist them in leaving? Do not concern yourselves with this matter, nor should you inquire or seek information from anyone. Several years ago, I made a pact with the leader of the Hyuga clan. All you need to do is leave this place. And what about you? Yamashita asked, frowning in reluctance as he pulled on Kai's arm. Are you truly worried about me at this moment? I have ensured your survival through the turmoil of the Uchiha massacre, and I can just as easily depart amidst this chaos. Do you really think this place can contain me? Rest assured, once you leave, I will follow suit. We shall reunite outside. After all, leaving you two fools behind could lead to your untimely demise from starvation. Kai rolled his eyes and wore an expression of exasperation, yet spoke in an effortlessly casual manner. The atmosphere shifted slightly for the better. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to bear little relevance to them. Even if they were annihilated, what would it matter? After all, within that family, their status had always been at the very bottom. Besides a tinge of regret for Aunt Yun, who had always cared for them, it appeared that no one else held any heartfelt sentiments. Many, in fact, went to their graves without uttering a single word to them. I understand now, Kai. Regardless of the circumstances, I truly thank you. Uchiha Daishan took a deep breath, stepped back, and bowed deeply in gratitude. Ing mimicked his actions, stepping back and bowing as well. As Kai had said, given their current age, if they were to leave the village, their chances of survival were slim. We've known each other for so long, having grown up together, why say such things? Hence, he instructed them to head to the village gate, where members of the Hyuga clan would escort them away. Understood. At that moment, Daishan behaved like a subordinate complying with orders. Perhaps to Kai, they were merely good children, but for Daishan, their relationship had fundamentally transformed from that moment onward. As they walked down the street, the wind felt particularly strong today, akin to bidding farewell to the spirits of the Uchiha clan. The weather was not especially warm, even slightly chilly, prompting both to wrap their faces snugly with scarves. Their attire had been changed, blending in with the ordinary townsfolk. Uchiha Daishan held his sister's hand tightly as they walked, while citizens on either side of the road, whether moving or idly chatting, were predominantly discussing matters concerning the Uchiha clan. There were noticeably more ninjas than usual on the streets, their figures darting across rooftops. It was likely that a significant number of people remained at the Uchiha compound. Nevertheless, the duo's objective was clear. They were headed toward the village gate. At the entrance, two chunin typically stood guard and registered visitors, and today was no different. Unlike their usual nonchalance while stationed at the booth, both stepped out unexpectedly. Their innate curiosity compelled them to uncover what had transpired within the village, yet reality confined them to their post. The two little ones stood not far from the gate, where the village had yet to issue a lockdown order. Just then, four figures landed beside them, unmasked, their eyes revealing their Hyuga heritage. Are you the task issuers? As the two gazed intently at the gate, one of the newcomers inquired. This was something Kai had instructed them to declare if they encountered members of the Hyuga clan. Without hesitation, Daishan affirmed, Indeed, we are the task issuers. Having established their identities, it was time to fulfill the escort mission. One of the Hyuga, confirming their status, promptly addressed the other three. Understood. They replied in unison, indifferent to the identities of the two before them. After all, their clan leader had personally assigned this mission, with the sole directive being to transport them far from the village at all costs. They were not to inquire about identities or information during the mission, despite their curiosity. The escort mission for the Hyuga clan required them to exit the village. At the gate, the peaceful leader of the Hyuga began conversing with the guards. However, glancing at the two youngsters, the guards hesitated and asked whether they had the Hokage's approval. The Hyuga clan does not require the Hokage's approval for missions. One responded. Why delve into such details? How much do you know about the happenings within the village? What has become of the Uchiha clan? Their insatiable curiosity drove them to seek answers, showing little regard for the Hyuga clan's independent undertaking of tasks. After all, in such a large village, everyone was well aware of the Hyuga clan's dealings, and they often embarked on numerous ventures outside. Such matters were hardly within the purview of the guards' concern. However, seizing the opportunity for gossip was certainly something they relished. They're all dead, every last one of them. Uchiha Itachi wiped out the entire clan, leaving only his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, alive. So, the Uchiha clan should no longer exist. A member of the Hyuga clan succinctly replied, then gestured to the three behind him and the two little ones. What a ruthless act. To annihilate the Uchiha clan in a single night. Such a person deserves condemnation. One guard remarked, though their sentiments toward the Uchiha mirrored the majority. While they felt they deserved it, the complete eradication of the clan evoked a measure of sorrow. The Hyuga members, along with the two children, confidently departed the village, drawing little suspicion along the way. As they journeyed, they took turns utilizing their Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Approximately 2 miles outside the village, one of them suddenly remarked on the noticeably reduced number of Umbu operatives in the area. Given the events surrounding the Uchiha clan, it was only natural that everyone would be preoccupied. After all, they needed to account for all personnel and ascertain if any survivors remained in their group. Regardless, They resolved to focus solely on their task, ensuring the designated individuals reached their destination, after which the matter would no longer concern them. Truly, they were ninjas, worthy of their leadership roles. The individual, likely in his late 20s, spoke with a singular focus on the mission objectives, dismissing any trivial matters as irrelevant. After articulating this, he cast a glance at the two little ones, his curiosity piqued by their identities, yet the orders remained paramount, suppressing his intrigue. Within the village, questions loomed. What had transpired? Why had these events unfolded? The Uchiha clan has been entirely annihilated. On a rooftop, Might Guy clenches his fists, his teeth gritted in anguish, eager to rush over and ascertain the situation. Yet, Kakashi stands in his way. Observing the tears streaming down Guy's face, Kakashi inhales deeply and shakes his head, feeling helpless. He comforts him, saying, "Guy, we must refrain from getting involved in this matter. Although we are unaware of the precise developments, reports will be forthcoming. Perhaps little Kai is still alive." Despite his words, Kakashi harbors little hope for such an outcome. He is uncertain of Itachi Uchiha's true capabilities. But the notion that one individual could obliterate an entire clan seems implausible without external assistance. The annihilation of a whole family is a staggering feat, let alone that of a single person. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, Kakashi offers what comfort he can, knowing full well that none from the Uchiha clan can remain uninvolved in this tragedy. While Might Guy may lack considerable intellect, he is perceptive enough to understand the gravity of their predicament. They have no right to intervene in this affair. Kakashi, the sole survivor of his own family, is also part of the Umbu, yet his lineage contributed to the establishment of Konoha, marking them as one of its noble clans. Thus, his stance mirrors that of other prominent families, to observe quietly and refrain from participation. This allows him the time to sit beside Might Guy, fearing that the latter may succumb to rage over the loss of his apprentice. The bodies of the deceased Uchiha clan members have been lined up, both from the clan's precincts and the civilian districts, filling the vast expanse of Uchiha Plaza. Each corpse is draped in a white cloth, having lain there for a night. Yet the pervasive stench of blood overwhelms novice ninjas, those unaccustomed to such gruesome sights, causing them to retch uncontrollably. This scene, even in times of peace, is unimaginable. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha lost merely over 3,000 lives over the course of several years. Yet, in a single night, the death toll of the Uchiha clan is staggering. There are those who voice their dissatisfaction regarding the situation. Danzo, having already inspected the bodies, discovers that besides Fugaku Uchiha, the eyes of all those who had awakened the 2 or 3 Tomo Sharingan have been taken. This realization ignites a surge of fury within him, feeling that his considerable efforts have yielded no reward. Surrounded by ninjas, he must conceal his emotions. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has not made a single appearance at the site, seemingly indifferent to the Uchiha clan's demise. He has already begun to summon the heads of various clans to discuss the allocation of the security forces, demonstrating a sense of urgency. The most pressing matter should not be the aftermath of the Uchiha clan's extermination, but rather the distribution of the security forces, comments Hayashi Hyuga, voicing his concerns. If I may suggest, the management of the security forces should fall under the jurisdiction of the civilian ninjas, overseen directly by the Hokage, with the ninja clans refraining from involvement. Before the third Hokage can voice his thoughts, Hayashi firmly asserts his perspective. The Hyuga clan will not accept this responsibility. Should it be deemed necessary for us to undertake such a task? The third Hokage presses further, aware of the delicate situation. The bodies of the Uchiha clan remain unburied. Yet he hastily seeks to shift the burdensome responsibility of the security forces to the Hyuga clan, fearing that the same fate may befall them. Hayashi's stance is resolute. At this point, we need not fear Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is prudent to allow the civilian ninjas to manage this issue. With authority vested in the Hokage, Nara Shikaku, the strategist beside the third Hokage, concurs, emphasizing the necessity for unity among the clans to prevent a similar tragedy from befalling them. What do you mean by this? Hiruzen exhales deeply, surveying the assembly with a furrowed brow. If your concerns are solely about the jurisdiction of the security forces, the Hyuga clan need not involve itself. If there are no other matters to discuss, we shall take our leave, Hayashi declares, rising to depart, prompting other clan leaders to follow suit. This unexpected solidarity among the clans leaves Hiruzen in a state of alarm. Should they remain united, not only his position as Hokage, but the future of the Sarutobi clan may be jeopardized. The village relies on these clans for support, and their withdrawal would spell disaster. Please, sit down. I acknowledge my oversight in this matter, and I will consider your opinions moving forward, Hiruzen concedes, aware that the path ahead will not be as smooth as he had anticipated. Once the tension dissipates, he announces the designation of Itachi Uchiha as an S-rank rogue ninja. Is this how it concludes? Questions an observer. What role did the root play in this? It seems implausible that Itachi alone could bring about the clan's downfall. Shouldn't the Hokage provide a reasonable explanation? Hinata Hisashi inquired once more. Having already reached this point in conversation, he no longer cared about preserving appearances. Although the root did not participate in this matter, I shall revoke Danzo's elder privileges. Such words would surely provide an explanation for all. That old man, truly deserving of the title of Hokage, having held this position for the longest time. His decision-making between choices was remarkably swift. This development left various clans at a loss. Those who should speak and act had already done so, leaving the future uncertain. Nevertheless, this incident served as a profound lesson for all clans. The unity among them, it seems, will be unprecedented from this day forth, all to prevent themselves from becoming the next Uchiha clan. On the outskirts of Konoha, this location was now 10 miles beyond the surveillance zone. The Umbu ninjas within the village could not possibly reach this place. The members of the Hyuga clan vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was present before handing a scroll to Oyamata, declaring, "This is for you. Our mission concludes here. The remaining path is yours to tread. By the way, what are your names?" After the leader handed the item to Oyamata, one curious individual immediately inquired. "Be quiet. Have you not read the ninja handbook?" The leader retorted angrily, then commanded, "Mission complete. Everyone return at once." Holding the scroll and watching the departing figures, Oyamata was utterly bewildered, never anticipating that his first departure from Konoha would occur in such a manner. This was a scenario he had never contemplated before. "Brother, what is this thing they gave us?" Hikari asked curiously. "This should be for Kai." Oyamata sighed, turning to glance towards Konoha, then remarked with a sense of melancholy, "From now on, we must address him as Lord Kai, not as we did before, do you understand? Why? Everyone else is gone. Only we remain alive. Were it not for Kai, do you think our fates would differ from theirs?" Oyamata clenched his fists, eyes shut tight. For the first time, he felt his own power was so insignificant, and also for the first time, he felt utterly helpless. "Oh, I understand now." Hikari nodded. "What are you talking about?" Just as Hikari finished speaking, a familiar voice reached their ears. "Brother Kai, Lord Kai?" Hikari turned to see Kai sitting atop a large stone not far away. The sight filled both of them with excitement. Kai leaped down from the stone, a smile adorning his face as he approached and affectionately ruffled Ying's hair. "What shall we call you?" "Calling me brother would be quite delightful." Kai gently ruffled the other's hair, then lightly tapped their head and inquired, "My lord, henceforth, I shall adhere to this title without fail. Were it not for your intervention, my sister and I might have perished amidst this turmoil. From now on, you may command me without hesitation. I, Yamashita, would gladly place my life before yours without a hint of complaint." Uchiha Yamashita clenched his fists and bowed, firmly expressing his resolute stance. "Why concern ourselves with trivialities? We are good friends, after all. Among the Uchiha clan, you are indeed our only friends, and I have come to regard you as family. Thus, it is imperative that we navigate this storm together. There is no need for excessive lamentation over other matters. Our lives continue, and we must face whatever challenges lie ahead. Let us forge onward, undeterred." Kai gently patted Dasha's shoulder, a gesture signifying his acknowledgement of the fellow's demeanor. Yet, having coexisted for such an extended period, he never contemplated viewing the other as a subordinate. This item, after all, was bestowed upon him by the Hyuga clan. Dasha grinned as he raised his head and promptly handed the scroll in his possession to Kai. Fortuitously, they still remembered. It was time to hasten away from this place of turmoil, uncertain of their next destination. Kai casually took the scroll and stored it away. Already carrying two on his back, he slid the new scroll into his backpack and draped his arm over the shoulder of Dashin, speaking in a relaxed tone to the two of them. "Brother Kai, where are we headed next?" Ing tugged at Kai's sleeve, her curiosity bubbling as they walked. "Where are we going? I haven't really thought about it. However, we need to find a more stable place. For now, our priority is to earn some money. We can think of something later. Yet, I seem to have forgotten that our current funds will barely sustain us for a month." As Kai spoke, he released his grip on Dasha's shoulder and swiftly took 2 steps forward. feeling the gentle breeze caress his face and gazing at the surroundings. He spread his arms wide and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "This is the essence of freedom." "Kai, are you all right?" Ing wondered if Kai might be suffering from some grave illness. After narrowly escaping death, he still seemed to be in a state of lingering dread. Yet he could utter such words. "Am I all right? What could possibly be wrong? We are utterly free now. It is time for us to embark on a journey toward true freedom, to explore the wonders of this world, and ultimately find a place devoid of ninjas where we can settle down and study diligently." "You too." Kai suddenly turned around, raising his hand to point at the two individuals, his expression abruptly becoming serious. He proclaimed loudly, "I will be training both of you from now on. So you must prepare yourselves mentally. Even though one may yearn for freedom, it is imperative to possess one's own strength. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will certainly strive to do my best." Daxian immediately stood tall, raising his head and exclaiming, "Do not call him Lord Kai anymore." "Yes, Lord Kai." Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief, yet he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters, as he once again felt the invigorating breeze from the outside world. A group of rambunctious children commenced their forthcoming adventure. Hey, Lord Kai, what are we doing at the casino?" The establishment was a cacophony of sounds, teeming with a diverse mix of patrons. The vast casino was nearly overflowing with visitors, and wherever one looked, there were throngs of people. Each gaming table was surrounded by a multitude of onlookers. Even for those unacquainted with such places, the enormous sign emblazoned with the character for gambling made it abundantly clear that this was indeed a casino. Uchiha Kai had already executed his transformation technique, morphing into a robust and rugged figure, his muscular build and towering height instilling an unsettling sense of dread. Striding confidently into the casino with the two little ones in tow, his bare-chested appearance seemed rather incongruous alongside the children. Upon entering, all eyes swiftly converged upon him. Though this attention was fleeting, as soon after, everyone resumed their fervent activities at the gaming tables. What was the purpose of their visit, you ask? Naturally, they had come to this place to seek fortune. Kai spoke as he nonchalantly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and adorned his face with them. In this manner, his eyes remained concealed from view, rendering any changes in their expression imperceptible to outsiders. With an air of confidence, he strolled around the casino, drawing the vigilant gaze of the security personnel, who watched him closely, apprehensive of any sudden movements. After acquiring a brief understanding of the rules, he approached a simple dice game, where the gameplay was straightforward. One could either bet on high or low, or directly predict the number of points rolled. The odds for guessing the exact number were an impressive 25-1, while betting on high or low offered even odds. Most players at the table opted for the high-low betting strategy. His imposing physique commanded attention, and the patrons ahead instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. Place your bets, place your bets. The moment of revelation is imminent. Kai produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket and, upon reaching the table, placed the entire sum on the number 13. "Kai, this represents all our living expenses," Ing exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Should he lose, they would likely be left destitute. "What is there to worry about? Have faith in my fortune." Kai, seemingly unfazed, calmly addressed Ing, "Haha, coming here and hoping for luck. A large stature does not equate to good fortune." An onlooker among the gamblers loudly mocked. "It's begun," the dealer announced with enthusiasm, lifting the dice cup and casually proclaimed, 13 points, a grand victory." This individual appeared oblivious to the previous circumstances, as he noticed the number of wagers on the smaller outcome clearly outweighed those on the larger one. While contemplating a substantial win and the prospect of reclaiming all his funds, Kai gently tapped the table, his expression turning fierce as he inquired, "What now?" "I have a 13 here." At that moment, the dealer finally took notice, his eyes widening in astonishment, realizing this fellow was indeed fortunate. Remarkable. Such luck. To hit the jackpot right away, 25 times. How much would that cost? The bystanders gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. The total is 50,000 taels. If multiplied by 25, that amounts to 750,000 taels. Kai required no assistance in his calculations. Calmly, he lifted his principal and addressed the dealer. The amount in question was not excessively vast, and likely fell well within the dealer's purview. Without hesitation, the dealer retrieved a thick stack of money from a nearby box, placing it before Kai and nudging it toward him. "Next round," the dealer called out, as the spectators perceived Kai's earlier success as mere fortune, a fortunate stroke of luck. Dajan and Ing stood agape, initially intent on seizing the substantial sum, But before they could reach for it, Kai promptly placed all the money on the number 13. Wait, Master Kai, how could there possibly be a 13? Dajan exclaimed in trepidation. Indeed, how could the same number occur again? Quickly, take the money and leave. Let's finalize this. Everyone, please refrain from further comments. The dealer, unable to tolerate the disruption to his performance, recognized the potential loss of his earnings and swiftly began shaking the dice cup, slamming it onto the table. With no further bets placed, it was time to reveal the outcome. The dealer, brimming with confidence, gripped the dice cup tightly and abruptly lifted it. However, upon witnessing the numbers on the dice, his eyes widened in disbelief. 2,256? He questioned his own vision, pondering whether he had miscalculated, even resorting to counting on his fingers to ascertain the total. Upon deriving the final result, his expression shifted to one of gloom as he turned to glance behind him. There, a well-dressed individual, with a rotund figure, approached leisurely. Having sensed the dealer's dismay, "You scoundrel! Win and take, lose and pay. Such are the rules of our casino. What is this nonsense?" Without further ado, he slapped the dealer and then yanked the man back, stepping up to the gambling table himself. 13. Incredible, it truly is 13. How much will this cost? As the casino owner announced the numbers, gasps erupted from the crowd encircling the table, drawing the attention of onlookers from other tables. Only then did the owner notice the substantial bets placed on the number 13. His eyes widened in terror, nearly popping from their sockets. A total wager of 800,000 taels at a 125 payout ratio means you are liable for a total of 20 million taels, Kai calmly stated. At this moment, the expressions of Dashin and Ing were not much better than that of the casino owner. All wore faces of sheer terror, their eyes wide open in disbelief. They never anticipated that their remaining funds had dwindled to a mere 50,000 taels. Under normal circumstances, this amount would barely sustain them for a week, and now it had seemingly transformed into such a sum in the blink of an eye. If they refrained from lavish spending, it seemed plausible that it could last them for half a lifetime. "Give me the money." The casino owner, though surprised, still exhibited commendable gambling integrity. A chest of money was promptly brought from the back. The chest was filled to the brim, and as for counting the funds, Kai had no intention of engaging in such matters. "Dashin, take the money and leave. One should know when to withdraw. Such occurrences are best kept rare. If one were to relentlessly exploit a casino, unforeseen consequences may inevitably arise. It is far wiser to leave while ahead." Upon receiving the order, Dashin immediately grinned and swiftly seized the heavy box. Ing, too, was unreserved, quickly gathering the 800,000 taels from the table. The trio turned and departed the casino under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It is fortunate that the casino owner proved to be reasonable, refraining from sending anyone after them, unwilling to offend for such a trivial sum. Once they exited into a narrow alley and confirmed that no one was in sight, Kai promptly resumed his original demeanor. Observing Dashin clutching the box of money, a smile spread across his face. "Master Kai, you are truly remarkable. In the future, when we are short on funds, we can just visit the casino. Won't that be splendid?" Before Dashin could finish his thought, Kai delivered a swift punch to his head. With a twitch of his lips, he replied, "That was the power of the Sharingan. Having too many eyes can lead to blindness. I would rather not resort to such measures if I had other options." Though he spoke thus, Kai found himself intrigued by a particular matter. Why, when employing the power of his left eye to foresee events within a minute, did he feel nothing at all? The last time he had invoked this power, the experience had been agonizing. Yet, recently, utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan had been devoid of pain, almost as if he encountered no substantial sensation at all. While he could not fully explain this phenomenon, perhaps it was for the best. After all, it was preferable to conserve the power of the Sharingan whenever possible. At the very least, it could serve as a trump card for the future, alleviating concerns about potential blindness until a solution could be found. Although he understood that using Hashirama's cells could transform the Manjiki into the Eternal Eye, he lacked the knowledge to conduct research on it. This ignorance remained one of Kai's notable weaknesses. "Brother Kai, can you truly gamble using the Manjiki Sharingan? Can you see what lies within?" The siblings inquired with growing curiosity. Stretching their necks to gaze at Kai, "Why are you two so invested in this matter? Focus on your training. Once you awaken your own Manjiki, you will understand," he replied. Kai curled his lips in disdain, then immediately broke into a grin and exclaimed, "We've been subsisting on vegetarian fare for over a month now. With such a windfall, we ought to indulge ourselves with a splendid meal. What do you all fancy? Order anything you desire." He continued. And each of us can also pick out a few sets of clothing. As for the remaining funds, we shall search for a place to purchase a home and settle down. Subsequently, we can dedicate ample time to train you two rascals. Hooray! I want to eat barbecued meat. One chimed in. I too wish for barbecued meat. Echoed another. No problem. With so much money, you can indulge as you please. However, as they walked, Ing curiously inquired, but if we spend like this, won't it run out soon? What is there to worry about? He replied nonchalantly. If it runs out, we can always devise another way to acquire more. Kai casually ruffled Ying's hair and remarked, unbeknownst to us, 5 years have slipped away in silence. Time has passed so swiftly that we scarcely felt its passage. Within an expansive estate, the vastness was almost exaggerated. The courtyard boasted not only artificial rock formations, but also flowing streams. The architecture of the residence was exquisitely crafted. However, along the outer path of the house, 3 individuals were engaged in an arduous run. Leading the trio was a remarkably handsome young man named Uchiha Kai, clad only in a tank top and shorts, with sandals adorning his feet. 5 years had elapsed, and he was now 16, his striking appearance a far cry from his former self. The youthful innocence had faded from his features, leaving behind a visage that seemed sculpted to perfection. His sharp facial contours complemented his large eyes, prominent nose, and cascading black hair, exuding an undeniable charm that could be felt from several meters away. Trailing behind him was a towering figure, Dashi, who was notably taller than Kai. While he too possessed an appealing demeanor, his physique appeared considerably more robust. With a buzz cut and sharply defined features, he presented the image of a muscular man, running along the path with bare arms and clad only in shorts, entirely unconcerned with appearances. As for Ing, the once tiny child had blossomed into a 12-year-old girl. Her attire of tank top and shorts seemed to be the customary outfit for this trio. Sporting a ponytail, she radiated a spirited and capable aura. Lord Kai, might we forego the lightning release body enhancement today? Dashi inquired breathlessly as they continued their run. What are you thinking? Just look at how much time has passed. You've had years to improve, and yet the weight you can bear is still a mere 1,000 pounds. This is truly inadequate. The rigorous training will enhance your mental fortitude. Not only that, but it will also relax your body and mind. In a month's time, we will increase your weight to 200 pounds. The daily regimen remains unchanged. Morning devoted to taijutsu, afternoon for ninjutsu. This is non-negotiable. As Kai ran, he casually remarked, Brother Kai, we are out of money. In response to Uchiha Kai's words, the pursuing Ing immediately provided an answer. Acquiring more items is not an issue. But the crux of the matter is that these things require money, extremely exorbitant amounts, to be precise. Not to worry. This afternoon, we shall take a stroll through the casino. You are overthinking it, Lord Kai. Just a few days ago, I heard that all the casinos have banded together to prohibit you from entering their establishments. As a gambling city, it seems you are the first to endure such treatment. Dasha grinned widely as he spoke. How can that be? Brother Kai, how can it not be? Over the past few years, we have spent an extraordinary amount of money, especially on purchasing these tools. The total expenses have likely exceeded 1 billion Rio. Your frequent gambling excursions, each time bringing out several tens of millions, have led to the current reluctance of others to allow you into their casinos. Ing said, exasperated. Whether in physical training or the mastery of ninjutsu, all these pursuits share a significant commonality. They require funds. Maintaining such a vast estate demands financial resources, as do the numerous clothes. Thus, their current lifestyle can be deemed akin to that of nobility. Yet, it is precisely because of this that their expenditures vanish at an alarming rate. How much money do we have left? Kai abruptly halted his steps, turning to inquire of Ing. After all, this young lady was the custodian of their finances. Even he, Uchiha Kai, was unaware of the rapid depletion of their resources. With over 1 million Rio remaining, sustenance would certainly not pose an issue. However, procuring other necessities would prove challenging. Ing, mirroring Deshawn, also paused to express her thoughts. In times past, possessing such wealth would have rendered concerns obsolete. One could indulge in comfort without a second thought towards monetary matters, yet the current circumstances were starkly different. A mere purchase could easily consume tens of thousands of Rio, if not more. The expenditure was astonishingly swift. Kai rested his chin on his hand, contemplating before speaking. Of course it's quick. Brother Kai, your bespoke suit costs nearly 1 million taels, and you have at least 100 sets in your room. Just the expenses alone are exorbitant. Ing rolled her eyes, pouting as she expressed her thoughts. Do not speak recklessly. That money belongs to Lord Kai, and he can spend it as he pleases. Dashin reprimanded. Although they currently enjoyed an equal and amicable relationship, yet, deep down, Dashin harbored different sentiments. Well, if there's no money, then there's no money. If those casinos won't let us in, we shall simply find another place. After spinning around twice and hesitating briefly, Kai suddenly conceived an excellent idea. He grinned broadly and, with utmost seriousness, addressed the two. Since this place won't do, let us venture out and seek a grand opportunity elsewhere. Then we need not worry about finances. Leave? Can we truly depart from this place? Staying here was indeed pleasurable. Although ninjas occasionally appeared, they were not overly frequent. The environment was relatively comfortable, with mountains and rivers, and daily life was quite convenient. The surrounding area was populated by ordinary folk, presenting no real threat. Even the ninjas who made their way here possessed rather average abilities. Despite remaining within the Land of Fire, they were considerably distant from the Hidden Leaf Village. Living here, free from safety concerns, was indeed a delight for them. However, prolonged residence in one place inevitably led to feelings of monotony and boredom, making occasional excursions a source of fulfillment. Lord Kai, do you mean to seek out casinos outside? Dashin inquired, puzzled. What casinos? We shall directly seek out individuals to extort. Let us target those who are both wicked and wealthy. I believe I might know one. With that, he suggested they prepare and set off for the Land of Waves. In his mind, Kai envisioned a certain individual, the kind who was both affluent and unscrupulous. In his recollection, this person's wealth was undoubtedly among the top 10 in the world. With such substantial riches, he would no longer have to worry about financial concerns. A journey to the Land of Waves, perhaps? That would mean an abundance of seafood. Excitedly, inquired. However, embarking on such a journey was a matter for tomorrow, irrelevant to today. Thus, today's training regimen must be diligently completed. Therefore, let us commence the weighted running without delay. Kailima raised his hand and shouted loudly, causing the remaining two individuals to follow behind him with expressions of utter desolation. Each stride they took stirred up clouds of dust, and the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Under Kai's rigorous training, the two had made significant progress in their abilities. Although their potential within the Uchiha clan could be considered merely average, with the right training approach, they could rival those with exceptional talents. As dawn broke, the heavy gates slammed shut and Dashin locked the key in place. He then turned to face the horse-drawn carriage before him. Just as he was about to board, Kai abruptly halted him, advising, "Remove your burdens. Otherwise, the horses will be exhausted before we even begin." Oh, Dashin immediately understood, bending down to relieve himself of the weights strapped to his legs. Though they seemed insignificant, the moment they hit the ground, they caused a resounding thud that cracked the floor beneath. Indeed, he felt considerably lighter. After completing this task, he settled at the front of the carriage, lightly flicking the reins, causing the two horses to gradually move forward. The carriage was quite standard, featuring a side door and constructed largely of glass, save for its steel frame. Inside, curtains could be drawn to shield against the outside light. The interior could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals, providing ample space. Perhaps due to the early hour, Kai and Ing sat side by side in the back, propping their legs on the front seat, adjusting their postures before dozing off. Only Dashin remained, relegated to the role of a weary laborer, driving the carriage forward while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Earth style, earth flow wall. The carriage progressed steadily without incident. However, upon reaching the boundary between two mountains, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Remarkably, just a day into their journey, they encountered unexpected circumstances. The scenery was delightful, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, yet as they advanced leisurely, the ground ahead suddenly stirred. In an instant, an earthen wall materialized directly in their path. Flanked by towering mountains, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from behind, each wielding knives and sporting lewd grins. A few figures leaped onto the earthen wall, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their expressions indiscernible. One thing was certain. Their prowess indicated that these individuals were undoubtedly ninjas. After waiting so long, it seemed they had finally attracted some minor adversaries. However, judging by the carriage's appearance, it suggested a degree of wealth, enough to sustain them for several days. A rather unsightly individual atop the wall, clutching a hook resembling a rope, squinted and remarked with a smirk, "Who cares if they have money? Let's just resolve this quickly." Another individual, positioned centrally, frowned in impatience, stating, Lord Kai, we have encountered a situation. May I test my current abilities? Among the adversaries, there is likely 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 2 Jinin. I have trained alone without practical experience. I kindly request your permission. Dashin politely turned and opened the glass to inquire from the back. I want to experience this too. Ing, unable to contain herself, sat up earnestly and looked at Kai. Very well, but make it swift. Once the Sharingan is activated, leave no survivors. Kai remained leaning there, his eyes not having opened even once. With the help of his staff, he had long sensed the presence of these individuals. However, he deemed their strength far too feeble. Allowing these two to hone their skills seemed rather advantageous. Understood, Lord Kai. All right, Brother Kai. One jumped down from the carriage while the other opened the door and leapt out simultaneously. Eliminate them, commanded the leader standing atop the earthen wall. His tone calm as he waved his hand. I will handle the front. You take care of the back. DSH and instructed his sister, fully aware that those lingering behind the carriage were merely ordinary individuals, posing no real threat. The only danger lay with those in front of them. All right. After several years of training, it was time to practice on you, to let you experience what it is like to endure relentless training in a hellish environment. DSH and declared as he shed the constraints of weight. In a mere flash, he appeared atop the earthen wall and delivered a swift kick. Initially, he had assumed that the individuals in the carriage were just commoners. After all, ninjas would never choose such a mode of transportation. However, underestimating them proved to be a grave mistake. The leftmost lower ninja had no time to evade and was sent flying by the kick, crashing violently into a tree trunk, falling motionless to the ground. They are ninjas. The others immediately heightened their vigilance upon witnessing this. Earth style, Hell's Swamp. The middle-ranking ninja, quick to react, retreated while forming hand seals at an astonishing speed, subsequently slamming his hands onto the ground. As DSHN prepared to charge forward, he felt himself unwittingly sinking into the swamp beneath him. Yet, with a simple exertion of force, he swiftly freed himself and leaped into the air. In an instant, he appeared before the middle-ranking ninja, opting not to use ninjutsu, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The tremendous impact sent the ninja flying backward. Perhaps luck was simply not on his side, for he collided with a broken branch on the tree, which pierced through his body from back to front. Unable to emit even a whimper of despair, he desperately reached out, yearning for rescue, but before he could lift his head, it drooped limply. This bastard. Witnessing the deaths of 2 of his comrades, the J-Nin was instantly incensed. He quickly formed hand seals for fire style, fire dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a massive fireball that transformed into 2 enormous fire dragons, hurtling toward DSHN. However, this assault proved insufficient. Their speed was simply too slow. DSHN evaded with a rapid sidestep, causing the fire dragons to crash into the rocky wall ahead. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, dislodging rocks from above. Retreat. We must leave this place. Realizing that his attacks had failed to hit, he surmised that the adversary's strength was formidable. Moreover, there was still an enigmatic figure inside the carriage who had yet to reveal himself. Regardless of the opponent's actual power, persisting under the current circumstances seemed increasingly unwise. Think you can escape? The 3-tomo Sharingan ignited in DSHN's eyes as he unleashed his chakra, adopting an offensive stance. He lifted his foot and vanished from his position, his speed significantly enhanced compared to before. In the midst of the rocky terrain and dense foliage, such rapid movement without the Sharingan could easily result in colliding with a tree. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before the fleeing J-Nin. The moment the J-Nin laid eyes on DSHN's Sharingan, his eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha clan, he exclaimed in astonishment. DSHN furrowed his brow and swiftly formed hand seals. In mere moments, several small fireballs appeared beside the J-Nin. Ninjutsu, fire style, firefly explosion. He then retreated rapidly, accompanied by the explosive sounds of the fireballs. The previous J-Nin had no opportunity to react, his body now charred beyond recognition. Given his ghastly appearance, even divine intervention could not save him. Having dealt with this foe, DSHN showed no signs of pausing, darting through the forest and swiftly pursuing the others along the mountain's edge. Each movement was executed with lightning speed, leaving behind only a few ninjas among those fleeing. As these ninjas dashed for their lives, they barely had time to react before being sent flying. Almost with a single strike, their fates were sealed. The ordinary bandits posed no challenge whatsoever. Minutes later, HY, How did it go on your end? The two had returned to the carriage, and DSHN, grinning, was about to boast of his achievements when HY scoffed. You took so long. I've been back for quite a while. Can you compare us? Our opponents were entirely different. DSHN retorted, falling silent as he reflected on the events that had transpired, reviewing his combat experience. Aside from the powerful ninjutsu skills that Kai had personally taught him, he was capable of unleashing only a handful of small fireballs at once. After all, the chakra within his body was not overwhelmingly vast. Producing a dozen fireballs was already quite impressive. Since we've come this far, is there any need for hiding? A voice emerged from the carriage. As the siblings continued discussing their battles outside, Kai spoke nonchalantly, causing them both to pause. The carriage door then creaked open, and Kai stepped out leisurely. Dressed in a white checkered shirt paired with a casual blazer, he appeared particularly dashing that day. Upon descending from the carriage, his gaze was drawn to the right front. Is someone still here? DSHN exclaimed, surprised, as both siblings instinctively assumed a combat-ready stance. This was something they had previously overlooked. Even with the Sharingan activated, they had failed to notice another presence in the vicinity. Their immediate thought was whether this individual was aligned with the bandits. Kai's gaze remained firmly fixed on the area ahead, and thus far he had been unable to discern the identity of the presence before him. He could only sense an overwhelmingly vast chakra gathering in that direction, which undeniably indicated that someone existed there. Have you been discovered, Mr. Itachi? A calm voice resonated, followed by the sudden appearance of two figures landing directly on the path before them. The attire, black with red clouds, was all too familiar to Kai. The crux of the matter lay not in their clothing, but in the identities of the two individuals. Among them stood none other than Uchiha Itachi himself. It had been over 5 years since they last met, and now Itachi exuded an aura of illness. His slightly emaciated frame coupled with a lackluster expression spoke volumes. Nevertheless, there was no denying his formidable strength, especially with the presence of another formidable ally, Kisame, the Sharingan. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly encountered such a phenomenon in this place. Years ago, he had annihilated the Uchiha clan. Who were these individuals? Itachi took a couple of steps forward, his curiosity piqued by the commotion when he first approached. However, he was taken aback upon witnessing the moment the Sharingan manifested. Initially believing that they had acquired the eyes of his clan, it was only when he observed the eyes closing that he realized another truth. These individuals were undoubtedly members of the Uchiha clan. Yet, considering their current age, it implied that at the time of the clan's massacre, they must have been at least 11 or 12 years old. However, he had no recollection of anyone capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha, involuntarily, and called out his name. Although she had not witnessed Itachi's obliteration of the Uchiha clan firsthand, she was acutely aware of his ruthless nature. With wide eyes, she stared incredulously at the figure before her, her heart beginning to fill with an instinctive dread. So you survived the massacre. Tell me, who are you? Itachi's expression twisted into one of fury, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan appearing particularly menacing. What a surprise to see you. It has indeed been a long time, young Master Itachi. Kai displayed a rather nonchalant demeanor, showing little vigilance, and even drew closer to them. However, upon hearing the name, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, his mind racing to recall the identity of the youth before him. To his surprise, encountering Mr. Kisame here was indeed unexpected. Do you know me? It was now Kisame who appeared bewildered. How could this young man possibly recognize him? This was their first meeting. And judging by the tone of his speech, it seemed he was not only unafraid but also quite familiar with them. You are Uchiha Kai? Itachi's brow knitted further as he mentally traversed through the entire Uchiha clan, the only one who matched this visage being Uchiha Kai. Tentatively, he inquired. And Kai responded with a composed smile and applause. Who would have thought? Young Master Itachi possesses such remarkable memory to recall someone as insignificant as myself. I had thought we would never meet again in this lifetime, yet here we are today. It is surprising, yet somehow fitting. Enough. Do not address me in such a manner. Uchiha Itachi refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he angrily admonished Kai. Huh? Itachi, what is it? Do you feel unworthy of such a title? While I bear no particular sentiment regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, one cannot overlook the fact that 873 lives were extinguished. Even the voiceless infants met a tragic end at your hands. TSK, I must say, I truly admire you. Kai, with a leisurely air, offered a subtle mockery. This is no longer the serene confines of Konohagakure. Although he had resided here for several years, he felt no fear in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. What could possibly happen if the two before him were to attack together? Before I make my move, I have a curiosity I wish to express. Itachi slowly relaxed his clenched fist, inhaling deeply as he turned to Kai and inquired about that fateful night of the massacre. How were you able to survive? Uchiha Itachi, do you truly believe that all events lie within your grasp? Perhaps you should open your eyes and take a closer look at me? With a slight smile gracing his lips, Kai gradually raised both hands, and then, with a firm squeeze, his fists clenched tightly, although his body appeared devoid of chakra. In the next moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy. Such immense chakra caused even Kisame to widen his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you incapable of wielding chakra? Itachi asked, visibly taken aback. That is why I say, when a tree stands out in a forest, the wind must surely bring it down. Kai calmly retracted the release of his chakra, showing no reluctance to engage in conversation with this long-unseen acquaintance. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and in the next moment, a square stone pillar materialized behind him, standing approximately 40 to 50 centimeters tall. Kai sat there leisurely, crossing his legs as he continued to address the two individuals before him. I have never disclosed to outsiders that I am incapable of utilizing chakra. I merely stated that my chakra reserves are rather limited. Were it otherwise, how could I have survived the fateful night of my clan's annihilation? Nonetheless, I have grown fond of this tranquil existence and wish for it to remain undisturbed. Thus, in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan is, aside from your foolish brother, effectively extinguished. These three show no interest in the glory of the Uchiha clan. However, since we are acquainted, let us consider this meeting a mere formality. I seek no conflict with you two, and I hope you will regard this encounter as one that never transpired. The Uchiha clan has been obliterated. Your presence in this world is unwarranted. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi prepared to unleash the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. Mr. Itachi, be cautious. Just as Itachi was about to strike, Kisame suddenly interjected with a warning. It was unnecessary for Kisame to alert him, as Itachi had already sensed the imminent danger, swiftly shifting to the right. At that very moment, a fireball materialized where he had just stood, expanding rapidly into a circular form before contracting abruptly. The fireball, a vivid crimson hue, expanded to a diameter of approximately 2 meters, creating an elliptical indentation in the ground. Had he not moved in time, this singular assault could have obliterated Uchiha Itachi in an instant. His reflexes were indeed quite sharp. The attack served merely as a cautionary measure, indicating our lack of intent for combat. Should a true confrontation arise, I would not mind indulging young Master Itachi in a playful exchange. As Kai reached this point in his discourse, a faint smile graced his lips. Yet his demeanor remained devoid of any superfluous expression, a condition that persisted only until his utterance concluded. Once his words settled in the air, his countenance grew icy as he continued. How many more times can those eyes of yours be utilized? The technique known as moon reading is not universally beneficial. Formidable illusions necessitate mental fortitude. When the spiritual strength of others overwhelms yours, the only outcome of your moon reading will be its side effects. You should consider yourself fortunate that you did not resort to that tactic. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send both of you to another realm. Upon finishing his statement, his expression shifted once more to one of indifference. He then turned, addressing the still combat-ready Deshaun siblings. Why all this seriousness? Let's go. Oh, Deshaun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. To him, Uchiha Itachi was undeniably an invincible force. Such was the reality. Without Kai's presence, the two would undoubtedly be soundly defeated by Itachi. Deshaun paused momentarily, maintaining a composed stance before hastily moving to the front of the carriage, quickly taking his seat. After glancing back to ensure his sister had entered the carriage, he gently waved the reins, resuming their journey. The previously obstructive earthen wall had now been breached sufficiently to allow their passage, even as they neglected to regard the expressions of Uchiha Itachi and his companion standing to the right. In light of the unfolding situation, Itachi refrained from making any aggressive moves, his mind plagued with numerous questions. Yet, upon hearing Kai's words, he was abruptly transported back to the harrowing day he had annihilated his clan. The internal struggle, compounded by the sight of surviving members of the Uchiha clan, bore a heavy weight of guilt. More significantly, the realization that Kai was acutely aware of his ocular abilities instilled a profound sense of dread within him. This sensation left him at an impasse, unsure of how to act, or rather, too fearful to act. Itachi, are you all right? Kisame inquired, observing Itachi's dazed state with concern. I'm fine, Itachi replied, gradually inhaling deeply before turning to Kisame, asking, what do you think of that individual's strength? Terrifying. Kisame answered without hesitation. Yet, Itachi could only shake his head in resignation. The moment he was first assaulted, his Manjiki Sharingan had detected an overwhelming presence of energy encircling them, indicating that similar attacks had long been targeted at them. Unbeknownst to them, an array of energy attacks, capable of obliterating everything within a circular radius, had already been locked onto them, without the opponent needing to perform any hand seals. This realization was precisely why Itachi refrained from engaging. However, once they departed, those threats gradually dissipated, signifying that their adversary had never intended to engage them in combat. Itachi, that person must also be from your Uchiha clan, right? I thought they had all been exterminated. Why are there still 3 alive? Kisame questioned, genuinely perplexed. I'm uncertain. Reflecting on past events, Itachi was reluctant to revisit that fateful night, yet his mind involuntarily conjured memories of why he had spared those 3 lives. When he had descended upon their location, a fire had unexpectedly erupted in Kai's home. Even so, he had felt compelled to verify, discovering 3 corpses within the dwelling, which led him to dismiss any further concern. After all, they were merely 3 individuals of average prowess, hardly warranting his attention. In retrospect, Itachi mused, if he had not killed them, why would their bodies have lain in that house? Coupled with the current circumstances, who were those 3 corpses? Ultimately, encountering surviving members of the Uchiha clan was not solely a source of astonishment and anger for Itachi. It was also accompanied by a measure of surprise and unexpected joy. Yet, when it came to Kai, the buried desire to eliminate them lingered within, primarily due to fears of potential threats against himself or Uchiha Sasuke. Having been thoroughly overwhelmed before the battle even commenced, and with their adversary possessing so much knowledge about him, Itachi felt compelled to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Let us proceed. After a brief pause, Itachi silently resumed his forward path. Kisame followed closely behind, unsure of what to say. However, after taking only a few steps, he curiously inquired, aren't we going to kill them? We still have our mission to fulfill, and I believe it is best not to complicate matters, Itachi replied, not bothering to glance back or deliberate on the matter. He was still grappling with several uncertainties. Most simply, how had those 3 survived the night of the massacre? How had they escaped the heavily fortified Konoha, who had aided their escape? And what was the nature of Kai's abilities? Had he been concealing his true strength from the very beginning? The accumulation of these questions left Itachi feeling increasingly incredulous, unable to fathom the truth. The carriage continued along the relatively smooth path, distancing itself from the previous location by approximately 1 to 2 kilometers. Inside the carriage, Hikari could no longer contain her curiosity. Leaning to gaze intently at Kai, there were many questions she longed to voice, yet the words eluded her. The key dilemma was that he lounged there, legs propped upon the front seat, eyes closed as if on the verge of slumber. Kai, that was Uchiha Itachi, wasn't he it? Why didn't we kill him? We could avenge the entire Uchiha clan. Hikari finally voiced her burning question, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Does the fate of the Uchiha clan have any bearing on you? Kai did not open his eyes. Instead, he calmly inquired. At the very least, he had killed Aunt Yun, and for that alone, he was utterly unforgivable. Kai finally opened his eyes, turning to the somewhat irate Ying and said, I can save you all. If possible, I can certainly bring Aunt Yun out as well. Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Even Deshawn, who was driving the carriage, perked up to listen. If Aunt Yun were to emerge with us, it is likely that none of us would have survived until now. Her demise would indeed be a loss I would mourn. However, there is something you must understand, a matter I have never brought up with you. Aunt Yun is, in a sense, a ninja, albeit a low-ranking one. Yet, she is among the Uchiha clan's most fervent advocates for war, harboring deep resentment towards both the village and the Uchiha family. Thus, should we attempt to bring her out, our lives would be far from peaceful. For the sake of your safety, I must silently accept the fate that the Uchiha clan has long been destined to endure. As for the fate of others, whether they live or die bears no consequence to us. I harbor no animosity towards Uchiha Itachi. As long as he does not act against us, I am indifferent to who he truly is. Moreover, eliminating him could potentially provoke a significant dilemma, which is entirely unnecessary for us. Kai elucidated that although the siblings were still grateful to Aunt Yun, given the passage of many years since the incident, the emotions tied to it had considerably faded. Uchiha Kai refrained from engaging in any conflict with Itachi, wishing to maintain the status quo. After all, if the Sasuke from the future were to seek him out. Given his current capabilities, he might find himself pursued for an extended duration. Though did not fully comprehend the essence of Kai's words. She grasped one sentiment. Their actions were for the sake of both of them. Overwhelmed by emotion, she felt a sudden pang in her chest, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she leaned against Kai. Outside, the driver Deshawn inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his own unwelcome tears. Reflecting on their past, it became evident that the siblings had always relied on Kai. From financial support in their youth to preparations during the clan's downfall, he had shouldered the burden of their care, patiently guiding them in their studies and ensuring they led carefree lives. After calming the earlier heaviness in his heart, Deshawn managed a small smile before cracking the whip, urging the horses to accelerate. The present state of Konoha appeared unchanged from several years prior, with the streets devoid of any Uchiha presence, yet the overall semblance remained familiar. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now graying, sat leisurely with a pipe in hand, gazing into a round crystal ball. His expression darkened as he observed a scene unfolding within the bathhouse. Suddenly, a bird fluttered in through the window, prompting Sarutobi to shake off the ash from his pipe and set it aside. He rose to open the window and seized the bird, extracting a small note from a ring on its leg before releasing it once more. Upon reading the message, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he furrowed his brow, calling out, "Someone, come here." "Yes, Hokage-sama, what is your command?" A masked figure entered, kneeling before the third Hokage. "Summon Danzo to this place." "Understood." The Umbu operative departed with remarkable speed. Sarutobi then scrutinized the note, murmuring, "Could there truly be survivors from the Uchiha clan? How is that possible?" Before long, Danzo arrived, leaning on a cane as he pushed open the Hokage's door, entering as if returning home. Now, Danzo was wrapped in bandages, his left arm and the right side of his face similarly bound. Though uncertain why Sarutobi had summoned him, he approached a chair and casually inquired, "What did you call me for?" "During your role in tallying the casualties of the Uchiha clan, did you notice anything amiss? Were the deceased numbers consistent with your reports?" Sarutobi asked. "Who can possibly remember such details?" Danzo retorted, then took the note Sarutobi offered, his expression mirroring the Hokage's disbelief upon reading its contents. "Is this information certain?" Danzo asked cautiously. "The information is indisputable, which is why I summoned you to verify the discrepancies in the Uchiha clan's death toll," Sarutobi replied. Such a notion would have been unfathomable before, given the village's stringent security. Yet now, not only were there survivors, but they had also managed to leave the village unscathed, an unexpected development. Danzo furrowed his brow, having meticulously reviewed the death toll of the Uchiha clan, believing the matter settled. He had previously concealed information, fearing Sarutobi might exploit it. However, recognizing the urgency, he remarked, "According to our records, there should have been 878 individuals in the Uchiha clan. Yet we only recovered 873 bodies. Initially, we presumed some were destroyed, but this new information suggests otherwise. If I recall correctly, Uchiha Kai was the exceptional youth who trained under Might Guy, correct? Identifying the other two should not pose a challenge, given their ages. A brief investigation will reveal their identities. However, if this note is genuine, their next destination is likely the Land of Waves. I shall dispatch operatives to eliminate this threat immediately." Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he prepared to depart. Yet, Sarutobi slowly rose, pressing his palms firmly against the desk. Hearing the movement, Danzo halted and turned to ask, "Do you require anything else?" "Ensure this is handled thoroughly," Sarutobi insisted. "Rest assured, I will see to it," Danzo replied. Sarutobi's demeanor shifted significantly upon learning of the Uchiha survivors. Unlike Sasuke, as long as Itachi lived, the village would remain cautious. The implications of this information were clear. It likely originated from Itachi himself, revealing only their numbers and the name Uchiha Kai, with no mention of their strength. After all, what could a mere slip of paper convey? The Land of Waves borders the Land of Fire, separated by a mere 500 meters of sea. The distance is not vast, and the Land of Waves can be likened to an island, directly adjacent to the Land of Fire. Uchiha Kai and his companions chose to travel by horse-drawn carriage, a decision that conserves chakra, as there is no expenditure where savings are concerned. The sole drawback is the sluggish pace, with a daily progress of merely over 100 kilometers. For a ninja, however, at full speed, such a distance could be covered in roughly an hour. Even with brakes, a ninja team can advance at an astonishing velocity. Lord Kai, the road ahead has come to an end. We may need to proceed on foot from here, announced Yamashita as the carriage came to an abrupt halt, pulling back the curtain to address his companions. Before them lay an expanse completely obscured by trees and underbrush. Yet, the air was filled with the briny scent of the sea, and the humidity here was notably higher than in other regions. Have we arrived already? Sitting up and stretching lazily, he appeared utterly drowsy. Kai had been journeying in a state of perpetual slumber, as his ordinary, leisurely life was a distant memory. Though he had settled in one place, each day was consumed by rigorous training. Even on the rare occasion when he refrained from training, he was still responsible for instructing two others. Thus, each day was characterized by an intense and fulfilling routine. This was precisely why they chose not to adopt the swift movements of a ninja, but rather to travel by carriage. Even Ling shared this sentiment, as this mode of transport allowed for moments of restful reprieve during their journey. Amidst the relentless intensity of their training, such tranquil intervals were a rare luxury. After all, they were not pressed for time, and there was no need for the hurried existence one might typically envision. As they opened the carriage doors, both descended from their respective sides. The road appeared to reach its terminus. However, the tracks left by other vehicles suggested otherwise. Illusion. Kai immediately sensed that something was amiss. The area ahead was ensnared by an illusion, deliberately crafted to compel them to halt. After merely a few days, encountering such an abundance of troubles was truly exasperating. Kai sighed deeply. The two individuals, Deshan and another, remained in a state of bewilderment, yet Kai called out loudly, "Is there anyone here? Lord Kai, what are you doing?" Deshan inquired, but Kai chose not to respond. He made a gesture for silence, followed by forming a hand seal with one hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he thrust his palm forward and declared once more, "It appears there is indeed no one here." Since there is no one, Kai extended his palm and exerted a sudden, forceful grip. In an instant, the entire grove erupted with a powerful shockwave. The crimson spheres swiftly retracted, and within the blink of an eye, the once verdant expanse was transformed into a scene of desolation. What was previously a thriving forest had now become a barren plain. The ground itself bore numerous indentations, and the attack had not produced any explosive sounds. The only audible manifestation was the dispersal of shockwaves. There were still a few survivors. Their strength appeared commendable. Following the wave of assault, masked individuals remained on their right. However, one among them seemed to be in dire straits, as his right arm had been completely severed. As for the exact number of casualties from the recent onslaught, it was likely that only they were privy to that grim tally. What a formidable attack! Dashin's eyes widened in astonishment. Kai had indeed taught him this technique. Yet, his own mastery of it was woefully inadequate. To his surprise, the execution from Kai was astonishingly fearsome. Ing also wore an expression of disbelief. The siblings could easily surmise the magnitude of Kai's prowess, yet they had never truly experienced it. This encounter made it all too apparent. The sheer magnitude of the unleashed assault indicated that Kai himself seemed unfazed. While astonishment lingered, Dashin became acutely aware that these individuals might have come after them. However, he had been oblivious to this threat until now. Instantly, he shifted into a state of vigilance. The speed with which the news had spread was unexpected. It was clear that Konoha held them in high regard. Kai spoke leisurely, then turned to the few individuals ahead and inquired, "You must belong to the route, correct?" Retreat. The masked figures, now fully disinclined to engage with him any further, had come to a clear realization. They were simply outmatched. With this understanding firmly established, their sole task was to return and report, leaving no further matters to attend to. Was it time to leave? Kai gently lifted his foot, and before it could touch the ground, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of them. The group of individuals rooted to the spot was suddenly taken aback, yet Kai, unperturbed, remarked, "Shall I provide an explanation?" Wind release. It seemed prudent to forego further discussion, as it was evident that the other party had no intention of engaging in conversation and was instead poised to strike. Kai naturally understood the intentions of this group. Since they were unable to obtain any information, there was no reason for him to seek it. With a deep sigh, he swiftly maneuvered through their midst, his speed suggesting an intent to release them. However, upon returning to the vicinity of the carriage, Kai found himself in possession of a gleaming dagger. Standing beside the carriage, he gently sheathed the dagger, favoring it over the shuriken, for at least it proved far more practical in his grasp. Yet, At the moment the dagger was secured in its sheath, the individuals at the rear remained motionless. In a short while, one of them lightly brushed his neck, silently removing the mask from his face, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Soon after, blood began to seep from his neck. As Kai opened the carriage door, the group collapsed in unison onto the ground. Board the carriage. The next battle is entrusted to you. Unless an extraordinary circumstance arises, I shall not intervene again. Kai lifted his foot and stepped onto the carriage, settling down with a thud. In the midst of this, he spoke. I understand, Lord Kai. Deep within, Deshawn felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. The relentless training had, indeed, yielded little progress. Although Kai had personally engaged in combat practice with him, the prolonged experience of being outmatched had left him with a sense of emotional isolation. As for Ing, the young girl could only manage a wry smile as she sat in the carriage, feeling the caress of the sea breeze, for they were not far from the shore. After the first wave of attacks, the path ahead began to reveal itself. Simultaneously, the distant coastline became distinctly visible. Brother Kai, you haven't asked what we're doing here all the way? Ing inquired curiously, looking at Kai, who remained reclined with his eyes closed. Of course, we are here to earn money. There's a wealthy individual in the land of waves, but let us hope that he is still alive. Kai closed his eyes, contemplating the current timeline. If all went as anticipated, they should still be able to make it. However, having lived in a place devoid of any significant gathering of ninjas, he realized that despite the comfortable existence, his understanding of the world beyond was woefully inadequate. Lord Kai, we are not far from the seaside. There is no bridge connecting us, so it seems the carriage must remain here, Daxian remarked, observing the long descent that led directly to the shore. His gaze swept across the landscape, noting the absence of any bridges, and he spoke while continuing forward. It matters not. We are not too far away. Indeed, from this vantage point, the island of the land of waves was visible in the distance. Although separated by a considerable stretch, the expansive island was still quite discernible. Excuse me, may I inquire where Cardo resides? Upon reaching the shores of the land of waves, the island appeared rather diminutive from the outside. Yet, once on the island, it revealed itself to be quite charming. The surrounding environment exuded a pleasant atmosphere. Regrettably, it seemed that life here revolved almost entirely around the sea, leading to a rather singular way of living, with hardly any bustling areas. Upon arriving at a village, encountering another person was indeed a rare occurrence. With a gentle smile, Kai approached the man of the household, greeting him amiably. The man, upon observing Kai's impeccably stylish attire, could surmise without a doubt that it was of considerable value. Undoubtedly indicative of noble lineage, likely linked to that fellow, Cardo. However, he dared not exhibit any overt resistance and could only respond politely, expressing his ignorance. The man, who had initially intended to leave, promptly retreated into his abode, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud. This unexpected turn of events left the three onlookers utterly bewildered. Uchiha Kai possessed commendable life skills, yet he was markedly deficient in perceptive abilities. In this regard, he was almost abysmally lacking, capable of detecting presences only within a modest radius of 200 to 300 meters. He could employ both earth and wind release techniques to sense entities at greater distances. But this capability was limited to fellow ninjas, as their chakra could resonate with his own, thus revealing their existence. The situation was entirely dissimilar when it came to ordinary individuals. Relying on these methods to discern their presence was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack on the vast island. In his recollection, Cardo should have been a well-known figure throughout the land of waves. They had intended to casually inquire about him, yet the outcome had been unexpectedly disheartening. Lord Kai, shall I venture inside to ask? DSH stepped forward boldly, addressing Kai with a commanding tone. What are you doing? We are merely here to locate someone, not to stir up trouble. If he is unwilling to respond, let us seek another individual for information. Kai rolled his eyes, a look of utter exasperation on his face. It was unclear where such thoughts originated, prompting him to express such sentiments. Brother Kai, who exactly is the person named Cardo that we are searching for? As the three turned to depart in search of other individuals, Ing inquired curiously while walking. After all, since their journey began, they had only known that they were here to acquire wealth or seize it from others, yet thus far, their understanding of the target individual remained elusive. In response to Ying's raised question, they were met with uncertainty. Kai did not respond directly. Instead, he offered a subtle smile to his companion. Subsequently, the trio inquired at nearly every household they encountered. However, the responses from these individuals appeared to be uniformly negative. Each person exhibited a strong aversion, either shutting their doors resolutely or remaining utterly silent. Some even brandished weapons in preparation for confrontation. Ultimately, after questioning a multitude of people, they obtained not a single shred of information, rendering their efforts fruitless and their time squandered. Yet, despite the collective refusal to engage, Kai maintained an admirable composure, displaying neither anger nor dissatisfaction. It seemed that the time was drawing near. As he approached the next household, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He continued to walk with a broad smile on his face. "Lord Kai, have you discovered a solution?" Deshawn inquired earnestly. Given their long-standing acquaintance, they were relatively familiar with one another. Deshawn, particularly perceptive to the slight uplift at the corners of Kai's mouth, surmised that he must have conceived a plan. "Ah, it seems you have thought of something." "Really?" Ing exclaimed with palpable excitement. But then, a hint of shyness crept in as she asked, "Could we perhaps go eat first? We haven't had a bite since early morning, and I'm so hungry." "Of course." Kai rubbed his head as the three of them arrived at the front of the house they had seen. The dwelling was quite ordinary, for life in the Land of Waves was generally uniform in its living conditions. The somewhat dilapidated structure stood before them, with two children playing in the front yard. The gate was ajar, allowing wisps of smoke to drift from the courtyard. "Hello there, little ones." Kai approached with a warm smile, crouching down to observe the two little ones engrossed in their play with pebbles. "Hello there, what brings you here?" he inquired gently. The little girl appeared somewhat timid, likely unaware of his presence until he had drawn near. As she caught sight of his friendly demeanor, she quickly scooted her index finger aside and sat on the ground, glancing at Kai with a hint of trepidation. "Excuse me. I truly apologize for interrupting your play. I seem to have lost my way after wandering for an entire day and am struggling to find my destination. Could you kindly inform me if you know the whereabouts of a gentleman named Dazuna? He is said to be involved in bridge construction in this country." "Dazuna? What do you need him for?" the little girl asked once more. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in tattered clothes, with even her knees showing signs of wear. The little boy beside her seemed to be merely 2 or 3 years old, oblivious to the dangers of the outside world, silently watching the interaction unfold. "I sincerely apologize. Yes, it is indeed Dazuna we seek. We hail from the Fire Nation's capital and have heard tales of Mr. Dazuna's remarkable skills in construction. We hope to enlist his assistance in building a larger house for us in the capital." Kai maintained a gentle smile as he retrieved a substantial stack of money from his pocket, which appeared to amount to no less than 100,000 taels. For a family of their standing, it seemed implausible that they could amass such wealth, even if they were to sell off all their possessions. It was likely that the little girl had never encountered such an amount in her lifetime. Curious about the commotion outside, a woman, presumably busy in the kitchen, stepped out to investigate. However, upon seeing the opulence of the three individuals' attire, her immediate reaction was one of fear, leading her to swiftly pull her two children behind her for protection. "Mother, he wishes to inquire about the location of Grandfather Dazna, and they hail from the capital of the Land of Fire. They seek Grandfather Dazna's assistance in constructing a house," the little girl explained, peering out from behind her mother. "Are you not from Cardo?" the young woman asked, her face betraying a mix of fear and concern. "Cardo? You must be referring to the wealthy merchants of the Land of Waves," the little girl clarified. "This is our first visit to the Land of Waves. Although we have heard of Cardo, we are certainly not affiliated with them. We have only come in search of Mr. Dazna, having lost our way upon entering the Land of Waves. I understand he resides by the seaside, and I initially thought traversing this land would not be too arduous. However, it seems that even a simple circuit may require considerable effort." Kai patiently elucidated, subsequently extending a stack of money in his hands, stating, "Our time is rather precious. So if you wish to economize it, consider this sum as a token of our gratitude." Perhaps apprehensive of the women's trepidation towards them, Kai took a step forward, placing the money upon a nearby stone, then retreated 2 steps to alleviate their vigilance. The women's gazes were predominantly fixated on the cash, their breaths involuntarily quickening, and they swallowed hard. Licking her slightly parched lips, one of them uncertainly inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Certainly," perhaps emboldened by the allure of wealth. The woman hurried forward, swiftly grasping the money. She then raised her hand, pointing towards the distance, and remarked, "The location of Dazna is straight ahead. It's approximately 3 miles from here. The large bridge has been constructed for several dozen meters and along the coast. You should be able to see it within a short distance." His residence is situated right at the bridge's end, and there is only his household dwelling in that area, making it quite easy to locate. The woman candidly relayed all she knew, leaving no details concealed. Thank you. A gentle smile graced Kai's lips as he politely bowed in acknowledgement. He then turned and began to walk in the direction indicated by the woman, with the two siblings following closely behind. Mom, does this mean we won't have to go hungry anymore? Yes. Tomorrow, I'll buy you some sweets. The cheerful voices of a family of 3 resonated from the back room. However, for the trio who had already departed, the content of their conversation was of no concern. It was astonishing that the citizens of a nation could find themselves living in such conditions. If one were to attribute it solely to Cardo, that would hardly be realistic. The kingdom of Bo was entirely surrounded by tranquil seas, and relying solely on seafood should have sufficed for a decent livelihood. The surrounding waters were calm, posing no threat whatsoever. As for their ability to sustain themselves, that was not a matter for Kai to fret over. Following the direction indicated by the woman, the 3 made their way along the shoreline. Although there were no formal pathways, the sandy beach seamlessly connected to the distance ahead. Before long, they could see a large bridge extending dozens of meters away in the distance. Is it truly there? Ing exclaimed, pointing towards the distant structure, though still quite far off. The silhouette of the bridge was unmistakable, its extended form clear to the eye. However, she quickly retreated a step, turning to Kai with a questioning glance. Aren't we supposed to be searching for that person named Cardo? Why are we suddenly looking for that old man with a name starting with Da? After inquiring of so many, none could provide any information about Cardo's whereabouts. Instead of continuing this fruitless search, wouldn't it be wiser to investigate the situation ahead, waiting for an opportunity to arise? I don't understand. You will once we turn back. They conversed as they walked, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Yet a distinct, briny scent hung in the air, a fragrance that might be unsettling for those unaccustomed to seaside living. As they progressed, their footsteps left a trail of clear imprints upon the sand. It was merely a couple of miles, and walking it felt like no great distance at all. Upon reaching the bridge's entrance, they gazed at the wooden structure before them. Though it was only a partial view, its exquisite craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Truly, the work of a skilled artisan. Just as they were admiring the scene, Ying's stomach let out an unfortunate growl. Kai, can we find somewhere to eat first? She pouted, her expression one of feigned indignation. Let's go to his house, but please refrain from calling my name. They should be home by this time. Who is he? Why does it matter? Let's go. As Kai spoke, he led 2 individuals towards a distant house ahead. In this area, there was indeed only that solitary dwelling. The place where Dasna resided was partially constructed over water and partially on land. Truly a master of architecture, the house he built appeared remarkably exquisite, with a pathway that gracefully connected the outer surroundings to the road. If one were to say that the old man lacked wealth, the craftsmanship of the house was undeniably commendable. Apologies for the intrusion. I wonder if anyone is home? As they walked along the wooden pathway, they approached the door without knocking, instead politely inquiring from within. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the door swung open, revealing a child who appeared to be no more than a few years old. Following closely was a young woman, undoubtedly the mother of the little one. Excuse me. May I ask what brings you here? The woman inquired. We sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We are merchants from the capital of the Land of Fire. Our intention was to observe the fishing industry in the Land of Water. However, upon our arrival, we found ourselves somewhat lost. We have not had a morsel to eat since morning, and we wonder if it would be possible to have a meal here. Polite inquiries were made, followed promptly by the assurance that we could cover the expenses. It turned out these were guests from afar, so please, come in. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately smiled and graciously invited the 3 individuals inside. It was precisely the moment when they were in the midst of preparing a meal, and the tantalizing aroma wafting from within was simply irresistible. After all, they had come here for this very purpose. How troublesome. Kai politely bent down, embodying the essence of a gentleman, much to the woman's mild surprise. The 2 siblings behind him followed suit, bowing in kind, and subsequently entered the abode under the woman's guidance. Before crossing the threshold, they removed their shoes and placed them at the entrance, proceeding into what could be described as a living room clad in their socks. Upon entering, Kai couldn't help but internally scoff, recognizing the group before him, though it was hardly unexpected. After all, based on the timeline, this was indeed the moment he anticipated. Kai. Within the room, the woman was not alone. Several others were engaged in lively conversation while awaiting their meal. Among them, The most striking figure was undoubtedly Kakashi, adorned with a mask and white hair, his forehead emblazoned with the emblem of the hidden leaf. Notably, he was accompanied by 3 young companions, initially indifferent to the sudden arrival of guests. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing them, prompting him to rise swiftly. Apologies, these individuals are former merchants from the capital of the Land of Fire, here to investigate matters concerning marine products, but they seem to have lost their way. They will be joining us for lunch, the woman promptly elucidated, mindful of Kakashi and his companion's presence. Oh, merchants from afar? Since you have graced us with your presence, please, take a seat. Despite the youthful appearance of the newcomers, their attire was undeniably striking. The elderly gentleman seated in the innermost section instantly rose to courteously invite them to sit. Sporting glasses and a scruffy beard, his hair appeared rather disheveled, yet he unmistakably resembled Dasna. My apologies for intruding. I did not expect such a gathering today. Not at all. It's delightful to have more company. Dasna replied with a warm smile, seemingly unperturbed by Kai's remarks. Throughout this exchange, Kakashi's gaze remained fixed upon Kai, while he remained oblivious to the other 2, having encountered only a fraction of the vast number of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, which surely exceeded 20,000. Given the multitude within the Uchiha clan, it was improbable he had met them all. Kakashi-sensei, is something amiss? Naruto Uzumaki questioned, noticing Kakashi's unusual demeanor while also recognizing Kai, albeit vaguely, as the years had blurred his memories. Kakashi, too, assumed he was mistaken, as the Uchiha clan had been decimated that fateful night, with Kai's name listed among the deceased. In such a vast world, it was not uncommon to find individuals with similar appearances. I am Dasna. May I inquire how to address you, young sir? Dasna inquired, a smile gracing his face as he noticed the 3 seated before him. I am Suki, this is Wiyama, and my sister, Hikari. We are grateful for your hospitality, Mr. Dasna. Kai placed his hands upon his legs in a meditative posture, and with a respectful bow, he responded, Ah, it is you, brother you. There is no need for such formality in this place. However, you mentioned that your endeavors lie in the realm of seafood. It is rather peculiar, for in our land of waves, there are not many engaged in the seafood trade. Dasna remarked, This is precisely why my family has sent me to investigate. Until now, we have consistently collaborated with the Land of Water. However, they have begun to impose restrictions on seafood production, and the prices have become exorbitantly high. Thus, we thought it prudent to explore the situation in the nearer Land of Waves. Today marks my first day here, and I am pleasantly surprised to encounter a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kai turned his gaze towards Kakashi and offered a faint smile. The resemblance between my friend you and a certain little fellow I used to know is quite striking. However, I am genuinely curious as to how you discerned that we belong to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi squinted his eyes and inquired with a smile. Quite simply, it is due to this. He indicated towards his forehead protector, signifying its importance. To be honest, I have had dealings with the Hidden Leaf before. A couple of years ago, I visited the village to undertake a C-rank mission, which involved ensuring the safe passage of some cargo into the capital. Thus, I am naturally aware of the identities of your esteemed ninjas. His words were delivered with such nonchalance that Deshawn and Ing could only stare in disbelief. The ease with which he spun such a tale was almost mesmerizing. Had they not lived with Kai, they might have been inclined to believe his words were indeed true. Considering the matter of identity aside, the claim of undertaking a mission in the Hidden Leaf was audacious. A village typically receives a myriad of missions each year, a volume that even Kakashi, as an elite jonin, might find challenging to quantify. As for the specifics of any one mission, he would likely be even less informed. Thus, even the most casual of assertions held a considerable degree of credibility. I see. However, surely the Land of Fire has its own personnel engaged in marine harvesting? Why then did you choose to come to the Land of Waves? Despite the extensive dialogue, Kakashi remained cautiously inquisitive. Simply put, it is a matter of cost-effectiveness. Kai spoke candidly, promptly elucidating that in the Land of Fire, with the improvement in living conditions, it has become increasingly difficult to find labor at affordable rates. However, the situation in the Land of Water is markedly different. Despite its historical isolation from the outside world, it has inadvertently severed many connections. Consequently, establishing seafood collection operations here could prove far more economical than hiring locally in the Land of Fire. From a perspective of fewer quantities, remaining in the Land of Fire might indeed be more cost-effective, as it eliminates shipping expenses. Yet, in scenarios involving larger quantities, the savings could be substantial. For us merchants, the pursuit of profit is paramount. Humph. Does that mean one can exploit others for profit? One glance at this arrogant individual makes it evident he is Uchiha Sasuke, whose countenance bears an irritatingly punchable quality. Sasuke, mind your words. Kakashi swiftly interjected, smiling apologetically at Kai. I hope you will not take offense. Of course not. However, it seems this young lad is not well informed. Since fate has brought us together, I would be happy to share more. Kai also maintained a smile as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, while the others shared in the curiosity, including Dazna, who wondered what this individual might have to say. Kai spoke leisurely, stating that to understand the essence of a merchant, one must first grasp the true nature of commerce. Our endeavor is to procure goods, transporting them from one locale to another for sale. In this context, what we can offer to the nation of Bo is the potential for everyone to achieve prosperity, preventing the dire circumstances where some families struggle to meet their basic needs. Once they acquire the skills to operate independently, they will naturally be able to reject our propositions, signifying a time when they no longer depend on others for survival. This embodies the spirit of commerce, initially enabling this impoverished nation to gradually attain self-sufficiency, while we simultaneously acquire what we desire. Consider the present moment. What can you, a mere ninja, truly accomplish? If offered 100,000 taels to take a life, would you accept? Undoubtedly, you would hesitate, for you possess sufficient wealth, rendering such a perilous act unnecessary. Yet, what if the offer escalated to 1,000,000 taels? Or perhaps 10,000,000 taels, or even 100,000,000 taels? If you decline, there are surely others who would not. Some may be inclined to accept sums exceeding 10,000,000 taels, and thus, there would be those willing to take on the 1,000,000 taels offer. This phenomenon illustrates the disparities of our times. Do you comprehend? Kakashi no longer harbored doubts regarding the other's identity. After all, Kai's explanation was remarkably lucid. The tasks you find unpalatable are often embraced by many, simply because they lack the financial means you possess. The struggle for survival compels individuals to toil relentlessly in this world, where even the slightest benefit may entice someone to act. Most astonishing of all were the two siblings, the Yamashita, who were taken aback by these revelations. What Kai articulated was nothing short of a profound disruption to their understanding. When had the individual they had followed for so long become so adept in commerce? What was he implying? Naruto's face was a canvas of confusion, yet he dared not voice his inquiries aloud. Instead, he leaned towards Kakashi and whispered his questions. I have learned much. Indeed, as Mr. Moon stated, if it is at all possible, we kindly request your assistance for the citizens of our land of waves. As long as the price is not extraordinarily low, I believe many among us would be willing to accept. Dazna spoke with the utmost seriousness, seemingly devoid of any lingering doubts regarding Kai's identity as a merchant. It must be said, Kai's approach was indeed commendable. Given his extravagant attire, he undeniably resembled a true merchant. His opulent garments exuded an air of trustworthiness. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. During their conversation, Dazna's daughter-in-law, the woman who had previously welcomed Kai and his companions, approached with a platter of dishes. She politely set them upon the table and gracefully turned to fetch more culinary offerings, ultimately placing a large bowl of rice before them. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Mr. Dazna inquired, might we inquire if it is permissible for us to stay here for a few days? We would prefer to depart only after we have comprehensively understood the maritime situation of the land of waves. Kai sat before the old man, inquiring earnestly, and promptly retrieved a thick stack of money from his pocket. With both hands, he reverently placed the top hat before Dazna, declaring, we can certainly cover the expenses. 500,000 taels. This sum is undeniably substantial. A pang of heartache washed over Aang, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Is there something inconvenient? Kai asked, noticing Dazna's momentary daze. No, not at all. It's perfectly fine for brother you to stay here for a few days. As for the payment, I believe it is unnecessary to be so formal. Dazna was about to push the money back, but Kai immediately gestured to decline, saying, during our conversation, I have already listened and greatly admire your endeavors, Mr. Dazna. However, if you find this amount unsuitable, let it be considered a donation to the Kingdom of Bo for the construction of the bridge. Really? If the money were intended solely for Dazna, The old man would indeed feel a bit awkward accepting it. Yet, if it were to be donated for the bridge's construction, it seemed to carry a different connotation. Regardless, the bridge was theirs to build, and the expenses incurred would be considerable. With 500,000 taels, they could undoubtedly make significant progress in various matters. Then I shall not be polite. You may stay here for the next few days. I will arrange for rooms for you shortly, though the accommodations are rather humble. I hope you won't mind, Dasna said with a wide smile, now quite at ease with accepting the money. Mr. Dasna, you are being overly formal. If possible, I hope you can assist us more with seafood in the future. However, I am merely here for a few days to investigate the local seafood situation and ascertain whether it meets the needs of our family, as well as to understand the pricing arrangements here. Therefore, I apologize for the intrusion during this time. Kai politely spoke once more, his demeanor enhancing the old man's fondness for him exponentially. However, during their conversation, including mealtime, Kakashi, the cunning one, was persistently observing them. Over the course of 5 years, appearances had undergone a significant transformation. Although there remained traces of familiarity in his features, they evoked a sense of recognition that was ultimately elusive. The Uchiha clan had perished. It was inconceivable for anyone to believe that a deceased individual could return to life. Brother Kai, why must we reside here? Moreover, why spend such a substantial amount? If we fail to secure funds this time, we shall return to a life of destitution. As their midday meal concluded, Kai fabricated a casual reason to venture outside and promptly led the two siblings away. Meanwhile, battles had already commenced on the bridge. As for the skirmishes among ninjas, they held no relevance to their purpose. Their objective was straightforward, acquiring wealth was paramount. The remaining matters bore no significance to them, and thus, they would refrain from intervening on anyone's behalf. How long shall we stay? I had not contemplated the duration, but regarding finances, worry not. If all goes well, we should be able to seek him out by tomorrow. Kai remarked that, unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed several miles away from the bridge. However, he remained seated on a stone by the sea, gazing at the distant structure. Despite the considerable distance, he could still discern the location of the bridge, now shrouded in a thick mist. Though the specifics of the battle were obscured, his presence here allowed him to anticipate the unfolding events. Wind style, wind detection. He closed his eyes and formed a simple seal with his hands, and in an instant, a fierce gust swept toward the bridge. During this process, he gained a clear perception of the overall situation on the bridge, as well as a distinct awareness of the individuals in the surrounding area who were imbued with chakra energy. I found it. Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. According to the information gathered during lunch, Kakashi and his team had only just arrived here today to undertake their mission. As for the arrival of the target individual at this location, it would require at least half a month, if not longer. They certainly did not possess the luxury of time or the inclination to wait for such an extended period. Have you found him? Lord Kai, is it the one named Cardo? Deshawn inquired from behind. Close enough. Kai did not rush to rise. At that moment, the bridge was still bustling with activity. However, during this perceptive experience, he discovered another group of individuals, 3 men, akin to a small team, lingering near the Dasna residence. On his initial approach, he had not detected their presence, oblivious to the fact that others had been concealed there all along. It was not difficult to surmise that they were also dispatched from the Hidden Leaf Village, primarily to prevent the prized Naruto Uzumaki from being abducted. Is everything all right over there, Sabuza? Within a modest, inconspicuous house nestled amidst dense woods, a figure clad in black, with hair simply braided, donned a forehead protector bearing the insignia of a ninja village. At first glance, it was challenging to discern whether the individual was male or female. Kneeling beside the bed, upon witnessing the man lying there slowly awakening, a look of concern immediately crossed his face. This mission is proving to be quite difficult. Zabuza, lying in bed, inhaled deeply, his expression becoming contemplative as he rubbed his chest where pain throbbed. He gazed down at the bandages enveloping him and then sat up to declare, next time, we shall surely succeed. I believe in you, Zabuza. Yes, next time will be a success, so let us go together, Haku. Indeed, Haku responded, hastily rising to pour a glass of water from a nearby table, which he promptly brought to Zabuza. This time, he needed to rest adequately. In a couple of days, he would seek out Kato to explain the situation. To his surprise, this time they faced the copy ninja Kakashi. It seemed he would have to negotiate for a higher fee. A grave expression settled on Zabuza's face as he gripped the cup tightly, ignoring the water Haku had brought. and stood to stretch his shoulders despite his injuries. His gaze fell upon the large sword propped against the wall, and a wicked smile crept across his face as he grasped the hilt. "I doubt Kato will be willing to pay," Haku remarked as he stood beside him. "Humph. If he refuses, I have no qualms about eliminating them." While this sentiment was rather bold, Zabuza inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to Kato's whereabouts?" He raised the sword towards the door, and just as his words faded, another voice resonated from outside. The dwelling was a rudimentary structure, hastily constructed from wood and planks, with limited space and little soundproofing. Suddenly hearing a voice from outside, Zabuza furrowed his brow and swiftly yanked the door open. At the door stood 3 individuals, whom Zabuza considered mere children. He sensed no intent to kill from them, nor did he detect any chakra emanating. "Who are you?" Haku quickly stepped out from the house, positioning himself defensively in front of Zabuza, wearing a serious expression as he regarded Kai and his companions. "We shall not disclose our names, nor are we interested in yours. What I seek to know is where Kato resides, or his current whereabouts. We have inquired extensively, yet none have been willing to divulge this information, which has become quite a headache for us." Kai wore a gentle expression, resembling a kind, neighborly older brother as he spoke to Bai. "Why waste words with them? Eliminate them," he commanded directly. How mundane," replied Ing. "Go and engage him in a spar. It would serve as good practice. However, you must refrain from using chakra. The opponent is an ice shield ninja, and you must be cautious of this. Their most formidable attack is the magic mirror ice crystal, which ensnares individuals within a mirror-like construct. Its downside is that it remains stationary. Therefore, as long as your speed and reflexes are sufficiently rapid, this attack will pose no threat to you." As Kai issued instructions to Ing, he simultaneously divulged information regarding the opponent. It would have been better left unsaid. Yet once spoken, it left Bai, this oblivious individual to the intricacies of gender, wide-eyed in astonishment. Despite the seemingly unimposing presence of the 3, they exhibited an uncanny awareness of their own capabilities and their most formidable offensive stances. Dajan, observing this individual, recognized that combat should adhere to principles of fairness. Momochi no Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was merely a weary soul toiling for monetary gain, currently injured. As long as this individual refrained from intervening in their confrontation, there was no need for concern. However, should he take action, it would be best to eliminate him without hesitation. Kai once again spoke calmly to the mountain. The reason for his words was simple, even before the battle commenced. He aimed to impose psychological pressure on his opponent. Understanding the opponent's combat style would render the fight devoid of significance. When both parties possess equal strength, knowledge of the adversary's tactics could almost guarantee an invincible position. "Who exactly are you?" The scorn that had previously adorned the face of Momochi Zabuza was replaced by a grave expression. It was evident that the figure before him wore no ninja headband, which firmly established that he was certainly not a ninja. After all, even rogue ninjas typically don the headband of their former village as a symbol of identity. Although there are rare exceptions, they are indeed uncommon. I have already stated that I do not wish to engage in combat with either of you. I merely seek the address of one individual. Is that too much to ask? Kai inquired, since you have managed to find me. It is evident that you are aware that Cardo is my employer. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly betray him? However, the true measure of strength can only be discerned through combat. We have reached this point, and if we do not take decisive action, we risk remaining in this stagnant state. Very well. Nevertheless, we are not far from the Hidden Leaf Village, and I presume you would prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as we do. So what shall we do? As Kai entered a contemplative state, Bai suddenly formed a series of hand seals with remarkable speed, swiftly launching several ice spikes directly towards him. The attack was indeed formidable. However, before the icy projectiles could make contact with Kai, Ing instantaneously teleported in front of him, leaping into the air and shattering all the ice spikes with a single kick. Your opponent is me. Since Brother Kai has already made arrangements, we have no intention of taking your lives, so please engage with me. Ing gazed earnestly at Bai, though the recent ambush had ignited a flicker of anger within her. Ice release. Bai seemed to acquiesce to the impending battle. Yet, just as he completed his hand seals, and before he could utter another word, Ing propelled herself forward with a sudden burst of energy, leaving only an afterimage in her wake as she launched an attack at this androgynous figure. Upon closing in, she executed a powerful kick, forcing Bai into a defensive retreat. The release of his ninjutsu was interrupted, and as he sensed a vulnerability in Ing, he prepared to counterattack. However, Ying's upward kick came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Fortunately, the ever-watchful Momochi Zabuza swiftly grasped Bai's clothing, pulling him back just in time. Ying's descending assault struck the ground with such intensity that it created a deep crater, approximately 1 meter in diameter. If such a force were to strike a person, it would undoubtedly leave them gravely injured. In the brief respite, Bai rapidly formed hand seals once more. Ice release, 1,000 kill water surge. With a sudden thrust of his right hand, thousands of ice needles coalesced around him, all aimed mercilessly at Ying's position. Faced with this sudden and potent onslaught, Ying quickly retreated, but the ice needles seemed to pursue her relentlessly, encasing the ground in frost with each impact. As the icy projectiles drew perilously close, Ying exerted herself and leapt into the air. Fire release. That won't do. Brother Kai forbids the use of ninjutsu. Just as she began to form hand seals, she recalled Kai's instruction to rely on her physical prowess in this confrontation. Understanding that this was an opportunity for her to hone her skills, she decisively abandoned her ninjutsu. As she plummeted towards the ground, she accelerated her descent, launching herself at Bai with remarkable speed. Just before closing the distance, her figure split into 3, converging towards Bai from various angles. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. With arms outstretched, she summoned an array of mirrors around her. The inward-facing mirrors served as offensive weapons, while the outward-facing ones formed a defensive barrier. Bang! The 3 images of Ying coalesced in midair, and she continued to employ her initial strategy, increasing her attack's force through rapid descent. One foot struck the uppermost ice crystal, producing a sound that, while not overwhelmingly loud, heralded the impending shattering of the surrounding crystals. Bai, trapped within, paled instantly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Throughout the encounter, Momochi Zabuza remained vigilant, ever watchful for any threats from the mountains or Kai. Stop. Upon witnessing Bai's defeat, it became evident that further aggression served little purpose. Kai decisively halted the advancing attack, calling out to the one known as Zaibujan. I apologize, Zaibujan. I have conceded. Both parties ceased their movements, and in an instant, Ying retreated behind Kai. As for Bai, the young man who bore a striking resemblance to a delicate maiden, he bowed apologetically towards Zaibujan, expressing, "You are formidable. I can divulge the location of Cardo. However, I am curious as to why such powerful individuals seek him." Taoji Zaibujan paid no heed to the defeated Bai, his expression cold and unyielding. He took a couple of steps forward and turned to Kai, contemplating the depths of his strength. Despite his inclination to test Kai's capabilities, an instinctive awareness cautioned him that this young man was far beyond his league, undeniably belonging to a realm of terrifying existence. What purpose do you have in seeking him? At the moment Kai was questioned, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "I'm out of money." Nanny? The corners of Zaibujan's mouth twitched slightly, but considering the formidable strength of the other party, he inquired, "Do you intend to accept a mission from Cardo?" "Not interested. Rather than seeking a task from him, why not simply kidnap him? I've heard that fellow is quite affluent, ranking among the top in the world. Surely he must possess a substantial fortune. Besides, he is not engaged in any virtuous endeavors. If I eliminate him, it would all become mine." Kai, in a state reminiscent of a lifeless fish, nonchalantly spoke of his intentions to rob someone, as if those possessions inherently belonged to him. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never considered such an approach. It is a grave taboo for a ninja to target civilians. How could a rogue ninja dare to utter such words? After years of conflict, how many innocents have perished at the hands of ninjas? The number is likely unfathomable. And yet, who has ever shown concern for such matters? It was astonishing to hear such righteous rhetoric come from Zabuza, leaving Kai utterly speechless. "How much are you being paid for this mission?" Kai inquired, observing Zabuza lost in thought. His impression of him was relatively favorable, prompting him to patiently ask again. 5 million Ryo. Zabuza replied. "Really? Why not join forces? I could offer you 50 million Ryo, Kai suggested, recognizing that even in any realm, such a sum could indeed challenge even the most heroic of souls. The fact that someone like Zabuza, so seemingly desperate for funds, would accept a mission was quite remarkable. Given his current condition, it seemed evident that he was in dire need of money, prompting Kai to extend an invitation. After enduring such injuries, why go through all this trouble? If you don't join in, what assurance do you have that Kato will pay you upon completion? I agree, Zabuza replied, his expression remaining impassive. This is splendid. It saves us the trouble of inquiring about your whereabouts and searching for you. You can simply lead the way now. Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke. After finishing his words, he leisurely approached Bai. Tao's expression shifted to one of caution, as he wondered what this individual intended to do. However, Kai, gazing at the young man who bore a resemblance to a maiden, requested, "Please bring me 2 ice blocks. I wish to examine the proportions of the ice release technique." Bai was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Zaibujan and perhaps sensing the silent cue from his companion. He began to prepare. Wait a moment. Kai swiftly intervened, gently closing his eyes before suddenly opening them wide, revealing the prominent 3-tomo Sharingan. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively took a step back. Even Haku, though perplexed by the situation, could sense the immense power emanating from Kai, stirring a flicker of fear within him. At that moment, Kai declared, "All right, let us begin." Through the lens of the 3-tomo Sharingan, he discerned the process of chakra gathering within his opponent's body, simultaneously possessing the ability to replicate their techniques. However, this ability held little significance for Kai. What he truly sought was an understanding of the principles and proportions behind the ice release. As Haku formed a diamond-shaped block of ice in his hands, he graciously presented it to Kai with both hands. The instant it was grasped, a sphere of chakra coalesced at the center of Kai's palm, causing the ice block to hover within this luminous orb. Minutes passed, and Kai's lips twitched, his expression increasingly contorting with frustration. "Damn it," he exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly. The onlookers observed Kai's gritted teeth, sensing his simmering rage, though they remained oblivious to the cause of his turmoil. Haku, sensing the tension, quickly positioned himself protectively in front of Zabuza. "Lord Kai, what has transpired?" Deshaun inquired, his face a mask of confusion, genuinely unaware of the unfolding events. Uchiha Kai seldom exhibited such expressions, prompting concern among his companions. "This is ice release. This is ice release," he shouted fervently, as he forcefully crushed both the sphere and the ice block within. Kai displayed a visage of anguish before abruptly pivoting to seize Deshaun's shoulder, exclaiming, "I have been experimenting for over a year, only to discover that this wretched creature is so exceedingly simple." Deshaun found himself at a loss for words. While the true bewilderment lay with Bai and Momochi Zaibatsu, there was an unsettling notion that Kai might be grappling with a grave affliction. "Kai, are you all right?" Ing inquired with curiosity. "Of course, I am well," he replied, raising his right hand and subsequently closing his eyes. At the center of his palm, a confluence of water and wind chakra began to manifest. With meticulous care, he initiated the delicate fusion, and before long, an icicle gradually took form in his hand. Momochi Zaibatsu widened his eyes in disbelief, his inner world seemingly collapsing. When did the bloodline limit become so effortlessly attainable? Kai the ice. Ing paused momentarily, only to be instantly engulfed in excitement. "Indeed, Master Kai, I am astounded that you can conjure such a marvel," Deshaun murmured. From now on, we shall never fret about quenching our thirst with cold beverages during the sweltering summer." Kai gazed at the ice cube in his hand, a broad grin seemingly stretching from ear to ear, his laughter resonating with palpable excitement. "Surely, you wouldn't exert such effort merely to enjoy a cold beverage in summer?" Zabuza found this notion utterly incredulous and could not help but inquire with curiosity. What else could it be? This object possesses feeble offensive capabilities, yet its utility is undeniably extensive. The sweltering heat can be quite unbearable, but with this skill at my disposal, future summers should be much more enjoyable. He truly envied this fellow for having such a remarkably useful companion by his side. "It is merely my tool." In response to Kai's praise, Zabuza cast a sidelong glance at Bai and promptly altered his tone. "Why not sell me your tool?" Kai observed the demeanor of the other person, momentarily rendered speechless, before calmly inquiring. Zaibujan cast a glance at Bai, who was equally attentive. After a brief hesitation, Zaibujan remarked with indifference, "I harbor no interest. However, I find you quite intriguing. It has often been said that the Uchiha clan has perished entirely, yet you must be one of their kin. Am I correct? I recently encountered a young member of the Uchiha clan, and to discover another here is rather astonishing." Surprises abound. The fates of certain individuals are indeed unpredictable. Yet, discussing such matters now serves little purpose. Darkness will soon descend. Should we not embark on a journey to ascertain the appearance of our benefactor? Kai was not entangled in this matter. He directly inquired of Zabuza. The great mountain, carrying that individual, should simply guide the way. Indeed. Without waiting for Bai to finish his words, Kai promptly rejected the other's suggestion. He turned to instruct the great mountain, just as the latter stood before Zabuza, who dismissively replied that it was unnecessary. If one is so eager to leave, then let us proceed. However, I must caution you that Kato is surrounded by numerous ninjas, some of whom may have already attained the rank of Jonin. In my current state, I am certainly unable to offer much combat strength. When did it become your responsibility to fight? How narcissistic. Hikari rolled her eyes, her expression tinged with disdain. It was indeed him. On the bridge, Kakashi released the messenger hawk from his grasp, opening the information transmitted from the village. Upon connecting this with the so-called 3 merchants from Chengdu, he instantly discerned their identities. Kakashi was utterly astonished. At first glance, he felt he surely recognized them. Yet, so many from the Uchiha clan had perished. And even the name Uchiha Kai was among them. How could he possibly resurrect suddenly? Startled, he stood up, furrowing his brow. He never anticipated that Konoha would issue an order for him to eliminate him. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Kai, let us dine together at noon, on Hokage Rock. Kakashi observed the melancholic expression of Might Guy and gently inquired with a warm smile. I apologize, Kakashi, but I have other matters to attend to. Might Guy, shrouded in gloom, declined without hesitation and leaped off Hokage Rock. Only Rock Lee remained behind. Kakashi was still oblivious to Kai's situation. Just as he prepared to inquire, Lee interjected, Kakashi-sensei, it is customary for Kai-sensei to behave this way on this day. He must be reminiscing about his brother, Kai. Upon hearing Lee's words, Kakashi recalled that this day marked the anniversary of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Returning to the present, he gazed at the sky, unconsciously furrowing his brow and murmuring, Kai, how would you confront such a situation? Great Mountain, did we not land from this direction? He observed a luxurious structure resembling a palace halfway up the slope. The night had just begun to fall, and the interior was already ablaze with light. Such a magnificent edifice was truly breathtaking. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Yet Kai appeared utterly speechless. Turning to the distant seaside and pointing in that direction, he asked the Great Mountain. Ultimately, the 3 of them were at a loss for words. They had indeed landed at a place connected to this very location. Had they merely glanced in this direction, they would have surely seen it. Yet, despite their considerable efforts, they found themselves endlessly circling back to this spot. It seems we did originate from that direction. The Great Mountain's lips twitched slightly. Despite being members of the most formidable clan, none of the 3 possessed keen observation. Had any of them merely cast a glance around, they would not have expended such effort. The matter could have likely concluded early that morning. Have you been here before? Zabuza inquired. Never. Are you certain Kato is here? Kai's expression instantly turned cold. It was impossible to divulge to others that he had previously visited this place, merely failing to notice it. Indeed, he was present here. Yet the number of guards was substantial, and that cautious fellow, Kato, had even stationed numerous hidden sentinels. Zabuza's had already issued a reminder. During his first visit, he had begun to observe the surroundings, remaining vigilant towards that individual while simultaneously undertaking his mission, genuinely concerned that upon the completion of their task, Kato might turn against them. As they gazed upon the opulent residence, this group circumvented a small earthen mound and directly approached the staircase. The height of the stairs led to the villa ahead. Even the illumination flanking the steps appeared remarkably gentle. However, it was evident that the periphery was heavily fortified, with each guard donned in black suits. The patrolling personnel, armed with batons, numbered no fewer than 100. Any ninja encountered would be eradicated without exception. I shall manage the outer perimeter while Deshan is responsible for dealing with the internal ninjas. As for the ordinary individuals within, we shall strive to spare their lives. After all, we are unfamiliar with Kato's appearance. Should we inadvertently eliminate him, it would be most unfortunate. As Kai spoke, he raised his right hand and formed a single-handed seal, then slowly extended it forward. Water release, infinite barrage. In the past, Kai regarded this ninjutsu as utterly worthless, confined to a fixed radius. However, the manifestation at that moment was a colossal sphere of water, from which droplets radiated outward. The current scenario was markedly different. Approximately 10 meters above the ground, water spheres appeared every 50 meters, effectively encircling the villa. Once he confirmed that all positions surrounding the villa were covered, Kai clenched his fist with great determination. In the next instant, all the water rapidly released droplets, launching them outward like bullets. This method of attack was ideally suited for a fixed position, rapidly transforming the entire area into a desolate wasteland. The primary advantage of this assault was its utter silence, rendering it a rather discreet approach. Witnessing Kai unleash his power for the first time, Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lives were extinguished, collapsing to the ground as if time itself had reversed. Within less than 30 seconds, The scent of blood permeated the entire area, with crimson liquid gradually cascading down the steps. The outer perimeter had been dealt with. As Kai spoke, he lifted his feet and began to ascend the stairs. The others followed closely behind. TD Sabe observed the traces left on the ground from the recent attack, noting the multitude of holes that marred even the marble slabs. This exemplified the unrestrained nature of the assault. Its greatest flaw lay in the fact that no living creature would remain within the affected area. The attack effectively enveloped the entire zone in a circular pattern. Each massive water sphere covered a radius of 50 meters, allowing for a concentrated barrage that could silently eliminate anyone within that range. Particularly haunting were the bodies sprawled on the ground, each riddled with multiple punctures. As they ascended further, the pungent scent of blood intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Blood trickled down the edges of the stairs, and upon witnessing this scene, Bai's expression betrayed a hint of fear. TD Sabe furrowed his brow, fixating on the expressionless youth before him. What opulence! Pushing open the grand doors, they beheld a brilliantly illuminated hall, a paragon of architectural splendor. The grand chandelier that hung above was undoubtedly a symbol of exorbitance. One could only imagine its lavish cost. Who are you? Kai glanced around, feeling a sense of dismay, when the guard stationed at the door suddenly shouted loudly. He peered through the ajar door and was about to curse for allowing strangers to enter, only to be met with the sight of numerous bodies strewn across the ground outside, although the blood was not particularly visible in the dim light of night. The overwhelming scent of blood rushed in as the door swung open. Stop them! The guard in the black suit bellowed. In the once quiet hall, hurried footsteps echoed rapidly. With a swift motion, Deshawn wielded two double-edged daggers, dispatching the two guards at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Bai, you two, lend a hand, ordered Zai, addressing Bai. Kai brother, I'm going to help as well, Ing exclaimed, unable to restrain herself from rushing forward upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Outside, there were hundreds gathered. It was astonishing that so many people inhabited the vast villa. Not only that, but a handful of ninjas were present as well. After all, this was the land of waves, a nation devoid of true ninjas. Even the ninjas procured through wealth were woefully weak. Nevertheless, they were still more formidable than the average person. Kai and Zabuza ambled forward, observing the chaotic clash of three individuals ahead. Within the confines of this villa, the majority were mere, ordinary folk. Although Kai had previously instructed the civilians to attempt captures, the men clad in black suits, their faces marred by brutish features, were clearly not the true Kato. Thus, there was no need for leniency. With swift precision, each strike fell like a knife through butter, dispatching foes with a speed that surpassed even that of slaughtering chickens. Among the fray, a few ninjas were engaged in their own activities, nervously glancing at the approaching figures while continuing their unseemly endeavors. Ultimately, before any ninjutsu could be unleashed, they found themselves gushing blood from severed necks. I ponder the rationale behind opting for close combat when one possesses ninjutsu. Zabuza observed that both Deshawn and Ing relied solely on physical techniques, employing daggers to expedite their skirmishes. In such circumstances, would it not be more prudent to unleash a powerful ninjutsu? In battles between masters, a mere second could determine the victor. For instance, while you engage in hand seals, I could very well dispatch you. Thus, what necessity remains for such tactics? Yet, perhaps this approach serves to enhance their mastery of combat skills. Kai spoke calmly, but immediately turned serious, fixing his gaze on Zaibu-Zhan. You must know Cardo, right? Yes, Zaibu-Zhan quickly responded. Find that guy immediately, or you might be mistakenly killed. Understood. Although Zaibu-Zhan did not consider them partners, they were, after all, in the same predicament. He nodded earnestly. Yet just as he took a step forward to locate Cardo, two figures leaped down from above. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. The leader, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, exuded an air of disdain. Zaibu-Zhan, it's one thing that you failed to complete Lord Cardo's mission, but to dare betray your master? If this were to get out, who would entrust you with tasks again? The leader inquired, his eyes betraying a sense of contempt, despite knowing that Zaibu-Zhan was a jonin. Zaibu-Zhan paid little heed to the taunts, but just as he was about to respond, the leader dropped his hands into his pockets and declared nonchalantly, But it doesn't matter, you all shall perish here today. As soon as the words left his lips, two of the 4 or 5 individuals behind him charged forward, while the others swiftly began forming hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The successive onslaught of 3 attacks was executed with remarkable precision. It was evident that these 3 had likely been comrades prior to arriving here. With the enhancement of wind release, the potency of fire release escalated significantly. Water release. What good is water now? It would be wiser to retreat than to expend such effort. Observing Zaibu Zhan's stubborn resolve to charge forward, the tension escalated. Kai abruptly seized the corner of his garment and swiftly yanked him outside. Just as they exited, a tremendous blaze erupted from their previous location, engulfing the entrance in flames and sending debris flying amidst the shockwave. Fire release, firefly explosion. The moment they landed, Kai swiftly formed hand seals. With the release of his power, a series of small fireballs surged into the interior of the house, albeit in limited numbers this time. Before the occupants could react, he clenched his fist, and in the next instant, a silent explosion occurred once more. Even the opulent villa suffered damage, its edges sheared off, particularly in the front area, which appeared on the verge of collapsing. The absence of supporting columns caused the structure above to emit ominous creaking sounds. This technique obliterated even the smoke released from the earlier attack. As they ventured inside again, only 4 or 5 enormous craters remained on the ground. Apart from a single shoe-clad foot, no other traces were left behind. Hevela, it was unexpected that this fellow met his demise so easily. Gazing at the solitary foot, adorned with a black shoe and pure red sock at the edge of the pit, Zabuza couldn't help but express his astonishment. Do you know him? Kai inquired curiously. Once a jonin of the hidden fog village, his prowess was commendable, yet it was surprising that he met his demise here in the end. As he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him for not having confronted Kai at that moment. After all, had he done so, he likely would not have endured the previous attack. Not only that one, but even the earlier assault involving the water droplets would have been beyond his capacity to withstand. It was astonishing how such techniques as water release and fire release had been manipulated to such an extent. When the two entered, the battle on the side of Deshawn had already concluded. The ninjas lay defeated, while the remaining civilians, paralyzed by fear, had collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. No one was concerned about their plight. After all, they posed no threat and thus warranted little attention. You all should find a place to cleanse yourselves properly shortly. Kai arrived before the towering mountains and Ing, observing that the bloodstains on their clothes had nearly saturated them entirely. The sight of the blood on their faces and hands was almost unbearable. I am not aware if this blood belongs to others, but it certainly appears quite terrifying. Where is Cardo? The cold-faced Zabuza approached a man sprawled on the ground and inquired. In the bedroom, in the bedroom. The man stammered, not daring to lift his head, pointing a trembling finger towards Cardo's bedroom. Finding an individual within such an expansive villa, amidst countless rooms, would be challenging for an ordinary person, yet not for them. Having confirmed the direction, the 5 of them began to make their way there. However, Zabuza, being the last to leave, walked while simultaneously forming hand seals. Water style, water clone technique. Instantly, a clone emerged from his side, receiving the beheading sword from his hands. In the next moment, a sound echoed from the second floor of the hall. Even those ordinary individuals who had already surrendered could not escape the inevitable arrival of fate. At this moment, in a dimly lit room, if not for the moonlight filtering through the glass, it would be a space where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Behind the bed, a lecherous man in his 40s curled up, accompanied by a young girl who appeared to be merely in her teens. However, the attire she wore suggested otherwise. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, each step seemingly heralding the approach of death itself. The woman inside the room had begun to fearfully cover her mouth, her panic leaving her at a loss for words as she huddled into the corner. This tense atmosphere, however, did not last long, as the footsteps suddenly came to an abrupt halt, just as the man's face broke into a lewd grin, thinking that their pursuers had departed. The door to his room was suddenly kicked open with great force. Bang! A crisp sound resonated, followed by the illumination of the entire room. At that moment, they could clearly see one another. The woman's eyes widened in terror, and she momentarily forgot her state of undress, instinctively wanting to flee. Thud! Just as she reached halfway, Kai raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and a surge of chakra shot through the man's head like a bullet. Who are you? The old man, naked and crouched in the corner, shouted in alarm. Long time no see, Mr. Cardo. Zabuza entered from the doorway, his expression cold as he addressed the exposed old man. Zabuza Momochi? How could it be you? Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Cardo's voice cracked as he shouted. Forgive me for our first meeting under such circumstances, Mr. Cardo. With a courteous and graceful demeanor, Kai placed his right hand gently upon his chest and slightly inclined his body, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance as he spoke. Is it truly necessary to maintain such formalities at this juncture? It was becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend Kai's intentions. Having already eliminated all opponents, what purpose did such exquisite etiquette serve now? We are here to seek assistance. It is imperative that we uphold the requisite decorum. Kai Weiwei smiled softly and took a few steps forward, eventually settling down onto the bed, which still bore a faint scent, perhaps out of a hint of disdain. She casually pulled the sheets aside. Who are you really? If you do not speak soon, I shall have nothing more to say. You mentioned you sought my assistance. Go ahead, speak your mind. As long as it is within my capabilities, I assure you, it will be no trouble at all. Cardo, with an air of unwarranted confidence, stood up unabashedly. Though Ing was but a young girl, she did not display much shyness, opting instead to turn and exit the room. I have heard that you possess considerable wealth, and I was hoping to borrow a little. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Cardo? Kai smiled politely while tossing a piece of clothing from the bed towards the other person. Cardo, undoubtedly a man of considerable wealth, had likely encountered grand spectacles numerous times. Faced with such a situation, he may have initially felt a sense of trepidation, but gradually he began to reclaim his composure. Donning the robe, though merely a bathrobe, he maintained an air of arrogance and inquired, "So, how much do you desire?" Since Mr. Cardo had already spoken, it would seem he would not mind showing us his treasures, would he? Kai stood up leisurely, raised a finger to indicate Cardo, and then waved his hand, inquiring. There is no need for such formality. Simply express your desires, and I shall accommodate them. Cardo, however, was not so naive as to be taken in by such overtures. The astute mind of a businessman was thoroughly employed. Thus, he promptly proposed. How about 1 billion taels? The moment this figure was uttered, the two individuals, who had perhaps been impoverished for far too long, gaped in astonishment. Such a sum was something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. They had exerted considerable effort, and according to their agreement, were to receive only 50 million taels this time. In comparison to that colossal figure, it seemed but a mere drop in the ocean. They had always heard that Mr. Cardo was one of the world's foremost tycoons, having journeyed from such a great distance. What do you think? Kai remained composed as he inquired, yet in the next moment, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire room. It was not merely Kato who felt the immense pressure. Even Zabuza sensed the formidable weight of Kai's presence. Standing behind Kai, he was oblivious to the precise nature of the events unfolding. I am not here to negotiate with you. If I so choose, I could expend some time searching both the ground and the underground myself. However, such an endeavor might cost Mr. Kato the opportunity to accompany your young lady friend to another realm for some amusement. Alternatively, perhaps Mr. Kato could personally escort us, thereby conserving some effort. Would that not be preferable? Kai once again opened his mouth to speak. The inexplicable pressure, coupled with the power gleaming in the opponent's eyes, caused Cardo to swallow hard. The pride he had painstakingly built just moments ago was instantly shattered. Faced with the choice between wealth and life, he undoubtedly prioritized his own existence. Given the other party's decisive nature, it was clear that this was no idle threat. I will lead you. Cardo's hands began to tremble. The once imposing figure of this short old man was now diminished. Stumbling out of the room, he tightened his bathrobe and began to guide several individuals away. Having remained inside, completely oblivious to the situation outside, he sensed impending danger. However, upon stepping out of the room and witnessing the scene below, Cardo's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. To his astonishment, he discovered that everyone had perished, an outcome he had not anticipated. Although Cardo's room was on the 3rd floor, he was surprised to find a small door on the side. Upon opening it, he was met with a pitch-black void. Yet, as he activated the switch, a long staircase extended downward. The descent spanned at least 50 to 60 meters, indicating that this individual's treasure trove lay buried beneath several meters of earth. With Cardo leading the way, the group began to descend the staircase. When the lights at the bottom flickered on, they revealed a spacious chamber devoid of any items, save for an opulent door at the forefront. The intricate carvings on its surface appeared to be crafted from gold. Cardo entered a password on the side panel, a testament to the high-tech nature of the door in this era. Approaching the entrance, he turned the massive handle twice. As everyone anxiously awaited the moment, unexpectedly, he pressed the red button in the center with great force. The door began to spin at an astonishing speed. Kai, that fellow seems to have entered, Ing exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. She had not anticipated that someone could slip through right under her nose, leaving them all outside. That scoundrel has played us for fools, Dashi declared, rushing forward with the intent to obliterate the door with fire techniques. Yet, after his attack, the door remained unchanged, its surface as cold as ever. Interesting indeed. Kai never anticipated that Cardo would resort to such tactics. Clearly, he had left himself an escape route from the very beginning of the design process. What should we do now? Asked Momochi no Zan. How frustrating. I never intended to kill you. It is you who has sought your own demise. Kai's eyes gradually transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Although this heavy iron door could effectively block ninjutsu attacks, it was not impervious to perception, despite his somewhat limited sensory abilities. Perceiving through such a formidable barrier posed no challenge. Space. Utilizing the power of his right eye, Kai did not exceed his limits. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Zabuza's eyes widened once more. However, upon observing that Dajan and his sister displayed no change in their expressions, he and his companion could only stand silently, awaiting the unfolding events. After a brief moment, the sound of turning mechanisms echoed from within, and the heavy iron door began to creak open slowly. The sight that greeted them left everyone utterly astonished. As for Cardo, he lay on the ground, lifeless and beyond recovery. Such wealth! Dajan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. He swallowed hard, rendered speechless. Zabuza too was witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time. The sheer amount of money would likely require them a year or two to count, should they undertake the task personally. Although Zabuza felt a twinge of envy, he could only shake his head with a resigned smile, stating, "As long as we adhere to our agreed portion." His tone was unusually gentle, and Bai nodded in agreement with a soft smile. The room before them was a veritable treasure trove. The entire space appeared quite expansive, measuring at least a couple of 100 square meters. Shelves lined the walls, adorned with an array of precious items. Some artifacts were so rare that they had never even been glimpsed before. In the center of the room, piles of gold coins accumulated in the back, while the cash stacked in front was unfathomable. It was estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. Why are we still standing here? Let us enter. As Kai observed a few individuals still in a daze, he promptly called out to them. Meanwhile, he began to explore the array of items displayed on the shelves. Most of these were exquisite gold artifacts, undoubtedly of significant value, and some were rare treasures, while many were unfamiliar to him. Brother Kai, with so much money, we will never have to worry about finances again, exclaimed Ing, her small face alight with excitement. She then leapt onto the pile of cash, lying atop it. It is worth noting that this mound of currency measured at least 1 meter in height, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in length, with every note being of 1,000 denomination. This immense sum surely amounted to hundreds of billions. As for the gold coins behind, their value is even more staggering. Lord Kai, it seems there is an overwhelming abundance of items here. The scrolls we brought may not suffice, Dasha remarked after a cursory examination of the scene, producing 3 or 4 scrolls to present to Kai. Indeed, it appears we are lacking. Kai did not deny it as he spoke, then glanced at Zabuza and the other two, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Zabuza, you may take a bit more, of course, if possible. Would you care to join us? He paused momentarily, then continued, on second thought. We shall only take the portion we previously agreed upon. The remainder holds little interest for us. As for joining you, we have no such intentions. Zabuza promptly declined without hesitation. Oh, what a pity. Let us set aside the agreed sum of 50 million. After all, we did not anticipate such a substantial amount. Allow me to offer you 200 million. At least you won't have to continue to wander with your adorable little brother. Seek a stable place to reside. The world of ninjas is not a realm you can navigate. Your lack of strength is your greatest vulnerability. Kai truly holds a favorable view of these two. At the very least, he does not wish for their premature demise. For that, I express my gratitude. Although not particularly inclined to take drastic measures, he certainly conducts himself in a remarkably conventional manner. He is unwilling to demand any more than what has already been agreed upon, 200 million. However, it appears that these fellows are so impoverished that they lack even a single scroll. Fortunately, there are still some chests available on site. Each of the two individuals carried away 2 chests of riches, all under the watchful eyes of the 3 onlookers. Whether they choose to accept it is their affair. But as for the remainder, my Lord Kai, it has already been neatly packed. Although the scrolls could not be accommodated, there is not much left. And I shall bear the burden. Within less than half an hour, the entire treasury had been nearly emptied, not to mention the scrolls. The floor now bore a large backpack, roughly 1 meter in diameter and at least 50 to 60 centimeters wide. One need not ponder too deeply to surmise the weight of such an object. We do not seem particularly rushed. Let us take a moment to inspect the room for any valuable or intriguing items to take along. Once everything is packed, we shall rest here comfortably. And you may indulge in a refreshing bath before embarking on our journey back early tomorrow morning. As the gentle breeze whispers and the clouds drift lazily, the vast treasury is left with only the unmistakable presence of Cardo's lifeless body. Why has he not returned? On the bridge, having received today's news, Kakashi finds himself unable to sleep. Sitting there, his gaze remains fixated on the direction of the Dasna household. Initially, he had hoped that Uchiha Kai and his companions would return, yet as time passes, their absence weighs heavily on him. Although the specifics of the situation remain unclear, an unsettling feeling pervades his thoughts. Given their identities, it is evident that their affairs are unrelated to the so-called marine products. It seems their encounter was merely coincidental, raising the pivotal question, what is the purpose of these three individuals in the land of waves? After pondering for what feels like an eternity, Kakashi remains bewildered by their intentions. As midnight approaches, Kakashi rises, preparing to leave, when he instinctively spots a figure on the distant sea. Zabuza Momochi? A sense of surprise washes over him. Despite the distance and unclear visibility, the silhouette under the moonlight is unmistakably recognizable. It appears Zabuza is attempting to traverse the sea from the direction of the Fire Country. Uncertain of the circumstances, Kakashi leaps from the bridge, landing deftly on the water's surface, and swiftly begins to pursue Zabuza's direction. Lord Zabuza, someone is following us. Upon reaching the borders of the Fire Country, they too catch sight of the figure on the water. No need to worry, let's go. Zabuza, feeling exasperated, knows that if their pursuer is serious, they would surely catch up, especially since both he and his companion are burdened with 2 boxes each, hampering their speed. It matters not. Let us see if that individual is indeed trailing us, Zabuza decides, veering off at an angle and hastening his pace. However, after running barely 2 miles, the sight that unfolds before them under the moonlight causes both to halt, dumbfounded. The entire expanse of trees has been transformed into a singular grim tableau. What should have been a forest now bears the unmistakable scars of a ninja technique. Lord Zabuza, there's a scent of blood. Stopping to survey their surroundings, Haku's vigilance heightens. The acrid smell of blood in the air needs no further confirmation. As Zabuza examines the traces on the ground, memories of the recent battle flood his mind. The attack crafted by Kai at the entrance bears a striking resemblance to the marks before us. Before a conversation could even unfold, Kakashi, who had been shadowing us, suddenly leaped to the forefront. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on their intentions. The scene unfolding was utterly breathtaking. Through the reflecting points, Kakashi rapidly descended to the ground and retrieved an object. A Konoha ninja headband. Though it bore signs of scorching, Kakashi recognized it at once. Was it from the umbu or the root? Furrowing his brow, Kakashi glanced around, muttering to himself. He had not paid attention to the identity of the person trailing behind until now, but Zabuza could easily discern the individual's identity. Kakashi, I'm rather curious as to why you're following us? Zabuza inquired, a vigilant expression upon his face. As usual, Haku positioned himself protectively in front of Zabuza. However, this time he seemed to abandon that notion, pulling Haku back and stepping closer to Kakashi. For Zabuza, defeating Kakashi was not an insurmountable challenge. It all depends on what you intend to do. I did not expect you to have survived yesterday. It must be the doing of that little girl beside you? Kakashi questioned. Little girl? Haku responded, momentarily speechless. We will no longer impede your mission. After all, the one who issued the task is dead, and thus, for me, this mission is concluded. We intend to leave. Do you wish to engage in another fight? Zabuza stated, placing the 2 boxes behind him and adopting a battle stance. What did you say? The issuer of the task is dead? Kakashi found it hard to believe, sensing that this might be a smokescreen. Indeed, every member of the Cardo Guild has perished. Zabuza replied nonchalantly. You killed your employer? Don't be ridiculous. We would never do such a thing. But that does not mean others would refrain from it. Though he had some involvement, Zabuza was not responsible for Cardo's demise. He had no intention of bearing that burden, especially with the ramifications such a reputation could entail. Is it Uchiha Kai and his companions? Kakashi connected the dots, suddenly realizing the implications. He had been curious about the purpose of Uchiha Kai and his 2 associates' visit to the Land of Waves. If this were the case, everything began to fall into place. Uchiha Kai and his companions had come for the sake of profit. Apologies, but I am under no obligation to divulge that information. If you wish to know, conduct your own investigation. If a battle is what you seek, then let it commence. Otherwise, we shall take our leave. Zabuza declared, showing no desire to entangle himself further in these matters. Despite his curiosity regarding Uchiha Kai, he surmised that they were not dissimilar to himself. A ruthless and astute individual like that was not someone Zabuza wished to encounter a second time. Noticing Kakashi's lack of action, I turned to Haku and said, "Let us depart." Kakashi remained alone in the scene, unable to process the unfolding events, yet he needed to consider the matters ahead. After carefully observing his surroundings, Kakashi tucked the ninja headband into his pocket and suddenly darted toward the direction of Tezuna's home. Ultimately, their mission should be considered complete. The orchestrators behind it had all perished, and even those executing the task had already vacated. Remaining here served little purpose, although the mission had concluded. Messages from the Hokage of Konoha had yet to reach their end. Should the opportunity arise, Uchiha Kai was to be eliminated, along with all of his kin. This was the task's directive. Whether to execute it was another matter, yet Kakashi still wished to meet that individual. In the dilapidated villa, it was likely only these three peculiar characters would engage in such actions. The place was drenched in the sin of blood, with 100 or 200 lives lost. Yet they managed to spend the night in this location undisturbed. Bathing was an afterthought, as it was understandable. However, being able to sleep indicated a formidable mental fortitude. As dawn broke, the three of them carried their respective burdens. After ransacking the treasury, the villa still held numerous valuable items, including decorations and more. Haku even went so far as to search the deceased, collecting whatever they could find. In truth, the money gained was not substantial, but with nothing else to do, they made the most of it. Daisan bore the heaviest load, while Kai also carried a sizable bundle. The weight was considerable, yet to them, it felt as light as paper, merely a slight inconvenience. "Lord Kai, allow me to carry what you have. After all, it is not heavy, and my left hand is free." Upon leaving the villa, the three of them ambled leisurely along the path, unhurried. As they approached the coastline, Dyson turned to Kai and said, "No need to rush. It's not far. Let us hope our cart hasn't been stolen." As Kai spoke, it became evident that the carriage had been left unattended for over a day, and its current whereabouts were uncertain. This outing had indeed proven to be remarkably fruitful. Henceforth, we need not fret over financial matters. I envisioned purchasing an oversized bed to indulge in comfort. Ing had already begun to fantasize about the lifestyle that lay ahead. At this juncture, Kai lamented, expressing that the chairs from their locale appeared quite splendid, yet regrettably, they were far too cumbersome to transport. Otherwise, he would have gladly carried their chairs and furnishings back with him. Given the wealth acquired, one could always commission replicas upon returning. Dashin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Cardo was indeed a connoisseur of enjoyment. The furnishings within the house were extravagantly opulent, particularly those in the third-floor area, which would likely fetch no less than 1 million taels on the market. Yet, as Kai remarked, they were simply unmovable. Otherwise, he would have insisted on bringing all those items back. He mused whether, upon returning, they should seek out 2 skilled cooks, allowing them to focus on training without the added hassle. Kai suddenly inquired at this point, for the matter of cooking had predominantly been the responsibility of Ing. Both of them, as grown men, had never dared to venture into such an endeavor. Typically, they opted to dine out whenever possible. Fortunate that the streets were not particularly distant. "I believe we can manage," said Dashin. "Absolutely not," Ing immediately retorted, puffing her cheeks in indignation, and glared at the two of them, demanding, "Do you think my cooking lacks flavor?" "Not at all. It's merely that we wish for you to have more time to focus on your cultivation." "I refuse. Cooking is one of the few activities that allows me to unwind, so this is non-negotiable." Ing's thoughts were firmly rooted in this conviction. In comparison to the grueling training, she preferred to seize any opportunity to indulge in a brief respite. Finding 1 or 2 servants for such a large house would pose no significant challenge. After all, the tedious task of cleaning could be dressed up as trainings. But it remained an exceedingly monotonous chore. Delegating such responsibilities was hardly an issue, as one could not possibly manage every task single-handedly. "Well then, let us postpone this discussion until we return. We shall set off today, and it will be at least 4 or 5 days before we are back." Kai held a package in one hand while affectionately ruffled Ying's hair with the other, stating his intentions. As they spoke, the trio's footsteps echoed across the surface of the sea, their passage resembling that of solid ground. Laughter and conversation flowed freely among them as they navigated their surroundings. They found themselves positioned at opposite ends of the island relative to Dasna's residence, one in the northeast and the other in the southeast, both locations notably close to the Land of Fire. The carriage and the 2 horses remained unmoored, grazing on the grass some distance away. They had deliberately released the horses before departing, leaving them untethered. This raised concerns about the potential theft of the horses or the carriage. Given the considerable wealth they carried, the loss of even 10 horses would hardly faze them. Yet possessing a carriage would certainly ease their burdens, sparing them the arduous task of hauling their cumbersome belongings back. To their surprise, both the horses and the carriage were still there, a fortunate occurrence in this desolate locale that rarely saw visitors. Deshawn, who had been gazing downwards, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing this revelation, taking note of the horses and carriage. They had traveled a significant distance, and daylight was beginning to break, although the sun had yet to rise. Nevertheless, the surroundings were becoming increasingly clear. "I'll fetch the horses," Deshawn declared, gently placing his belongings on the ground. Though the weight of the package, comprising nearly all gold coins and artifacts, caused a noticeable tremor, weighing an estimated 700 to 800 pounds. He then turned to approach the grazing horses but abruptly retreated, a serious expression overtaking his features as he scanned the area with vigilance. Ing, noticing her brother's demeanor, hastily dropped her own belongings, while Kai remained composed, casually opening the carriage door and tossing his package inside. "Kai, it has indeed been a long time." To their astonishment, it was none other than Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto and others. "Kaidano, there are 3 more individuals in the trees up ahead," Deshawn warned. Upon approaching, Kai realized Kakashi and his companions were present. His perceptive abilities were notably lacking, as were those of the others, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. Instead of responding hastily to Kakashi's observations, Kai contemplated the need for a teammate with superior sensory skills, acknowledging the potential danger of a swift ambush. "Kakashi-sensei, are you mistaken? Aren't they referred to as Suki?" Naruto asked, bewilderment written across his face. The other 2 companions shared his confusion, having expected a mundane outing only to find themselves confronted by familiar faces. Despite their limited acquaintance, having shared a meal previously, they recognized one another's names. "Even without your reply, I know you are Uchiha Kai, though I am curious how you survived and left the village. Could you enlighten me on your purpose for coming to the Land of Waves?" Kakashi, fully aware of the underlying details, still yearned for Kai's own account. However, before Kai could respond, the most astonished among them was Uchiha Sasuke, who had been quietly observing. Initially anticipating a mission, his excitement waned upon realizing who had arrived, particularly considering the Uchiha surname. "Kakashi-sensei, what did you just call him?" Sasuke inquired, eyes wide with disbelief. Ignoring Naruto entirely, he focused solely on Kai. Kai, undistracted, placed the package Deshawn had left on the ground into the center of the carriage. He then calmly met Kakashi's gaze, the 2 locking eyes for an extended moment. With a soft sigh and a deep breath, he adjusted his attire, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing politely. Addressing Kakashi-sensei. At this display, Deshawn and Ing, who had been bracing for a confrontation, paused in surprise, swiftly lowering their guard. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura's eyes darted between Kakashi and the bowing Uchiha Kai, her mind racing to comprehend the implications. Naruto, having been stunned since hearing Kakashi refer to Kai as Uchiha, stood frozen, tears welling in his eyes. Trembling slightly, he whispered, "Is it really you, Brother Kai? You've grown so much since we last met. And you seem taller than me now. I wonder how you've been all these years? Why didn't you reach out to us, or at least to your mentor?" Kakashi approached, gently resting a hand on Kai's shoulder, his tone devoid of reproach, akin to that of a concerned elder. "Sensei?" Kai mused, reflecting on the significance of their final meal together, where he had formally addressed Might Guy as mentor, a moment that brought Guy to tears. In the world of shinobi, the term mentor was reserved for exceptional circumstances, often signifying a deep bond akin to that of a master. "I apologize, but I cannot do so. I barely escaped that calamity, using every ounce of strength to depart from the village safely. As an elite jonin of Konoha and a member of the Uchiha clan, I believe you are somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding us. It may be best for everyone if we remain as strangers, allowing some distance between us." Though this statement may contain a semblance of falsehood, it remains undeniably persuasive, reflecting a genuine predicament once faced. Some sentiments are indeed heartfelt, signifying the transformation into strangers. From this moment onward, we shall no longer recognize them, nor partake in their leisurely and joyous existence, severing all ties with the ninjas. Despite the frequent dissonance between intention and outcome, I firmly believe I have never committed any egregious acts. Kakashi's expression grew momentarily grave as he inquired about returning to the village to clarify matters. "At least, what should I convey? Should I return to inform them that I have just slain over 40 individuals from the Hidden Leaf village? Or perhaps address other matters? I have never contemplated any association with the Hidden Leaf village. Nonetheless, I am acutely aware of how you obtained this information. It is not that we cannot coexist with the village, but rather that the village cannot accommodate us. With this said, I hope you can relay this message. Even now, we harbor no animosity towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to obliterate that place with my own hands. Calmly, Kai uttered the most ruthless words. Everything that needed to be discussed had already been addressed, and all necessary meetings had taken place. Further conversation seemed futile. He turned directly towards Dashin and instructed him to bring the horses over and prepare for their departure. Understood, my lord, Dashin replied, ignoring the commotion and slowly making his way towards the grazing horses. However, just as Dashin approached, and tranquility enveloped the scene, 3 vigilant figures lurking at a distance suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, a fiery onslaught brought 2 horses crashing to the ground. The moment the acrid smoke billowed forth, it became evident that those 2 horses were irrevocably lost. How outrageous! Kai was undoubtedly left speechless. Even Kakashi could not have anticipated their sudden attack. Who were they? Haruno Sakura inquired with curiosity, fully aware that her question would likely go unanswered. Kakashi, execute the orders. As the 3 figures leaped into action, they swiftly approached Kakashi, their faces obscured by masks, unmistakably belonging to the Umbu of Konoha. It was reasonable to assume they had received commands similar to Kakashi's. However, unlike Kakashi, they were presumably unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day. Lord Kai. I have seen them, Dyson exclaimed, his face a mask of fury, yet refraining from taking any rash action. Kai merely waved his hand casually, then smiled and remarked that this too is a form of cultivation, isn't it? Go. Stop. One wonders how Kakashi and his companions communicated amongst themselves. As one of the masked figures issued a command, the other 2 immediately rushed forth with remarkable speed. However, just as they reached the midpoint of their advance, the trio abruptly halted. Kakashi swiftly pushed the forehead protector from his concealed left eye, unveiling a Sharingan with a mesmerizing 3-tomo, his gaze intensely fixed. Kai appeared to have remained utterly still throughout, yet the 3 elite shinobi clutched their throats one by one. After a lingering moment, a torrent of crimson erupted forth. These individuals would likely perish without ever comprehending the nature of their demise. The trio of young ones brought by Kakashi widened their eyes in utter disbelief. The foremost among them, Naruto Uzumaki, seemed to have forgotten how to breathe entirely. For them, this assault was nothing short of insurmountable. Lacking the ability to comprehend the enemy's power, they recklessly charged into action. The state of affairs in Konoha had truly deteriorated. It was perplexing how they had managed to infiltrate the Umbu with such meager strength. Remember my words, should there be a next time. I shall personally bring ruin upon the entirety of Konoha. Kai spoke and then calmly prepared to leave. Although there was no horse, Ing obediently entered the carriage first. Just as Kai was about to step into the carriage, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shouted, "Stop." Kai indeed paused for a moment, while Dasha furrowed his brow, fixated on the little fellow. Pray tell, how did you manage to survive at the hands of that individual? Wasn't the entire Uchiha clan annihilated? How have you managed to endure? Sasuke bellowed. Before uttering such words, should you not have pondered deeply on why your entire clan met with such a tragic fate? Yet here you are, the younger brother of the instigator, remaining unscathed. If death were to claim anyone, should it not have been you first? Yet, that is not the reality. Many truths will reveal themselves to you in due course. Kai spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips as he ascended into the carriage. The moment the door was closed, Dashin strode directly to the front of the carriage. With a mere lift of his hand, the entire carriage was effortlessly hoisted. And as he turned, he gently guided the vehicle forward. It is worth noting that the weight of the carriage, combined with its cargo and occupants, exceeded a staggering 2,000 jin. Yet, in Dashin's grasp, it seemed as light as a toy. Kakashi did not pursue further, even with the use of his Sharingan. He could not discern how those 3 Umbu had met their demise. Years had passed, and Uchiha Kai was no longer the person he once knew. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, while Kakashi remained furrowed in concentration, his expression grave. Although the opposing party's speed was not particularly swift, he dared not give chase. From a more pragmatic perspective, he had not intended to engage in any conflict. He merely wished to meet and ascertain the situation. Naruto displayed a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing that name, he had already burst into tears. In his memories, the first person to show him kindness was Uchiha Kai. Yet he had no authority to speak of the tragedies that befell the Uchiha clan. Deep within, he wished to retain Kai. But he found himself at a loss for words, even after all this time. Though he might be somewhat slow, he was not foolish enough to be utterly speechless. Amidst his fragmented thoughts, the events surrounding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan remained shrouded in mystery for them all. Thus, they stood there helplessly, heads bowed in silence. The most incensed among them was Uchiha Sasuke, who clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the receding carriage. The revelation struck him profoundly. Everyone had perished. So why did he remain alive? As the brother of the instigator, how could he still draw breath? The echoes of their earlier conversation filled him with rage and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The calmest of the group was Sakura, who was entirely unaware of the identity of the individuals in question. However, after their lengthy exchange, she had come to realize that the three were indeed members of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi-sensei, was that truly Brother Kai? Naruto broke the silence after a long pause, standing there with his companions. Yes. But Brother Kai, he cannot use ninjutsu, can he? Even at this juncture, Naruto's heart was riddled with doubt. I do not know, but he is certainly Uchiha Kai, Kakashi replied, casting a glance toward Uchiha Sasuke. As for who Kai truly was, it seemed Sasuke had no recollection. Not even of someone from his own clan. This is also training. Suddenly, Dashin exerted force with both arms, his fingers embedding into the wood of the carriage. He pulled with increasing enthusiasm, and the speed escalated dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of over 100 meters. It was crucial to note that at such a rapid pace over a bumpy road, the occupants of the carriage were undoubtedly suffering greatly. After an undetermined distance, Dashin finally came to a breathless halt. The moment he stopped, the carriage door was kicked open with force, and Ding stumbled out, still dazed, ultimately unable to endure. She leaned against a nearby tree and began to vomit. Kai displayed a look of utter bewilderment, and fortunately, his strength was considerable enough to grasp the wooden structure beside him, preventing himself from being jostled during the tumult. Lord Kai. Observe how I can run much faster than a horse, Dashin exclaimed, grinning foolishly, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang! You fool! Ing charged forward with fervor, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Dashin's head. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. Still unsatisfied, she proceeded to kick her brother's head in frustration. Upon ceasing her onslaught, she noticed a sizable bump had formed on her forehead, a testament to the many times her head had collided with the roof of the vehicle during the chaotic ride, inciting her ire. After enduring the beating, Dashin sprang up from the ground, exhibiting no signs of distress, and wore a foolish grin while gazing at his sister, his expression devoid of remorse. Let us take a moment to rest. Kai gazed at the siblings and, without hesitation, crouched down, lightly tapping the ground. In an instant, 3 stone pillars emerged along the roadside. Remarkably, this speed far surpassed that of a galloping horse. Within just 1 or 2 hours, they had traversed over 100 kilometers. What typically required a day or 2 of travel was now accomplished in a mere fraction of that time. The crucial issue remained that sitting in a carriage was infinitely more exhausting than running on foot. Kai, do you think Konoha will send more people to pursue us? Ing inquired, having settled beside Kai. The disorientation she had felt earlier had dissipated, allowing her to pose this piercing question. The previously jovial Dasha instantly adopted a serious demeanor, recognizing the gravity of the situation for them. Yes, they will likely continue to send pursuers. Kai spoke nonchalantly, appearing remarkably calm. However, upon noticing the despondent expressions of the two, he immediately raised his hand and gently placed it on Ying's head, offering reassurance. Do not worry. We are no longer the vulnerable individuals we were years ago. Back then, we lacked the means to protect ourselves, but now, the situation is markedly different. We possess ample strength to ensure that our tranquil lives remain undisturbed. So take heart. All we need to do now is to relish life. Although he spoke with such optimism, their recent outing had undeniably exposed their whereabouts. While it was unlikely they would be tracked down immediately, prolonged scrutiny could reveal their location. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage wore an expression akin to someone who had consumed something distasteful. Present in the office were also Mito Gaiden, T-Rune Koha, and Danzo, the 3 elders. Each sat in silence, the third Hokage continuously puffing on his pipe, taken aback by how events had escalated. Even Danzo, known for his incessant chatter, had succumbed to a rare silence. How do we resolve this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely, casting a glance at the other 3. Kakashi and his team had yet to return, but the information had already been relayed, detailing the entire situation. Particularly alarming was the mention of Uchiha Kai's speed, which even the Sharingan could not perceive. The 3 Umbu had been dispatched swiftly, only to meet their demise in an instant. Such formidable prowess rendered the 3 present unable to claim they could match it. I conducted an investigation. When he left the village, he had not yet become a ninja. Yet now he wields such immense power. Perhaps we could find a way to persuade him to return. if he could continue to serve the village. It would be advantageous for us. Tirun Koha, the elderly woman, audaciously proposed. It was audacious to suggest inviting someone back after previously attempting to assassinate him. Anyone with a modicum of sense would surely refuse such an invitation. After robbing one of the world's few billionaires, it implied that he now possessed untold riches. Why would he return to Konoha to undertake missions? If you had just survived an assassination attempt, would you willingly return? Mito Gaiden turned to the elderly woman, then shifted his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the current situation and the strength of our adversary, I believe we should classify him as an S-rank rogue ninja. This would serve as a warning to other villages that any future occurrences are not our concern. As long as he poses no threat to us, we need not interfere. No, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If we can still send out assassination attempts, we must find a way to eliminate him. Danzo, having lost numerous men, was clearly discontented. He was unwilling to entertain half-hearted measures. Who do you propose we send? The village's elite fighting force is limited. Is it worth sacrificing resources for one individual? Moreover, the reports indicate that he never even activated his Sharingan. He has proven his strength solely through ninjutsu and taijutsu. We must remember that the Uchiha are renowned for their ocular prowess, which is their true strength. Mito Gaiden's observation was astute. The essence of the Uchiha clan's power lay within their eyes. Now, without their ocular abilities, they had already surpassed the others. One could only imagine the magnitude of power they would wield with their eyes activated. I cannot allow Uchiha clan members to roam freely. Their current lack of animosity towards the village is merely due to their insufficient strength. Since they harbor caution, they are not to be underestimated. Therefore, we must send someone to eliminate them. Danzo insisted. No, we cannot afford to invite further trouble upon the village. Silence. The third Hokage, having endured the bickering, finally erupted, slamming his palm on the table with a resounding thud. We shall proceed according to Mito's suggestion. Designate Uchiha Kai as an S-rank rogue ninja and notify all parties involved. Henceforth, all matters pertaining to him are entirely divorced from Konoha. This matter is settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not afford Danzo the opportunity to retort. After much contemplation and weighing the opinions of those present, he concluded that it was unwise to create an enemy at this juncture. Reflecting on the previous investigations and the unfolding circumstances, the third Hokage remained puzzled as to how the Uchiha clan had managed to depart from the village. He raised his gaze to the others and inquired, how did the Uchiha clan manage to leave the village? Has there been any investigation into this? There was an inquiry. But given the passage of years, the details are scant. According to the gatekeeper's recollection, there were only 3 scenarios in which individuals departed the village on the morning after the night of the massacre, when 2 children from the Hyuga clan were taken out. However, given the historical relations between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, this is highly improbable. The other 2 scenarios involved individuals hidden among merchant caravans, either concealed within the caravans or in boxes. This remains the most plausible explanation, Danzo articulated. Yet, one could not deny that he possessed a sharp intellect, deftly dismissing the most likely scenario. Nevertheless, anyone in his position would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Historically, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, while not outright enemies, had long since grown cold towards one another. Thus, it was improbable that the Hyuga clan would aid the Uchiha in their departure. This matter does not require further deliberation. Let us proceed with our decision and disseminate this information immediately. The third Hokage was unwilling to dwell on the issue any longer. For every village, the resolution to such matters typically involved branding departing ninjas who refused to return as rogue ninjas, leading to a tacit understanding that such issues would be left unresolved. The aim was to inform other villages or individuals that any attacks or incidents perpetrated by those who had left the village were entirely disconnected from Konoha. Despite Danzo's inner dissatisfaction, the others were in agreement. Even if he could mobilize the roots, such combat power would pose no threat to the adversary. The fact that over 40 individuals had been dispatched without a single return spoke volumes. At last, they had returned, uncertain of where a new carriage had been procured. It was noteworthy that even the large bundles within it had vanished. After all, this journey had presented an abundance of items employed by the sales ninjas, including those sealing scrolls, making their storage a trivial matter. One could hardly mention the carriage, as with such considerable wealth, acquiring a few of these items posed no significant challenge. The road remained as it always had, primarily comprised of gravel. Upon catching sight of the 3 prominent characters spelling Shortbook Street against the backdrop of the mountains, an involuntary exclamation of wonder escaped my lips. Presently, they resided within this very vicinity, a locale devoid of ninjas, or where ninjas seldom ventured. However, One could certainly assert that this area belonged to a notably prosperous section of the Land of Fire. The initial decision to reside here stemmed chiefly from the abundance of casinos in the vicinity, as entering these establishments was the simplest means of amassing funds. Shortbook Street was a vibrant hub of entertainment, food, and leisure, situated not far from the capital of the Land of Fire. If one were to elaborate, it could be considered a segment detached from the capital itself. Almost all large-scale entertainment facilities were concentrated in this area, with dining, drinking, and shopping forming an integrated landscape. This was precisely what led them to ultimately choose this location for settlement. Their residence lay a kilometer or two from the street, nestled at the foot of the mountains. A significant advantage being that it was solely inhabited by the three of them. Thus, their daily training revolved around running in the shadow of the Grand Mountain. And if circumstances allowed, they would also train around the entirety of Shortbook Street. The vibrancy of the street was palpable even from a distance. Simply drawing back the curtain on the side of the carriage revealed the bustling scene outside. The distant clamor of the street was distinctly audible even from their current position. "Lord Kai, shall we take a stroll through the street before returning?" DSHN inquired, opening the front window and turning to Kai, who was gazing out at the scenery. "I'm hungry. Let us go eat. I've been craving the udon from there. It has been ages since I last had it, and I truly miss it," Ing exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought, promptly leaning against Kai's arm and sweetly asking, "Brother Kai, shall we go eat?" Kai wore an expression of helplessness. Ing indeed possessed the features of a beauty, with her exquisite black hair and blunt bangs, rendering her quite adorable. Her large eyes, adorned with long eyelashes, complemented her lovely visage. While her youthful aura lingered, she had matured significantly compared to her peers, a testament to the years of training bearing fruit. Upon receiving instructions from inside, Dashin ceased to dwell on other matters. As the carriage passed beneath the sign of Short Street, the familiar vibrancy enveloped them. Although the trio primarily focused on training, their visits to this bustling street had been frequent. Returning home, the house was neither particularly upscale nor extravagantly luxurious. This was why, during their time in Cardona, Kai had even contemplated bringing back some of the furniture. Had the distance not been considerable, he might have acted on that impulse. The streets were far apart. Yet a silver lining emerged. The land had been acquired at a reasonable price, and its size was quite substantial. In the Grand Hall, the two siblings were already brimming with anticipation. Upon their swift return, they wasted no time in unsealing the scrolls, summoning the contents one by one. The items from just the first scroll had already amassed a considerable pile in the living room. They had scarcely examined these objects before. Anything that seemed remotely valuable had been hastily packed away. The purpose of this endeavor was to ascertain which items held significant worth and to evaluate the total value of what they had brought back. "Kai, would you like to join me in experiencing this?" Ing inquired, pointing to the heap of items on the floor as Kai approached leisurely. "This matter rests with you too. I shall take a short nap first." Kai waved his hand and said, "All right. I will call you before dinner." Ing, undeterred, immediately smiled and turned around to sit on the ground, beginning to sort through the various items scattered about. Among these treasures were golden artifacts adorned with jewels, including teapots and cups, essentially a veritable collection of everything one could imagine. The materials were all crafted from gold, with the handles of the cups embellished with exquisite red gemstones that seemed to gleam with radiance. It was evident that Cardo truly knew how to indulge in luxury. "I never expected that even a suit of golden armor would be crafted. Yet, this item appeared to hold little practical use." Dashiang picked up a set of golden armor, which looked imposing and quite splendid. However, its functionality seemed utterly negligible. "I'm mused that placing this piece in the hall as a decorative item could be quite appealing." Ing lifted her head and observed the scene, her gaze darting towards a corner of the hall. Although she had previously been quite affluent, the hall had lacked any extravagant decorations aside from some sofas and furniture. However, positioning the golden armor in that corner would undoubtedly exude an aura of grandeur. Indeed, Dashiang raised the armor high, scrutinizing it carefully, and confirmed his plan. He gently set the armor aside and resumed his exploration of the other items before him. "This is rather splendid. I could place it in my room later." Dashiang casually picked up an eagle-shaped ornament, unmistakably crafted from gold. "No, these items belong to the household. They cannot be taken to my room," he declared, though he pondered, "There are so many items. Surely this one could be placed in my room without issue?" His expression betrayed a sense of grievance. "Household items must remain in the household. It is absolutely forbidden," Ing countered, waving a finger dismissively. Ultimately, Dashiang had no choice but to abandon this notion. As she meticulously categorized all the items, and demonstrated a remarkable attention to detail, not engaging in mindless tasks. She checked each piece while tallying the quantities, diligently jotting down notes in a notebook. One could not help but admire the meticulousness exhibited by this young girl. Then, Dashiang stumbled upon a locked box that seemed far from empty. He unearthed a black wooden box, exquisitely crafted, with an iron lock adorning its surface. I recall this. It appears to have been taken from the bedside cabinet in Cardo's room. It was so well wrapped that it must be quite valuable, hence I decided to take it. Ing took the box from Dashiang's hands, inspected it briefly, and swiftly removed the lock. Had Dashiang displayed any hesitation, the corners of his mouth would not have twitched. Upon opening the box, 2 glass vials filled with liquid became visible, one clear and the other blue. They appeared quite appealing, accompanied by an instruction manual. Gently placing the box on the ground, Dashiang leaned in to see what lay inside, unable to suppress his curiosity. What a scoundrel Cardo is! I never imagined he had such peculiar tastes. Dashiang remarked calmly as he read the explanatory text. Indeed, what a rogue. A person of such wealth preparing such dubious potions. Ing crumpled the paper in her hand, intending to discard the box at the door. However, Dashiang quickly seized it back, rolling his eyes and muttering that it might hold some value. There's another identical box here, Ing exclaimed as she uncovered yet another black box from the pile of goods. Swiftly pulling it out. Assuming it to be similar, she yanked the key off without hesitation. Yet, the contents were evidently different. Inside was another instruction manual. But after a brief glance, Ing tossed it to Dashiang, stating, 2 bottles of perfume. They seem rather nice. Only a lecher could possess such taste. Consider it yours. Oh. Dashiang accepted it and examined the contents, indifferent to the fragrances, yet noting that the bottles in the 2 boxes bore a resemblance. Differing only in color, the perfume showcasing a faint reddish hue, while the potions were distinctly unlike one another. He laid out all 4 vials, casually discarding the boxes aside. The array of colored bottles, displayed on a shelf, would surely provide a delightful visual experience. Upon returning to his room, Uchiha Kai initially felt weary. But as he lay in bed, his wide eyes remained alert, devoid of any inclination to sleep. Even with his eyes closed, his mind remained vividly active. After much internal struggle, he sat up in exasperation. Clad in his pajamas, he appeared strikingly different, an entirely contrasting style from his usual suit. Slipping on the slippers resting on the floor, he approached the desk diagonally opposite the bed, where he had long been engrossed in the study and development of various techniques. It had been far too long since he had devoted time to researching ninjutsu. Kai gazed at the thick stack of papers on the table, although he felt physically exhausted. The vibrancy of his mind kept him awake, compelling him to randomly select one for examination. Psychic arts. Kai gazed at the peculiar object before him. Having devoted considerable time to its study over the years, each summoning had yielded an array of bizarre entities, predominantly summoned at random, without the binding of a contract. These beings held no significant value. The elements of the summoning technique seemed designed to ascertain a specific location, allowing for the direct invocation of creatures from that realm. But what might transpire if these elements were reversed? With that thought, he swiftly seized a pen and began to sketch on a blank sheet of paper. In a matter of moments, an exquisite new diagram of the summoning technique unfolded before him. Quite impressive. It's time to experiment and see what delightful trinket I can summon. He formed the necessary seals, bit his finger, and used his blood as a conduit for the summoning. Yet, in the next instant, as a radiant light enveloped him, Kai suddenly recalled something crucial. His eyes widened in realization. By employing the summoning technique in reverse, he was essentially engaging in reverse summoning. This meant he would be teleported directly to the location of the entity, an act he had inadvertently overlooked despite his intellect and extensive research. What a folly it was to stumble upon such an oversight. Who could fathom where he might find himself summoned to? Kai felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens, the velocity of his descent utterly beyond his control. Thud! He seemed to collide with something, only to immediately plunge into a body of water. Splash! He hastily resurfaced, expelling the water from his mouth. Steadying himself, he pressed his hands against the lake's surface, then took his stance atop it. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the viscous liquid trickling from his hands, rubbing it slightly. The slimy texture instantly provoked a wave of nausea within him. It felt as though he were entirely ensconced in this gelatinous substance. Nevertheless, the locale surrounding him bore a striking resemblance to a lake, albeit with a peculiar hue. How utterly foolish! Kai wore a pained expression. As the term foolish aptly described himself, carelessly attempting a jutsu had nearly led to his own demise, were such an incident to occur within the ninja realm. He would undoubtedly be the first to experience it, Although the viscous substance continued to drip from his body, fortunately, it bore no peculiar odor. Standing upon the lake's surface, he scrutinized his surroundings. Apart from the nearby trees, everything else was engulfed in a thick mist. Not only was it impossible to discern the situation around him, but even his sensory perception had been severely hindered. What manner of place was this? Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. He then raised his hand, inhaled deeply, and formed the hand seals for wind release. Just as he was about to unleash this technique to ascertain his surroundings, an unexpected voice suddenly reached his ears, seemingly emanating from right beside him. A chilling sensation coursed through him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Kai was startled, quickly leaping away with a wary expression, even summoning his kaleidoscopic Sharingan in an instant. After all, he was still unaware of the nature of this peculiar place, fearing that he might inadvertently bring harm upon himself. Hence, he took such extensive precautions. "I apologize if I frightened you," a sweet voice echoed once more. Following the direction of the voice, Kai immediately discerned its source. However, upon seeing the figure, he was rendered utterly speechless, standing there in a daze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A head emerged from the water, adorned with blue hair and fair skin, and a pair of large eyes fixated intently upon him. Most striking was the adorableness of the individual, which was undeniably captivating. "Huh? I'm so sorry, truly sorry. It is I who should apologize for inadvertently arriving in this place. I had no idea you were bathing. My sincerest apologies." Kai had been staring for quite some time when he suddenly came to his senses, his hair standing on end. It was not fear that gripped him, but sheer embarrassment. Who could have imagined that such an unexpected occurrence would lead him to this dreadful place? He quickly turned to leave, but just then, a voice rang out once more, inquiring how he had come to be there. He halted in his tracks, facing away from the speaker, utterly mortified. However, he took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and said, "I was researching a ninja technique, and somehow, things went awry, leading me here. I truly did not intend to intrude while you were bathing. I had no idea something like this would happen. I hope you can forgive me. And I would greatly appreciate it if you could inform me of this place and how I might find my way out." Kai spoke with remarkable speed, as if only through such urgency could he alleviate his own embarrassment. However, the young woman in the lake appeared unfazed by the situation. Her hands rested on the water's surface, and her chin lay upon her arms, though her expression was one of serene tranquility. The sight of the figure before her filled her heart with joy. In response to Kai's rapid-fire inquiries, the girl gradually rose from the water, her form entirely bare against the shimmering lake. She then approached him with a deliberate slowness. "There is no path out of here. I have dwelled in this place for over a millennium. Therefore, I am quite curious as to how you arrived," she spoke in a calm, measured tone. In an instant, Kai furrowed his brow, sensing her approach and mistakenly believing she had donned her attire. A mere glance over his shoulder rendered him momentarily paralyzed, his lips twitching involuntarily. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Uchiha Kai. Did you just say you've been here for 1,000 years? Kai observed the indifference of the girl before him. Even in her unclothed state, she seemed utterly unaffected. Nonetheless, he averted his gaze, perplexed, and inquired, "Indeed, I have resided here for a millennium. If one were to calculate the passage of time by the rise and fall of the sun, it must have indeed been that long, correct?" Her long, sky-blue hair cascaded down to her waist, complemented by matching blue eyebrows and a pair of large, sparkling eyes. Her fair complexion made it difficult to fathom that she had lived for over 1,000 years. Yet, in terms of her outward appearance, she seemed no older than 13 or 14. "What is your name?" Kai asked. "A name? I seem to lack one," she replied. "Could you perhaps don some clothing?" The notion of a name had become trivial. He was still unclear about her circumstances and whether she posed any threat. If she were to attack him, he would have little chance to react. "Like the attire you wear?" The girl waved her hand, and in an instant, she adorned herself with a nightgown identical to Kai's. This was merely a result of chakra manifestation. In essence, she remained unclothed. While he understood the true nature of the situation, her current appearance alleviated some of the awkwardness. The two gazed at each other. For the girl, Kai Uchiha was the sole individual to have ventured into this realm in 1,000 years. "What is this place? Surely, you must know." Kai leaned closer and inquired, "Is this the place?" This location bears no name, however, if one must assign a title. It could be referred to as the Wet-Bone Forest. "Nanny?" Kai's eyes widened in astonishment for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "The Wet-Bone Forest? Shouldn't there be a colossal slug here?" Bang! As soon as Kai's words fell, the young woman instantly became irate and delivered a powerful kick directly to Kai's chest. The tremendous force propelled Kai through the water of the lake. sending him soaring into the distance. However, it seemed the young woman had no intention of halting her assault in the blink of an eye. She teleported above Kai and landed another punch squarely on his chest, forcefully driving him towards the bank. Kai himself was unaware of why a mere utterance could provoke such ire in this woman. However, the fierce aura that had enveloped the girl upon reaching the shore seemed to dissipate entirely. Yet, her visage remained frigid as her azure eyes gazed down upon Kai, declaring, "I am the slug you referred to." Such a profound shock could not pass without consequence. Kai never anticipated that this individual would launch an immediate assault. After she finished speaking, she casually waved her hand, and a surge of energy descended upon Kai, instantaneously mending his injured form. Kai sprang up abruptly. His facial expression contorted in surprise. With his back turned to the young lady, his astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated that his actions would inadvertently provoke such a reaction. "I am not a mere slug. If we were to classify by species, I would be a majestic slug." The young girl spoke again, her countenance transforming into one of endearing charm as she took dainty steps toward Kai. She wore an expression of genuine concern, her voice tinged with a sense of remorse as she softly apologized. "I shouldn't have hurt you." In an instant, Kai was overcome with a sense of helplessness, as if he were on the verge of tears. Such an adorable little girl had transformed into a fierce little warrior, only to revert back to her previous demeanor. This left him questioning whether she had been here for too long, as if she were suffering from a split personality. Nevertheless, he turned his head and smiled at the girl before him, contemplating reaching out to tousle her hair. Yet, halfway through the gesture, he withdrew his hand hastily. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, he remarked that it was no trouble at all, although he was uncertain of the circumstances. He felt it might have been he who had initially offended her. It was certainly inappropriate to refer to her as a slug. Just as he was about to say slug, he recalled her earlier fierce demeanor and promptly became timid. This was not merely a matter of whether he could overpower her, as he had yet to comprehend his own situation. Moreover, he had no desire to engage in a confrontation with such a charming young girl. After such a lengthy period, she was the first person to converse with him in this place. Previously, he had been submerged in slumber at the bottom of this lake, and he had never anticipated someone would come to keep him company. Being alone here was indeed profoundly lonely. When she stumbled forward, the little girl appeared utterly exhilarated. But as the conversation progressed, her head began to droop, her expression one of dejection. Initially, he felt some sympathy, but then she suddenly lifted her head, sporting a peculiar grin, and declared that from now on, she ought not to feel so lonely. After all, those who came here could never depart. He had already spent over 1,000 years in this place, so no one could leave. The environment, while pleasant, and the presence of such a beautiful little girl made staying here somewhat agreeable. Yet, recalling her earlier expression resembling that of a slug, Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment as he raised his hand and exclaimed, "I refuse to remain here. After all, you can't leave either, can you?" The little girl pouted, placing her hands behind her, appearing indifferent. Observing her endearing expression, Kai felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Yet he was not as despondent as he had anticipated. With a mouthful of fabrications, "I am certain that at least Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade have visited the wet-bone forest. How could it be that no one has come here for over 1,000 years? Furthermore, you must have ventured outside at some point, right?" Kay leaned forward and inquired. He was not particularly curious about the transformation of the large slug into a human form. After all, in his recollection, whether it was the Dragon Cave or the frog-filled Meowwood Mountain, their bosses all took on human shapes. Thus, this phenomenon did not warrant much intrigue. His prior knowledge had not revealed much information about the slug in the wet-bone forest, only that it had never summoned its entire form. However, no one had ever seen what the true entity looked like. Therefore, the sudden appearance of such a charming, lowly-like figure was a stark contrast to the bosses from the other two sacred lands, which genuinely took Kay by surprise. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that this being was of a bug-level existence. He had not anticipated encountering it. Regardless, this unexpected journey promised no detriment, serendipitously arriving at this place. He initially intended to experiment with summoning techniques to see if he could conjure something intriguing. To his delight, he had directly landed here. In response to Kay's inquiry, the little lowly did not hasten to reply. Instead, she continued to walk leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back. After covering a considerable distance, she turned her head to glance at Kay, who remained stationary, and promptly expressed her displeasure, asking what he was still dawdling for. "Don't you want to know the answer? Come along." Kai wore a perplexed expression, yet he found himself compelled to follow. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the intentions of his companion. However, after a brief interval of walking, the little girl abruptly halted, as a dense fog enveloped their surroundings, obscuring all visibility. Standing there resolutely, she suddenly exhaled with great force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept across the area. As the mist dissipated, the vista that unfolded before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Why had they stopped? Curiosity sparked within Kai as he inquired. We cannot proceed. The petite girl raised her hand and gently stretched it forward, and in an instant, a translucent barrier materialized before their eyes. This appeared to be a confined space, though its origin remained a mystery. Over a millennium ago, in a moment of greed, he found himself ensnared in this wretched place, a predicament that persisted for 1,000 years. However, within this realm, the natural energies could overflow, and the spiritual essence was free to disperse. Thus, during these long years of solitude, he had crafted a spiritual entity that coalesced with the surrounding natural energies, while the area beyond this barrier came to be known as the Wetbone Forest. As for the pillars and the small figure you mentioned, they inhabit the external territory. It is an undeniable truth that no one can enter this domain, nor can those who reside within it escape. Observing the dejection on the other's face, Kai initially intended to offer words of comfort, yet a counterargument swiftly emerged in his mind. If outsiders cannot enter, how did I manage to come in? Ah, indeed. The little girl seemed momentarily dazed, her eyes widening as she regarded Kai with astonishment. Therefore, if entry was possible, it stood to reason that there would also be a means of exit, suggesting that they need not remain trapped in this place. With a broad grin stretching almost to the roots of his ears, Kai seemed instantly invigorated by the thought. Gazing at the barrier before him, his mind raced, and in a mere glance, he conceived a rather splendid idea. After all, this place allowed him to see the surrounding area, enabling a clear identification of the target location. Perhaps he truly could venture forth. Are we able to leave? The little girl inquired softly. Of course. Then, could you take me with you? Do you not enjoy being here? Kai asked, curiosity piqued. Being confined to a single place for a millennium is hardly appealing, I assure you. After experiencing the ninja world a few times, I yearn to savor the flavors of those culinary delights. However, as a spirit entity, I cannot partake in any delicacies, which only fuels my desire to escape. Stop pretending to be pitiable. Kai rolled his eyes at her exaggerated display of woe. Regardless of her childlike appearance, she was undeniably a creature with millennia of experience, which made her guise rather unsettling. The notion of her feigning vulnerability was perplexing. Yet, as the conversation progressed, an idea struck Kai. With a mischievous grin, he proposed, since you claim to be a slug, does that not imply you could instruct me on the utilization of natural energy? If so, I could offer you freedom in exchange. What say you? Though his arrival here was unintended, encountering this little girl was equally unexpected. Nevertheless, the outcome of this serendipitous encounter was rather fortuitous, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. It would be a shame not to seize such an opportunity. The crux of the matter lay not merely in the circumstances but in the potential of this young girl. With her abilities of self-healing and restoration, she could very well serve as a healer, if he could persuade her to accompany him, regardless of her inherent strength. Merely having her by his side would allow him to unleash his full potential without concern for depleting his resources. The mere thought of this ignited an exhilarating anticipation within Kai, compelling him to hasten the process of bringing her along. Really? The slug, with a perplexed expression, asked earnestly. Please do not tell me you are incapable. In Kai's mind, such thoughts suddenly emerged. If that is indeed the case, then wouldn't it be? It seems I truly cannot. The little girl maintained an expression of innocent bewilderment, as if this directly touched upon his realm of ignorance. How could you not know? As for Senja Hashirama, how would I know? That was something he practiced on his own. It seems he mentioned that by blending two proportions, each accounting for half, one could naturally enter sage mode, while I merely guided from the sidelines. The absorption of excess natural energy is crucial to prevent bodily mutations due to an overload of natural energy. Thus, you might also attempt this. Once you absorb a sufficient amount of natural energy, I will assist you in guiding it out. The little girl could only conceive of this singular method. Indeed, it is as such. Kai sighed, but then it seemed he had an epiphany, and suddenly inquired how one might harness the natural energy from this place. Surely it doesn't involve taking a bite like that great serpent in the dragon cave, does it? A serpent? Have you been to the dragon cave? Impossible. I merely possess a wealth of knowledge. Upon reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Myomu Mountain, it seems plausible that a different approach may suffice here as well. This lake is, in essence, a manifestation of natural energy. As for the so-called other two sacred sites you mentioned, their natural energy likely pales in comparison to the abundance found here. Simply immersing yourself in the lake's waters will allow you to perceive the immense natural energy present. The remainder is merely a matter of absorption and integration. I will assist in guiding out any surplus. The young girl playfully adjusted her hair, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as she spoke. It appears you currently lack a name. Shall we bestow one upon you? Kai pondered, even without awaiting a response from the other, and swiftly began to contemplate. Within mere seconds, he suggested, how about the name you? I believe it suits you rather well. After much deliberation, he realized that the name was one he had used during his journey to the Kingdom of Waves. Nevertheless, it was indeed a fitting choice. You? Quite delightful. The little girl accepted the name with a charming smile directed at Kai. In terms of cultivating natural energy, remaining here offered an unparalleled advantage. Having only just arrived, and with less than 2 hours past, it was uncertain whether the two had truly become acquainted. Yet, the eager Yu, driven by a desire to venture out, was even more impatient than Kai. She could hardly wait for him to commence his practice of natural energy, as it would enable her to escape this dismal place sooner. In the waters of the lake, Kai sat upon the tranquil waters of the lake. His eyes gently closed as he began to attune himself to the natural energy surrounding him. This process required him to fully immerse his body in the lake beforehand, emerging only to absorb the grand currents of nature's energy. Dressed solely in sleep shorts, he had 2 substantial slugs perched upon his shoulders, one on each side. Initially, the sensation was indeed quite repulsive. However, these creatures proved to be indispensable for his practice of harnessing natural energy. Despite Kai's meticulous control over his chakra, the overwhelming force of nature's energy posed a significant threat. Any sudden intention to absorb it could potentially lead to his demise. The slugs served to mitigate this risk, preventing an excessive intake of energy all at once. With a deep breath, the natural energy he sensed began to surge swiftly into his body. Yet, the amount retained within him was minimal, as most of it had been absorbed by the slugs on his shoulders. Under such circumstances, the energy entering his body remained within manageable limits. By regulating his chakra, maintaining a balance of 50% each, he could effortlessly master many aspects of his practice. In this desolate locale, a place devoid of even the faintest sign of life, a large slug lingered idly, with no structures or souls in sight. The environment was shrouded in perpetual twilight, reminiscent of an overcast day in the ninja world. The transition between day and night mirrored that of the ninja realm, suggesting that this was merely a small pocket within that universe. After a few days spent here, Kai, initially eager to learn the ways of natural energy, soon realized the grim reality of his situation. The question of sustenance loomed large. What was there to eat? Ultimately, he faced the disheartening truth: grass, leaves, and tree bark were his only options. Under such conditions, the thought of practicing natural energy felt futile. Remaining here for too long might lead to starvation. On the 3rd day, unable to bear the hunger any longer, he reluctantly sampled the unpalatable offerings. The experience was nauseating, yet somewhat better than the memories of the protagonist feasting on insects in Myaboka Mountain. He circled the small space, which, although not particularly expansive, was predominantly occupied by the lake. The perimeter was enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering escape impossible. Kai, what are you doing wandering aimlessly? Did you not promise to take me away from here once you learn to harness natural energy? Moon suddenly appeared, her voice cutting through his reverie as she confronted the distracted Kai. I'm searching, aren't I? He replied, still intent on his quest. Kai disdainfully remarked that he longed to depart from this wretched place. However, the advantages of remaining here far outweighed the discomfort of hunger, a predicament he could only reluctantly accept for the time being. The opportunity to find oneself in such a location might only come once in a lifetime, and thus, Kai was not overly eager to hasten his exit, although he had already mastered the natural energy with the assistance of those 2 blubbering fools. The essence required only to be fused with his chakra without any rejection. Once he entered the normal sage mode, absorbing natural energy thereafter would pose no peril. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed stumbled upon a tremendous fortune this time. Despite lacking common knowledge, he pondered the current extent of his abilities. Yet, the fusion of sage chakra spoke volumes about his newfound strength. What he needed to do now was to explore what else this space harbored and to uncover the reason behind the existence of such a realm. The barrier was an absolute circle, seemingly formed by nature itself, rendering its appearance quite peculiar. Have you found a way out? You suddenly approached and tugged at Kai's arm, inquiring eagerly. Although uncertain of its feasibility, after several days of research, it appeared that there was only one method left to try. Kai spoke, yet did not provide a particularly clear answer. He mentioned that he would attempt something in 2 days, suggesting I immerse myself in the lake's waters for another couple of days until I had fully mastered the natural energy. The physique of an immortal varies in levels, especially concerning the chakra of celestial arts. Some can instantly access it, while others require considerable time to accumulate their strength. In comparison to the chosen ones of this world, Naruto Uzumaki's encounter with the natural energy in the pond of Mayaboka Mountain was trivial. Here, it was abundantly excessive. At the very least, I could take solace in possessing the aura of a protagonist. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in this peculiar place. The thought of possibly bringing an immortal along when I departed made Kai's lips curl upwards in delight. As for the matter of leaving, although I was uncertain whether my abilities would allow me to directly penetrate this barrier, I presumed it would not pose a significant challenge. If necessary, I could remain here a bit longer, grazing on some grass, and inevitably discover a way to escape this wretched locale. How much longer do you require? Moon inquired, seated upon the surface of the lake, gazing at Kai immersed in its waters. What do you mean by how much longer? Was it not agreed upon to take 2 days? Allow me to properly integrate the natural energy first. As Kai spoke, he lay in the lake, his hair having transformed from its original ebony hue to a striking cerulean. A black inverted triangle adorned his forehead, while 2 ebony lines traced down his cheeks, culminating in an unusual facial pattern. This was Kai in a state of natural energy, showcasing a remarkable transformation. I recall that Tsunade possesses a certain technique, perhaps the Yin Seal? It might be possible to acquire this from her, allowing me to store natural energy within it for use during battle. Kai began to contemplate that now. Remaining in this place, it would take him approximately 3 seconds to transition from a normal state to that of an immortal. However, in the outside world, where the natural energy was considerably more sparse, it would likely take nearly 5 seconds to achieve the same. In a duel between masters, the difference of even a second could result in one being instantaneously defeated. Nevertheless, this speed was already deemed quite rapid. All that remained was to thoroughly familiarize himself with this newfound power. With a few more practices in the external environment, transitioning into an instant immortal state should pose no difficulty. ISNT, your immortal mode already perfected? You have mastered the natural energy. What more is there to linger here for? You tugged at Kai's hair, displaying a pitiful expression. By the reckoning of day and night, Kai had already been here for at least 4 days. Thus, this little girl had genuinely entered a state of impatience. Although he had grasped the skill, it was not yet proficient. Under such circumstances, how could he adequately protect her upon venturing outside? Gazing up at the moon, Kai spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder brother's tender concern for his younger sister, leaving you utterly bewildered. How could a celestial being require protection? Suddenly, an image of a frog sprang to mind, and she expressed her disdain towards Kai, declaring, "No problem, I shall wait 2 more days. This realm is encased in a barrier. Do you intend to venture beyond it?" Having resided in this place for 5 or 6 days, Kai had spent the majority of his time submerged in the lake, apart from nibbling on a few leaves. Despite the modest improvements over the past 2 days, the results were far from significant. Remaining here any longer would likely lead to starvation. With only 2 meals in 3 days, those meager leaves hardly sufficed, serving merely to stave off death by hunger. Now, preparations were nearly complete, and it was time to devise an escape plan. This was the sole location where the outside world could be glimpsed. Though it connected to the wet-bone forest, exiting from there appeared substantially more straightforward. During this period, Kai had come to comprehend that maintaining his celestial form for extended durations allowed his body to gradually acclimate to such a state. With diligent practice upon his return, he would eventually attain the ability to enter a momentary state. Currently, the pressing issue at hand was how to exit. The transparent barrier stood before him, with the wet-bone forest lying beyond, the only obstacle to his departure. The only means of escape that Kai can presently conceive is to harness the power of his right eye to transcend to the other side. During his few days here, he has even attempted reverse summoning, yet the crux of the matter lies in the absence of a summoning object in the ninja realm. Who knows how he might traverse to that place? In response to the question posed by you, Kai gazed steadily at her and calmly remarked, "Indeed, it is from this very spot that we shall depart. Thus, I shall embrace you now and attempt to see if we can exit from here." Kai remarked, "Yet you, this great snotty worm," expressed some disdain, saying, "You have already lingered here for over a millennium, visiting this place countless times. How could one possibly traverse such a formidable barrier? Are you prepared?" Kai inquired, and immediately his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, fixated intently on the towering tree within his sight. Only by establishing a precise location could the ability within his eyes be harnessed to facilitate their departure. Though uncertain of the process, Yu, witnessing the change in Kai's gaze, chose to place her trust in him and embraced him tightly. Space. Kai directly unleashed the power of his right eye. At the moment of cessation, he instinctively covered his right eye. An intense pain surged once more. And due to the excessive strain, a trickle of blood began to seep from his right eye. However, such minor injuries to the eye were nearly negligible. Kai was perplexed as to why he possessed such immense mental strength, yet a mere spatial leap could result in such significant damage. Meanwhile, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Staring in disbelief, her mouth agape, she found herself at a loss for words. Kai gently opened his left eye and found himself indeed standing beside the tree he had long sought. He glanced back at the surroundings. But all he could perceive was a shroud of misty emptiness. He had truly emerged. Kai had indeed confirmed his suspicions, which meant that as long as there was a clear target location, he could wield his power to disregard any obstacles. He had attempted this before, but under those circumstances, utilizing ninjutsu could potentially lead to that outcome. Kai, you truly came out. You really did. Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned and embraced Kai, exclaiming loudly. Yes, I have indeed emerged. Kai gently rubbed Yu's head, closing his right eye. Despite the considerable effort expended, they had not directly entered the ninja world. Rather, they found themselves in a wet bone forest, separated from the previous space by a barrier. However, once they reached this place, the method to exit was remarkably simple. The earlier area was nearly inaccessible due to the spatial barrier, but here, one could effortlessly depart through reverse summoning. The two of them lingered beneath a great tree, sharing in their excitement for a while. The expanse of the wet bone forest was significantly larger than the previous space. The humidity in the air was exceedingly high, with a sticky substance present on both the trees and the ground, which was nearly completely coated. Moreover, the ubiquitous slugs were freely wandering about, akin to Yu's manifestations. Similar to shadow clones, merely products sculpted from natural energy. Yu, now that you have left this place, where do you wish to go? They relaxed their minds and, before they knew it, arrived at an area abundant with large stones. The ground was remarkably even and was the only part of the wet bone forest not covered in that viscous substance. Since they had successfully emerged, the most pressing concern was to properly engage with the sage before them. I want to explore freely and indulge in delightful foods. To relish the freedom that has been absent for millennia, you said with a broad smile, yet upon glancing back, she added with a hint of disappointment. But I can't be gone too long. Otherwise, without my presence here, the summoning techniques would be unable to bring forth those mentally crafted slugs into the ninja world. Why not learn shadow clones instead? I could teach you ninjutsu. Then, you could create a clone to stay here, ensuring that both realms remain unaffected. Really? You asked eagerly. Her excitement evident. It seemed feasible, as the application of natural energy was nearly identical to that of chakra. With a bit of control, she thought it should be straightforward to grasp within half an hour. Kai scrutinized the moon, taking into account the appearance of this ancient creature that had existed for over a millennium. Its mastery over natural energies must have reached an exceptionally refined level. Therefore, learning to create a shadow clone should undoubtedly pose no challenge. Since you have already stated this, I would appreciate your guidance moving forward. The moon adopted a serious demeanor. Kai raised his right hand and then directly demonstrated the action, shortly after which a perfectly identical clone appeared beside him. After completing this, he said, you may give it a try. Simply channel some of your own power outward, and you can directly manifest a tangible clone. Is it really that simple? You initially thought it would be quite challenging, but after just one glance, she suddenly understood and inquired. It is indeed not very complicated. Shall I guide you through the attempt now? Kai remarked. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when, to his astonishment, she unexpectedly raised her hand and followed with a question. What is the need for such exertion? Immediately, she seized his left hand's index finger with her right hand. Just as Kai pondered what this woman intended to do, she exerted tremendous force, astonishingly pulling the finger down and casting it onto the ground. Kai's mouth twitched momentarily, and he was taken aback, subsequently voicing loudly, what on earth are you thinking? Yue, bewildered, stared blankly, but to his astonishment, the severed finger began to regenerate with remarkable speed. Not only that, but the finger he had tossed to the ground also underwent a rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as though a miniature version of you stood right there. Impressive. This phenomenon transcended mere duplication. It was a tangible entity. It then dawned on him that the girl before him was a bona fide slug. She possessed extraordinary healing and restorative abilities. Yet to conceive of creating a replica in such a manner was truly remarkable. Haha, I'm heading out now. I shall entrust this place to you. But rest assured, I will return with delicious treats. You couldn't contain her laughter at the sight of the diminutive figure. She pointed at the little one, brimming with conviction. I'm all alone here, and it feels so lonely. Can you take me out too? The miniature you, adorably earnest, made this declaration, already demonstrating her independent consciousness. Having such an unreliable original self was undeniably vexing. Kai gazed upon the petite form of you, a sight that evoked a profound sense of compassion within him. He approached gently, crouching down, and placed his hand upon her head, inquiring if she would consent to enter into a pact with him. Fear not, he reassured her. I can summon you forth to enjoy a meal, and when you wish to return, you need only to dispel the summoning. And you shall find yourself back in this very spot. What do you think? This proposition struck you as quite appealing, rather than the incessant back and forth of delivering items. This method of summoning would not disrupt the operations of the Wetbone Forest and would spare him a considerable amount of hassle. Is there some document we must sign? Do I simply inscribe my name upon a scroll? Kai turned to the moon and inquired, what on earth? Observing this reaction, Kai was rendered speechless. Curiosity piqued. He pondered what those scrolls required for summoning might be. However, if they were non-existent, so be it. Now, could you enlighten me on how to establish a summoning contract? Simply leave our marks upon the summoning sigil. Oh, I see. Kai summoned the spirit summoning array, then bit his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall. Simultaneously, a miniature version of Moon also dripped a drop of viscous fluid into the center. The moment the array turned entirely crimson signified the completion of the summoning contract. Why are you doing this on my arm? Moon inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Everything was prepared, and all that remained was to depart. Yet, at that moment, Kai unexpectedly grasped Moon's arm and, with the gathering of chakra, imprinted a mark upon it. Faced with Moon's bewildered expression, Kai felt exasperated and replied, You can use reverse summoning to reach someone named Tsunade, but the question is, how do I exit? I need to leave a summoning mark on you because I will also require reverse summoning to return. Otherwise, how can I leave this place? Oh, so that's how it is. Moon responded nonchalantly. This woman seemed like a pristine sheet of paper, devoid of any markings. Despite having lived for over 1,000 years, she appeared to be a pure and naive being. However, she was not completely ignorant. At the very least, she understood the operation of reverse summoning. Eagerly, she began to gather sage chakra, her face alight with anticipation, and in the next moment, she vanished from the spot. I shall also take my leave. Once I prepare to return, I will summon you. Kai addressed the miniature moon and promptly began to channel reverse spirit communication. In another location, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Before each individual lay a set of dominoes, and a throng of men gazed at the woman seated at the front with a mixture of reverence and barely contained smiles. As the first man flipped over 2 cards without so much as a glance, he cast a quick look at the woman and beamed. I didn't expect it to be 9 o'clock already, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade, with her blonde hair tied in a ponytail and adorned in a green outfit embroidered with a prominent character for gamble, appeared to be in her 20s, undeniably exquisite, particularly in stature. Among these men, none dared to entertain any indecent thoughts. In every gambling venue, if one had to choose a favored opponent, Tsunade would undoubtedly be the prime candidate, having continuously lost without ever winning, a veritable prize in their minds. Following suit, the other men flipped their cards over. Seemingly assured that victory awaited them regardless of their play, they felt no need to check their scores. Tsunade was the only woman among them who touched the dominoes and began to shuffle them. The first card was inconsequential, but when she shuffled the second, her expression tightened. The moment both cards were revealed, the entire assembly was left dumbfounded, including Tsunade herself. Lady Tsunade, you have drawn the king. A girl standing behind her, cradling a small piglet, gasped in surprise. The others leaned in, incredulous, urging her to collect her winnings. Tsunade, though surprised at her unexpected fortune, remained composed. What began as a single win turned into a series of victories. The men, now slumped over the table, rummaged through their pockets for their last coins. In this moment of excitement, Shizune, who had been quietly observing, set her pig aside and began to gather the money, quickly amassing several boxes. Something felt amiss. Shizune, gather our things, we must leave, Tsunade declared, flipping over her cards once more without even shuffling them, revealing yet another king. This sensation of winning brought her no joy. Instead, her brow furrowed with concern. She turned to the exhilarated Shizune and called out. Though bewildered, Shizune complied, swiftly closing the boxes and carrying two while balancing another in one hand, realizing they had indeed won a considerable amount. Just as Tsunade and Shizune exited, a sudden sense of unease washed over her. In the next moment, a spirit summoning pattern materialized beside her, followed by the appearance of a figure enveloped in white smoke. You emerged. Though the spirit had manifested numerous times, this was Yu's first physical presence in this realm. As she surveyed her surroundings, her initial bewilderment transformed into excitement upon witnessing Tsunade's astonishment and Shizune's confusion. Little Tsunade, she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her around the neck. Tsunade felt a strange familiarity about you, though she was certain she had never met her before. Who are you? Shizune inquired, curiosity piqued. Tsunade muttered, recognizing the essence of a slug. Upon hearing you address her as Little Tsunade and the binding spirit contract with the Wetbone Forest, it became evident that this girl was indeed a slug. Yet, Tsunade had summoned slugs numerous times over the decades and had never encountered one in this form. Stop, Tsunade shouted, pulling you down to scrutinize her more closely. With a serious expression, she asked, are you a slug? Indeed. But from now on, call me you. I have a name too. You declared, lifting her chin proudly, arms crossed, while observing Tsunade's astonishment. A slug, my lady? Shizune gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. You must be Shizune, right? Despite not being summoned for over a decade, your aura confirms it. You pointed at Shizune, eagerly awaiting Tsunade's response, who remained stunned and speechless. Are you truly a slug? Tsunade reiterated. Yes. I told you, my name is you now. Please refrain from calling me a slug. The crowd gathered around them began to swell, even those from the gambling den peering curiously. Lady Tsunade, this does not seem like an appropriate place for a conversation. Perhaps we should relocate? Shizune suggested, feeling a tinge of social anxiety as all eyes turned toward them. Bang! Just as Shizune finished speaking, another plume of white smoke erupted beside them, revealing a figure clad in pajamas standing before the group. Kai! You exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lunged toward him. Can you keep your distance, you snot? Kai protested as you clung to him, her legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Her exuberance leading her to envision a life of newfound freedom, oblivious to Kai's discomfort, nearly suffocated by her embrace. Bang! Do not call me a snot. You grinned, delivering a light punch to Kai's head. The sudden appearances were bewildering, leaving both Shizune and Tsunade questioning the unfolding events, unsure of what was transpiring. Kai, I'm hungry. Take me to eat. I want barbecue. I want all kinds of barbecued meat. You exclaimed, flinging her arms wide in excitement. Could you please come down first? Kai replied, still grappling with the situation. Kai's face contorted with disdain as he forcibly pulled you down from himself. However, adorned in such attire, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness no matter where he went, especially when unexpectedly appearing on the bustling street in broad daylight, surrounded by onlookers, which severely tarnished his image. Looking around, he aimed to ascertain his surroundings, yet the environment felt surprisingly familiar. Kai, didn't you say you would take me to eat something? I'm practically starving. Having distanced themselves from the crowd, the two strolled along the street. The bustling short street was indeed lively, filled predominantly with restaurants, hotels, and casinos, with numerous stalls lining both sides of the road. While you persistently clutched his arm, Kai raised his finger towards the front and declared, that barbecue restaurant over there is considered the most authentic in this area. However, I must return home to change first. Why don't you go ahead? Home? You exclaimed. I live right next door. Kai could hardly fathom that the current Tsunade had already arrived at the short book street. This time, her return had been remarkably smooth. I didn't realize your home was so nearby, Kai. What if I joined you on your way back? You inquired, her excitement palpable. Aren't you supposed to be out to eat? No way. What if you decide to run off? You pouted, her tone insistent. The two of them chatted animatedly as they walked ahead, while the other two trailed behind, looking utterly bewildered. Shizune, burdened with bags, glanced at the retreating figures and, still perplexed, turned to Tsunade and asked, Lady Tsunade, what on earth is going on with them? If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Tsunade replied, a slight frown creasing her brow, as her own thoughts remained tangled. However, one thing was now certain. You was undoubtedly a slug, that much was indisputable. The aura she emanated and her summoning seal confirmed it. Yet, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Kai. Who exactly was he? If the slug form had manifested, it implied that he had descended into the ninja world in a sage state, a scenario that was almost unheard of, considering the mutual constraints among the three great sacred lands. Tsunade had visited the wet-bone forest several times, yet she had never encountered this particular visage. Lord Kai, how wonderful to see you here. It's been quite some time since your last visit. May I ask what brings you and your companions today? Upon arriving at a barbecue restaurant, a woman with striking red hair, clad in alluring attire, swiftly approached. The moment she laid eyes on Kai, her face broke into a wide grin as she stepped forward. However, her gaze soon shifted to you, who was still holding onto Kai's arm. After a brief moment of surprise, her smile widened even more as she asked, "Is this your girlfriend, Lord Kai?" "Don't get the wrong idea. I would never have a girlfriend like that." Kai expressed his disdain, promptly stating that he wanted a room for 7 and needed to change his clothes first. "Lord Kai, you look splendid as you are. I have never seen you dressed like this." Presumably, the two individuals accompanying him were also his friends, so the innkeeper eagerly welcomed them inside. Her enthusiasm was palpable, her smile unwavering, reminiscent of a pure-hearted fool. "Please have some water while you wait. The food is being prepared and will be served shortly." Rather than a private room, it resembled a partitioned area in the bustling main hall. A square table accommodated 2 people on each side, and the partitions were approximately 1 meter high, allowing glimpses of the backs of neighboring patrons. The expansive barbecue establishment was inherently lively. "Bring me a few bottles of wine," Tsunade commanded assertively. Lord Kai isn't yet 18, so he cannot drink." "I will," Tsunade declared, suddenly aware of the familiarity between the innkeeper and Kai. Rising, she draped her arm over the innkeeper's shoulder and inquired, "Are you well acquainted with someone named Kai?" "You mean Lord Kai? Aren't you friends?" The innkeeper replied, visibly surprised. "Well, we are just getting to know each other, but I am curious about his background." Tsunade deftly retrieved some money from her pocket, demonstrating her understanding of social niceties. After slipping it into the innkeeper's pocket, she fixed her gaze on her, intent and probing. Such generosity. The innkeeper showed no resistance and promptly seated herself across from them, lighting a cigarette. After exhaling a plume of smoke, she continued, "Kai is well known here. After all, he is the first person to win all the casinos, which prompted restrictions against him since the establishment of Short Street. I am not well versed in his earlier details. He arrived 5 years ago with 2 others, one of similar age, and a little girl who appeared to be around 6 or 7 at the time. They are undeniably affluent. He often wins tens of millions in mere half hours at the casinos, amassing at least several billion over the years. Even the house they currently reside in was purchased through my recommendation." "What do you know about their identities?" Tsunade asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "We have no knowledge of that. Despite his tender age of around 10, Kai conducts himself with the finesse of a seasoned veteran. His every word and deed surpasses even those of our age. Most importantly, he is ruthless and possesses considerable strength. There have been instances where he resorted to robbery, 3 occurrences in total, with the most severe resulting in nearly 20 fatalities on the street. Hence, everyone refers to him as Lord Kai." Having reached this point in their conversation, the red-haired innkeeper licked her lips enticingly, leaning forward to comment. "This young man has grown increasingly handsome. Were I not older and married, I might have pursued him myself." "All right, I understand now. Fetch me a few bottles of wine." Although Tsunade did not obtain all the information she desired, she had nonetheless gleaned some valuable insights. Kai, a figure shrouded in mystery, exudes an aura of formidable strength despite his tender age. Though merely in his teens, Tsunade does not underestimate him in this regard. However, the multitude of questions that arise within this brief moment is indeed overwhelming. "Is this your home? It appears rather splendid." After a few days apart, and having yet to greet anyone, he finally stands at the threshold of his abode. In response to the inquiry from the moonlit night, Kai merely nods gently. As he approaches the entrance, poised to open the door, it suddenly swings wide with force. "Kai, brother." Deshawn and Ing rush out, Withing instantly enveloping Kai in tears. "Honestly, could you not give us a heads up before you leave?" Deshawn's expression conveys exasperation. His dark circle's a testament to the strain of the past few days. Observing their distress, Kai feels a pang of guilt. After all, since departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, they have never been apart for such an extended period, always traversing together. It is only natural for them to worry upon his abrupt and lengthy absence. "My apologies. I left unexpectedly." Kai gently patted Ying's back and said, "Where have you been?" "Brother Kai, you didn't even say goodbye." and we were nearly worried to death. Ing descended from Kai's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her tears cascading down her face like a river that had burst its banks, showing no signs of abating. It won't happen again, at the very least. I will make sure to bid you farewell before I leave. Kai raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Ying's hair, speaking with a tone of indulgence. Are you certain? Absolutely. Kai raised his hand and intertwined his pinky finger with Ying's, thus making a promise of sorts. Upon witnessing Kai's gesture, Ying wiped her eyes with her sleeve and finally noticed the young girl beside him. This was you, an extraordinarily remarkable individual. Kai introduced Dashin and Ying. Then turned to Ying and said, Dashin, Ying, these two are my family. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yu. A name bestowed upon me by Kai. The audacious creature, unashamedly introducing herself, went so far as to clasp Kai's arm in a display of familiarity. Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and her lips twitched as she clenched her fists, barely restraining the urge to confront this woman. All right, enough. Ying, please take her to change into one of your outfits, and you both should freshen up. We are going out for barbecue soon. As Kai spoke, he inhaled the scent emanating from his own body and stepped directly through the grand entrance. On their return, they had been two individuals, but upon this visit, they had transformed into a party of four. Moreover, upon crossing the threshold, they immediately beheld Tsunade and her companion, who were already seated and indulging in their drinks. Kai leisurely took a seat directly opposite them. Although Ying initially intended to sit beside Kai, she soon discovered that you had already occupied that spot, clasping Kai's arm tightly. This scene ignited a flicker of frustration within Ying. However, considering the presence of others, she could only silently accompany her brother from the opposite side. Dressed in a new outfit, you appeared exceptionally charming. With her sky-blue hair, straight bangs, and delicate features, complemented by a pristine white skirt, she transformed into a vision of beauty that was simply irresistible. At last you've arrived. I was on the verge of getting drunk, Tsunade exclaimed. Having observed their seating arrangements, she leaned on the table, propping her head with her right hand, and turned her attention towards Kai. Her gaze then drifted slowly to Yamashita and Ying, having already been informed of their presence prior to the others' arrival. These two are my family, Yamashita and Ying. Kakashi once again provided an introduction, to which Tsunade merely waved her hand in a casual greeting. After Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand to signify, and immediately, the waiter began to serve the already sliced roasted meats on large platters. They even placed 2 or 3 special racks nearby, which were divided into 6 tiers, each showcasing a variety of grilled meats. The platter of roasted meat before them was also quite substantial. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. Now, let us indulge in the feast. Kai's current attire appears strikingly casual. He dons a blue-checked shirt, while his lower ensemble remains rather conventional, a pair of black sneakers paired with black trousers, presenting a rather polished appearance. Brother Kai, who are these two? Ying inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper yet still discernible. I am Shizen, and this is Lady Tsunade. Shizen explained with a narrowed-eyed smile. The two of them positioned at a close enough distance, merely separated by an angle. Familiar? It seems I've heard that name somewhere before, Ying mused, struggling to recall the source of her recognition. One of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Lady Tsunade possesses the finest medical expertise in the entire world. Dyson provided a brief explanation to his younger companion beside him. I am quite surprised. I did not expect this little one to know me, Tsunade exclaimed boisterously, turning her gaze to Dyson. I have merely heard tales, and to encounter a legendary figure such as yourself today is truly an honor. Dyson replied with courteous respect. Could you possibly cease your chatter? Can someone inform me if this meat is ready to eat? Yu's stomach had long since begun its rumbling protest. Fixated on the sizzling meat on the grill, which was emitting an enticing aroma, she could hardly contain her drool, nearly drenching half the table. Just a moment. However, I am curious. Given that you are ostensibly a snot creature, shouldn't you be a vegetarian? Why do you react so eagerly at the sight of meat? Kai inquired with a gentle tone, but when he nearly uttered the term slimy creature, the instant shift in Yu's expression prompted him to retract his words. I too consume meat, you know. It's just that I have never had the opportunity to indulge, so this time, I am determined to savor it to the fullest. He extended his hand, saliva dripping in anticipation. Observing the uncooked meat, the girl was eager to reach out, but her hand inadvertently struck the chopsticks instead. Using chopsticks? How cumbersome. Yu immediately displayed a pitiful countenance. Would you care to join me for a couple of drinks? Drinking alone is utterly lonely. Tsunade, feeling the lively atmosphere. Gently tapped the table with the wine bottle and addressed Yamashita and Kai. Let us refrain. We are not yet 18, so we shall not partake in drinking. Kai gazed at the voluptuous woman before him. In fact, for the majority of people, Tsunade epitomized an exceptionally perfect woman, possessing an exquisite figure and striking beauty. Setting aside age and personality, she undoubtedly represented the ideal many aspired to. Little Tsunade, is that drink of yours delightful? Tsukuyami observed Tsunade enjoying her beverage with such gusto that curiosity compelled him to want to taste as well. Go ahead and savor your meal. It is already prepared. Kai promptly placed 2 pieces of meat onto the plate before you. When faced with a choice between wine and meat, this young lady, unacquainted with the taste of the wine before her, would undoubtedly opt for the roasted meat. The sheer delight of the meal was vividly illustrated by U.S. exaggerated expressions. As she took her first bite, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. This innocent, unworldly demeanor even elicited an utterly speechless gaze from Kai, who sat beside her. Nevertheless, the others around them found the spectacle quite entertaining. It wasn't until the plates piled high beside them that a sense of regret began to set in, as nearly all of it had been consumed by you alone. The remaining few could only sip water while observing the 2 towering heaps of meat on her plate, with you continuing to devour the delicious fare. This meat is exquisite. I want more, she exclaimed, gesturing as she ate. Kai, though exasperated, could only wave his hand to summon the waiter for another round. Lord Kai, the total for this meal amounts to 120,000 taels. But for you, I shall charge only 100,000 taels. The table had become a mountain of empty plates. It was impossible to fathom the total cost of this extravagant feast. Upon arriving at the front desk, the remaining individuals had already departed, leaving only Kai to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, the red-haired proprietress leaned in with a playful smile, exhaling a puff of smoke as she delivered her quote. Upon hearing this figure, Kai's expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. Though he possessed considerable wealth now, he had never anticipated spending such an exorbitant sum for a single meal. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the reality and dutifully handed over the money. As they exited, the others awaited outside. Sage Slug, do you wish to join us? Tsunade inquired, glancing at you, who was rubbing her stomach in contentment. Although it had been many years since Tsunade had summoned her, you was well aware of the implications. Considering the future, following Tsunade might mean enduring hunger more often than not, so she promptly turned and waved her hand, declaring, I think not. I am here with Kai, so I shall remain by his side. Staying with me is fine, but it will require some work. Kai approached, tilting his head as he gazed at the moon. What? The moon, immediately placing her hands on her hips, regarded Kai with an air of authority. Before he could respond, Tsunade interjected, in that case, we shall remain here for the time being. However, I wonder if you have any vacant rooms available? Really? Little Tsunade, Kai's house is quite spacious. There should be enough rooms for each of us. The moon exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing that Tsunade intended to stay. I have yet to agree. What are you consenting to? Then it is settled. I shall reside here as well. Therefore, I hope to receive your generous care in the days to come. As Kai was about to utter his refusal, Tsunade immediately concurred with his sentiment. Her expression conveyed no hint of dissent whatsoever. Lord Kai, we are indeed somewhat apprehensive that this woman, Tsunade, might disrupt our lives moving forward. After all, members of the Uchiha clan have resided here for numerous years. Despite the occasional turmoil, life has been rather pleasant. However, should this woman arrive, it would undoubtedly exert some influence on them. There is a possibility that it could even attract individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village, disturbing the tranquility they have long enjoyed. Daishan, typically a brute who favors physical exertion over cerebral endeavors, has already contemplated this issue. Meanwhile, Ing, who serves as the steward of this household, has her gaze firmly fixed on Kai. Judging by the expressions on their faces, there exists a thousandfold reluctance to accommodate them. If they wish to stay, let them. Ing sighed, reluctantly agreeing. I'll make arrangements upon my return. In the past, Kai would have genuinely worried about such matters. After all, an incessant conflict encroaching upon their lives would be nothing short of inviting disaster. Yet, the present circumstances are markedly different. If he so desires, Kai now stands fearless against any threat. At least for the time being, there is little in the shinobi world that instills dread within him. Though her face bore an expression of reluctance, Ing sighed resignedly and responded, Understood. Then I thank you. Tsunade replied grandly. Such words of gratitude seemed to imply that it was merely Kai's obligation. Is this your home? upon returning to their residence. The urgency to change clothes and take a shower had prevented them from initially exploring the vast living room. However, now, with a gathering of individuals present, the scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. "Did you arrange this?" Kai turned his head to gaze at the towering mountains and inquired. The two siblings immediately lowered their heads, with Ing bashfully remarking, "I never anticipated that we would have guests at home." Tsunade observed this scene before her, which could undoubtedly be described as a splendid spectacle. Kai had not anticipated that, after just a few days' absence. 2 rows of towering wooden shelves had appeared on either side of the living room, each crafted into a multitude of compartments. Within each compartment lay an array of instruments, predominantly fashioned from gold. In the far right corner of the living room, golden armor stood resplendently on display. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that this was a blatant exhibition of wealth. If one were to appraise these gilded artifacts at the prevailing market price for gold, it would surely amount to nearly 2 billion taels. Such opulence. One might surmise that these treasures could easily settle Lord Tsunade's debts. Shizen pondered, her fingers absent-mindedly counting. She had initially felt a sense of triumph over her winnings from earlier that day, but in the face of this ostentatious display, her gains seemed trivial by comparison. "Moon, let me show you to your room first, and then you can decide on the style you prefer. We have ample time before evening. And if there is anything you're dissatisfied with, we can arrange for it to be addressed this afternoon." In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Ing, who had taken charge of these arrangements, promptly grasped Moon's hand and began to lead her towards the outer areas without waiting for a response. "Kai, I'll attend to the cleaning now. Should you require anything, just call for me," Daisen politely declared before swiftly vanishing from sight. The expansive living room was now left with only the 3 of them. However, this moment presented an opportunity for Tsunade. As for the dazzling array of golden artifacts, she felt no envy, merely a fleeting surprise at the extravagant lifestyle of an individual. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by other matters. "Kai, who exactly are you?" Tsunade inquired with a suddenly serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Shizen instinctively stepped back a few paces, beckoning the pig that had been trailing them, and turned to retreat towards another part of the courtyard. Thus, the vast living room was left for the 2 of them to engage in a conversation. Kai had long anticipated that this woman would pose such a question. He sank into the plush sofa in the living room, a space he had not visited in days, and the softness enveloped him in a delightful embrace. Although the decor on either side bore a somewhat garish appearance, the exquisite beauty of the setting remained commendable. Crossing his legs, Kai gestured casually and said, "Please, take a seat." He hoped for a clear explanation and inquired how she had ventured into the wet-bone forest, as well as the circumstances surrounding the slug sage. "I am willing to answer, but even if I were reluctant, what could you do about it?" he observed Tsunade, who had obediently complied and taken her seat, and then, with a deliberate calmness, he posed his question. "You." The woman suddenly clenched her fist, furrowing her brow, radiating an aura of authority. Kai did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Who I am is of little consequence, as it will not affect you, nor will it impact the Hidden Leaf Village. I am merely a person seeking a tranquil existence. Therefore, I hope that you, the future 5th Hokage, will refrain from disturbing my peaceful days." "What 5th Hokage?" Tsunade replied, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kai with confusion. I have said too much. I sincerely apologize. I have nothing further to disclose. If you wish, you may stay here for a while longer, of course. You are always welcome to leave at any time." "You scoundrel. You always leave your words hanging, which is quite infuriating," she exclaimed, clenching her fist and abruptly rising to her feet, launching a punch directly at Kai. "Boom. You truly are something. The items here are quite precious. Can you afford to compensate for any damage you might cause?" Kai merely extended his palm, dispersing the formidable force of the incoming attack throughout the surrounding area. The entire room trembled momentarily, yet fortunately, none of the possessions before him sustained any damage. What incredible strength! Tsunade felt an involuntary shock within her. Although she had harbored some suspicions, it was only upon direct contact that she could truly sense the immense power residing within the opponent's body. "Lord Kai." Sensing the earlier clash, Oyama rushed forward in an instant, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, entering a state of combat. After all, during their meal, he had already gleaned the identity of his adversary, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, a being of absolute might. Should a conflict arise here, without exerting his utmost effort, he would undoubtedly find himself outmatched. Initially indifferent to Oyama's sudden intrusion, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of concern upon meeting his gaze. Her brows furrowing in surprise. A member of the Uchiha clan? She withdrew her hand, scrutinizing Oyama closely, before casting a glance at Kai and inquiring, "So, does this mean you are also of the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed. However, what does it matter to be of the Uchiha clan? We are merely bearing the Uchiha surname now." The so-called Uchiha clan has long been extinguished by Konoha. Kai remained in the same emotional state as before, showing not the slightest fluctuation. Sitting there, she gently tapped her fingers on the adjacent coffee table and then addressed the mountain, instructing, "Please prepare some tea." "My lord Kai," she added, "it is quite all right. No need to concern yourself." Kai naturally understood the meaning behind the mountains. "Lady Tsunade, the sofa is quite comfortable. Shall we not sit and converse for a while?" Kai's lips curled into a faint smile as he observed Dashin, who had turned away to prepare the tea. He then promptly shifted his gaze towards Tsunade, inquiring with genuine surprise. It was indeed astonishing. He never expected that the Uchiha clan still had other members in existence. Still reeling from the shock, Tsunade found it somewhat difficult to believe. It was likely that few things could astonish him, but this revelation certainly ranked among the most remarkable. Isn't it quite thought-provoking? Kai reclined on the sofa, plucking an orange from the coffee table while gazing across at his counterpart. He mused upon the once mighty clans that dominated the ninja world. Now reduced to a mere handful, the illustrious Senju clan, once basking in glory, had dwindled to just a stark realization of their demise. The Uchiha clan, long heralded as the most powerful in the ninja realm, could now be counted on one hand. How ironic it was. Such words pierced the heart with undeniable truth. In the village of Konoha, who would dare utter such sentiments in front of Tsunade? Yet, this was an irrefutable reality. The once mighty Senju clan now stood on the brink of extinction, with only her remaining. This meant that with her passing, the Senju lineage would be irrevocably extinguished. Though some may have chosen to live in obscurity, the name Senju was on the verge of fading from existence. It was said that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated by Itachi Uchiha. How had they survived? Tsunade, shedding her earlier bravado, inquired with a hint of melancholy. Many who encountered them often posed the same question. Despite the Uchiha's demise, how did they continue to exist? Yet, few knew the underlying truths. The Uchiha's downfall was not entirely unexpected. Even if that day had not come, a similar fate would have inevitably befallen them. It was not a matter worthy of discussion or analysis. "What is your perspective on the current state of Konoha?" she asked, her disappointment palpable despite the village being founded by her grandfather. Tsunade regarded Kai with a careful gaze. "I hold no particular opinion. I am no longer a citizen of Konoha, so there is no need for concern on that front. As long as Konoha does not provoke us, we shall coexist peacefully. Beyond that, I am indifferent. However, I hope you refrain from disclosing our whereabouts to Konoha until you assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Should they approach us with hostility, each attack would only deepen my disdain for that place. Let us not allow that disdain to fester into thoughts of annihilation." Observing the young man before her, Tsunade sensed no jest in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled. Why should she burden herself with such concerns? Leaning back on the sofa and gazing at the ceiling, a serene silence enveloped the atmosphere. In the ensuing moments, it was clear that Kai belonged to the Uchiha clan. Had this been decades prior, the Senju and Uchiha clans would have been outright enemies. Yet, Tsunade felt no hesitation in choosing to reside here. Kai and his companions did not object. They resumed their training regimen as before, without any attempt to conceal their lineage. Each morning, even in a state of groggy awakening, the trio commenced their weighted runs. Initially surprising to Tsunade and her comrades, they soon adapted to this new routine. For Tsunade, the bustling streets felt like a paradise. Apart from returning home to sleep, her days were largely spent in the casino. However, given her luck, the outcomes of those escapades were predictable. "Kai, lend me some money." During dinner, Tsunade abruptly slammed her hand on the table, startling the others with the force of her action. "Did you really just say that so earnestly?" Ino remarked, her tone laced with embarrassment. Yet, Tsunade paid her no mind, casting a glance that silenced Ino, who dared not interject further. "Seems your funds have run dry again," Yuki remarked, her expression one of knowing disbelief, as this was not the first instance of such behavior. Kai continued to eat with chopsticks, displaying no particular attitude. However, beside him, Ing expressed her discontent, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Lady Tsunade, during your 4-month stay here, you have borrowed money on 22 occasions, accumulating nearly 500 million ryo. I wonder how you plan to repay this debt? What's there to worry about? I am certain I will win next. Tsunade replied confidently. So lend me another 10 million. I will recover my losses by tomorrow. Last time, it seemed you said the same thing, didn't you? Deshaun mumbled between bites, not articulating his thoughts clearly. Even the wealthiest families would struggle to sustain such extravagance, as losing 100 million Rio monthly is no trivial matter. In Konoha, the annual military compensation from the state barely amounts to 300 million Rio. It's astonishing to lose an entire year's worth of funding in just 3 months. This will absolutely be the last time. I have a strong premonition that I will win tomorrow, Deshaun reiterated, mercilessly exposing her past failures. Yet, all decision-making power resided with Kai, leaving them with no choice but to voice their grievances without any intention of refusal. Is it feasible? Give us an answer. Tsunade displayed no inclination to borrow. No problem. But what happens if Lady Tsunade fails to repay? Kai gently set down his chopsticks. A faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Go ahead. He appeared utterly unconcerned, embodying a carefree attitude as if he were indifferent to the matter at hand. Alternatively, I could simply offer you 100 million, with 2 options at your disposal. Should you fail to repay, you must either disclose the method of your shadow sealing or repay with your body. What do you say? Kai had even envisioned a scene where this woman would spend her remaining years tidying the courtyard and preparing meals for him. Regardless, this woman possessed remarkable artistic talent. If she were to seek his assistance in earning money, it would likely be swiftly regained. The moment these words were uttered, all eyes were fixated upon him, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Even Yu, who had been incessantly munching, paused her actions, her mouth agape in astonishment at Kai's unexpectedly bold preferences. What is the matter with you all? Kai turned his head curiously to observe their expressions and inquired, Are you speaking the truth? Tsunade immediately responded with a hint of excitement in her voice. Initially, she had no idea how much money Kai possessed. When she first borrowed money, she casually mentioned an amount, considering the valuable items displayed in his living room. Thus, she boldly requested 20 million at the outset. To her surprise, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly granted her request. Perhaps out of embarrassment, she subsequently asked for only a few million each time. However, for a woman who had never tasted victory, that sum was likely inadequate even for the smallest need. Now, she was taken aback by his unexpected proposal. It was merely a seal, so why not acquiesce? After all, it was a trivial matter. Kai, what on earth are you thinking? Ying's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a monkey's rear end, and she felt a surge of indignation. Huh? Kai wore a perplexed expression. I support you, Yu exclaimed, raising her thumb, already envisioning the two of them together. Thus, the matter was settled. However, I firmly believe that I would triumph tomorrow, as you suggested, 100 million it shall be. And I shall conquer with great prowess. Tsunade was practically brimming with impatience, eager for the funds to commence an all-nighter. No way. Ying abruptly stood up, her voice raised as she pouted at Kai. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fist, expressing her dissatisfaction as she reiterated, You can have the money. But if you truly desire my body, I am willing to offer it. At this point, Ying's face had turned as red as a ripe peach. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Dajun gaped, his food falling from his mouth. Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard something monumental. As for Kai, he finally grasped the implications of her words. He never anticipated that they would interpret his suggestion in such a manner. His initial proposition of repaying with one's body merely implied that the other party would work for him. Yet, the fact that they could comprehend it to such an extent left him utterly bewildered. What are you thinking? Kai's lips quivered slightly, his gaze vacant as he confronted the young girl standing before him. Setting aside the fact that Ying was now a budding flower, even at such a tender age, her words were utterly beyond his comprehension. He had always regarded this girl solely as a younger sister, never harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Lord Kai, although Ying is a bit younger, considering who you are, such matters are not entirely beyond acceptance. Dushan pondered, savoring his thoughts as he spoke. Kai never anticipated that the thoughts of this group of individuals had veered so far off course. Observing the expression on Dashan's face, he felt a strong urge to slap him down to the ground, as if he were stuck there beyond retrieval. What a peculiar state of mind. Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, Kai, have something to eat. Ying promptly picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat gently into Kai's bowl. However, faced with this situation, Kai gazed at the girl before him and couldn't help but mutter internally, What on earth are you blushing for? This matter was settled. He demanded the money by early morning. Tsunade paid no heed to such conditions, For her, it was a matter of securing the funds first, and the rest could be dealt with later in due course. In the dead of night, you tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. She recalled their conversation during dinner, propping her pillow higher, then drawing back the curtains to gaze at the moon outside. Little Tsunade had never had a boyfriend. What if she were to be with Kai, haha? As she spoke to herself, a dangerous grin crept across her face. Suddenly, she sprang up, slipped on her slippers, and swiftly opened the door to her room. Dressed in a white nightgown illuminated by the moonlight, her hair cascading down, she moved through the courtyard like a specter. Approaching the dimly lit living room. In the pitch-black space, she began to search the shelves one by one. After a while, she spotted 4 bottles on the shelf. Hastily grabbing one transparent bottle and examining it closely, murmuring, "This must be it." The terrifying expression on her face was unmistakable. Just as she was about to leave, the living room lights flickered on. Startled, you quickly tucked the bottle into her embrace. "You? What are you doing here?" Deshawn, having turned on the lights, inquired with curiosity upon seeing her figure. I came to get some water." You awkwardly turned her back, resembling a girl caught in wrongdoing. "Oh, it seems there's no hot water left. You should head back to sleep. I'll bring some to your door shortly," Deshawn replied, oblivious to any suspicion. After all, they were partners now, at least for you. He still harbored significant reservations about Tsunade and Shizen. "Thank you so much," you exclaimed, hastily retreating to her room, where she took a deep breath. Peering through the window to ensure Deshawn had turned off the lights, she then lay back on her bed, basking in the moonlight. Unpleasant thoughts began to creep into her mind, and even as she lay there, her wide eyes remained fixed. Not long after, a gentle knock echoed at her door, followed by the sound of something being placed at the entrance. You peered through the window, watching Deshawn's retreating figure. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang to her feet, disregarding the water bottle left at the door. She opened the door a crack, closing her eyes to sense the presence around her. As a sage, certain abilities could be wielded with ease if she so desired. Stealthily, she approached Tsunade's door, first concealing her aura to appear completely invisible. Then, as she reached for the doorknob, she slipped through the crack without opening the door, seamlessly entering the room. The sight of Tsunade's sleeping posture was rather difficult to describe, yet you paid it no mind. She extended her hand, a surge of power enveloping Tsunade, who barely had time to register anything before her position shifted slightly, one eye fluttering open before she fell back into a deep slumber. How does one utilize this? Drink it? You pondered, holding the transparent glass bottle at Tsunade's bedside. If all else fails, 1 bottle each would suffice. With a sinister grin, she leapt onto the bed and, pinching Tsunade's mouth, poured the entire contents of the bottle into her. A slight spill occurred, but now was not the time to concern herself with such trivialities. As she lifted her hand, the force surrounding Tsunade caused her to levitate effortlessly. Drawing from her earlier experience in the living room, you executed a swift motion to retrieve another bottle containing a blue liquid. Using the same method, she made her way to Kai's room. Unlike Tsunade, that woman would often indulge to the point of inebriation during meals. With her sage abilities, entering his room would raise no alarms. After all, in such a place, no one would be alert to external dangers while others slept. Kai's demeanor transformed entirely. Although he stealthily entered the room, the moment the woman revealed her sinister smile, he abruptly opened his eyes. Realizing that his scheme was on the brink of failure, Yu was startled, quickly channeling all her strength, her body lunging onto Kai. A powerful surge of chakra enveloped him, and within moments, Kai's eyes slowly began to close as he slipped into a state of unconsciousness. That was terrifying, Yu exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Soon, that lecherous grin reappeared on her face as she slowly retrieved a vial of blue potion from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pried Kai's mouth open and, with the aid of her chakra, poured every last drop of the potion into his body. After completing this task, you raised her hands and pressed them firmly on the bed. In the next instant, Tsunade, who had been in her own room, materialized before them. "Haha, this is where I can assist you," you remarked, observing the two, then snapped her fingers. With the sound, she vanished without a trace, and the overwhelming force that had enveloped them dissipated. You scoundrel!" With a thunderous roar that echoed through the morning, a massive explosion followed. The sun had barely risen, yet Deshawn and Ing were already awake, accustomed to their early routine. Curious as to why Kai was not training with them, they decided to set out on their own, considering his formidable strength. By the time this turmoil unfolded, the siblings had already ventured several kilometers away from their residence. Neither the roar nor the explosion reached their ears. Meanwhile, their abode had transformed into a scene of chaos. Hearing the commotion, Konoha, clad only in her nightgown, rushed outside to investigate. All she found was Tsunade, wrapped in a towel, her face a mask of fury. As for Kai, he was seen leaping bare-bottomed into the distance, while his room lay in ruins, a casualty of Tsunade's wrath. "You scoundrel, I shall end you," Tsunade shouted, clutching her towel as she leaped into action, disregarding her appearance. All her chakra concentrated at her toes. Upon witnessing the scene, Kai initially intended to offer an explanation. However, given the current circumstances, he could only hastily vacate his previous position. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted once more, as the spot he had just occupied was forcefully struck by Tsunade, resulting in a gaping chasm approximately 10 meters in diameter, with temperatures soaring to a staggering 2 or 3 meters. Even the surrounding ground bore the marks of cracks. Faced with such a formidable display of power, Kai was rendered speechless. Had that attack been directed at him, it would surely have resulted in his own disintegration. Hey, this matter has nothing to do with me." Without further ado, the explanation only served to provoke another wave of assault. "You scoundrel, perish." Tsunade, her eyes already ablaze with fury, showed no inclination to hear any justification. With no opportunity afforded for explanation, she launched herself into a swift and direct counterattack. It could be said that nearly everyone on the bustling street was jolted into awareness amidst the tumult. No one comprehended the unfolding events, yet the tremors of the earth continued to manifest in rapid succession. Kaido, exposed and vulnerable, could only flee incessantly, ultimately becoming the victim of circumstances. Why should he endure such assaults? Contemplating this, Kaido found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the situation. The sixth gate, the gate of view, swung open. In an instant, blue steam erupted from his body. Although Tsunade was engulfed in fury, she was aware of the existence of this phenomenon. After a brief moment of astonishment, she tightened her towel and charged forward once more to engage in combat. Kai harbored no intention of inflicting harm upon his opponent. Thus, even amidst their clash, he found himself merely deflecting the other's attacks. What transpired, one might wonder. Silence stood there, somewhat at a loss, gazing into the distance, bewildered by the sudden altercation between the two individuals. Meanwhile, the instigator, Yu, leisurely arose, already clad in a fresh outfit, balancing a plate filled with pastries. She nonchalantly munched while observing the skirmish unfolding before her. Oh, the sight of Kai in his bare state was rather extraordinary. How could she, at such a critical moment, indulge in this spectacle? "Hurry and intervene." Silent turned to you, her voice raised in urgency. "Let them fight. If not, there will surely be misunderstandings between them," you replied. Unfazed. "How can you say that? What if something goes awry?" Silent retorted. "There's nothing to worry about. With me here, rest assured, as long as they don't perish, I can revive them." After half an hour, perhaps fatigue had set in, for Tsunade returned to the courtyard, taking a seat in her towel, tears streaming down her face. As for Kai, the room lay in ruins, and he had somehow managed to change into a different outfit. However, witnessing Yu, who remained blissfully engaged with her snacks while reveling in the chaos, ignited a flame of fury within him. Just as he prepared to confront her, she casually hoisted a large bag of snacks and, upon noticing Kai, waved cheerfully. "I have some matters to attend to in the wet-bone forest. I'll return shortly." Before anyone could react, you dashed away. "Tsunade-sama, what has transpired?" Though uncertain of the situation, Silent, observing the attire of both individuals and Yu's initial mischievous smile, had begun to piece together the unfolding drama. Maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 meters, hesitant to approach too closely, she softly inquired of the weeping Tsunade. "This predicament is not my fault," Kai interjected. "You scoundrel, speak another word, and I shall end you. Should you dare to divulge this situation, wherever you may be, I will reduce you to ashes." As Kaibin sought to seize the opportunity to elaborate further while the other party had momentarily quieted, he was taken aback when he barely managed to articulate half of his thoughts before Tsunade's piercing glare, filled with murderous intent, was cast upon him. Her countenance, contorted with rage, her eyes aflame with fury, and her fists clenched tightly, all conveyed an unmistakable message. Utter another word, and he would face dire consequences. Ahem. Before he could complete his sentence, he choked back his words, unable to suppress a couple of coughs, while muttering under his breath his disdain for the old woman, who had taken advantage of the situation, yet still harbored such thoughts. "What did you say?" Tsunade, indifferent to whether he had heard her, rose to her feet with an air of authority, her demeanor radiating dominance. "And no, you should first change your clothes. But rest assured, I shall certainly bring Suki before you, so you can give her a proper thrashing." Kai quickly extended his hands while also taking 2 steps back. Tsunade understood that this matter had little to do with Kai. After all, just before her drowsiness, she had glimpsed the silhouette of the moon. "Shizen, let us depart." Tsunade wiped away her tears, still seething with anger. Yet she chose not to dwell on trivialities with Kai. Turning, she made her way to her room, and within less than a minute, she emerged dressed. Meanwhile, Shizen stood frozen in place, surprised by Tsunade's swift return. She hurriedly scooped up the pig that was wandering about on the ground and quickly followed in Tsunade's footsteps. After all, they had already acquired everything they needed. The promised fortune was securely sealed within the scroll. Kai gazed at the retreating figures of the two until they vanished beyond the gate, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. You scoundrel." It was only when he found himself alone that the fury within him began to erupt. Overwhelmed by a wave of despair, he collapsed to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. After striving to preserve his chastity, he never expected that his first experience would be with a woman over 50. To make matters worse, the 600 million he had foolishly invested now seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Master Kai, Brother Kai, after completing his morning exercises and returning to his residence. Upon seeing Kai still kneeling there with a countenance of despair and noticing the collapsed house nearby, the siblings hurried to his side. They were bewildered by the state of his home, initially fearing that he had been attacked, and even wondered if Kai had sustained injuries. The momentary relief they had felt was replaced by a surge of anxiety, their expressions growing increasingly tense. Kai lifted his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. His heart plunged into the depths of despair. "Brother Kai, what on earth has happened?" Ing inquired anxiously. "Indeed, Lord Kai, what has transpired?" Deshaun echoed, his concern palpable. However, upon observing that Kai was not in any immediate peril, their initial worry transformed into mere impatience. The house had collapsed, so what? They possessed ample wealth. Whether it was one such residence or 10,000, it was more than sufficient. "I am no longer clean." Kai was not simply on the verge of tears. Genuine tears streamed down his face. "What?" Both of them were momentarily taken aback. "Brother Kai, what on earth is wrong? And where is you?" With such a commotion, considering that gluttonous you, she should have been here, enjoying the spectacle. Yet, the absence of that girl suggests that something transpired while they were out exercising. That scoundrel. The mere mention of Yu's name ignited a furious rage within Kai, who yearned to unleash a powerful curse and strike that woman dead in the cursed wet bone forest. The chakra emanating from him surged, lifting the very tiles from the ground. At that moment, Dashin hastily pulled Ing back. After a brief moment of venting his anger, Kai gradually composed himself, realizing that what had happened could not be undone. "Have someone repair my room. I am fine, but I must step out now. You all will handle things here." Huh. The two were engulfed in confusion upon witnessing Kai and the state of the house, and his statement only deepened their bewilderment. However, they chose not to question further. Observing Kai's demeanor, Dashin nodded in a daze, and Kai promptly turned to leave the area. That old hag. Kai stood in the river, submerged to the neck, scrubbing his body furiously. As he washed, his teeth clenched in anger. Although the woman was undeniably beautiful, her alluring figure was breathtaking. Yet, the thought of her age sent an electric shock from his toes to the crown of his head, causing his hair to bristle in fury. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizen were predictably engaged in their usual activities. Shizen remained by Tsunade's side, having surmised that something had gone awry, likely related to you. Observing Tsunade's current state, she dared not approach, standing at a distance. Perhaps it was the aura of intimidation around Tsunade that kept others at bay, leaving her alone before the slot machines. She casually inserted a coin and slammed her palm on the red button, watching the screen spin until it landed on 3 sevens. Coins cascaded down from above, filling several large boxes beside her, having thoroughly cleaned out the casino's machines. Even with her eyes closed, she was winning, further inflating her anger. "This cursed machine," she shouted, slamming her palm down again, only to see the result once more show 3 sevens. The pile of winnings grew ever larger, leaving the casino owner in a state of helplessness, tears streaming down his face as he stood at a distance, praying she would choose another venue to play. "Shizen, go exchange these." Tsunade rose in fury, confronted by the towering stacks of coins, her rage unabated. With the money in hand, despite winning considerably at the slot machines, Tsunade soon discovered that the amount was less than she anticipated when it came time to exchange it. However, for her, this merely indicated that something extraordinary was bound to happen next. As she exited the casino, the owner beamed behind her, fearful she might turn back. In just a few months, everyone in the short book street recognized this big cash cow, her reputation preceding her arrival. Little did they expect her to have such exceptional luck that day. Stepping outside, the air around Tsunade immediately alerted her to an unsettling presence, and she began to understand why she had been consistently winning. As for Kai's situation, while she remained somewhat irate, her age tempered her concern. At the outskirts of the short book street, Tsunade arrived at what appeared to be a long-abandoned house, its walls crumbling under the relentless winds and sands. "Come out! Stop hiding!" Tsunade shouted. Shizune anxiously scanned the area, yet no one was visible. Just then, a figure appeared atop the wall. "Long time no see, Tsunade." "Orochimaru." Shizune's face contorted with unease as she whispered his name. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed, her tone icy. "Heh, still as fiery as ever." Orochimaru gracefully leaped down from the wall, maintaining a cautious distance of several meters. "Cut the small talk. Tell me your purpose." Tsunade pressed. "I need your help to heal my hands. I believe you are the only one who can assist me." "My hands?" Tsunade observed Orochimaru's bandaged hands, confused yet resolute. "I want tea help. I'm not interested. What if the price were the resurrection of Rope Tree and the Broken?" Orochimaru dropped a heavy bombshell, his expression suggesting he held the upper hand. As Tsunade halted, caught off guard, Orochimaru smirked, confident she would not refuse. Indeed, as he anticipated, her eyes widened with memories of the past. "Hey, Orochimaru, you're here tempting someone who, despite being over 50, behaves like a foolish teenager. Is there truly anything of worth in that?" Just as she wrestled with her memories and he reveled in his triumph, a sudden voice captured their attention. Originally, Orochimaru had come alone, but now, a figure appeared atop the rooftop, heightening their vigilance. A bespectacled individual leaped over the wall, launching an attack toward Kai. From the very moment Kai encountered the two parties, he had already arrived at this place, and naturally, he overheard all the conversation. This was no mere coincidence that he found himself here. As the adversary's attacks drew perilously close, Kai maintained a slight smile and remarked, "If you truly possess such abilities, why not resurrect the pharmacist, Nanoyu, first? Wouldn't you agree?" His words were directed at the assailant approaching him. Just as the attack was imminent, the adversary abruptly withdrew his hand, standing atop the roof with a look of astonishment. "Who are you?" It was Yakushi Kabuto who spoke, his distinctive appearance easily recognizable to Kai. "What brings you here, you scoundrel?" Tsunade inquired, her irritation palpable. "What do you mean? What am I doing here? I merely stumbled upon this place by chance, but it seems fortuitous, sparing you, foolish woman, from being deceived yet again." Kai smiled nonchalantly, her toes gracefully shifting before gently resting on the ground, her hands casually tucked into her pockets. "Ah, Mr. Orochimaru is quite well, and his hands pose no issue. However, when it comes to the matters of the soul, this woman finds herself utterly incapable of resolution. Judging by the circumstances, it appears he is afflicted by the Shiki F gene. Yet, I am intrigued as to why the Shiki F gene did not fully ensnare his soul. It seems the practitioner was left with no alternative in the end. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for possessing one of the most formidable sealing techniques, the Shiki F gene, yet few have the mastery to wield it. This sealing technique, which demands the life of the practitioner, should be inscribed in the sealing scroll of Konoha. To possess such knowledge likely requires the expertise of the third Hokage. Given Mr. Orochimaru's current state, one might surmise that the old man has already met his demise. Kai leisurely scrutinized Orochimaru, posing a question that elicited a furrowed brow and a look of astonishment from him. Not only Orochimaru, but Tsunade was also rendered momentarily speechless, and even Kabuto, positioned above, found it hard to believe. The group's mouths slightly agape, their expressions of surprise were unmistakable. As the principal party, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the implications of the inquiry. Yet, how could one possibly ascertain such matters in the current situation? "Who are you?" Orochimaru directly reiterated the same question. At this moment, curiosity piqued within him regarding the identity of this individual and how they possessed such knowledge. "I am Kai, Uchiha Kai." Kai had no reason to conceal anything, for Tsunade was already aware of the matter, and it would be of little consequence for Orochimaru to know as well. Before his companion could express curiosity, Kai promptly continued, "The sealing technique of the corpse demon technique cannot be resolved by medical ninjutsu. However, I happen to know a method. I wonder if Mr. Orochimaru would be inclined to engage in a transaction?" Bang! As Kai's voice faded, an assault surged towards him. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Kai merely shifted his stance slightly. Tsunade's fist collided with the adjacent wall. Although not particularly sturdy, the wall, constructed of stone, was utterly obliterated by her strike. If you dare to tell him, I will kill you, Tsunade questioned with a furrowed brow, her expression brimming with rage. Huh, Lady Tsunade, are you jesting? Do you truly believe I have any connection with you? Kai's words had begun to take on a slightly icy tone. Moreover, as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope. Coupled with his immense chakra energy, the ground beneath him could no longer withstand such force and instantly cracked. Such a terrifying display caused even Orochimaru to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Though astonished to discover that members of the Uchiha clan still survived beyond the 2 he was aware of. What shocked him even more was the realization that the kaleidoscope Sharingan was not exclusive to Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan truly instilled a sense of dread. Orochimaru stepped forward, curious to hear what kind of transaction Kai intended to propose. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Tsunade inquired, observing Kai. She too sensed the weight of his power. It was not merely during combat that she felt this. Even prior to their confrontation, she had conversed with you about Uchiha Kai. He had simply stated that this individual was exceedingly formidable, and that even her grandfather might struggle against him. While she found that somewhat exaggerated, she also recognized that Sage of Slugs would not deceive her. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Tsunade felt compelled to intervene. If it truly was the 3rd Hokage who sacrificed his life to seal Orochimaru's hands, it indicated that the Orochimaru before her was exceedingly dangerous and could pose a threat to the entire village. What I wish to accomplish? Kai smiled faintly as he approached Orochimaru. Upon nearing him, he turned his head and remarked, I seek but one thing, and it bears no relation to the village. I harbor no intentions towards Konoha. As for what Orochimaru might do to that village in the future, it holds no significance for me. Orochimaru, somewhat skeptical, inquired, Are you truly knowledgeable about how to heal my hands? Kai replied, If you doubt my words, then there is little I can do. However, I can assure you of one thing. It is likely that I am the sole individual in this world who knows how to lift the Shikigami seal. If you are unwilling, I shall not hesitate to obliterate this final option. Just how long do you believe your body can endure? Kai, with a smile that was both genuine and sardonic, inquired and took a step back, stating that it was indeed possible to alter the art of spiritual transformation to achieve immortality through body exchange. One must admit, Orochimaru, you are truly commendable. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was akin to delivering a devastating blow. Few are aware of Orochimaru's true capabilities. Yet it was astonishing that his adversary could discern the crux of the matter with but a mere glance. As Orochimaru stood in disbelief, Kai chose a relatively elevated section amidst the collapsed wall to sit and continued, asserting that methods to sustain eternal life are indeed scarce. However, the approach you propose is one of them, albeit with a significant drawback. The detrimental impact on the soul is exceedingly severe. Even a novice in illusion might dispatch you effortlessly. This represents your most significant vulnerability. Given the state of your current body, it is likely that it can endure no more than 3 years. This vessel is nearing its limit. Should you be without hands, you might manage once or twice, but I assure you that after the 3rd attempt, you will be required to pay the price with your soul and subsequently reincarnate. At that point, should you encounter a soul even slightly stronger than yours, Mr. Orochimaru, you may find yourself bereft of any chance to enter the Pure Land. How do you know these things? Orochimaru, who had always prided himself on his unparalleled rhetoric, felt his adversary's words striking deeply at his vulnerabilities, as though this individual possessed a deeper understanding of himself than he did. Given the circumstances, coupled with the impressive display of strength previously exhibited, Orochimaru found himself at a loss as to how to respond. Apologies. I consider you far too perilous. Engaging in a transaction with you presents no advantage for me. If possible, I would prefer to collaborate with Tsunade. After all, we have known each other for decades, and I have faith in her abilities. Orochimaru outright rejected the proposition, not due to a lack of faith, but rather because the aura of danger emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly potent. Collaborating with someone of such a nature offered no assurance for the ever-cautious Orochimaru. Will she truly ally with you? With a cold laugh, Kai turned to gaze at Tsunade and continued, Since Sarutobi Hiruzen has already perished, he will subsequently become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Do you believe he would assist you? As for the 2 individuals you mentioned who could aid in her resurrection, it is utterly impossible for you, Orochimaru. Setting aside the fact that you have lost both hands, the technique of impure world reincarnation does not truly resurrect the deceased. It merely draws their souls back from the Pure Land. Among the myriad methods of resurrection in existence, you have yet to grasp either. The first method resides with Sunagakure, specifically within the hands of but one individual. The second, as you are undoubtedly aware, pertains to the ultimate power of the Rinnegan. However, both of these methods exact a toll of one's own life in the process of their release, a feat you have yet to attain. Of course, if you merely wish to summon them for a casual conversation, to reminisce, that is entirely feasible. One cannot dismiss impure world reincarnation as devoid of utility. Yet, both resurrection methods necessitate the presence of the soul in the physical realm. For individuals who have long been deceased, it is indeed imperative to utilize impure world reincarnation to bring them forth. You should know this well. Yakushi Kabuto found himself at a loss for words to describe the peculiar young man before him. Setting aside the issue of strength, the knowledge he possessed alone was likely enough to elevate him to a godlike status in this realm. Speak. What manner of collaboration do you seek? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, as he now appeared to be at a dead end, compelled to take a gamble. Tsunade-sama will become the fifth Hokage? In the meantime, Shizune, standing by, showed little interest in the transaction between Orochimaru and them. However, having overheard Kai's words, she felt a surge of curiosity. Orochimaru, our agreement is... Kai abruptly halted mid-sentence, having noticed that Tsunade, that fierce woman, had clenched her fists, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Here are 2 vials. If you can achieve complete cellular fusion between the contents of these vials without provoking any rejection, then I shall reveal the answer to you. Kai paid no heed to Tsunade. His intentions had been meticulously prepared many years prior, though opportunities had eluded him until now. Presently, the only one capable of executing such tasks was Orochimaru. Among the 2 vials presented, the first contained the cells of Hashirama, originally provided by Hinata's team, while the other held his own cells. Thus, what he sought from Orochimaru was the fusion of these 2 types of cells. Hashirama's cells. The white vials immediately revealed their contents to Orochimaru. What do you intend to do, you brat? Tsunade inquired, her anger rekindled. You will come to understand in due time, Kai declared, rising to his full stature, exuding a commanding presence. He was indifferent to whether or not the other party was the 5th Hokage. Turning to Orochimaru, he continued. How long do you require to yield a result? Having conducted research for decades, I believe a definitive outcome will be forthcoming quite soon. Orochimaru replied. Then let us set a deadline of 6 months. I shall personally visit the Sound Ninja. Should you fail to present a satisfactory result by then, our agreement will be rendered null and void. At that time, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you and all those around you to safeguard this secret. Kai directed a chilling gaze toward him. Rest assured, Kai, I am even more eager to hear about the method you mentioned that can lift the curse of the Shinigami. Orochimaru finally revealed a faint smile, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. However, this ghastly visage was more unsettling than not smiling at all. His pallid face evoked a profoundly nauseating sensation. Though, it seems we have indeed acquired something remarkable today. In that case, let us depart. Orochimaru politely inclined his body towards Tsunade, then turned to address Yakushi Kabuto directly. Is what you spoke of regarding resurrection true? Yakushi Kabuto first nodded toward Orochimaru and then fixed his gaze intently on Kai. That is indeed the case. The resurrection technique from Sunagakure is classified as forbidden, known as self-revival. I doubt you could obtain it, considering that in the hands of that village's matriarch, your combined strengths would likely lead to your demise at the hands of others. Kai spoke without reservation, I understand. Do, taken aback by Kai's extensive knowledge, bowed earnestly, marveling at how much he was aware of, even regarding such clandestine matters. After this exchange, he turned to follow Orochimaru, making his way towards the distant woods. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? Are you aware of the nature of Orochimaru? Tsunade's fury reached its zenith, only to be replaced by an unsettling calm. Frankly, she harbored a desire to eliminate the individual before her, setting aside the events of the previous night. The very act of trading with Orochimaru, 2 formidable beings, could potentially wreak irrevocable havoc upon Konoha. Were it not for her own helplessness, Tsunade would never have found herself standing here, conversing with Kai. In response to her simmering rage, Kai merely shrugged, turning his back to her and dismissively waving his hand. I hold no interest in the nature of Orochimaru, nor do I wish to. This matter bears no relevance to me. Our connection is solely transactional. As long as our dealings yield the desired outcome, I shall certainly divulge the method to lift the Shinigami seal. Do not mistake my intentions. I lack any grand vision or compassionate ideals. My initial aspiration was simply to live peacefully, undisturbed. Yet in this world, devoid of power, all is but empty talk. How do you possess such knowledge? You seem aware even of the most secret of affairs. What else do you know? Tsunade inquired. I know everything. He averted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned away, disappearing in an instant. To obtain a certain something, Orochimaru is indispensable. His decades-long research on the cells of Senju Hashirama has reached unparalleled depths. Few in this world can rival his expertise. Should he ultimately realize his aspirations, the world would be his oyster. He could traverse wherever he desired. Tsunade-sama, where shall we go next? Kai had already departed for quite some time. Observing Tsunade, who remained lost in thought, Shizen approached her and softly inquired. Tsunade did not respond immediately, remaining still for a considerable duration before finally exhaling deeply and suggesting they return, stating that they could finish their meal later. Oh, Shizen found herself at a loss for words. Witnessing Tsunade's desolate demeanor reminded her of the moment she had first encountered Kat's demise. Since then, Tsunade had consistently exuded a cheerful disposition. Emotions and atmosphere are contagious. And as Tsunade displayed her melancholy, Shizen could only lower her head in sorrow, mimicking the same despondent posture as the pig beside her. In the restaurant, the two sat with expressions of shared gloom. Perhaps due to their frequent visits, the owner, recognizing them, did not wait for their order but promptly brought a few bottles of wine, respectfully pouring one for them. Dear patrons, life is fraught with disappointments. There will always be ups and downs, joy and sorrow. One must not dwell too far into the future or the past. Today's grievances end here. Tomorrow may present a different dawn. The restaurant owner, appearing to be a middle-aged man with a face lined by wrinkles but devoid of facial hair, dressed quite tidily. He had been observing them since they entered, as they were regulars at the tavern. The name Big Fat Sheep was known not only among gamblers but also to the restaurant owner. Even when patrons lost millions in a day, they would still come here to dine, often grumbling yet showing signs of relief. However, today's atmosphere was distinctly different. After a brief moment of consolation, the owner inquired about the day's specials and decided to serve them an extra cherry blossom fish, recalling Tsunade's favorite dishes. Thank you. Shizen managed to muster a faint smile in her response, while Tsunade simply rested her head on the table. No one knew the expression she bore beneath the table, but the sound of tears hitting the ground was unmistakable. Shizen, standing by, felt equally troubled, her head bowed in despair. Just then, two new customers entered the restaurant. As the front desk staff attempted to greet them, a white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. He had spotted Tsunade from a distance and, having just arrived, sensed her presence with his keen perception, allowing him to find her effortlessly. Initially intending to surprise her, he found Tsunade slumped over and Shizen equally glum. The newcomers were none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, accompanied by the exuberant Naruto Uzumaki. Despite the passage of months, Naruto seemed to have shown little growth, oblivious to the moods of others. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect you to be here. Shizen greeted him, her tone lacking surprise. Even after years apart, familiarity lingered between them. What brings you here? Tsunade inquired, wiping her eyes with her sleeve before raising her head, instantly regaining her authoritative composure. It's been so long. I came to check on you and see how you've been. Jiraiya grinned, his demeanor cheerful. However, Naruto's expression turned awkward as Tsunade lifted her head. Join me for a drink, Tsunade declared, seizing a cup and filling Jiraiya's glass without regard for his consent. She raised her own cup, clinking it against his before downing the contents in one gulp. Your drinking skills have improved over the years, Jiraiya commented, taking a deep breath before matching her drink. Once he set his cup down, his expression turned serious as he solemnly conveyed, the village wants you to return as the 5th Hokage. Humph. It seems everything is still within your grasp. Tsunade managed a bitter smile but quickly furrowed her brow, declaring, I refuse. Jiraiya appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated her reaction. Only a fool would wager their life for the village. I have no interest in this so-called 5th Hokage position, Tsunade retorted bluntly. An old woman daring to mock my grandfather and the 4th Hokage? I don't care if you're a woman. I will take you down. Naruto's youthful bravado flared up, attempting to leap onto the table to confront Tsunade. However, Jiraiya calmly restrained him by the collar, pulling him back into his seat. Shizen stood by, astonished. Tsunade, instead of feeling angered by Naruto's antics, found herself reminded of her brother and former lover in his youthful spirit. Yet, the memory of a certain man darkened her expression, and she suppressed her rage, disdainfully remarking, It's hard to fathom. At your age, Others had already evaded the threat of extermination and left the village calmly. Yet here you are. She paused, then asked, "So tell me, what is your dream?" "I want to become Hokage," Naruto proclaimed loudly, disregarding the previous comments. "Humph." Tsunade scoffed. "You had better work hard for that dream. Who were you speaking of earlier? Uchiha Kai, perhaps?" Jiraiya interjected suddenly. "Ah, so you know of him?" Tsunade replied, refilling their glasses with a casual smile. "He's quite a dangerous individual. Have you met him?" "More than met. I stayed with him for several months. He currently resides in Shortbook Street, not far from here." Tsunade revealed. "Kai's here?" Naruto's eyes lit up with interest. "Kai? Yes. He was the first to invite me for a meal without caring about my status. I encountered him a few months ago during a mission in the Land of Waves, but he seems to have changed significantly since then." While her initial excitement faded, her tone grew more subdued. Jiraiya sat quietly, his eyes softly closed, maintaining a serene demeanor, though his thoughts remained a mystery. "Apologies for the interruption, but your meals have arrived." At this moment, the young server approached, gracefully carrying a platter of exquisite delicacies. After a gentle greeting, she placed the dish in the center before them. Instantly, all actions and words ceased among the group. During the meal, not a single person uttered a word. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade silently raised their cups, clinking them together before sipping their drinks. The atmosphere had reached an almost profound stillness. Later that evening, had Orochimaru visited? The sky had darkened, with only the dim lights on either side flickering softly. Seated on a quiet step, Tsunade held a bottle of wine, her demeanor already slightly intoxicated. Jiraiya naturally plopped down beside her and inquired, "He came just before you arrived?" Tsunade replied, "You must have struck some kind of deal, right?" Jiraiya asked, his tone calm. But his expression swiftly shifted to one of fierce intensity as he added, "If you betray Konoha, even after decades of friendship, I will show you no mercy. Let it go? I currently lack the standing to engage in any transactions. His predicament is beyond my help. The hands and soul taken by the Reaper Death Seal cannot be resolved by mere ninjutsu." "How do you know?" Jiraiya was taken aback, having anticipated that Orochimaru would indeed seek out Tsunade. After all, she was perhaps the only one in the world capable of healing his hands. Yet, he was astonished by her response. "Me? Are you not aware of what kind of person Orochimaru is? He would never divulge such information." As she spoke, Tsunade's expression grew despondent once more. It was Uchiha Kai. He merely glanced at Orochimaru and unraveled the entire situation. With just one look, he discerned the issues with Orochimaru's hands. Not only that, but he also deduced the ninjutsu involved, and even mentioned that the third Hokage had passed away. Again, "It is him?" Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Now he truly wished to meet this individual. "It seems he struck a deal with Orochimaru concerning my grandfather's cells. The arrangement involves Orochimaru assisting him in researching cellular fusion, likely involving his own cells. If my assumptions are correct, you needn't think of seeking him out. That lad possesses terrifying power. Few in the entire shinobi world could rival him." Tsunade could easily perceive Jiraiya's apprehensions. Having spent months living alongside Uchiha Kai, she had come to understand his nature. He bore no ill will towards Konoha, yet he was a person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. "How have you been these years?" After a lengthy conversation, Jiraiya suddenly shifted the topic, his expression softening as he gazed at Tsunade. However, in the dim light of the steps, even seated so closely, it was unlikely he could discern the changes in her expression, especially as she remained in a state of mild intoxication. "Quite well." Upon uttering those three words, her mind involuntarily drifted back to the morning, her hand unconsciously forming a fist beside Jiraiya. In the dead of night, this is the place. Beneath the moonlight, Jiraiya stood atop a roof, surveying the courtyard below. Though the light was not overly bright, it illuminated the murderous intent etched on his face, as if he wished to obliterate everyone present. "Ah, it is Lord Jiraiya. How rare it is to see you here. I did not expect your visit to our humble abode today." Just as Jiraiya meticulously scrutinized every corner, a voice emerged from the side, causing him to startle and leap back, landing 100 meters away on the ground, his expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance. A shadow under the moonlight sat quietly atop the roof. Kai, adorned in a sweatshirt and draped casually in a coat, complemented by athletic pants and white shoes, epitomizes an exquisite sense of leisure. "You must be my guy, I presume?" To my astonishment, "You are indeed familiar with me," Jiraiya exclaimed, and without hesitation, he bit his fingertip, pressing his right hand against the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Summoning jutsu." In the next instant, accompanied by two plumes of white smoke, Two diminutive toads materialized upon Jiraiya's shoulders. "Little Jiraiya, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon us at this late hour?" inquired the male toad, Fukasaku, still appearing somewhat drowsy. "Old man, it seems that this time, little Jiraiya has truly found himself in a predicament," remarked the female toad, Shima, perched on the other shoulder, exhibiting an entirely different demeanor. She had already sensed the situation nearby with heightened vigilance. "Little Jiraiya, whom have you provoked this time?" Fukasaku's previously drowsy expression had shifted to one of seriousness. The adversary indeed appeared formidable. However, lacking prior encounters, we shall rely on your guidance, esteemed sages. Jiraiya's expression turned grave, and the two toads began to adopt a serious demeanor as well, as they clasped their hands together in unison. A pair of tear tracks emerged on Jiraiya's face. "Sage mode." Kai sat unmoved on the rooftop, refraining from interrupting them. Instead, he observed with keen interest a man and two toads. "One could only wonder what brought Lord Jiraiya to this place." Calmly, Kai inquired. "Having betrayed Konoha and allied with Orochimaru, a person like you deserves nothing but death." As Jiraiya spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Sage art. 5 right gates." This could be regarded as Jiraiya's most formidable technique. One toad expelled wind attribute chakra, while another released a viscous liquid, and Jiraiya himself breathed forth fire. At the moment these three elements converged, this super S-rank ninjutsu erupted with immense power. Initially, he had anticipated a preliminary exchange of blows, but was taken aback by the immediate deployment of such a grand technique. If he failed to counter it, the ensuing assault could easily engulf the entire residence. For those asleep, whether it be Daishin or Ing, the outcome would likely be dire. Furrowing his brow, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, in that instant of awakening power, time seemed to come to a standstill. In an instant, Kai arrived directly in Ying's room, and the next moment, he took the girl with him into the depths of the mountains. With a thunderous roar, the entire area transformed into a vast chasm in the blink of an eye. Fiery flames surged above, relentlessly spreading their wrath. Almost every sight was engulfed by the opponent's onslaught. However, at the very moment the house vanished, Kai swiftly transported the two others to the summit nearby. Meanwhile, the mountain remained in a state of blissful slumber, drooling as it slept. Ing, sensing the recent commotion, gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Kai's arm wrapped around her waist, she initially believed herself to be in her own room. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. But as her gaze shifted downward, she beheld the remnants of her home. "Kai, big brother." Her eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the surreal sight. "Stay here and do not get involved." Kai placed the two individuals upon the ground, his expression bearing an unprecedented gravity, infused with an unparalleled fury. "I merely yearn for a tranquil life, never intending to alter any existing course. Why is it that even this semblance of existence cannot be preserved? Do you truly intend for the village hidden in the leaves to extinguish it through another's hand?" Kai leaped down from the mountain, and simultaneously, two clones appeared at the summit. However, the moment his body touched the ground, the hair of the clones at the peak transformed from black to blue. The Sage mode emerged. With a mere flick of his hand, Kai dispelled the clones while simultaneously entering Sage transformation. This technique mirrored what had been depicted in the original storyline, embodying the essence of his adversary's mode. Upon entering Sage transformation, he felt an enhancement of 200 times his previous capabilities within the surrounding area. Even the minutest ant became distinctly visible to him. Jiraiya, this time, has truly encountered a monumental predicament. At this moment, Shinsaku's expression grew gravely serious. He had discerned the earlier situation. Realizing that the opponent had effortlessly transported the two individuals inside the house to the mountain in an instant, this transcended mere speed. It pertained to the realm of spatial manipulation. I understand. Jiraiya had not anticipated such a formidable move, as his opponent had not exhibited any signs of preparation. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of his adversary, it seemed that he too had entered Sage mode, which might surpass the version Jiraiya had mastered. "Have you contemplated your demise?" Kai coldly inquired, again and again. "I have not offended anyone." Tsunade's attack on him was due to extenuating circumstances. He never anticipated that the reason behind this individual's actions would be such. Sage art, thousand needle jutsu. Jiraiya, ignoring his opponent's words, charged forward with astonishing speed. His already lengthy hair seemed to elongate further, as a barrage of concentrated attacks surged toward Kai. Sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken. In an instant, he evaded the incoming assault, repositioning himself several dozen meters away. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Jiraiya found himself momentarily taken aback. He could easily discern that the jutsu wielded by Kai was undoubtedly a derivation of the Rasengan. It was astonishing to realize that something never fully explored by the fourth Hokage and himself had been developed in this individual's hands. Jiraiya, the attack range is extensive. Retreat swiftly. Shima, recognizing the breadth of the assault, shouted urgently. Jiraiya was already aware of this. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sight of a rooster soaring from Kai's grasp. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Realizing evasion was futile, Jiraiya quickly crouched down, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. In the next moment, three enormous gates, akin to the portals of hell, emanating an ominous dark glow, materialized before him. Boom. The sound of a violent explosion resonated. It must be noted that this type of attack was one Kai least preferred to utilize. Not only was the noise it produced excessively loud, but the ensuing sound was even more overwhelming. For someone who favored more subtle approaches, such an outburst was not particularly desirable. The intention behind this was to ensure Jiraiya bore witness to its magnitude. The powerful explosion echoed, and the three Rashomon gates, crafted during Jiraiya's lifetime, shattered instantly. The second gate succumbed shortly after, while the third exhibited cracks, yet it managed to withstand the assault this time. Tion. It's always about the village, the village, the village. I have no desire to experience that filthy place. I harbor no significant resentment. Who is truly responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? I do not wish to delve into family matters. After finally attaining a semblance of peaceful existence here, you incessantly disturb me, Jiraiya lamented. Kai shouted furiously, a violent aura emanating from him as he declared, if you cannot stop me today, then believe this. Within a month after your demise, I shall personally ensure that the entire Hidden Leaf village pays for your burial. At that time, not a single soul from the village shall be spared. With a swift series of hand seals, he unleashed the technique, Senjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion. His chakra surged explosively, and under the influence of natural energy, all the fireballs transformed into true firefly lights. The vibrant green orbs of fire spread across a 1-kilometer radius. Soon, this very technique would serve as the funeral pyre for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Clenching his right fist tightly, he exhaled sharply. In the end, Kai indeed preferred this form of assault. There was little sound, merely a slight intensification of shockwaves. It was as if a colossal tempest had unleashed waves of impact, sweeping outward. In the blink of an eye, the ground transformed into a veritable battlefield. Apart from the small area beneath Kai's feet, the remainder of the landscape had morphed into an immense chasm, as if a gigantic lake had been conjured instantaneously. As the dust settled, I exclaimed, "Huh? I thought those two frogs would escort you to my Okuzen. To my surprise, you are still here and alive. It is truly astonishing." Kai gazed down into the depths of the pit, where Jiraiya lay motionless, while the two frogs had likely retreated back to Mount Myaboku, having been impacted and unable to remain in the realm of battle. After all, summoning beasts, when injured, instinctively return to their original place, much like shadow clones. This very phenomenon may have contributed to Jiraiya's inability to return. His attire was now tattered, and his body lay in a gruesome state, bloodied and broken. As the moonlight gradually enveloped the earth once more, a chilling silence descended upon the surroundings. Jiraiya was on the brink of death, yet Kai did not hasten to intervene. He leaped from his vantage point and approached Jiraiya with measured steps. I have never harbored intentions of causing harm to anyone, nor have I ever sought to engage in unnecessary actions. My greatest desire has always been to preserve a moment of tranquility. If it were within my power, I would refrain from enhancing my own abilities. Alas, bearing the Uchiha surname has rendered our existence in this world akin to that of a target for scorn. Now you understand why Uchiha Madara yearned to unify the entire shinobi world, or perhaps, to obliterate it entirely. The strength embedded in our genes is not our fault. Rather, it is you who have incited such division. What purpose does this chaotic shinobi world serve? I have long wished to remain uninvolved with Konoha, surely. A mutual coexistence could have sufficed. Yet now, it is too late for such sentiments. If you can undertake the initial steps, allow me to fulfill my role as well. The distance was now approximately 10 meters. Kai gently raised his hand, subsequently lifting it above his head. At that moment, all of his chakra converged entirely upon his palm. The act of forming a Rasengan was remarkably effortless, requiring no hand seals. The fire attribute chakra coalesced into a spiraling sphere, compressing all its power to the utmost degree. While it was somewhat regrettable to use such an attack for the purpose of sending someone off to the afterlife, it nonetheless represented Kai's respect for the figure before him. Jiraiya. The latter had begun to slowly close his eyes. Perverted sage, Kai cease. Two voices swiftly echoed from the distance above the deep pit. Immediately afterward, Tsunade leaped into action, positioning herself directly in front of Jiraiya. Not only her, but Naruto Uzumaki also rushed over with utmost urgency. Despite being out of breath, he extended his arms in a protective gesture. Kai, release Jiraiya. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of desperation. After all, Kai had previously informed her that as long as no attacks were made within his vicinity, all could remain tranquil. Should that situation arise, he would not only eradicate the intruder, but would also leave Konoha in ruins. From the instant she heard the commotion, Tsunade had sprung from her bed, hastening to check on Jiraiya's room. Upon confirming that only Naruto was present, she realized something was amiss. Brother Kai, how could you so grievously injure the perverted sage? This is utterly unforgivable. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya's condition, a surge of anger welling up within him. Perhaps in the midst of grappling with how to respond, a boiling red chakra began to manifest around him. The Nine Tails? You truly dare to show yourself. Kai spoke lightly as the gentle breeze and clouds passed by. During his battle with Jiraiya, he had not once utilized his Sharingan. Yet in this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Mangekyou Sharingan manifested with startling intensity. As he observed the tail gradually emerging behind Naruto Uzumaki, a faint smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Kai, this matter is Jiraiya's fault. We will certainly provide you with an explanation and an apology regarding this issue, but please spare Jiraiya. Tsunade implored once more. Spare him? If I let one go, and then let two go, then amidst the multitude of shinobi from Konoha, who will grant me mercy? In a fit of rage, Kai's veins bulged, and he hurled his attack skyward. Boom. The night was instantly transformed into day, as if another sun had emerged above. The clouds in the upper atmosphere rapidly dispersed in the aftermath of the explosion, creating a visible rift in the sky. At that moment, Kai bypassed Tsunade and landed a punch squarely in Naruto's abdomen, sending him hurtling over 100 meters, crashing to the ground, and falling into unconsciousness. Tsunade was about to express her fury, but Kai calmly interjected, warning that if they did not act, Naruto would soon fall under the Kyuubi's control. With a curious demeanor, he crouched beside Jiraiya, who still clung to life, and remarked that if this foolish woman could overcome her hemophobia, she might survive. If not, she would pay the price for her recklessness. Rising to his feet, Kai turned to Tsunade, stating that he would grant her this one favor, but expected full restitution for any losses incurred. Understood, Tsunade replied reluctantly. However, when she finally looked down at Jiraiya, her already pale face turned ghostly white. Tsunade-sama. Shizen seemed perpetually a step behind, and upon seeing Jiraiya's condition, she gasped in shock. Kai, having returned to his natural hair color and dispelled sage mode, wore an indifferent expression as he departed. Jiraiya's fate, whether life or death, was of no concern to him. The reason he had chosen to hold back was not due to fear of Tsunade or the Leaf Village, but rather because of the unassuming Naruto. Had it not been for this circumstance, Kai would have had no qualms about annihilating them all. Kai regarded Naruto's current strength with disdain, and even with the Kyuubi's power added, he still held him in contempt. However, the individual behind him was a different matter entirely. As the chosen one of this world, known as the Child of Prophecy, the true threat lay with the sage who lurked in the shadows. At present, Kai did not believe he stood a chance against the Sage of Six Paths. There was no need to establish such a formidable adversary for himself, which is why he chose to relent. Otherwise, that cunning sage would certainly have devised a way to ensnare him. Are you awake? As dawn broke outside, Jiraiya opened his eyes in the bed, feeling as if he had emerged unscathed. However, recalling the events of the previous day, he raised his pillow slightly to lean against it. Tsunade, who had been in the room without his knowledge, asked with an air of indifference upon hearing movement. I'm awake. Guess I didn't die, Jiraiya remarked with a hint of melancholy. I told you beforehand. Why were you so reckless? Why did you go in? Tsunade's tears began to fall uncontrollably as she spoke. The sight of Jiraiya, nearly drained of blood and gravely injured, compelled her, despite her phobia of blood, to quickly administer treatment. Had she delayed for just a minute or two longer, Jiraiya might have truly crossed over to another world. After waiting through the night, the tension in her body finally began to ease with the sound of movement from the bed. Though they could not see each other, Jiraiya sensed Tsunade's emotional turmoil. I'm sorry. Their words hung in the air for a moment. Jiraiya was at a loss for what to say, ultimately reducing his thoughts to a simple apology. I warned you before, in this entire ninja world, there are likely no opponents capable of matching him. Why didn't you listen? If you hadn't confronted your fears, you would be dead now. Do you understand? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and stood up, shouting in anger. Sorry, Jiraiya repeated, still grappling with the shock of his defeat. He had never imagined he could be so thoroughly bested, without even grazing the opponent's clothing. The sheer power he faced was terrifying. Even Uchiha Madara had not instilled such dread in him. Uchiha Kai, with his agile movements, terrifying chakra, and sage techniques, possessed immense strength. Even without reaching the pinnacle of Madara's power or his exceptional defenses, Kai's formidable abilities were awe-inspiring. Jiraiya recalled the moment he was on the verge of losing consciousness, seeing that massive sun in the sky. What mortal could withstand such an attack? As Kai had stated, if he desired to obliterate the Leaf Village, that single attack would suffice. The ultimate form of Rasengan had surpassed all expectations. Each strike was of extreme range. In such conditions, how could one engage in combat? I've discerned his weakness. If there is a next time, I will not be defeated, Jiraiya declared despondently. Weakness? Tsunade wiped her tears, curiously echoing his words. He possesses remarkable speed, likely granted by the Mangekyou Sharingan, along with extreme range and formidable offensive capabilities. However, it seems his close combat skills are quite lacking. That must be his weakness. You fool, stop talking nonsense. Tsunade approached the bed, gazing at Jiraiya, who was wrapped in bandages. Initially, she thought his idea was promising, only to be dismayed by his conclusion. Had he not been in such a state, she might have punched him. Are you aware of his other abilities? Her question took Jiraiya by surprise. Tsunade, unperturbed by his reaction, inhaled deeply and continued, Yesterday morning, I fought him. But he was not taking me seriously. Even so, I couldn't land a single blow. He has mastered the 8 gates, and as of now, he can at least open the 6th gate. I spent more than 4 months there, and their training was super intense, which suggests that few can match Uchiha Kai in close combat. More importantly, he can summon the full form of the Toad Sage. What? Jiraiya was taken aback, pressing his right hand against the bed and attempting to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain that tore through his body. Blood seeped through the bandages once more. Yet the agony merely made him wince. The horror of such a revelation was akin to being able to summon Fukusaku, the Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain. The abilities of the Toad Sage are well known. He possesses extraordinary healing and recovery capabilities, making him an unparalleled support. As long as there remains a breath of life, he possesses the ability to restore an individual to their original state within a short span, while also replenishing the chakra they have lost. Presently, the opponent has mastered the perfect Sage mode. In such circumstances, how does one engage in battle? It is known that Uchiha Kai wields the power of spatial manipulation through his right eye, enabling him to traverse space without regard for any obstacles, a force far more terrifying than the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the strength of his left eye, according to the words of the Sage of Slugs, it is an existence even more formidable than the power of the right eye, though its true nature remains shrouded in mystery. This time, while Uchiha Kai has completely neutralized your reckless assault, compensation is required. It has been set at a staggering 1 billion Ryo. After all, you are quite affluent. You may return this sum at a later date, right? Tsunade leisurely introduced Jiraiya, who was momentarily taken aback by the prospect of having to pay for his actions. Was this not akin to extortion? Jiraiya expressed his dissatisfaction. Extortion? Tsunade replied, exuding a sense of disbelief. You came in and reduced his entire house to rubble, and he has yet to calculate the cost of the damages. Do you even know what treasures lay within that house? If Jiraiya were to grasp the extent of that knowledge, it would indeed be astonishing. Upon sensing the presence of his opponent beside him, he had instinctively unleashed a powerful technique, momentarily forgetting everything else. After all, the mere ability of someone to approach him silently was already remarkable. Tsunade, having known him for decades, was well aware of his nature. In his living room lay various gold ornaments, and the worth of those alone would likely exceed 1 billion Ryo. Additionally, he possessed 120 garments, each valued at over 500,000 Ryo, without even accounting for the house itself. Thus, the sum demanded was quite reasonable. Your singular assault obliterated everything, and if you do not compensate, am I to bear the cost? Tsunade questioned. I will pay, Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Nevertheless, he was undeniably wealthy, though perhaps not on par with Kato's. He certainly belonged to the echelon of the affluent. As he listened to the foolish remarks of this man, Tsunade's expression began to soften gradually. Earth release, she said, surveying the area now transformed into a gaping pit. Kai's heart seemed to remain largely unperturbed. Dajan and Ing had also arrived by his side. Dajan, consumed by regret, knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. After all, it was only when a more significant explosion reverberated that he finally awakened to the reality. Gazing at the ruins of his home, he lamented his inability to protect what once was. In the face of Dajan's self-reproach, Kai offered no words of comfort. Instead, he crouched down, forming hand seals, and pressed his palms against the earth. Immediately, a colossal stone pillar rose from the very spot where his home once stood. As the pillar reached a height of several dozen meters, the manifestation that emerged within it brought a faint smile to Kai's lips. Everything remained intact, albeit with some losses. After all, we still have the means to rebuild. When Kai caught sight of the large black box, he gently tapped Daishin on the shoulder and spoke. Comforted by this gesture, Daishin lifted his head and naturally noticed the black box as well. His previously dejected expression began to soften gradually, with tears glistening in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I thought we had lost everything." As for the black box, it had been custom-made, grandly referred to as a safe, containing nearly all of their assets. "What are you still waiting for? Go and bring that box over." Kai observed that the expression on the face of Daishin had softened slightly. He promptly gave a gentle kick to the ladder's backside, exclaiming, "Oh." The previously despondent fellow instantly regained his vigor and dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the towering stone pillar. Almost immediately, he exerted tremendous strength, lifting the massive iron chunk with ease. This object weighed no less than 2 tons, and at the time of its creation, both Daishin and Ing had found it quite incomprehensible. Reflecting on it now, however, it was evident that everything had unfolded precisely as Kai had anticipated. Once the item was brought before Kai, he crouched down, placing his hand on the surface of the safe. As he rotated his right hand, his chakra deftly engaged with the lock mechanism inside. With a resounding click, he forcefully pulled the handle, opening the box. The interior was rather cramped, predominantly shrouded in iron blocks. Yet, within lay 7 or 8 scrolls, with only 3 placed atop. The remainder primarily consisted of treasures acquired from Kato. The damaged items merely represented the tip of the iceberg among these riches, whether in cash, gold coins, or an abundance of gilded artifacts. Nearly all were stored within this vault. "Kai, I have always been curious about the purpose of the 3 scrolls on top," Ing inquired, her intrigue evident as she watched Kai retrieve the 2 well-preserved scrolls. After all, the 3 of them had been present when these scrolls were initially placed, and she had harbored questions in her mind back then, though she had refrained from voicing them. They contained something of great significance. Kai did not provide a direct answer. However, Ing chose not to press further, for the 2 scrolls had been present since their departure from Konoha village. They were indifferent to the contents within, showing little concern. Dajan quietly noted that these items were deemed by Lord Kai to be of utmost importance. It seemed that henceforth, even at the cost of their lives, they must ensure the protection of these treasures from any harm. "By the way, Lord Kai, what shall we do next? Should we relocate? Or should we construct a new dwelling here?" Dajan suddenly inquired. After all, the area they once inhabited had now transformed into a vast pit, rendering it seemingly impossible to continue residing there. Why exert so much effort? We had always contemplated rebuilding our home when we had the means, having endured these trials. And with that individual having already compensated us, we now possess ample funds to create a grand establishment. Let us renovate the previous plans. And I have long envisioned a grand fish pond right at my doorstep. It would serve as a place to nurture fish during leisure and to indulge in fishing when I seek relaxation. Therefore, let us proceed with my vision for the redesign. With a grin on his face, Kai remarked that such a vast chasm would inevitably serve a purpose. Although Daishin expressed his confusion, he felt it unnecessary to oppose Kai's assertion. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as the technique of earth release was employed, accompanied by a surge of chakra. A segment of the ground rapidly ascended, reaching approximately 5 meters above the normal surface before gradually coming to a halt. Not only that, but tremors also began to manifest in other areas, leading to the emergence of numerous stone pillars, which subsequently connected above to form an expansive bridge. With the use of water release, the foundational structure was swiftly completed, and the remaining pit was filled with water. Daishin and Ing gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. While the house itself was not yet finished, the foundational work had been thoroughly accomplished using these methods. The house would occupy the central area, with a stone bridge at the entrance directly linking to the periphery. Although the architectural design had yet to materialize, this simplification had made the task considerably easier. All right, next, we shall begin seeking individuals to commence construction upon this foundation. It appears we will need to engage a skilled designer to craft a space that is both rational and exquisite. Kai clapped his hands, realizing that the rough shape of their project had already taken form, leaving the remaining tasks to be completed with relative ease. Observing the current situation, it seemed that Dashin, who had been racked with self-reproach moments ago, had begun to feel somewhat better. After surveying his surroundings, he patted his chest and declared to Kai that he would personally journey to the royal capital to summon renowned craftsmen, with the intention of constructing a more grandiose residence. Yes, you take charge of this matter. Let us ensure the surrounding area is adorned with flourishing trees and flowers, preferably densely planted. Additionally, arrange for some fish fry to be introduced into the water here for cultivation. It must be done swiftly. We have ample funds at our disposal. So, let us gather a larger workforce, aiming to complete this within 2 months. During this time, we can also begin preparations for the furniture. I have no desire to reside in a hotel for an extended period, enduring that unpleasant odor day after day. The two exchanged their thoughts, with the implementation of the plan entrusted to Dashin. Rest assured, Dashin replied, a wide grin on his face, exuding confidence. After all, the distance to the royal capital was not considerable. Even on foot, a day's journey would suffice for a round trip. At last, matters had reached a temporary conclusion. With the house already under construction, it was time to review the specific circumstances and evaluate their strengths and weaknesses, particularly as they might soon face unforeseen adversaries. Dashin, please share your situation. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could clearly see the house being constructed below at a rapid pace. The main framework was nearly complete, with only the decorative elements remaining to be added. With a substantial workforce, the progress was significantly accelerated, especially given the financial resources available. Even for a standard residence, construction typically required a minimum of 2 to 3 months, let alone their current ambition to transform a larger space. The site before them revealed nearly 1,000 individuals engaged in the endeavor, and the logistics of the construction were certainly not their concern. Presently, aside from continuing their usual training, the few of them simply sat and observed the progress of the work. Kai's insights were not born of mere whimsy, rather, they stemmed from the profound experiences gained during his previous encounter with a formidable opponent like Jiraiya. This prompted him to embark on a thorough review of the circumstances surrounding these individuals. Such reflective exercises were not new to him, as he had engaged in them annually, albeit without clear benchmarks, leading to somewhat muddled conclusions. Dashin pondered for a moment before addressing Kai. According to your specifications, after years of rigorous training, I have successfully unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku. This has resulted in a significant enhancement in both power and speed. In terms of ninjutsu, I have mastered the technique of instantaneous movement, although the frequency and distance of its application remain severely limited. The root of this limitation lies in my insufficient chakra, which hinders my capability for formidable assaults. I estimate my current strength to be on par with that of a high-ranking ninja. I believe there is little need for me to conduct a review, as the situation mirrors what my brother has already conveyed. Despite extensive training, I have only managed to awaken the second tomo of the Sharingan, and my grasp of the instantaneous movement technique is rather rudimentary. Nonetheless, I can still manage basic positional shifts. On a brighter note, my culinary skills have seen remarkable improvement. By the end of her statement, Ing radiated confidence. Despite having traversed numerous experiences within her peer group, her abilities were undeniably commendable. Yet, given the abundance of innate advantages she possessed, her current standing could only suggest a matter of talent. Dashin, demonstrating relentless determination, had successfully unlocked the 3rd tomo of the Sharingan, achieving a level of strength commensurate with high-ranking ninjas. After all, neither their parents nor even their grandfather had reached such heights, thus, it marked a true breakthrough of their bloodline's limits. As for Ing, it seemed she had not devoted much thought to the cultivation of ninjutsu. Instead, she appeared to prefer honing her culinary skills, aspiring to become a devoted homemaker in the future. Kai had initially hoped to hear their unique insights, but to his dismay, the conversation circled back to the same old topics. The sentiments expressed last year echoed those of this year. Whether the two of them felt profoundly affected was of little consequence. As long as they remained together, Kai felt assured of their mutual safety. As for himself, he found his skills lacking. His illusionary prowess was somewhat deficient, a circumstance beyond his control. To be inept in this area was undoubtedly a source of frustration. Furthermore, his perceptual abilities were woefully inadequate, preventing him from sensing threats within several kilometers, unlike those formidable experts capable of detecting danger from vast distances. With his limited range of a few hundred meters, he was acutely aware that in perilous situations, he was as vulnerable as Jiraiya, where even that distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye by their adversaries. For him, this state of affairs was excessively passive. He resolved to venture out. If possible, he would seek to bring back another ally. Currently, their group was lacking in perceptual capabilities, rendering them overly passive when confronted with individuals of considerable strength. They were often unaware of their opponent's approach until it was too late. In any case, there was still time to prepare, and thus, he began his preparations. I too shall go. As Kai had yet to finish his words, Ing immediately raised her hand in excitement and shouted. I followed along, eager to lend a hand wherever necessary. At the very least, I could offer my strength. Dajan expressed his concern as well. After assessing the situation below, Kai smiled and said, All right then. It's beneficial for us to look out for one another. However, our next destination is the land of rice, which is not too far from the land of soup. Given that, let us prepare ourselves. Understood. I am at your service, Lord Kai. Having never contemplated conflict, it does not imply that others will not drag you into it. After all, some matters are more complicated than they seem. Seeking a peaceful life hinges significantly on others granting you that tranquility. Tsunade returned to Konoha alongside Jiraiya. Standing before the gates of a place she had not set foot in for over 20 years, she couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Since leaving, she had never imagined she would return, and yet here she was, stepping onto familiar ground once more. Memories flooded her mind in an instant. After a considerable pause, she finally mustered the resolve to take her first steps into the village. The guards at the entrance had already knelt on one knee. Despite the 2 decades apart, they recognized her instantly. The entire village buzzed with the news of Tsunade's return to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. Although her return was somewhat delayed, the streets, including the area around the Hokage building, were filled with people eager to welcome her. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the 5th Hokage. For those slightly older, many memories of Princess Tsunade lingered. Even the younger generation had heard tales of the legendary Sannin, and they were filled with admiration. Although the Hokage office had not yet officially convened a press conference, and no formal announcements had been made, the responsibilities of the Hokage awaited her immediate attention. Upon entering the office, Tsunade was greeted by an overwhelming pile of documents, prompting her to consider leaving immediately. At that critical moment, Shizen seized her arm, saying, Lady Tsunade, this is your upcoming workload. It has been over a month without a Hokage, so the tasks at hand will be relatively abundant at first, but they will lessen over time. A month's worth of work piled up was daunting, and Tsunade felt 1,000 hesitations. The village needed her leadership. This situation could not persist for long. If things remained unchanged for another month or 2, the village might truly face disintegration. Thus, she had to embrace her duties as Hokage. Jiraiya unexpectedly appeared behind them. Speaking with conviction, you wouldn't shy away from becoming Hokage over such trivial matters, would you? Well, I certainly have my reasons. Jiraiya replied, folding his arms behind his head and pouting in a dismissive manner. I'm not interested in this, Tsunade insisted. Still intent on leaving. The mountain of documents in the office would take her at least a month to review, and for someone who had written in decades, it felt overwhelmingly burdensome. All right. How about I assist you with this pile? Then you can sit comfortably in the Hokage position. Additionally, in 10 days, we will hold the Hokage press conference. Prepare a few words to say on stage. Just a few casual remarks will suffice, but you need to handle the current work. With that, Jiraiya pushed Tsunade back into the office, his demeanor reflecting a sense of exasperation as he followed her inside. Initially, he had not looked around, but upon entering, he was struck by the sheer volume of paperwork that could surely overwhelm anyone. However, once seated, Tsunade's demeanor shifted dramatically. Shizen, notify the archives to pull up the information on the Uchiha clan, particularly on Uchiha Kai. As she settled into the Hokage chair, Tsunade exuded authority, directing Shizen with confidence. No need. Within the 2 days since your return, the files have already been prepared for you. Konoha classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja months ago. The stack before you contains all the relevant information, Shizen explained. Before Shizen could take action, Jiraiya pointed to the pile of documents in front of him. Tsunade was taken aback, but she proceeded to untie the file and began perusing its contents. Is this all? In a short span, she had reviewed the materials. Yet she was left puzzled and inquired, previously, I learned that Uchiha Kai was born in the common district of the Uchiha clan and had never garnered much attention. He self-financed his admission to the Ninja Academy, and his parents perished during the Third Great Ninja War. Their family once sold ninja tools, so he likely inherited a fair sum. He even supported Uchiha Dajan's enrollment at the academy. However, during his 4 years at the academy, he was notoriously a bottom-tier student. His only notable talent was in taijutsu, a fact that Might Guy is well aware of, being his teacher. As for the events that followed, no one knows how he survived the Uchiha massacre 6 years ago or how he left the village. My recent inquiries suggest he was most likely sheltered by the Hyuga clan. If they had not concealed their strength, it would imply that his abilities have significantly advanced during his time away. If he had been hiding his true power in Konoha, it only illustrates how formidable he truly is. Detailed information is within the files, and word of his survival reached the third Hokage. That's how they knew he was alive. Root dispatched over 40 operatives, including 8 jonin, but all met silent demise. Given the recent encounter, it seems he employed an extraordinarily exaggerated technique to eliminate them all at once. The latest reports indicate he killed one of the world's wealthiest individuals, Kato, and acquired all his wealth. This has been confirmed by Kakashi. Jiraiya sat there, sifting through the mountain of documents while addressing Tsunade, experiencing his first significant defeat. And one so utterly devastating, Jiraiya was particularly invested in Uchiha Kai. Tsunade, eager to rest for a couple of days after her return, found herself at odds with Jiraiya, who had already dispatched personnel to organize the materials. Notify them to bring Might Guy to me. Tsunade gazed at the materials regarding Uchiha Kai in her hands, hesitating for a moment before calling out loudly, "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Naturally, the task of conveying orders was entrusted to Shizen. After all, there was no need for her to personally shout. There were individuals at the entrance specifically designated to handle such matters. Fifth Hokage. Before long, Might Guy appeared, his expression grave. Although he was addressed in this manner, he had yet to officially assume the role of Hokage, rendering any superfluous formalities unnecessary. "I summoned you here for a singular purpose." Tsunade rose from her seat. Having been away for over 20 years, her understanding of Might Guy was somewhat superficial. However, during her journey, she had perused some information about him and had gleaned a basic understanding of the situation. The fifth Hokage likely intended to inquire about young Kai. Without waiting for Guy to speak, even the not-so-bright Might Guy had already surmised this intention. It was rare for him to be called in alone, as such instances were few and far between. After all, the third Hokage had once summoned him in a similar manner. Konoha had announced that Uchiha Kai had become an S-rank ninja, but at that time, he had been out on a mission, returning only 2 months later. Upon hearing this news, Might Guy's expression was one of utter disbelief. He stood frozen, wide-eyed, before gradually regaining his composure. To be honest, his initial reaction upon receiving this information was shock, which swiftly morphed into anger. His beloved disciple had perished, yet now they dared to use his name. It wasn't until Kakashi personally informed him that Might Guy began to grasp the full context of the situation. "Kakashi, is it true that young Kai is still alive? But how did he survive back then? And why did he not come to find me?" It seemed that they were living quite well now, if nothing was amiss. That was all the better. Atop Hokage Rock, Kai appeared serene, yet tears of joy streamed down his face. Each recollection of that final lunch together felt as though Uchiha Kai was conveying a multitude of messages to him, yet he had failed to perceive them. Ultimately, the news he had received was the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan. This deep sense of guilt lingered within Might Guy. He never anticipated returning from this mission to hear that Uchiha Kai was still alive. Might Guy was left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Thus, the only thing he could do now was seek out his dearest friend. Alive. It was indeed true, and he was exceptionally strong and thriving. Is that so? Kai was not overly concerned. He did not care whether his disciple was a traitor or what circumstances surrounded him. He was merely content to hear that the other was doing well. Subsequently, the third Hokage sought him out to inquire in detail about the situation regarding Uchiha Kai. Before long, the third Hokage passed away, and now with the fifth Hokage taking over, he was summoned once more. Given that it was not a gathering of the entire team, it could only signify a matter pertaining to Uchiha Kai. Might Guy, though not particularly astute, possessed a remarkable clarity about certain matters. This is why, even before Tsunade had articulated her questions, Kai was already prepared to respond. "Ah, so you are aware. In that case, there is no need to discuss anything further. I wish to understand everything concerning Uchiha Kai," Tsunade said, rising slowly, her expression not overly grave, yet earnestly fixated on him. "There is nothing more to say." Might Guy audaciously declined. Even Jiraiya and Shizen, who were present, found this quite astonishing. Nevertheless, he quickly added that he had previously conveyed all pertinent information, which had been duly recorded. Surely, everything regarding the files was accounted for. If there was anything to add, it would be that he sensed young Kai had an uncanny ability to anticipate many events. As for anything beyond that, he was unsure, at least when they were together. He had observed him to be a diligent youth, serious, obedient, opinionated, and possessing a sense of humor, a boy who followed the inclinations of his heart. And what about his eyes and chakra? Jiraiya inquired. The Sharingan, perhaps? Kai hesitated for a moment, turning to Jiraiya with a faint smile, saying, I haven't inquired about such matters and am unaware. He has not mentioned anything either. As for chakra, I, Master Kai, am quite formidable. Were it not for the Uchiha surname, I am certain I would surpass any Hokage in the future. When Might Guy recalled Kai Uchiha once uttering such words before him, he initially thought the latter was jesting. In the beginning, Kai Uchiha had indeed been deliberately concealing everything. However, as time passed, he gradually disclosed some details about his situation to Might Guy, yet all of it was dismissed by Guy as mere jokes. Reflecting now, Tsunade proclaimed, In my capacity as the 5th Hokage, I hereby assign you an S-rank mission, along with Kakashi's Team 7 and your own Team 3. To locate Kai Uchiha and bring him back to Konoha. This notion had crossed her mind even before she left the short book street. Despite the numerous unfavorable actions he had taken against the village, it must be acknowledged that Kai Uchiha had never actively sought to commit such deeds. To Tsunade, this indicated that, at his core, he harbored no malevolence. Having learned of the Uchiha clan's massacre not long ago, he understood that the village had undoubtedly played a role in that tragic event. Based on his comprehension of the 3rd Hokage, everything had now aligned. And it was not difficult to discern from Might Guy's words that Kai Uchiha possessed an alarming amount of foresight. Such extraordinary strength, if harnessed within Konoha, would undoubtedly bolster the village's might. I refused to accept this mission, just as Tsunade was fantasizing about the potential scenario of Kai returning to the village. Might Guy abruptly responded with a serious refusal. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's brows furrowed instantly. Yet, Guy maintained his stern expression, stating, I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but I have other tasks to attend to. Therefore, I will not be in the village during this period. As for young Kai, he is thriving outside. Why should he return to this village? If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Moreover, what purpose would it serve for someone of such immense power to return here? Possessing boundless wealth holds no value in this place. Young Kai once professed his love for this village, yet that does not imply it can take everything from him. Thus, I must decline this mission. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Observing Might Guy's demeanor, Tsunade could only helplessly wave her hand in resignation. Who in Konoha could persuade Kai Uchiha to return? Aside from Might Guy, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could. She was not incapable of understanding Guy's sentiments, especially since she had yet to firmly establish herself in the Hokage position, waiting for the Hokage ceremony to conclude before gaining universal recognition. Although once one of the legendary 3 ninjas, she had been absent from the village for over 2 decades, leaving many unfamiliar with her. Thus, this sudden ascension to Hokage likely left many in the village feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The support for her rise to Hokage largely stemmed from her lineage as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. But what did that truly signify? Why would she suddenly wish to bring that individual back? As Might Guy departed and the door to the Hokage office closed, Jiraiya could not contain his curiosity, asking, What prompts you to want to retrieve that guy? He even began to express some emotions, for to him, Kai Uchiha represented an absolute danger. How many individuals of elite status remained in the village now? Tsunade directly inquired, prompting Jiraiya to hesitate before responding. Not many. Those once formidable figures had either left the village or perished in battle. Compared to its former glory, the present-day Konoha was a mere shadow of its past self. With its overall strength diminished by several tiers, the number of ninjas had decreased by nearly 10,000 since those earlier days. Now, as I aim to occupy the Hokage seat, I must formulate appropriate policies to unequivocally prevent the outbreak of war and vigorously cultivate talent from within the village. For only then can Konoha regain its former splendor. Yet, even so, was it truly necessary to bring that individual back? Kai, in reality, was quite amiable, possessing no malevolent intentions. Silence. Tsunade had intended to elaborate, aware of the events involving her and that young man. However, it was not her intention to place blame on him. During their months of coexistence, Tsunade had developed a favorable impression of Kai Uchiha and his companions, especially since he had lent her money on numerous occasions, a rarity in the ninja world. Although aware that he might not be repaid, she believed that anyone would likely exhibit the same attitude. However, before she could finish her commendations, Jiraiya erupted in anger, forcefully silencing her. Such matters were non-negotiable. That individual possessed terrifying power. If he were to unleash chaos in the village out of resentment for the Uchiha clan, who among us could possibly contain him? You have witnessed the extent of his formidable jutsu. A single strike could obliterate the entire village. How could we possibly allow such a perilous figure to reside here? Rising to his feet, Jiraiya continued.